Fanaticism. On the uses of an idea. Alberto Toscano. In memory of Joel Olson and Mark Fisher. Contents. Introduction. 1. Figures of extremism. 2. The birth of modern politics out of the spirit of millenarianism. 3. Raving with reason, fanaticism and enlightenment. 4. The revolution of the East, Islam, Hegel, psychoanalysis. 5. The clash of abstractions, revisiting Marx on religion. 6. The Cold War and the Messiah, on political religion. Conclusion. Note on the 2017 edition. Fanaticism and the politics of crisis. The ambiguity of fanaticism. Fanaticism, fraternity, and global civil war. Notes. Acknowledgements. Bibliography. Index. Who writ the histories of the Anabaptists but their enemies? Richard Overton. They claimed the rights of the human race, but they asserted them like wild beasts. Voltaire, Essai sur les Mœurs. They saw nothing but a question of philosophy and religion in what is really a question of revolution and politics. Robespierre. Not everything that is irrational can be dismissed as stupidity. Ernst Bloch, Heritage of Our Times. Introduction. There are few terms in our political vocabulary as damning as fanatic. Beyond tolerance and impervious to communication, the fanatic stands outside the frame of political rationality, possessed by a violent conviction that brooks no argument and will only rest, if ever, once every rival view or way of life is eradicated. A fanatic, Winston Churchill once quipped, is someone who can't change his mind and won't change the subject. He or she is also a subject who will not change, an intransigent, incorrigible subject. Though one might hazard explanations as to the elements or sources of fanaticism, fanatical action itself, lying outside the domain of negotiation, is most often viewed as undeserving of the assumption of rationality that commonly governs our evaluation of social and political behavior. Those who refuse dialogue, so the reasoning goes, are unworthy of our understanding. Here our powers of empathy, our ability to reach into another's heart, find it impossible to penetrate the blank stares of those who would murder innocence with abstract, serene satisfaction. 1. Fanaticism, Hegel declared, is enthusiasm for the abstract. The question of abstraction is at the core of any political and philosophical reckoning with fanaticism. It is abstraction, and the universality or egalitarianism that attaches to it, which separates the figure of the fanatic from that of a mere madman, and into the bargain lends fanaticism its allure of extreme danger. The apparent anti-humanism of fanaticism is often the vehicle for a humanism, that is, a political universalism that trespasses ethnic or social boundaries, though such humanism may be anything but humanitarian. 2. Similarly, though fanaticism defies explanation and dialogue, it is also frequently identified not with the absence but with the excess of rationality. Homing in on the question of abstraction, which is the foremost legacy of Marx's reflections on religion, permits us to complicate the common perception of fanaticism as simply the encroachment of religion into a supposedly secularized public sphere. It also allows us to engage those treatments of fanaticism, especially under the rubric of political religion, which regard it as an irremovable potential within religion itself, and a driving force in totalitarian movements like communism. To consider fanaticism under the heading of the politics of abstraction is to give ourselves the means to follow this notion in its numerous shifts across seemingly disparate intellectual domains, historical periods, and geographical areas. In this way, we can open the critical and historical interrogation of this term to a broader reflection on the contemporary relationship between universal emancipation and abstract universality, a relationship nicely encapsulated in a question posed by Jacques Derrida: should one save oneself by abstraction or save oneself from abstraction? 3. Rethinking the history and politics of fanaticism is not simply a way of resisting the invidious calls for a defense of the beleaguered West against its irrational adversaries. It also allows us to confront the impasses and hopes of a radical politics of emancipation and egalitarianism, a politics that over the centuries has frequently been smeared with the charge of fanaticism. This book explores the enigmatic and unstable conjunction, under the banner of fanaticism, of a refusal of compromise and a seemingly boundless drive to the universal. Sometimes, the accusation of fanaticism is levied at those who inflexibly, intolerantly, and even insanely defend an identity or a territory. As we will see, 19th-century British pundits, imperial administrators, and counterinsurgency experts characterized the rebels they encountered from India to the Sudan as fanatics, grudgingly recognizing their partisan valor and local solidarities while arguing for their elimination. At other times, it was not resistance to dispossession but the unconditional affirmation of universal rights, or of a universal human nature beyond any hierarchy or distinction, which was deemed fanatical. The hugely influential polemics against the French Revolution composed by Edmund Burke, Hippolyte Taine and many others fit into this category. Their writings turned the Jacobin into the very archetype of the modern fanatic, a reckless innovator possessed with a spirit of proselytism in the most fanatical degree, zealously attacking religion in the spirit of a monk, laying waste to custom, property, and manners, decreeing laws and parceling out territories, all in a frenzy of abstraction, forcing upon human affairs the monstrous fiction that they could be handled like mathematical theorems or geometrical objects. Point 4 Burke's vitriol against the tyranny of the politics of Theory 5 sets the template for treating all advocates of radical equality as dangerous fanatics, most evidently in the 19th century attacks against American abolitionism, but also throughout the history of the workers' movement in its socialist, anarchist and communist strands. Warnings against philosophical fanatics, spreading the political metaphysics of unconditional equality and the rights of man. 6 were often accompanied by a conspiratorial sociology preoccupied with the explosive alliance between deracinated intellectuals and impulsive mobs. Point 7. The anti-revolutionary critique of fanaticism promoted a remarkably enduring model of explanation and polemic, depicting the social implementation of philosophy, understood as an atheistic, abstract, and universalizing doctrine, as the very essence of fanaticism. In what is perhaps the founding gesture of the counter-enlightenment, it turned the philosophy's attack on religious fanaticism against the politics whose very groundwork they had laid, asking, for instance, is this horrible fanaticism not 1,000 times more dangerous than that inspired by religion? 8 Burke did not mince his words. These philosophers are fanatics, independent of any interest, which if it operated alone would make them much more tractable. They are carried with such an headlong rage towards every desperate trial, that they would sacrifice the whole human race to the slightest of their experiments. Nothing can be conceived more hard than the heart of a thoroughbred metaphysician. It comes nearer to the cold molly goodnighty of a wicked spirit than to the frailty and passion of a man. It is like that of the principle of evil himself, incorporeal, pure, unmixed, deflegmated, defecated evil. Point 9. Coldness was the very predicate chosen by Herder to identify philosophy's dangerous fanaticism, for which he employed the term Schwärmerei, coined by Luther to castigate the theologies of peasant revolt. For Herder, philosophy and fanaticism became synonymous. If it was a philosopher who named our century the age of philosophy, perhaps he understood thereby the century of cold Schwärmerei and Schwärmender coldness. The Schwärmer wants to be the greatest philosopher, and the greatest philosopher is the greatest Schwärmer. 10 Underscoring the link between abstraction, confusion, and mass behavior, critics of the Enlightenment like Herder or Lessing posited a close and dangerous link between the philosopher and he who schwarmed for the rights of man, to use Lessing's expression. Such thinkers identified a perverse dialectic between unrestrained subjectivism and collective frenzy, or, perhaps better, between the implosion of the individual self and the explosion of the collective self. Point 11. In so doing, they mine the linguistic and etymological resources of the family of terms that we are investigating here under the rubric of fanaticism. Where Schwärmerei denotes confusion, unrealism, and a menacing multitude, a swarm 12, while enthusiasm evokes a divine inspiration that finds its Greek sources in Plato's philosophy. 13 Fanaticism proper derives from the Roman term fanum, referring to a consecrated place. Point 14 In particular, Fanatici was the name given to the followers of the Cappadocian goddess Comita, introduced to Rome as Bellona. In celebrating the festival of the goddess they marched through the city in dark clothes, with wild cries, blowing trumpets, beating cymbals and drums, and in the temple inflicting wounds upon themselves, the blood from which they poured out as an offering to the goddess. 15 Without engaging in genealogical fallacies, as we'll see there are many uses of fanaticism that bear little relation to this cultic model. 16 In this origination we can see the sign not just of an inaugural link with religion, but of a preoccupation with the religion of the other and with unchecked violence. The description of the cult's ritual by a Roman contemporary foreshadows many of the portraits of indomitable religious fanatics, from Canetti's account of the Persian Muharram in crowds and power to Voltaire's tableau of theological possession in the Dictionnaire philosophique, one set in motion by the transports of Bellona. In her frenzy she fears neither the heat of the fire nor the blows of the whip. With a double-edged hatchet, she violently wounds her arms, sprinkling the goddess with blood, yet feeling no pain. Standing, her side pierced by a dart, she prophesies events which the powerful goddess makes known to her. 17 It is from the Roman Empire too that a frequent synonym for fanatic, zealot, derives. This was a specifically political term, deriving from the religiously motivated Jewish resistance against colonial Rome in Palestine. In terms redolent of 2 millennia of counterinsurgency literature, Josephus, chronicler of the Jewish rebellion, speaks of nationalist and spiritual enthusiasm as a surrogate for military weakness, of animal courage for which no numbers were a match, of men joining battle with their passions in command. 18 Political violence and intransigent emotions are certainly one of the concerns of this book, but my principal focus will be on the various configurations taken by the idea of fanaticism. In philosophy and theory, with particular attention to its shifting polemical uses and what they might reveal both about the critics of fanaticism and about the types of political behavior that elicit this accusation. Philosophically, the response to fanaticism is broadly divided between thinkers who regard it as the outside of reason, the persistent threat of pathological partisanship or clerical irrationality, and those who instead perceive some unconditional and unyielding abstract passion as intrinsic to a universalizing rationality and an emancipatory politics. Very roughly, this is where the difference between Voltaire's Lumières and the Aufklärung of Kant and his epigones is to be located. While the former treats philosophy as the nemesis of fanaticism, the latter views fanaticism as a potentiality inherent to reason, and even regards political enthusiasm as inextricable from a rational or universalizing politics. In revisiting, through the prism of fanaticism, a critical and dialectical lineage that travels through Kant, Hegel, and Marx, but also Sigmund Freud, Ernst Bloch, and Alain Badiou, this book will go on to examine the recent calls for what we might term an Enlightenment Reloaded, urging us all to écraser l'infâme, whether in the guise of Islamic militancy or Christian fundamentalism. The present fortunes of the term fanatic as a political epithet can be linked to this nostalgic and sloganeering turn to a certain image of the 18th century Enlightenment, in particular to its diagnosis and excoriation of religious intolerance as the principal motor behind political violence, social destabilization, and intellectual backwardness. 19 Today's rentiers of the Enlightenment 20 showing neither the intellectual inventiveness nor the political courage that marked the practice of the philosophes, think it enough to broadcast denunciations of irrationality and demands for a muscular secularism, all the while deeming the imminent philosophical and social critiques of the Enlightenment, as well as the historical reflections on its colonial and imperial uses, to be irrelevant. The prevalence of demonizing and superficial treatments of fanaticism is among other things a symptom of the incapacity of our broader intellectual culture to incorporate the lessons of the different waves of critique, the mutations and supersessions of enlightenment that constitute the legacy of 19th and 20th century critical political and philosophical thought. One of the aims of this book's detour through political and philosophical history is to undermine this lazy and pernicious reliance on a one-dimensional enlightenment, together with some of its corollaries, in particular the relegation of extreme or unyielding political behavior to the domain of psychopathology, and the often related culturalization of political fanaticism as a manifestation of the Arab mind, Asiatic despotism, Hebrew theocracy, or what have you. As Edward Said noted apropos of terrorism, such essentializing visions serve the purpose of institutionalizing the denial and avoidance of history, and obscure political understanding by a kind of metaphysical purity of horror. Point 21 If it is true that no other epoch but ours is defined by its campaigns against its primitive rebels. 22 Investigating the intellectual and emotive frameworks that govern the perceptions of insurgent ideologies can contribute to orienting ourselves in an otherwise opaque present. There is a certain irony in approaching fanaticism historically, since one of the abiding features of its employment as a term of abuse is that it is frequently presented as an ahistorical or even anti-historical phenomenon. To describe an agent or an action as fanatical is to lend them a kind of monolithic invariance. Among the most striking aspects of the uses of fanaticism as a political trope is the reliance on analogy, simile, homology. Whether it is the short circuit between Lenin, Hitler, and Thomas Müntzer in Norman Cohn's seminal The Pursuit of the Millennium. 23 Michel Foucault's sympathetic analogies between the spiritualization of politics in the Iranian Revolution and the figures of Cromwell and Savonarola. 24 Or Hegel's pairing of Mohammed and Robespierre in the philosophy of history. The discourse on fanaticism often seems to suggest that when it comes to the politics and subjectivity of unconditional conviction we can ignore chronology and geography. Point 25 While liberals, authoritarians or even radical reformists may come in all sorts of guises, it appears that fanatics not only do not differ from themselves, since their conviction seems impermeable to dialogue, they also do not really differ from one another. Whence the repetitiousness of much writing about fanaticism, so often resorting to lists and descriptions, copious inventories of cruelty, intolerance, and monomania that postulate, but rarely analyze or define, an invariant core. Not just zealots, but their critics, too, seem to be embosomed in monotony. Point 26 So, is there no history of fanaticism, or only, at most, a catalogue of its crimes and delusions? It is not so easy to answer in the affirmative, for a number of reasons. To begin with, there is the widespread conviction, voiced by Rousseau, Kant, and Emerson among others, that any true human achievement, any historical act, requires, if not fanaticism proper, then at least its nobler cousin, enthusiasm. Furthermore, for many the drastic and fanatical denial of a history understood in terms of gradual change or development, a denial that may take millenarian or messianic forms, is the conditio sine qua non for a properly modern experience of historical and political time as a time of breaks and anachronisms, discontinuities, and irreversibilities. One of the perhaps more obvious motivations for undertaking this conceptual and historical inquiry is the relatively recent rise in discourse about fanaticism. Though end-of-history narratives such as Francis Fukuyama's relegate fanatical drives to the zones of history within an otherwise post-historical liberal order, many essayistic and journalistic treatments of the question, though they may note the technological instrumentalities of contemporary religious radicalism, treat fanaticism as anti-historical, anachronistic, atavistic, the revenge upon global modernity of peoples without history, but impassioned by transcendence. This is one of the paradoxes that I will try to investigate. The disruptive force of fanaticism lies in its explicit refusal of history as a domain of gradualism and mediation, combined with the de facto interruption of history as a naturalized mechanism of predictable combinations. The pervasive uncertainty as to whether fanaticism is anti-historical, or a revenge of history, indicates profound tensions in our conceptions of change and action. Whether by a ruse of reason or a heterogenesis of ends, the violent severance from the rhythms of custom, or from the time of deliberation and negotiation, would thus be what permits the unfolding of a notion of politics that harbors an uneliminably utopian, even transcendent dimension. Fanaticism here points towards a type of action that is, as I've suggested, at once subhistorical and suprahistorical, but also towards forms of subjectivity that, for related reasons, oscillate between the anti-political and the ultra-political. When the accusation of fanaticism is used to disqualify or reject certain modes of political behavior or allegiance from the normalized and normalizing vantage point of a liberalism at once gradual and eternal, it is often difficult to tell whether we are dealing with the refusal to allow other forms of life now separated from the political to trespass into its realm, or whether the real problem is that of an excess of politics. 27 Indeed, it could be argued that fanaticism lends itself so well to a symptomatic inquiry into a hegemonic liberalism because it exposes a fundamental ambivalence in liberalism's apologetic discourse about the place of politics. An investigation of fanaticism can therefore prove instructive, both to the reflexive liberal and to those whom liberalism might be tempted to class as fanatics. To reiterate, the superiority of a post-Kantian critical tradition when it comes to dealing with fanaticism lies in its commitment to exploring this vital ambivalence or dialectic, allowing us to reflect on how our conception of politics cannot be sundered from potentially ultra or anti-political notions of absolute conviction, just as our notions of history collapse into mere developmentalism or naturalism if they expunge the kind of discontinuity and transcendence that marks fanatical or millenarian politics. David Hume's contention that political enthusiasm, unlike superstition, can be incorporated into a pacified polity provides an interesting and unimpeachably liberal corollary to our argument. 28 Though he judges both to be corruptions of religion, for Hume superstition and enthusiasm belong to different affective constellations, the first derives from weakness, fear, melancholy, and ignorance, the second, though it shares ignorance with superstition, has its sources in hope, pride, presumption, and a warm imagination. This clinical catalogue explains why, despite its epistemic deficit and unlike superstition, for Hume enthusiasm shares with sound reason and philosophy a resistance to priestly power. All enthusiasts, he writes, have been free from the yoke of ecclesiastics. Enthusiasm is portrayed by Hume as having a developmental arc, beginning with violent fury and progressing towards moderation, as can be seen among Anabaptists, Levelers, and Quakers. Its presumptuous boldness of character begets the most extreme resolutions, producing the most cruel disorders. But enthusiasm's fury is like that of thunder and tempest, which exhausts itself in a little time, and leave the air more calm and serene than before. The rejection of an official authority that would structure and prolong religious fury is what allows enthusiasm to cool, but also what counterintuitively makes it a friend of civil liberty. As superstition groans under the dominion of priests, enthusiasm is destructive of all ecclesiastical power. Not to mention, that enthusiasm, being the infirmity of bold and ambitious tempers, is naturally accompanied with a spirit of liberty, as superstition, on the contrary, renders men tame and abject, and fits them for slavery. 29 Such a comprehension of the virtues of what William James called the partisan temper 30 is of course something alien to the vast majority of today's self-avowed liberals, for whom fanaticism is simply the absence of progressive history and the foe of consensual politics. An atavistic regurgitation proving, if proof were needed, the enduring urgency of enforcing secularism and securing enlightenment. For such sworn enemies of intolerance, fanaticism is something to be exorcised in order to move from an intransigent politics of conviction to a pluralist ethics of responsibility. But can we think of a history without fanaticism? Some indications for an answer are provided in a text written almost 100 years after Hume's essay, one that also deals with the entanglement between the violence of religious sentiment and the politics of emancipation. Hegel's Philosophy of Right and the Politics of Our Times was published in 1842 in the oppositional journal Deutsche Jahrbucher by the young Hegelian and collaborator of Karl Marx, Arnold Ruge. Reflecting on the key problem of his time, the relationship between church and state, Ruge declared that religion manifests itself as desire for liberation, while fanaticism represents an intensified religion, or rather a passion for liberation that is born from a prior failure, from a blockage of the roots to emancipation. As in much of German political and philosophical thought, the French Revolution and Terror loom large, with their insane but comprehensible attempt to crush the obstacles to freedom. In his phenomenology of the fanatic's practical pathos, Ruge shows himself to be one of our contemporaries. As he writes, when there is something to explode, one goes up in smoke with it, so that ultimately, while not sparing oneself, one also sacrifices others horribly to one's purposes. 31 But while many of our talking heads might read this pathos in abstraction from its context of motivation, for Ruge it was a consequence of the failure to incorporate the passion for liberation into the mechanisms of the state. That is why he declared that as long as there are batteries to man and positions to defend with one's life, we will have no history without fanaticism. 32. Against the comforting idea that fanaticism is an irrational aberration, to be vanquished by some combination of pedagogy and coercion, this book wants to stay true to Ruge's recognition of the threads that tie fanaticism to emancipation. 33 To this end, it considers a series of historical episodes or conjunctures in which political and philosophical thought delved into the threat, ambivalence and possible promise contained by the figure of the fanatic. Though fanaticism is rarely, if ever, an object of political affirmation. 34 Serving almost invariably as a foil against which to define the proper path of politics, like its kin enthusiasm it is also a foil that difficult to control, both because it comes to inhabit as a possibility any politics of conviction wedded to abstractions such as equality and emancipation, and because anti-fanatical politics so often finds itself justifying a kind of counter-fanaticism, in which the supposed partisans of reason and enlightenment inoculate themselves with the virus affecting their enemies and justify their acts with the prose of counterinsurgency. Just think of Richard Nixon's notorious madman theory, according to which the enemies of the U.S. should recognize that we are crazed and unpredictable, with extraordinary destructive force at our command, so they will bend to our will in fear. 35 The most powerful inquiries into fanaticism, and the ones more likely to allow us some distance from facile condemnations, are those that recognize the considerable if unsettling affinities between political behavior stigmatized as fanatical, and rational, emancipatory politics. By situating the current concern with passionate commitments in terms of the polemical history of fanaticism, this book aims to enhance the conceptual horizons of debates that rarely move beyond static juxtapositions between conviction and responsibility, fervor and reasonableness, decision and deliberation. 36 Indeed, part of my purpose is to mine a set of theoretical debates and controversies around fanaticism so as to reconstitute a political vocabulary capable of accommodating both enthusiasm and abstraction as inextricable elements of any politics of emancipation. In this regard, every chapter of this book should be read both as a critical excavation of the place of fanaticism in a discourse of demonization, and as a search for conceptual elements that might help us to reconstruct a theory of political abstraction not so easily dismissed as mere fanaticism. Neither a history of fanaticism properly speaking nor a systematic theory of it, this book thus seeks to read the dark adventures of this idea with its mind on a present in which it has once again come to be used as term of abuse or political smear word, rarely, if ever, with the kind of depth or even the insight shown by the great reactionaries of yesterday. But it also intends, by a kind of counterpoint, to explore these various episodes of denunciation in order to contribute to the thinking of an egalitarian politics, one that will undoubtedly continue to be perceived by its detractors as an abstract and dangerous passion. 1. Figures of extremism. Always, everywhere, John Brown was preaching the primacy of the act. Slavery is evil, he said, kill it. But we must study the problem. Slavery is evil, kill it. We will hold a conference. Slavery is evil, kill it. But our allies. Slavery is evil, kill it. Lerone Bennett Jr., T. and Sympathy. Liberals and Other White Hopes. The fanatic enters the horizon of politics as an enemy, an inscrutable, intransigent and alien enemy. The elimination of the fanatic is closely linked to the administration of the social and cultural terrain from which he has sprung. Accordingly, though it is never clear whether there is a discourse of the fanatic, there is no shortage of discourses on fanaticism, on its causes, its modalities, its remedies. This was especially true in the latter half of the 19th century, a period in which imperial liberalism's twin struggles against the lower classes and the subject races attained remarkable intensity, and in the process lent the notion of fanaticism a number of novel applications. It is to this period that I will now turn, to prepare our exploration, in the second part of this chapter, of the theoretical debate on the figure of the fanatic, or of passionate and partisan conviction, as manifest in 20th century politics and particularly in the retrospective judgments on the age of extremes. These historical sketches will provide a broader context for the inquiry into the idea of fanaticism that will occupy later chapters. What is at stake across this temporal arc is the capacity of liberal thought both to identify and demarcate itself from fanaticism. Part I, Fanaticism in the Age of Empire. Slavers against fanaticism. Few but the most hardened contemporary adversaries of liberalism would tax it with support for slavery. Prima facie, a doctrine founded on the safeguarding of individual negative freedoms, the autonomy of civil society and the limitation of governmental prerogative would seem to recoil before the most unequivocal curtailing of rights and liberties imaginable. And yet, as recent critical histories have underscored, during its intellectual and political apogee, advocacy for liberalism was often accompanied by apology for human bondage. Point 1 The neutralization of this glaring contradiction took place, according to the Italian historian and philosopher Domenico Losurdo, through various operations of demarcation of the sacred space of civic and commercial freedoms from the profane space of oppression, racism, and imperialism, on which the very viability of that sacred space often rested. In this view, whether by geographical or racial means, classical liberalism developed as a democracy for the master race, a Herrenvolk democracy that would only slough off many of its most unsavory characteristics through the struggles that pitted capitalist liberalism against social movements for workers' equality, and imperialist liberalism against anti-colonial, anti-racist, and national liberation struggles. Though this thesis jars profoundly with the dominant self-image of contemporary liberalism, it appears as a persuasive and powerful way of reconciling its doctrines and its concrete historical unfolding, without succumbing to the facile historicist thesis according to which liberalism simply and gradually grew in extension while retaining an intact original inspiration, a thesis refuted by the presence, alongside and against really existing liberalism, of radical and egalitarian movements, already demanding that which much of mainstream liberalism would only later concede. One of the principal characters in Losurdo's counter-history of liberalism, indeed the one who prompts him to make the apparent paradox of pro-slavery liberalism into the guiding theme of his revision of accepted wisdom, is the Southern political thinker and twice Vice President of the United States, John C. Calhoun. Point 2 In his writings and speeches, especially his notorious February 1837 speech in the U.S. Senate where he described slavery as a positive good, the figure of the abolitionist as a fanatic appears repeatedly. Calhoun relates the ominous and contagious threat of anti-slavery agitation by the fanatical portion of the North's population to the classical liberal concern with the limitation of government power. Abolitionism is repeatedly described as incendiary, and intriguingly seen as a movement from below, from the ignorant and impoverished, to the pulpit, and finally to the House. It was given much of its impetus, according to Calhoun, by the extension of the powers of the central government, effectively signaling the end of federalism in favor of a great national consolidated democracy. Point 3 Now that the abolitionists of the North rightly estimate that the government has the power to act, they immediately conclude that it is their inexorable responsibility to terminate the peculiar institution. A fundamental commitment to racial supremacy, depicting slavery as the ideal social configuration in the South, is thus combined with an impeccably liberal argument about the necessary limitation of government and the legislative autonomy of states. As Calhoun declares, I fearlessly assert that the existing relation between the two races in the South, against which these blind fanatics are waging war, forms the most solid and durable foundation on which to rear free and stable political institutions. For Calhoun's political doctrine explicitly linked fanaticism to crisis. Point 5 The argument for preserving the liberty of the slave-holding South is accompanied by a Burkean link between the fanatical spirit of abolition and the financial spirit Of speculation. Point 6 Calhoun's apologia for the institution of slavery is explicitly framed in terms of a contrast with the socially destabilizing effects of capitalist exploitation and class struggle in the North and in Europe, and is aimed at averting the conflict between labor and capital. Point 7 But the ultimate accusation against the blind fanatics concerns the unconditional character of their demand, which threatens the institutional order of differences and the social basis of customs upon which the South rests. As Calhoun declares to the Senate, "If we do not defend ourselves, none will defend us; if we yield, we will be more and more pressed as we recede, and if we submit, we will be trampled underfoot." Be assured that emancipation itself would not satisfy these fanatics; that gained, the next step would be to raise the Negroes to a social and political equality with the whites, and that being effected, we would soon find the present condition of the two races reversed. Point 8. Whence the note on which the speech ends, typical of so many critiques of fanaticism, whose corollary is more often than not a call for some variety of anti-fanatical fanaticism, in order to avert the leveling, divisive spirit of abolitionism. The Southerners must unite with zeal and energy in repelling approaching dangers. Point 9. A year before Calhoun's positive good speech, an anonymous book, later to be ascribed to another Southern politician, Colonel William Drayton, was published, with the striking title "The South Vindicated from the Treason and Fanaticism of the Northern Abolitionists." Point 10 Mainly comprising an elaborate and copiously footnoted comparative history of slave societies by way of justification for the peculiar institution, The South Vindicated is of interest to us over and beyond its role as an index of fanaticism's use as a political smear word. At a deeper level, it also attests to some of the constants in anti-fanatical rhetoric. Echoing Calhoun in his view of abolitionist fanatics as agents of division and disturbance, worrying the polity's wounds, which the nation's constitution and institutions had sought to heal, Drayton also cleaves much closer to previous philosophical characterizations of fanaticism. Alluding to fanaticism as a disturbance in cognitive faculties, Drayton writes of fanatics, who mistake the promptings of their overheated fancy, the vapors that rise from the molten lead of their seething brains, for the dictates of inspiration, a vision that goes back to Plato's treatment of enthusiasm in the Ion, which played a very prominent role in the aesthetic, political, and religious controversies of the 18th century. Drayton combines this with a widespread medicalization of fanaticism, when, despairing of their corrigibility, he contends that the tranquilizing chair or straitjacket is the only effective argument against fanatics. Point 11 Contagion, another mainstay of the discourse on fanaticism, is likewise a dominant feature of the abolition conspiracy. With its perversion of the Christian faith, fanatics are constantly fulminating religious denunciations, and its targeting of women, whose emotional susceptibility to the inflammatory exhortations of the abolitionists occupy Drayton at some length. But at the heart of Drayton's asseverations there lies what we have already identified as the principal stake of the debate on fanaticism: abstraction. In The South Vindicated we find a remarkable crystallization, outside the domain of philosophy proper, of the notion of fanaticism as a key weapon in the rhetorical arsenal of an anti-egalitarian political thought. Why applying abstract but cherished axioms, without reference to consequences, urge a course which could never bear the test of cool and practical examination? It is the misfortune of our country that we reason from abstractions. We establish the principle that all men are created free and equal, and following it out, without regard to consequences, often infer that a community of goods is required by a rigid respect for the rights of man. It was this delusion, this proneness to rush recklessly on in the course marked out by some dreamy abstraction, which plunged revolutionary France into the reign of terror. Point 12. As a politics of abstraction, fanaticism is to be condemned for its unconditional character and its refusal of measure and moderation. Though the broader principles that inspired the French Revolution may be sound, they become fanatical when pushed to extremes and detached from any calculation of utility and feasibility. As so often, common sense is pitted here against the misty abstractions of fanatical enthusiasts. Point 13 Considering the link Drayton draws between the abolitionists' fanaticism and the terror, it is little surprise that the splendid and philosophical mind of Burke 14 looms so large in this defense of Southern slavery against the rising tide of abolitionism. Not only did Burke explicitly praise the spirit of liberty in the slave-holding South 15, he provided the definitive verdict on the French Revolution as the precursor of abolition. Besides being the first and most devoted champions of abolition 16, the French revolutionaries, as Burke presciently recognized, also heralded the unlimited extension without regard to consequences of abstract rights, with chilling political effects. As proof of the dangers of this terrorist heritage of egalitarianism, Drayton turns to the question of women, so easily swayed by the incendiary religious rhetoric of the abolitionists, yet so at risk from the Negro's Saturnalia of blood and lust which will inevitably follow emancipation. As Burke showed, it is the Jacobins from whom the fanatics derive their notions of abolition, directly undertook to assure the rights of woman. To such lengths will these abstractionists carry their insane zeal. 17 Abstractionists, this term lies at the core of the Burkean tradition of anti-fanaticism and its excoriation of a politics whose putative disregard for consequences bears frightful omens for a social order of hierarchy, difference, and division. Among the effects of the abolitionists' refusals of measure and gradualism is something that Drayton's reader, he thinks, might greet with incredulity, considering it impossible that human delusion, even under the impulses of a heady fanaticism, can turn into absurdities so gross and disgusting as the following: they might give us a black president. 18 Like so many of his contemporaries on both sides of the Atlantic, Drayton will treat the Haitian Revolution as the bogeyman to wave in the face of anyone insensitive to the dangers that lurk within political universalism. Principles were generally sound, but pushed to extremes, and followed without regard to practical results, they led to consequences at which the world even now turns pale. It was the prevalence of the spirit alluded to, which induced the French policy towards Saint Domingo, and not only lost that colony to France and to the world, but rendered it a phlegethon, in which evil spirits held, for years, their carnival of blood. 19. In Calhoun and Drayton we experience the powerful rhetorical and political uses to which the idea of fanaticism was put in defending slavery against the threat of an uncompromising egalitarianism. In the South vindicated we can also observe the endurance of some key aspects of the discourse on fanaticism which have persevered into the present, as I will suggest in the second half of this chapter. These include the warnings about egalitarian and universalist abstraction, the threat of religious agitation, the analogies across political domains, the pathologization or medicalization of the fanatic, and the role of women. Criticism of abolitionism as an excess of intransigence, if not an outright aberration, was by no means limited to the advocates of slavery. Abraham Lincoln himself referred to the great abolitionist militant John Brown in the following terms: an enthusiast broods over the oppression of people until he fancies himself commissioned by heaven to liberate them. Referring to Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry, Lincoln continued, he ventures the attempt which ends in little else than his own execution. 20 The philosophical movement most closely identified with the United States, pragmatism, has also been seen to emerge in partial reaction to the violence and upheaval of the Civil War, regarded as a trauma in which the abolitionists' politics of principle marched the nation to the brink of self-destruction in the name of an abstraction. 21 But what of the abolitionists themselves? What was their response to being stigmatized as blind fanatics, fulminating wildly in the mists of abstraction? Fanatics against slavery. As Joel Olson has recently shown, in work that makes a rare contribution to what he terms a critical theory of zealotry 22, a theory in which the consideration of fanaticism challenges the limitations of liberal political theory, the epithet fanatic was worn as a badge of pride among the radical wing of the abolitionist movement. 23 Moreover, it was incorporated into a theory and practice of political rhetoric, agitation, and action. Crucial figures like William Lloyd Garrison and Wendell Phillips were self-defined fanatics. What did this entail? Explicitly working against the grain of a contemporary common sense that expediently identifies fanaticism and terrorism, as well as in contradistinction to political theories that expel intransigence beyond the hallowed bounds of democracy, Olson shows how the political posture and effective rhetoric employed by the abolitionists implied an understanding of politics that challenges some of our core presumptions about the political. Where deliberation and consensus, or at the very least agonism and compromise, seem to demand that principles test themselves against practicability and rival opinion, the immediatists in the abolitionist camp rejected the very possibility of anything short of unconditional emancipation and total equality. This did not mean mere intolerance, or a refusal of dialogue, nor did it necessarily involve, as the stereotype goes, the theological demonization of pro-slavery advocates or slaveholders. Rather than a question of blind possession or misty abstraction, the political style of abolitionism was founded, alongside an ethical rejection of compromise, on a sober estimation of the strategic weakness of deliberative politics when it came to ending slavery. The fanaticism of the abolitionists was thus both a matter of passionate conviction and of meditated strategy, combining the attractions of symbolism and effect with the instruments of power and calculation. The radical abolitionist was a reasonable zealot, for whom means and ends could not be sundered. 24 Drawing lines and exacerbating divisions, the very activities that pro-slavery anti-fanatics like Drayton and Calhoun railed against, was part and parcel of the abolitionists' practice. In Wendell Phillips, abolitionist talk was to inflame an insurrection of thought, and to force fence-sitters and moderates to choose sides. Such talk was not aimed at deliberation or consensus, but sought instead to forge a new public opinion, one that is abolitionist and anti-racist, and through it to win the struggle between friends and enemies, slaves and masters, apostles of justice and traitors in human flesh. 25 Viewed through the lenses of radical abolitionism, fanaticism is the political mobilization of the refusal to compromise. 26 Though unquestionably illiberal and intolerant, if we assume certain parameters for political deliberation, fanaticism, in its attack on the accepted frameworks of politics, can also serve an indispensable emancipatory function. In other words, the lesson of abolitionism as fanaticism is that there can be democratic potential in the fanatical encouragement of intractable conflict. 27 But Olson's inquiries into American zealotry also point to another dimension of political fanaticism, which we will touch on in response to Sloterdijk's attack on left ressentiment, solidarity. Fanaticism, especially conceived of in terms of its justifications of political violence, often takes the form of a passionate identification with the suffering and the oppressed, in which sympathy turns into ontology, an ontology where antagonism is written into the very being of political subjects and the recipients of their solidarities. 28. In this connection, it is significant that W.E.B. Du Bois' biography of John Brown spoke of him as the man who of all Americans has perhaps come nearest to touching the souls of black folk. In a memorable passage, Du Bois takes up a number of the themes in the arsenal of anti-fanatical discourse, combining them in an elegy of the politics of abstraction as a deeply human politics. Was John Brown simply an episode, or was he an eternal truth? And if a truth, how speaks that truth today? John Brown loved his neighbor as himself. He could not endure therefore to see his neighbor poor and unfortunate or oppressed. This natural sympathy was strengthened by a saturation in Hebrew religion which stressed the personal responsibility of every human soul to a just God. To this religion of equality and sympathy with misfortune, was added the strong influence of the social doctrines of the French Revolution with its emphasis on freedom and power in political life. And on all this was built John Brown's inchoate but growing belief in a more just and more equal distribution of property. From this he concluded, and acted on that conclusion, that all men are created free and equal, and that the cost of liberty is less than the price of repression. 29. But the plea for fanaticism as unconditional universalism that we can hear in these lines, and which pervaded the thinking of immediatist anti-slavery militants, remains, for all of its instructive and inspirational value, isolated. On several fronts, the 19th century saw the development of a plural, social, scientific, and governmental discourse of fanaticism, one that prolongs some of the Burkean themes encountered in the likes of Calhoun and Drayton and focuses above all on immunizing the state, or the empire, against destabilizing and antagonistic movements. In the imperial arena, particularly among the British, the development of racializing theories of religiously driven political resistance sees fanaticism becoming a key term in the attempts to manage anti-colonial politics. 30 In a European context, this entails the pathologization of movements for radical social change, principally anarchism, but also emergent forms of feminism. An inquiry into 19th-century efforts to govern and police fanaticism can enrich our understanding of the strategic uses of the idea of fanaticism, laying some of the groundwork for a more conceptual inquiry into the philosophical and theoretical uses of the term. Fanaticism under empire. In their encounters with the armed resistance of religious groups, colonial administrators in India's northwestern frontier province wrote of Hindustani fanatics, enthusiasts, and Muhammadan bigots, with a mixture of fright and admiration for their valor and virility. 31 In the 20 years after the revolt of 1857, the information gathering and knowledge processing apparatus of the empire tried to deal with the threat of Wahhabism, both in the Anglo-Afghan wars and internally, as a potentially subversive response to the repression of the Sepoy rebellion. Following Ranabir, we can situate the rhetoric of fanaticism within the broader development of biopolitical modalities of rule by the occupying colonial administration. Here government meant the physical tasks of watching, disciplining, deploying, annihilating, besides the paltry task of the welfare of the bodies and the minds of the colonists. 32 Relying on non-Wahhabi Muslim informants, administrators wrote of the Wahhabis as a fanatical, dangerous sect, daily increasing in numbers and power, having for their object the overthrow of the existing government, and for their creed the double assurance that the slaughter of an infidel, or death received at his hands, is a certain passport to happiness in a future life. 33 The Wahhabi threat was not primarily perceived in terms of their numbers or strategy. The unconditional intransigence and transcendent authority of their fearless speech played a key part. 34 But what was especially menacing, according to Samadar, was the manner in which they provided anti-imperialism with a kind of racial ontology, albeit not one congruent with the occupiers' understanding of race. It was the raw arrogance of counter-racism, inevitable under colonial conditions, that struck at the root of the legitimacy of colonial occupation. 35 Indeed, we could regard fanaticism as a kind of cipher for the seemingly intractable problem, thrown up by the practices of imperial occupation and colonial exploitation, of governing subject peoples who could draw on a reservoir of religious virtue and oppositionalism against the forces of a secular modernity that they could only enjoy, at best, in a derivative or subordinate manner. The duplicitous universalism of imperial occupation was confronted with another brand of universalism, one of a theological and antagonistic kind, in which death and sacrifice played a signal role. Though evidently marked by the exigencies of governing particular populations in specific political conjunctures, the colonial use of the idea of fanaticism displays many stable features. The Mahdiist revolt in the Sudan in the 1880s led a wide swathe of British opinion to turn to the notion of a dervish fanaticism to account for the fearlessness and ferocity of their opponents, whose motivations were viewed as religious. The Marquis of Salisbury wrote of Arabs fighting in their own country, skilled in their own warfare, and animated by that formidable mixture of religious fanaticism and military spirit which the religion of Islam seems alone to have the secret of conferring upon its votaries. Like Calhoun in his Senate speech of 1837, British Army officers would seek to identify the fanatical portion of the population. 36 Fanaticism is here revealed as an element in a kind of spontaneous anthropology, which explains martial virtues and practices, even evincing a peculiar kind of respect, but also justifies policies of no quarter. The Daily Telegraph could thus declare how, under the influence of certain powerful motives, they rise easily to absolute heroism and none more potent than religious fanaticism. A romantic chivalry towards women makes the Arab prize very highly their approbation of his personal courage, and his poetry incites him to exploits of veritable knight-errantry. Indeed, the Bedouin considers nothing manful but violence, nothing so honorable as war. The naturalization and racialization of fanatical anti-colonial violence could accordingly allow British soldiers to depict their own staggering brutality as unavoidable, they are the pluckiest fellows I've ever seen. We shot and bayoneted all wounded, as it was not safe to leave them, as they speared or knifed everyone they could reach. And another wrote of how his trusty claymore found its way to the hilt into several black devils. I clove a piece out of one of their heads just as one does an egg for breakfast. I was mad with rage and fury. I fought like a demon and only wanted to kill those awful plucky demons. 37 As mentioned before, the notion of fanaticism often triggers a profound mimetic impulse. Because the adversary is a fanatic, I cannot but counter his madness with my own, preempt his cruelty before it is visited upon me. Throughout these colonial writings we encounter the problem that still preoccupies today's commentators and administrators as they struggle with the realities of contemporary anti-imperial fanaticism, that of explanation. Those wishing to quell seemingly religious insurgencies are embroiled in causative controversies, where the ideological question, why the uprising, is inextricable from the political, administrative, and military question of how to respond. To take the case of India again, was the British Empire to operate on the assumption that disturbances of the peace had purely militant religious sources, or was it to look to ulterior, principally socio-economic causes? On the one hand, we have administrators communicating to their superiors thoughts such as the following: I have been unable to trace the insurrection in Beerboom to anything but fanaticism. 38 On the other, those who think that religion is merely an expedient mode for the organization and manipulation of a discontent whose source lies elsewhere will say that fanaticism flourishes only upon sterile soil. 39 This explanatory antinomy has yet to go away, as analysts and pundits debate whether religious militancy is the ultima ratio for insurgent anti-occupation politics, or whether the task at hand is to drain the swamp of poverty and social discontent. But the same problem is also one of the foremost conundrums for contemporary critical thought. Whereas a causal approach to fanaticism, scoping out root causes, often indicated the presence of a broadly reformist or governmental approach in colonial agents, much of the thrust of post-colonial theory and subaltern studies has been to refuse the reduction of religious consciousness in insurgents to some other, principally socio-economic dimension. Whether in a sociological or a Marxist vein, such a reduction would relegate the consciousness of the oppressed to the domain of illusion or false consciousness, thereby subordinating them to the will and intellect of their disenchanted and manipulative leaders, or of historians and theorists treating their case in retrospect. For Ranjit Guha, viewing religion as a matter of manipulation or propaganda is tantamount to denying a will to the mass of rebels themselves and representing them as instruments of some other will, and testifies to the failure of a shallow radicalism to conceptualize insurgent mentality except in terms of an unadulterated secularism. 40 I will return to this problem. It suffices for the moment to note the issue that Guha brings into relief: the question of fanaticism, understood in this instance as the insurgent religious consciousness of the colonized, is one in which the political and the epistemological are closely entwined, where frameworks of explanation are difficult to separate from political commitments and prescriptions. The physiognomy of subversion. To conclude this preparatory survey of some figures and problems of fanaticism in the age of empire, I want to turn to the incorporation of the notion of fanaticism into the political and sociological criminology of the 19th century. As has been widely argued, both the shock of the Paris Commune, signaling, despite its brutal repression, that social upheaval and a radical alternative to capitalism could erupt in the midst of the imperial metropolis, and the diffusion of radical ideas and actions played an important role in the emergence of the social sciences as attempts to prevent or channel social antagonisms. It is perhaps not surprising that the fanatic, as a figure of pathological politicization, should also be found in this context. The much maligned originator of modern criminology, Cesare Lombroso, makes a particularly interesting use of the term. 41 Yet, for all his positivist insistence on identifying, where possible, the congenital and pathological determinants of all forms of crime, political included, Lombroso's handling of fanaticism shows him to be a far more complex figure than his metrological obsessions with ears and brows might let on. Lombroso is significant for his explicit recognition that the secular polities of the final quarter of the 19th century were no longer affected by explicitly religious fanaticism. But even if the adjective disappears, the noun remains. Surveying the turbulent social landscape of his time, Lombroso will encounter monoideist fanaticism, along with the lively desire to feel and suffer that one might associate with religious martyrs. 42 We even encounter the trans-historical analogies with seemingly unrelated fanatics, in this case Hassan I Sabbah's assassins, so typical of the discourse on fanaticism. 43 But the phenomenology of earlier forms of intransigent conviction, in any case perfectly explicable on scientific grounds for the Italian criminologist, has passed over into a new form of fanaticism, economic or social fanaticism. 44. Given Lombroso's notorious inclination to postulate biological origins for social deviance, it is notable that for him the bearers of altruistic fanaticism, though they may reach pitches of delirium, cannot easily be reduced to the status of born criminals. 45 In fact, political criminals proper are the opposite of the criminal type. 46 Lombroso articulates one of the peculiar constants of discourse on fanaticism, or on political and ideological extremism more broadly, the notion that fanatics may also embody commendable or indispensable values and virtues. In Criminal Man, Lombroso writes of these passionate souls, whose ranks include history's most noble figures, the pioneers in the struggles for political, religious, and social liberty. 47 Determining the border between political excess and actual pathology leads the Italian criminologist into some rather peculiar differentiations, motivated by his own reformist political proclivities. Thus the fanaticism of Russian nihilists is absolved from anatomical etiology, while French and Italian revolutionaries and anarchists, whose ribald songs, calligraphic idiosyncrasies, sexual fetishes, and abnormal ears Lombroso records in inadvertently comical and novelistic detail, are condemned for their degeneracy. The likes of Varazze Sulich are thus admired for the beauty and harmoniousness of their anti-criminal physiognomies, while Marat is identified as macrocephalic and Louise Michel disparaged for her muscular physiognomy. 48 The difference between necessary revolutions and pathological revolts is thus strangely projected onto the distinction between, on the one hand, political passions born of free will and ideas, and, on the other, biological compulsion. 49 But though Lombroso deems many of the anarchists to be born degenerates who hide under the mask of political passion their criminal tendencies, or political hysterics and epileptics, 50 it is nonetheless the case that his suggestions for social therapy are not principally eugenic or penal in character. Like the colonial administrators who opted for socio-economic accounts of fanaticism, Lombroso proposes 51 to deal with the root causes. It is in this light that he also wishes to oppose his reformist socialism both to anarchist insurrectionalism and to the blinkered corruption and incompetence of existing governments. The analogy he draws between religious and political fanaticism is suggestive. The sole remedy against our political criminals who are such from accident, from passion, from imitation, or from poverty, consists in remedying the economic uneasiness in the country, since this is the true basis for anarchy. We have today an economic fanaticism, as we formerly had a political fanaticism. It is imperatively necessary that we should open a vent for this economic fanaticism with economic reforms, as we have opened one for political fanaticism with constitutional and representative government, and for religious fanaticism with freedom of worship. 52. One of the more intriguing aspects of Lombroso's treatment of the question is the link he draws between violent political conviction and novelty. The political criminal is in fact curiously exempt from a condition that according to Lombroso affects the majority of the population, hatred of the new, or messianism. Fanaticism, whether congenitally founded or purely political in origin, is a kind of neophilia. 53. The question of fanaticism also emerges contemporaneously in another influential criminological paradigm, partly congruent with that of Lombroso, that of Gabriel Tarde, an author who has found new favor in social theory. Despite a not dissimilar political temperament, Tarde distances himself from the hypothesis of the born criminal, arguing that the conditions of social organization and communication, embodied especially, at the end of the 19th century, in the mounting significance of the press in shaping political sentiments and movements, make it necessary to employ explanations that combine the sociological and the psychological, giving relatively short shrift to biology, heredity, or climate. THIRD is also concerned with the problem posed by the virulence of criminal sects, anarchism in particular. But his explanation centers on categories of collective action, in particular on crowds and publics conceived in terms of the fundamental forces of desire, belief, and imitation. It is not in the individual that the sources of insurrectionalism are to be sought, but in a particular circulation of affects and ideas, aided and abetted by their material support in new forms of communication. THIRD thus elaborates on Gustav Le Bon's influential theses on crowds. The crowd manifests both irrationality and repetition. Its intense collective life is a terrible alcohol for the brain. The crowd is fascinated and stupefied by its own spectacle. Its activity is sterile and ultimately unvarying from Munzer's peasants to the mobs of the terror, and on to contemporary riots. 54 Today's dynamitards, writes THIRD, simply take up the nightmare of the millenarians. 55. But THIRD devotes his most original reflections to the new collectivities of the age of newspapers, publics. Where crowds are affected by the tumultuous but relatively short-lived contagion effected by physical proximity and horde behavior, publics, or spiritualized crowds, are much weirder entities. On one level THIRD suggests, and his epigones in the public relations industry would make much of this, that publics, with their dispersion, immateriality, and action at a distance, may neutralize the physical threat to order and stability posed by crowds. On another, he realizes that publics are a kind of pharmakon, an antidote to the frenzies of multitudes that might provoke autoimmune reactions of sorts, presenting dangers far greater than those of crowds, with their spatial and temporal finiteness. What he calls hate publics are hence more threatening than raging crowds, since the public is a far less blind and far more durable crowd, its more perspicuous rage accumulates and sustains itself over months and years. 56 Though THIRD, more suspicious of group action than Lombroso, thinks that all collectivities are menacingly prey to the passions and inevitably harbor a deplorable susceptibility to the excitations of envy and hatred. 57 He argues, referring to the spread of both anti-Semitism and doctrines of social revolution, that publics as immaterial crowds are a specific danger of the new democracies, pushed this way, and that by the guile of demagogic writers who are, of course, capable on a whim of crystallizing dispersed publics into baying, acephalic mobs. But though he too refers to fanaticism as a kind of political monomania, a pathology of excessive conviction, his real concern is with forms of social hypnotism. 58 Manipulation and susceptibility, rather than steadfastness and intransigence, make up his paradigm. Fanaticism is here a matter of ideas, but these don't take the form of incontrovertible principles, so much as currents and imitations that come to incite people as they act collectively. Viral contagion, not personal possession, is the model. THIRD's work also foregrounds the gender element of fanaticism, to which I have already alluded. Whereas Lombroso had noted the higher proportion of women among political criminals, that is, among criminals whose actions are not a function of biological defects and for whom, as we saw, Lombroso has a peculiar type of respect, THIRD focuses not on pure conviction but on frenzied susceptibility. Writing at a time when the idea of female crowds might very well have suggested the first stirrings of the suffragette movement, THIRD repeatedly underscores the particularly fierce, fanaticized character of women acting in concert. And though he talks of male and female crowds, male and female publics, THIRD suggests there is something specifically female about the manipulable irrationality and inconsistent passions of collectivities. 59 There is an echo here of the 18th century discussion of the exclusively feminine phenomenon of the convulsionaires of Saint Méthode, which linked religious fanaticism, the group behavior of women and nymphomania, and which juxtaposed the comparably irrational, but possibly creative inspiration of the furor prophetic, to the paradoxical sterility, criminality, and shamefulness of the furor uterine. 60. Part 2, Fanaticism in the Age of Extremes. Intensity in politics. Behind discussions of contemporary fanaticism, generally marked by an exclusive and tendentious focus on religious and especially Islamic fundamentalism, as well as by the revival of much of the imperial discourse on fanaticism surveyed above, there often lies another theme, that of the supposed demotivation and demobilization of liberal democracies, their passive nihilism. This age-old refrain, crystallized in Fukuyama's reflections on the last men of triumphant global liberalism, has both left and right variants. 61 What interests me here is not so much the diagnosis of the neutralization of politics under liberalism, but the related attempt to develop theories of political passion. Contemporary concern with militant enthusiasms is of course related to a preoccupation with civic apathy and depoliticization, which some have evoked in terms of the rise of post or sub-politics. But it also expresses a renewed interest in the question of fanaticism, understood as a collective and transformative enthusiasm for the abstract. According to Michael Walzer, liberalism has traditionally advocated as one of its central planks a limitation and domestication of the passions. More precisely, it promotes a supersession of strong political emotions, whether civic or martial, by the non-antagonistic passions of commerce. It is by recognizing interest that liberalism accommodates itself to the passions while still excluding the fiercer forms of attachment and struggle. The politics of interested individuals and competing interest groups allows for conflict but stops well short of civil war, and it explicitly sets the warlike passions, and implicitly the affiliative passions, beyond the pale. 62. This contrast between interest and passion is also one between bourgeois liberals and their adversaries, an aristocracy obsessed with valor and conquest, in a first moment, and then, after the integration of the aristocracy into a liberal capitalist order, onto the present-day plebeian, proletarian, and subaltern classes, stereotypically possessed by unreasonable and antagonistic collective convictions. 63 Walzer, whose reflections on passion and politics take their cue from Yeats's oft-quoted lines from The Second Coming, "The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity," notes that the opposition between noble conviction and the intensity of the mob remains within an aristocratic or reactionary framework, while a liberalism of mere interests tends to erode both convictions and intensity. 64. This is our contemporary conundrum. For Walzer, current debates about religious fundamentalism, nationalism, and other forms of fanaticism are driven by a basic question about the place of passion in politics. The average liberal will perceive all forms of political passion as unmediated commitments and collective identifications, either or as refractory to the cool politics of deliberation and compromise, a politics whose key affect and mediating instance is interest. Against the interested exorcism and limitation of the passions, which he presents as an unwarranted evacuation of what is properly political, Walzer proposes a revisionist liberalism, one capable of accommodating agonism and even antagonism as ineliminable aspects of politics, as encapsulated in Ignacio Sillone's remark that politics is about the choice of comrades. Along the way, Walzer's essay touches on a number of themes germane to our own investigation. First, hinting at the distinction between virtuous enthusiasm and pernicious fanaticism, to which we'll have multiple opportunities to return, he mentions the Emersonian adage according to which enthusiasm is a precondition for greatness, not just a threat to social peace. Walzer also underscores a theme that plays a signal role in many of the discussions of fanaticism: crisis. As he suggests, in times of normality the administration of things might indeed include the presence of political divisions, but when the old social hierarchies are challenged, coherence undermined, the world in pieces. 65 Then taking sides, with passion and a degree of intolerance, appears non-negotiable. Walzer also notes that political movements which might elicit our admiration and solidarity are always ones which manifest conviction energized by passion and passion restrained by conviction. 66 And yet such movements were generally regarded by many of their contemporaries as intimations or instantiations of Yeats's blood-dim tide of mob violence. Walzer's persuasive list of passionate convictions is juxtaposed to one of those inventories of fanaticism with which we've already become familiar. Who can doubt that Puritan repression, or French Revolutionary Terror, or Stalinist purges, or Nazi genocide, or contemporary nationalist massacres and deportations were and are the work of passionately intense men and women, and their passions the worst ones: dogmatic certainty, anger, envy, resentment, bigotry, and hatred. 67 Well, following sundry studies into the organization of political violence, we can certainly doubt that passionate intensity is an endemic and operational affect within the disparate situations metonymically linked by Walzer. More to the point, should passion itself be regarded as a primary explanans for any of these situations? For instance, there is good reason to think that the Stalinist purges of the old Bolsheviks were aimed at eradicating a certain form of passionate intensity, replacing it with the controllable, mechanical, and unified conviction of dependent cadres. The rather broad analogies enlisted by Walzer also indicate that his argument, though clearly responsive to the heir du temps, is relatively detached from any particular historical juncture. And, for all its disavowals of an essentialist definition of politics, it remains at a high level of generality, both descriptively and prescriptively. The problem of the 20th century. For a more historically specific inquiry into political passion, one that provides some crucial insights into the entanglement between militancy, abstraction, and fanaticism, I want to turn now to Alain Badiou's The Century. Badiou's lectures on the characteristics and impasses of the 20th century subject are in a sense wholly concerned with fanaticism, that is, with unconditional and passionate subjective convictions that determine a radically transformative and unequivocally antagonistic stance against existing society. The intellectual dispensation Badiou is contesting, what he pointedly calls the Restoration, gains much of its pacifying plausibility from a denunciation of the 20th century as an age in which abstract principles led to concrete disasters, as the desire for total transformation translated into massacres on an untold scale. Founded on a neoliberal evacuation of strong political convictions, the Restoration is at one and the same time the euthanasia of political passions and the apotheosis of interest. In other words, seen through the prism of Badiou's text, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of fanaticism. The central, if rather unexplored, concept of the century is that of the passion for the real as the affect and impetus that defines the subjects of that century. Passion for the real would indeed be a good translation into Lacanessa of what the tradition of political polemic and philosophical diagnosis has variously termed fanaticism or enthusiasm. In particular, the passion for the real incorporates four key and interlinked dimensions of fanaticism: the refusal of representation, the negation of the world, antagonism as constituent of subjectivity, and the predominance of violence and cruelty, into an internalist exploration of the 20th century. 68. The first of these is at the core of the accusation of fanaticism. Refusal of representation becomes especially prominent once the negation of direct access to God, being, or infinity beyond the finite cognitive capacities of human beings, the traditional philosophical retort against fanatics, enthusiasts, and dream-seers of all stripes, slides into the attack on a specifically political fanaticism that would seek to embody abstract principles in collective life without passing through mediations, institutions, or representations. The elision of these two meanings of the critique of representation, particularly prominent in the French philosophy of the 1960s and 70s, is a constant in Badiou's philosophy, and it plays a crucial role in the century. What distinguishes the real from reality is the fact that reality is fashioned by representations, mediations, institutions, languages. In Lacanian terms, reality is on the side of the symbolic. Closely modeled on Hegel's account of the terror, and implicitly on his treatment of fanaticism, the passion for the real is driven by the limited, inadequate, and ultimately deceptive character of reality itself. Representations are not useful placeholders for an already intelligible and ordered reality, so much as masks of a real they both denote and conceal. 69 But for this very reason, the fanaticism of the 20th century is of a very particular type. Though it can never be content with representation and its limits, it is forced to confront the realities of artifice and semblance. Learning from the theatrical didactics and dialectics of Brecht and Pirandello, but also reflecting on the fatal dramaturgy of the Moscow trials, Badiou tells us that in both art and politics, the 20th century did not deem it possible to attain the real by inspiration or mysticism. Instead, it was a period subjectively and tragically aware of the omnipresence of representation, the necessity of fiction. This is evident in the formal attempts, among which Brecht's alienation effect is exemplary, to exhibit the gap between semblance and the real. This post-Kantian awareness of the fact that representation cannot be so easily transcended is also the reason why the passion for the real presents itself as a process of wresting the real from its represented or fictionalized reality, and not as a simple, instantaneous act. Semblance also obliges the passion for the real to work on surfaces, mistrusting the idea, cherished by much 19th century thought, that truth is to be found in the depths. 20th century fanaticism thus takes the forms, anticipated by Hegel, of suspicion and purification, not because it transcends representation but because it is compelled ceaselessly to negate it. As Badiou explains, the real, conceived in its contingent absoluteness, is never real enough not to be suspected of semblance. The passion for the real is also, of necessity, suspicion. Nothing can attest that the real is the real, nothing but the system of fictions wherein it plays the role of the real. All the subjective categories of revolutionary, or absolute, politics, conviction, loyalty, virtue, class position, obeying the party, revolutionary zeal, and so on, are tainted by the suspicion that the supposedly real point of the category is actually nothing but semblance. Therefore, the correlation between a category and its referent must always be publicly purged, purified. 70. The fanaticism of the 20th century is tragically bound to a representation or semblance that dooms the real to constant misrecognition. Unlike the religious fanaticisms diagnosed by the Enlightenment, it is not a fanaticism of certainty, whatever the perfunctory political psychology of anti-totalitarianism might suggest. This is because, unlike a transcendent, divine reality of which we can suppose knowledge or from which we can draw inspiration, the real of the 20th century avant-gardes is devoid of internal criteria for judgment. Accordingly, we are in the realm of suspicion when a formal criterion is lacking to distinguish the real from semblance. Paradoxically, this explains the autophobic, and autophagic, character of modern militancy, since suspicion dictates that wherever conviction seems most real, there too we are to look for treachery and falsity. This kind of negation entails a destructive nihilism, since the only thing beyond the reach of purifying suspicion is nothingness, death. Such a verdict might appear to bolster the dominant view of the 20th century as a vast grave of ideals, as well as of the countless bodies those ideals led to their deaths. But Badiou, prolonging a gesture that we will encounter in the most philosophically challenging and politically vital engagements with the problem of fanaticism, chooses instead to proceed imminently, trying to divide this seemingly doomed and terroristic passion from within. He thus distinguishes between two varieties of the passion for the real. The first, which bears the features of Hegel's absolute freedom, is a passion for destruction, driven by a search for the real conceived of as authentic identity, class, virtue, equality, and so on, a passion that can only be enacted in the struggle against semblance. The second is what Badiou dubs a subtractive passion, one that, following the model of Malevich's painting white on white, establishes the gap between the real and semblance as a minimal, albeit absolute, difference, the difference between the place and what takes place in the place, the difference between place and taking place. 71 This passage from destruction to subtraction, which Badiou also regards as a passage from destruction to formalization, remains rather enigmatic as a political prescription. But the attempt to identify a non-destructive fidelity to the real also touches on another question which is germane to the problem of fanaticism, that of novelty. If the passion for the real is always the passion for the new 72, it is because radical novelty, as opposed to mere modification, always involves some kind of rupture with representation and mediation, some leap beyond a finite condition in which all happenings are mere combination, variation, or repetition. Fanatics have often been depicted as dangerous innovators, and much of Badiou's work can be fruitfully perceived as an attempt to recast the connection between radical, or militant, novelty and philosophical thought. One of the ways in which this imminent critique of fanaticism expresses itself, holding on to the concern with the real, while seeking to avert a purely destructive form of purification, is as a redefinition of how we are to understand antagonism and partisanship, notions that loom large in any political and philosophical inquiry into fanaticism. Among the elements of the passion for the real is the prevalence of what Badiou calls an anti-dialectical to, or a principle of antagonism without synthesis, throughout the century. In its destructive variant, this entails the presence, over and against any militant subjectivity, of an enemy, another we. In the struggle to discern and produce the real, if the adversary is already a self-contained and formed subject, the only possible consequence is conflict and destruction. What Badiou calls the subtractive, or formalizing path, is instead founded on the idea that while form lies on the side of the subject, its counterpart or exterior is a kind of formlessness, requiring formalization. As he notes, this is the kind of situation in which declarations might be made such as the apathetic must be rallied to the party, the left must unite with the center to isolate the right, the artistic avant-garde must find forms of address which are perceivable by everyone. 73 Whence Badiou's recommendation that we resolve the conflict between formalization and destruction by means of formalization. 74 So, where Walzer seeks to surpass the liberal ban on political enthusiasm by advocating the impassioned conviction of an agonistic liberalism, Badiou instead wants to assume the passion for the real, the fanaticism of the 20th century. The aim is to think through forms of unconditional conviction which, while not accepting the demands of mediation and representation, nevertheless are not prey to the devastating mechanisms of suspicion and destruction which accompany a politics that can only experience truth, or the real, as endless purification. In order to complement these distinct apologias of passion politics, I want to turn now to a thinker, Peter Sloterdijk, who has recently sought to reflect on the political conundrums of the 20th century and the prospects of the 21st, what he calls our post-communist situation, specifically through the prism of passion, and more specifically through the emotions of rage and zeal, whose relevance to any study of fanaticism is evident. When history refuses to end. Sloterdijk's project in books like Zornunendizeit and God's Zeal couldn't be more politically and methodologically at odds with the century's excavation and defense of the passion for the real. Badiou's recuperative intervention, his inquiry into the conditions for resurrecting some of the driving spirit of the 20th century in the face of its denigration, is indeed one of the main targets of the German essayist's recent attempts to prolong Francis Fukuyama's suggestion, in The End of History and the Last Man, that we view the liberal closure of the horizon of political transformation from the standpoint of thymos, the Greek term which denotes the combative passions of pride or valor. It is worth pausing for a moment on Sloterdijk's most obvious precursor in this attempt to delineate a moral and psychopolitical interpretation of the post-communist situation. 75. Fukuyama, in his effort to enlist Alexander Kojeev's Hegelian reflections to generate an epical vision worthy of a U.S. state bereft of a nemesis, made much of the absence of a reckoning with the historical force of the desire for recognition in mainstream political theory. Fukuyama locates, first in Plato's Republic and later in Hegel's dialectic of lord and bondsman, this crucial supplement to those realist or rationalist doctrines of political action which are forgetful of the role of non-instrumental passions in motivating political action. Platonic thymos, for Fukuyama, constitutes something like an innate human sense of justice, and as such is the psychological seat of all the noble virtues like selflessness, idealism, morality, self-sacrifice, courage, and honorability. 76 But thymos, as Plato himself noted, is also a deeply ambivalent disposition, in which selflessness is combined with self-regard, or even selfishness, and commendable courage is accompanied by unjustified rage. Echoing Kant and Emerson on enthusiasm, for Fukuyama nothing great is done without thymos, without that jealous care for the dignity of oneself and one's chosen collectivity, no struggles for justice would ever emerge. Equally, such Platonic spiritedness has its dark side, which spans the two sides of thymos, megalothymia and isothymia. These thymotic desires, to be recognized as superior and to be recognized as equal, respectively, have frequently been regarded as social evils. While potentially a rightful demand for meritocracy and respect, of the kind that drives capitalist acquisitiveness, the drive to be recognized as superior is politically translated into the desire for domination and adulation, the wish to subdue and to be acclaimed, glorified, the motivations of the Machiavellian prince. Imperialism is megalothymic. So is the aristocracy, and here Fukuyama's view of classical liberalism as anti-thymotic, which is to say anti-enthusiastic, something that he relates to its emergence against the religious political fanaticism of the English Civil War, resonates with Walzer's reflections. The end of history and the last man is less precise when it comes to isothymia. This appears as an effect of the liberal struggle against the hierarchical values of aristocracy, leading to an endemic demand to be valued as an equal. Accordingly, it is a rather deflationary if occasionally turbulent passion. But it also manifests itself as the leveling passion for equality. In reflecting on what danger thymos might pose to a liberalism which has given birth to men with modern educations are content to sit at home, congratulating themselves on their broad-mindedness and lack of fanaticism. 77, Last Men, that is, Fukuyama weighs up the threats from above and below. Liberal democracy could, in the long run, be subverted internally by an excess of megalothymia, or by an excess of isothymia, that is, the fanatical desire for equal recognition. It is my intuition that it is the former that will constitute the greater threat to democracy in the end. A civilization that indulges in unbridled isothymia, that fanatically seeks to eliminate every manifestation of unequal recognition, will quickly run into limits imposed by nature itself. 78. An endemic and broadly anesthetic liberal capitalist mix of depoliticized isothymia and megalothymia is contrasted with a passion for equality that is by definition fanatical, and which Fukuyama links to communism, a system which failed because of nature, a nature synonymous with unequal endowments and enduring instincts. The relation between nature and history is particularly interesting for our purposes. While fanatical isothymia is checked by nature, which regains its preeminence after communism, Fukuyama asserts that Nietzsche was absolutely correct in his belief that some degree of megalothymia is a necessary precondition for life itself. 79 This is a key thesis of anti-fanatical and anti-egalitarian discourse, that the passion for equality is a kind of anti-nature. In Fukuyama, this natural critique of uncompromising egalitarianism is combined with an account of the historical function of the passions. Both megalothymia and isothymia, in their political, rather than merely private, psychological, or commercial forms, are depicted in the end of history and the last man as veritable agents of modernization and historicity. What is more, in a manner reminiscent of Hume's account of the historical virtues of enthusiasm, Fukuyama contends that even seemingly unsavory and illiberal manifestations of thymos have a progressive historical role to play. It was a thymotic passion, the desire for recognition on the part of the aristocratic master, that started the historical process, and it was the thymotic passions of religious fanaticism and nationalism that have propelled it along through war and conflict over the centuries. Conversely, the closure of history is outlined in terms of the apparent exhaustion of the political or historicizing capacities of thymos. Being part of human nature, the sense of dignity and the desire for recognition cannot be obliterated, but Fukuyama's verdict is that their capacity to transcend the bounds of the liberal order is next to nil. So what is to be done about thymos? Beyond history seems to lie the horizon of cultivation, of the post-historical management and channeling of human nature and its emotive dispositions, a politics of nature itself or life itself, beyond history-making enthusiasms and fanaticisms, a biopolitics or zoopolitics for a human animal bereft of greatness or project. In a way, this would return us to what Fukuyama regards as the original intuition in the Platonic concern with thymos, that a just political order requires both the cultivation and the taming of a thymos. 81 Politics thus incorporates a clinical and logistical relation to thymos, a calculation of the right dosages and correct placements of passions, for which thymotic outlets function as grounding wires that bleed off excess energy that would otherwise tear the community apart. 82. This post-political horizon is shared by Sloterdijk, whose recent reflections closely plow the furrow of Fukuyama's famous essay. Sloterdijk too belongs to those intellectual clinicians of our historical moment who think that we must both affirm the defeat of militant passions at the hands of a global capitalism and contend with the jaded apathy that allegedly characterizes a completed liberalism, albeit one unsettled by the recidivism of religious zeal. Coming 2 decades after Fukuyama, and written as a provocation to the left-leaning family of critical theorists, Sloterdijk's books on the politics of fanaticism stand out for the relentlessness with which he flogs the supposedly dead horse of communism. He seethes against the censorship still imposed on anti-communist views under the discursive cover of anti-fascism. His perorations against the Fourth Monotheism or Second Catholicism 83 are aimed at bringing out the centrality of rage to the history of the West, from Homer's Iliad onwards, a history of which communism embodies both the culmination and the exhaustion. They also seek to lay out a genealogy of militant passion that might enlighten us about its current religious recrudescence and secular weakness. Having said that, there is something peculiar about Sloterdijk's vitriol towards those who allegedly cling to a radical politics of rage, namely left fascists loitering around the academy. 84 But a purely political characterization of Sloterdijk's endeavor would not get us very far. Aside from the tiresomely irreverent taunting of his Link's fascistish opponents with undigested chunks of the Black Book of Communism, the flirtation with Gunnar Heinsohn's deeply suspect demographic materialism 85 and the suggestion that the traditional ends of social democracy need to be met with some ill-defined project of psychosemantic and biopolitical management, Sloterdijk's politics, viewed from the vantage point of classical political theory, remain heavily underdetermined. This comes as no surprise, since Sloterdijk is adamant about abandoning the field of politics proper for that of cultural theory, psychopolitics, or psychosemantics. These supposedly burgeoning areas of inquiry are meant to supplant the kind of political theorizing which has trapped us in a modernist understanding of modernity, tied to the imperatives of novelty and emancipation and incapable of dealing with the effective configurations and dynamics of cultures and religions. As transpires from his conclusions, Sloterdijk's gripe is not just explanatory but normative. He argues that only a new, Nietzschean integration of psychology, biology, cultural theory, and philosophy will permit us to move to a civilizing politics, a politics after zeal and beyond resentment, to cite the titles of the conclusions to God's Zeal and Rage and Time. As diagnoses, explicitly inspired by Nietzsche, of the maladies of universalism, Sloterdijk's recent works can be read as classical critiques of fanaticism. Rage and Time and God's Zeal do not just provide eclectic narratives and phenomenologies of the enthusiasm for the abstract, they also enjoin us to have done with the politics of abstraction and with the extremism of a principled universalism. When he writes of the dangerous nature of universalist militants and of manic activist or messianic expansionist missionary drives, Sloterdijk prolongs the Burkean critique of abstract politics. He argues that universalism remains uncontrolled if it lacks a critical organ to restrain the zealots' urge to absolutize their goals, for such an absolutization rapidly slides into a fascism of the good. 86 But how are these fanatical affects, rage and zeal, linked to universalism? In order to answer this question, it is useful to consider how Sloterdijk's account of thymos diverges from that of his model, Fukuyama, and how his overall view of political passion sets him apart from Walzer or Badiou. Sloterdijk expands on Fukuyama's call for politics to concern itself with thymos. He underscores the limitation of an erotic rather than thymotic psychoanalysis, one grounded on love not rage, which treats political affect as neurosis. He criticizes the blindness to the centrality of self-affirmation and valuation that inheres in the Christian democratic ethos of humility. His approach, though, differs significantly from that of the State Department philosopher, in terms both of the ontology and the historicity of political passions. While Fukuyama treats his thymotic inquiries as a complement to political theorizing in the realist tradition and, like Walzer, depicts the passions in a manner broadly congruent with their traditional philosophical characterization, Sloterdijk, whose idea of cultural theory resembles nothing so much as late 19th century attempts, à la Gabriel Tarde, to create a spiritualist social science of affects and forces, gives the notion of thymos a naturalist inflection. 87 He calls for a political theory that would treat collectives as pride groupings, with internal thymotic stresses and tensions, arguing that political actions are triggered by differentials of tension between centers of ambition. He claims that there exist a plurality of self-affirming forces which are in turn conditioned by a symbolic dimension that gives the thymotic drives of groups their consistency. Rhetoric, or the doctrine of the direction of affects in political groupings, becomes central to the understanding of struggles for power, ultimately determined by forms of ambition. Importantly, recognition, and any post-Kantian understanding of subjectivity, loses ground to a cultural physics founded on the idea of conflict and interaction between thymotic centers of tension. The idea of politics as a management of affect, already present in Fukuyama and foreshadowed in Tarde's microsociology of beliefs and desires, is here joined to the suggestion that we could envisage a kind of scientific project to manage cultures as systems endowed with moral ambition, for which one needs the self-stimulation of actors by the raising of thymotic resources like pride, ambition, the will to prevail, the propensity to be indignant and the sense of right. 88 This reliance on psycho- and socio-biological themes can be accounted for by the idea, central to Sloterdijk's narrative and to his political prescriptions, that what is required by the present post-communist situation, with its combination of a dispiriting capitalism and ultimately isolated but conflictual thymotic centers, is something like a civilizing process following the end of history. In order to ground this thinking of the politics of the human zoo, Sloterdijk relies on the amalgamation of two seemingly disparate discourses. 89 On the one hand, a pseudo-quantitative treatment of political passions as objects of measurable accumulation and intensification, a kind of political hydraulics or energetics. 90 On the other, a sui generis narrative about the secularization of contents previously borne by monotheistic religions into political projects, namely communism. It is at the juncture of these two accounts that the relation between political passion and historicity is played out, in a manner that differs importantly from Fukuyama's account of thymos as a modernizing agent. If for Sloterdijk valorization of violent affect is formative of the culture of the West, as he recounts in his treatment of Homeric heroism, with its vision of the warrior as the medium or receptacle for a rage that is one with him and his action, then what really allows the West's history to begin is the secularization of affects, the passage from a situation in which men are had by their passions, to one in which passions are had by men. In other words, the onset of the Nietzschean user illusion that behind the deed and its feeling there lies a doer, a subject. This entails the development of subjects who can enjoy a distance from their affects, the distance of hesitation. But this emergence of subjectivation does not civilize away the role of rage. The civilizing process, the prolonged labor of embourgeoisement, does not win out so easily. Indeed, Sloterdijk thinks that revolutionary subjectivity is in one sense the modernization of the ancient dynamics of rage, turning the militant into a receptacle for the rage of the world. This psychology of receptacles is by no means limited to subjects alone. The crucial notion in Rage and Time, the very link between affect and history, is that of another container of feeling, the bank of rage. This is a home for passions lying outside of the subject proper, permitting the various dimensions of thymos to defer their release. As Sloterdijk writes, a bank, understood in the psychopolitical register, designates the sublation of local capacities for fury and dispersed projects of hate within an all-encompassing agency whose mission, like that of any authentic bank, is to serve as the receptacle and valorizing agency for deposits. 91 Political history becomes the history of the forms of production, circulation, and distribution, but most of all of the accumulation of thymotic forces. As such, banks allow effect a historical span and geographical range unknown to the ancients. The notion of secularization thus takes on a different meaning, since the banking of rage, later to be transposed into a profane register by the anarchist and communist movements, is for Sloterdijk an invention of monotheism. From God to the party, the political history of the West is a history of the management of deposits of rage, of thymotic capital, which is to say in strict Nietzschean observance that it is a history of ressentiment. And more specifically, of the management of the mass pain of humiliation and the yearning for vengeance and dignity on the part of religious and then revolutionary elites. 92 Religions and revolutions are accounted for by the psychism of losers, the deferred arrogance of those looking for apocalyptic retaliation under the guidance of astute managers of thymotic capital. 93 Leaving aside the clumsy, pamphleteering character of Sloterdijk's psychopolitical verdicts on Marx, Lenin, and Mao, rage and time belongs within the broader return to the political religion approach to historical communism, and thus to the long philosophical Cold War I will explore later in this book. Above all, Sloterdijk's psychopolitical essay is exemplary of the weakness of accounts that treat political affect as a kind of substance, of which different symbolic orders or formal organizations could then be the carriers or vehicles. The combination of a pseudo-naturalist psychology and a depoliticizing theory of secularization makes Sloterdijk's essay symptomatic of a broader trend. Indeed, his work can be seen as a kind of recapitulation of many of the themes of anti-fanatical rhetoric, both older and more recent, and it is in this spirit that I engage with it here, rather than for its limited conceptual contribution. Underlying Sloterdijk's contemporary critique of fanaticism and his view of the 20th century as a war economy of ressentiment, as well as his proposals for a post-historical politics of dedramatization, is, as with Fukuyama, a Nietzschean recourse to nature, which is to say hierarchy. Isothymia, the passion for equality, is always simultaneously driven by ambitions for megalothymic domination. It is also ontologically doomed, since in nature advantageous places are scarce and, as Sloterdijk puts it, the idea of a theater made up solely of front rows is a fantasy. Inequality is destiny. Being a good liberal vitalist, Sloterdijk advocates the most painless, civilized mechanisms for the management of hierarchies and differences. His philosophical allegiances and political intuitions mean that he is unable to treat universalizing political abstractions as anything but vehicles for the supposedly deeper effective forces of thymos and ressentiment. His remedy against zeal and ressentiment as vectors of political subjectivation and social destabilization is explicitly modeled on Nietzsche, at the beginning of the 21st century, a time stirred up by new religious turbulence. His warning to remain faithful to the earth and send the tellers of otherworldly fairy tales to a doctor is even more relevant than it was at the end of the 1994. But how are we to neutralize the apocalyptic directors? 95 It is here that Sloterdijk, who as we have seen reproduces some of the key elements of the critique of fanaticism, connects with some of its customary diagnostic themes, namely medicalization and development. Here as elsewhere, Sloterdijk's apparent originality is really an effect of his eclectic recombination of numerous elements from the tradition of anti-universalist thought. His post-historical politics of dedramatization takes the form of practices of therapeutic pacification, but, tellingly, he notes the shortcomings of Nietzsche's own anti-Christian and affirmative remedies. These have little purchase on the current conjuncture, where, in language that seeks to provoke but merely succeeds in conjuring up a vague Spenglerian vibe, the vast majority of the many millions standing in line at the entrance to the final tunnel do not show any signs of pre-suicidal morbidity, but rather those of a faux religiously channeled build-up of anger. 96 Political and religious fanaticism are to be resolved by sprucing up the methods with which the liberal directors of capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism always sought to deal with it. If our apocalypticism is merely a return of the social question as a global biopolitical question, then what needs to be done is to renew the old traditions of demography and developmentalism. On the one hand, following Gunnar Heinsohn, and mainstream Israeli conceptions of Palestinians as a demographic problem, a muscular vigilance against the fanaticizing effects of the youth bulge in Third World, principally Middle Eastern, countries. On the other, invoking the spirit of the modernization theorist W. W. Rostow, an updated politics of development that also exports the secrets of the production and distribution of wealth to those countries previously inaccessible as a result of poverty, resentment, and the machinations of perverse elites. 97 That such confidence in the benevolent modernizing powers of the liberal West may pass as critical theory, or even as provocative, is dismaying. But it is also symptomatic of the way in which many of the tropes of the critique of fanaticism have embedded themselves into our philosophical and public discourse, strangely amalgamating a hostility towards the abstract politics of universalist egalitarianism with a discourse in which politics becomes the global governance of post-history, whose principal aim is to convert unmanageable political rage into docile commercial desire, perhaps supplemented with a dose of self-help. 2. The birth of modern politics. Out of the spirit of millenarianism. Beware, I have put my words into thy mouth, I have lifted thee above the people and above the empires, that thou mayest uproot, destroy, scatter and overthrow, and that thou mayest build and plant. A wall of iron against the kings, princes, priests, and for the people hath been erected. Let them fight, for victory is wondrous, and the strong and godless tyrants will perish. Thomas Muntzer, Sermon to the Princes. Millenarianism, revolutionary class struggle speaking the language of religion for the last time, is already a modern revolutionary tendency that as yet lacks the consciousness that it is only historical. The millenarians had to lose because they could not recognize the revolution as their own operation. Guy Debord, The Society of the Spectacle. The revolutionary desire to realize the kingdom of God on earth is the elastic point of progressive civilization and the beginning of modern history. Friedrich Schlegel, Athenaeum Fragments. It is common to cope with fanaticism by dismissing it as an atavism, a sign that cultural and political advance, under the banner of secularism, development, or enlightenment, is not yet complete. At the beginning of his intellectual history of the great separation between politics and theology, Mark Lilla writes portentously, we assumed that fanaticism was dead. We were wrong. One of the paradoxes I have outlined, that of fanaticism as both anti and ultra-historical, is present in this sentiment. Even for thinkers who do not assume any kind of providential teleology that would lead us out of our religious, political, and emotional immaturity, there is something about fanaticism that goes against the proper grain of history, while at the same time denying the post-historical stability that would be the ultimate legacy and completion of a Western history now understood as the emancipation of our political sensibilities from the grip of partisanships and convictions. Behind talk of a return of the religious there is the sense that the hard-won gains of a more or less linear journey, from fanaticism to tolerance, from religious absolutism to civic secularism, are being eroded. In this context, the uses of the idea of fanaticism are ambivalent, they signal both the repudiation of a civilizing progress and the re-emergence of a history of conflict that had been declared to be finished. Attending to the discourse on fanaticism can tell us much about the temporal registers in which we understand politics and, more precisely, about the way we define the very distinction between what is deemed to be properly political and what is not, whether by excess of conviction or lack of a plausible program. In this chapter, I want to explore the time of fanaticism by considering a series of historical and political reflections on a phenomenon which is itself defined by, and against, time, millenarianism. Anachronism and socialist strategy. Political movements mobilized by the expectation of the end of a profane history of misery and oppression, and the establishment of an earthly paradise of one sort or another, seem to be prime candidates for the derogatory label of fanaticism. Not only does millenarianism generally reject politics as a horizon of institutional mediation and deliberation, it also tends to designate the advocates of said order as malignant enemies. What's more, there is a distinctly visionary element in millenarianism. It feverishly scans for signs of the new heaven and the new earth, fanatically refusing to limit itself to finite perceptions, brandishing a declared insight into being or God. Whether it takes the form of an anticipatory withdrawal from the world or an attempt to force its end, millenarianism is marked by its break with political time as a time of order, the repetitive order of cycles, the static order of stability, or the cumulative order of development. But what if this seeming negation of the very coordinates for thinking the temporality of politics were not the last word on fanaticism and millenarianism? What if our own sense of political novelty and innovation were somehow entangled with these movements, magnetized and fascinated by the possibility of an ending? In order to explore these questions, I will spend some of this chapter investigating the encounter between 20th century radical and Marxist thought, and the movement whose condemnation led to the initial crystallization of the discourse against fanaticism, the German Peasants' War of the early 16th century. But before delving into this locus class siccus of the debate on fanaticism, it is important to look further into the question of political anachronism and the counterintuitive idea that a modern politics of novelty could somehow be linked to apocalyptic and fanatical yearnings. To do so, I want to take a brief detour through an important debate in the social sciences which took place slightly more than half a century ago. Far from being simply an obsession for medievalists, the study of millenarianism was charged with political urgency for a number of 20th century thinkers. A particularly fertile instance of the concern with the politics of the apocalypse can be registered in a 1956 seminar that took place at the University of Manchester, with the participation of Eric Hobsbawm, Peter Worsley, and Norman Cohn. This was a moment of profound reflection on the social and political dimensions of millenarianism, cutting across anthropology, history, sociology, and the study of religion, as testified by the books which these scholars would publish shortly thereafter, respectively, Primitive Rebels, Studies in the Archaic Forms of Social Movement in the 19th and 20th Centuries, The Trumpet Shall Sound, a study of cargo cults in Melanesia, and The Pursuit of the Millennium, Revolutionary Messianism in the Middle Ages and its bearing on modern totalitarian movements. Bringing together two Marxist socialists and an anti-communist liberal, this was a discussion that remains vital for anyone wishing to come to grips with questions of time, history, and fanaticism. Broadly speaking, we could say that Hobsbawm's text is preoccupied with the socio-historical relations between the archaic time of millenarianism and the transformative time of revolution. Worsley investigates the peculiar modernity instigated by the catastrophic impact of a mystifying capitalist economy on indigenous culture. Cohn sees in the apocalyptic movements of the Middle Ages the ideological and sociological precursors of 20th century totalitarianisms. The valuations of millenarianism follow political divisions, where Hobsbawm and Worsley discern in these risings the noble, if stunted, precursors of revolutionary realism. Cohn views millenarianism as the destructive product of an alliance between uprooted intellectuals and a disparate rabble which, incapable of achieving real social progress, opts for a total negation of the political world, preferring conflagration to reform. Common to all three is a more or less explicit recognition of the modernity of millenarianism, associated with the shock of the encounter with capitalism. Millenarian anachronism, the reference to a vanished Edenic compact or the wish to break out of time altogether, is ineluctably enmeshed in the now of economic development and its attendant political transformations, leading to unstable amalgams of nostalgias for a mythical past, encounters with a violently novel present, and aspirations for a redeemed future. The temporal indeterminacy of millenarianism as a social phenomenon can be encapsulated in the idea that it operates as a crisis cult too, that is, as a political religious response by colonized, subaltern or backward societies to a genuine social cataclysm that leaves them completely out of joint. Point 3 Insofar as they react to this dislocating shock by something more than a mere defense of established culture and tradition, millenarian crisis cults always involve a measure of innovation. Responding to the imposition of a new temporality with temporal imaginaries of their own. Point 4. The question of historical and political time is central to Hobsbawm's contribution to the Manchester Seminar, later worked into his first book, Primitive Rebels. The temporality of the modern millenarianisms investigated by Hobsbawm is bound to sociological and geographical determinants. His principal object is the peasantry in the impoverished and peripheral areas of European countries suffering the dispossessions and upheavals of capitalist modernization. Millenarianism emerges as a reaction formation whose primitive character is to be understood in political terms. The peasants who respond to the capitalist cataclysm by mobilizing on millenarian grounds are not yet capable of attaining the organizational solidity and political impact that qualify mature varieties of anti-capitalism, namely, the labor movement, which have grown in the belly of the capitalist beast. Noting that they still make up the numerical majority of the world's masses, Hobsbawm famously refers to the objects of his book as pre-political people who have not yet found, or only begun to find, a specific language in which to express their aspirations about the world. 5 The pre is determined by a spatial exteriority or peripherality that translates on the temporal axis into backwardness, in terms of both political mentality and organizational capacity. Hobsbawm prefaces his study of modern millenarian movements with this instructive statement. The men and women with whom this book is concerned differ from Englishmen in that they have not been born into the world of capitalism as a Tyneside engineer, with 4 generations of trade unionism at his back, has been born into it. They come into it as first-generation immigrants, or what is even more catastrophic, it comes to them from outside, insidiously by the operation of economic forces which they do not understand and over which they have no control, or brazenly by conquest, revolutions, and fundamental changes of law whose consequences they may not understand, even when they have helped to bring them about. They do not as yet grow with or into modern society, they are broken into it, or more rarely, they break into it. Their problem is how to adapt themselves to its life and struggles, and the subject of this book is the process of adaptation as expressed in their archaic social movements. 6. Millenarian movements respond to this problem of adaptation in what is, at least initially, a purely negative form. Insofar as they are driven by a profound and total rejection of the present, evil world, and a passionate longing for another and better one, failure to adapt seems to be their raison d'être. Suffused with an apocalyptic ideology either drawn from a pre-existing canon or syncretically fashioned, they are also, because of their hostility to the political world as it stands, affected by a fundamental vagueness about the actual way in which the new society will be brought about. 7. If politics entails an organization of means in view of calculable ends, then these movements are indeed pre-political, though perhaps this should be understood in the sense of proto-political, of harboring a radical potentiality to which alliances and struggles can accord a real political valence. This is indeed the analytical, but also the prescriptive, purpose of Hobsbawm's study, as it traces the amalgam of anarchism and peasant radicalism in southern Spain and the absorption of the movement of the Sicilian peasants and workers' leagues or fasci into the socialist labor movement in Italy. But pre-political can also mean something like ultra-political. The world denial and hope for radical transformation that is the archaic response to capitalism as cultural catastrophe and dispossession can also translate into an impractical and utopian approach to politics, the resort to apocalyptic language and bizarre behavior. Hobsbawm's compelling thesis is that it is precisely the all-encompassing negativity and impossibilist desire for a wholly new world of millenarian movements which makes them, unlike other forms of pre-political mobilization, such as social banditry, politically modernizable. Paradoxically, the very fanaticism that makes it difficult to identify their rational political core is, in the last instance, their rational political core. Millenarian utopianism is a sui generis political realism. It is probably a necessary device for generating the superhuman efforts without which no major revolution is achieved. What is more, these movements prove to both activists and observers that the world can indeed be utterly changed, to begin with by transforming previously depoliticized masses into political subjects. 8 The revolutionism integral to millenarian aspirations lends these movements a modern disposition not shared by types of contestation or rebellion that Hobsbawm characterizes as reformist. 9 Conversely, revolutionism translates into doomed revolt if it is unable to find organizational forms that can actually gain traction on the very capitalist system that triggered the cultural crisis in the first place. Hobsbawm's own politics are manifest here, as he negatively compares Andalusia's conjunction of peasant millenarianism and anarchist agitation with the sublation of the Sicilian fasci into the labor movement, the former coded in terms of the recurrent defeat of heroic revolts, the latter as incorporation into a revolutionary politics capable of wresting real reforms from capitalism. 10. The critique of Hobsbawm's political model of millenarianism played an important role in the genesis of subaltern studies in India. For Ranjit Guha, the very notion of the pre-political occludes the logic of peasant revolts in the subcontinent, but more importantly it takes practical consciousness and political subjectivity away from those who time and again rose up against the rule of the British Empire. For Guha, this logic and this consciousness are based on a politics that systematically negates the radical distance and oppression that characterizes the subaltern's relation to the imperial authorities, as testified to in the types of violence employed by the peasant rebels. As Guha writes, once the glare of burning mansions died down and the eye got used to the facts of an uprising, one could see how far from haphazard it had been. 11 For him, the idea of pre-political people suggests forms of blind spontaneity or false consciousness which do not do justice to the distinctive features that can be gleaned from peasant insurgencies. What's more, since economic exploitation took place in late 18th and 19th century India through the application of direct force, there was nothing in the militant movements of the rural masses that was not political. 12 The point then is not to write the subaltern out of the progressive histories of labor and nation, to relegate them to the repetitious rhythm of feudal rebellions, but to read through and against the distorting mirror of the colonial record the presence of a consciousness which, though defined by its negativity, is nonetheless political. 13. More recently, Guha's collaborator in the Subaltern Studies Journal, Dipesh Chakrabarty, has affirmed the legacy of this research program by stressing its opposition to any historicism that would seek to subordinate and align forms of political experience to the unity and continuity of a historical development, namely that of a totalizing, universal capitalism. Chakrabarty distinguishes between history 1, the history of a capitalism that tries to unify and subsume all forms of behavior and belief as its mere moments, and a non-denumerable plurality of history 2's constantly interrupting, in myriad ways, the totalizing narrative of history. 1.14 Just as he provides some comradely criticism of Guha's use of the categories of political subjectivity and agency, he also casts doubt on Guha's socio-historical claim that the negative consciousness of the peasant revolts is dialectically bound up with a particular form or stage of political power. I have sketched only the barest outlines of this very important debate here. But it is already possible to see how our conception of politics is affected by the manner in which it is associated with broadly religious mentalities, on the one hand, and figures of temporal advance and historical development, on the other. For partly different reasons and with divergent political vocabularies, the assorted posts all dispute the concept of a history totalized by capitalism's real subsumption of external life worlds, just as they object to a politics concentrated by its orientation towards a single horizon of emancipation. The discussion over the political and the pre-political, over millenarianism and revolution, is an important prism for a much broader intellectual dispute, one concerned, as Guha's and Chakrabarty's criticisms of Hobsbawm reveal, with the fate of Marxism and its theory of history. This is certainly not the place to address the complexities of Marx and Marxism's relation to what Chakrabarty calls historicism, or the accuracy of its characterization in provincializing Europe. Teleologies of class or nation are clearly less persuasive nowadays than they might once have been, and have always been riven with aporias and contradictions. It is less evident that the totalizing embrace of capitalism can really permit us to assert the existence of so many exceptions to its rule. But perhaps the problem should be posed in a different guise, not so much as an epistemological problem about our knowledge of history and its alleged progress, or an ontological one about what may lie within or without the purview of accumulation. Rather, homing in on the crux of this debate, we should reconsider the issue in a political register. Hobsbawm's adjective pre-political, though by no means entirely free from historical materialist condescension towards primitive forms of anti-capitalism, rests on an understanding of politics in terms of its efficacy, durability, and capacity to generate a new and better world. The classical name that he gives to this capacity to effect change over time, and to distill the hopes, energies, and experiences of the oppressed, is organization. The pre-political can indeed be the bearer of impossibilist demands for radical change which make up the lifeblood and impetus of revolutionary politics, but it can also, because of the vagueness of its designs and the dispersion of its means, translate into defeat, or into a return to passivity. As Hobsbawm declares, without being imprinted with the right kinds of ideas about political organization, strategy, and tactics and the right kind of program, millenarianism inevitably collapses. However, when harnessed to a modern movement, millenarianism can not only become politically effective, but it may do so without the loss of that zeal, that burning confidence in a new world, and that generosity of emotion which characterizes it even in its most primitive and perverse forms. 15. Though Hobsbawm's understanding of organization might be vitiated by a communist exceptionalism that regards the party as the only plausible motor and bearer of lasting and meaningful social change, it is the politics of emancipation rather than the philosophy of history that governs his take on millenarian or archaic forms of political movement. Anachronism is not gauged here by a fixed standard of development, but by the ability of the exploited to find suitable ways, not merely to interrupt the historical hegemony of capitalism but to shape it, and ultimately to undermine it. Is it possible to take on the problem of anachronism, of modes of organization and belief out of joint with a politically and economically defined present, without resorting to the historicism and teleology rightly criticized by subaltern studies scholars? A positive reply might find an initial foothold in Ernst Bloch's dialectic of synchronicity and non-synchronicity. 16 Writing as the Nazis were preparing their final assault on political power, and sensitive to the limitations of an enlightened communism that disregarded the exploitation of the deep-seated and often unconscious resources of romantic anti-capitalism by Hitler and his shock troops, Bloch sought to forge a theory of fascism that would go beyond the restrictive idea according to which the rise of Nazism represented nothing but a manipulative ploy on the part of a rapacious and beleaguered bourgeoisie. Bloch thought it incumbent upon the left to confront head-on the effective purchase of distinctly millenarian ideas, not least that of the Third Reich itself, a perversion of the anti-clerical and egalitarian heresies which find their source in the writings of the 12th century Calabrian monk Joachim of Fiore, one of Bloch's abiding reference points. Simply to dismiss these out of hand as cynical, obscurantist myths would have been to refuse oneself the means not just to explain, but also to wrest from the Nazis the potentially emancipatory dimensions of this heritage. Bloch is also concerned with the proliferation of occultism, a phenomenon in which the reactive and apprehensive middle classes show a greater backwardness than peasants. The infringement of interest slavery is believed in, as if this were the economy of 1500, superstructures that seemed long overturned right themselves again and stand still in today's world as whole medieval city scenes. Here is the tavern of the Nordic blood, there the castle of the Hitler Duke, yonder the church of the German Reich, an earth church, in which even the city people can feel themselves to be fruits of the German earth and honor the earth as something holy, as the confessio of German heroes and German history. Peasants sometimes still believe in witches and exorcists, but not nearly as frequently and as strongly as a large class of urbanites believe in ghostly Jews and the new Baldur. The peasants sometimes still read the so-called 6th and 7th books of Moses, a sensational tract about diseases of animals and the forces and secrets of nature, but half the middle class believes in the elders of Zion, in Jewish snares and the omnipresence of Freemason symbols and in the galvanic powers of German blood and the German land. 17. As in many analyses of interwar fascism, Bloch homes in on those crucial intermediate groups that constitute the social penumbra around the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the peasantry, the landowners, the petty bourgeoisie. Mindful that it would be wrong to view any of these as merely primitive in a country where social relations of production are never actually outside capitalism, Bloch wants to detect the ways in which, when it comes to their fears and desires, these groups are somehow out of sync with the rationalizing present of capitalism, the enlightened space occupied by the mainstream socialist and labor movements. For Bloch, the Germany of the 1930s is a country inhabited not just by disenchanted citizens, workers, and exploiters. 18 Crisis has brought non-synchronous people to the fore, declining remnants of pasts whose hopes remain unquenched, easily rallied to the campaign of reaction. 19. In a sense that is at once social and psychic, the political present is torn between the antagonistic and unfulfilled now of capitalist conflict and the incomplete pasts that teem in its interstices. The collective emotional effect is a pent-up anger, which the Nazis and their capitalist boosters are able to mine and to exacerbate, while it remains off-limits to a communism whose enlightenmental rationalism risks becoming practically irrational. So it is that the monopoly capitalist upper class utilizes Gothic dreams against proletarian realities. 20 The question of how to relate, intellectually and politically, to the non-synchronous becomes central, since it is useless to console oneself with the evolutionist just so story according to which the archaic will gradually be eroded by social and economic progress. This is not to say that Bloch entertains a relativist solution, whereby all temporalities would be of equal worth, be they primitive or progressive. Indeed, he even resorts to some familiar Orientalist explanations of irrational convictions, living and newly revived non-synchronisms, whose content is genuine, whose appearances bring along heathen crudity and panic nature. Revolutions against civilization in this demonic form were previously known only in the Orient, above all in the Mohammedan world. Their fanaticism still benefits only the white guard in our country as well. This echoes the habitual conjunction of fanaticism, archaism, and reaction. But Bloch appends a crucial twist, and will continue to do this as long as the revolution does not occupy and rebaptize the living yesterday. 21. The threat of Nazism turns fanaticism into the terrain of a political struggle over fantasies and motivations. Not the theory of the National Socialists is serious, but its energy is, the fanatic religious impact, which does not just come from despair and ignorance, but rather from the uniquely stirring power of belief. 22 Though the political strategy of the proletariat must perforce be synchronous if it is to confront the capitalist now, it is also required to recover and shape the kind of non-synchronicity from where immemorial and invariant demands of justice stem. Bloch articulates this unfulfilled and unclaimed task in terms of the relation between two forms of contradiction. On the one hand, the synchronous and determinate negativity of the organized proletariat, on the other, those subversively utopian positivities that have never received fulfillment in any age. 23. To develop both practically and interpretively a multi-level dialectic capable of comprehending and crystallizing the multiple and contradictory temporalities at work within the capitalist present signifies for Bloch thinking how the non-synchronous might already supplement the synchronous, and thus how its inchoate strivings for redemption may be wrenched away from their Nazi corruptions. 24 Unless a dialectical reclamation of non-synchronicity is effected, at best the non-synchronous will function as a kind of decoy, since capital uses that which is non-synchronously contrary, if not indeed disparate, as a distraction from its own strictly present-day contradictions. It uses the antagonism of a still living past as a means of separation and struggle against the future that is dialectically giving birth to itself in the capitalist antagonisms. 25 Against the kind of thinking that would merely contemplate the linear unfolding of the social totality, Bloch calls for a dialectic capable of grasping the powers of the non-synchronous and launching them against both capitalism and obscurantism. The task is to extrapolate the elements of the non-synchronous contradiction which are capable of antipathy and transformation, that is, those hostile to capitalism and homeless in it, and to refit them to function in a different context. 26. As in Hobsbawm, Bloch's reflection on the political ambivalence of movements and desires out of joint with the capitalist present revolves around questions of political hegemony and the prospects of alliances in which the organizational capacities of the synchronous are combined with the wishes and energies of the non-synchronous. Bloch's refitting, tragically a dead letter and perhaps a painfully impossible wish, is nonetheless more promising, since, while it shares the political standard of Hobsbawm's sympathetic survey of millenarianism, it eschews the evolutionist or historicist premises for which the British historian was taken to task by Guha and Chakrabarty. Bloch's struggle with the open heritage and political consequences of the past in the present, and with its unrealized futures, points, however sketchily, towards a sophisticated engagement with those anachronistic elements often branded as fanatical. This would be a thinking that neither relegates them to the archaic, nor celebrates them in the name of an irreducible anti-historicist difference. The problem of the non-synchronous, of the profound ambivalence of those energies, aspirations, and demands out of joint with the capitalist now, was a problem of profound political urgency for Bloch, not to be adjudicated on ontological or epistemological grounds. Similar principles dictated his critical exchange in the 1920s with George Lukács over Thomas Müntzer, the fanatic par excellence. But before delving into Müntzer and the German Peasants' War as the key topos for the political interrogation of millenarianism, I want to turn to the two other participants with Hobsbawm in the 1956 Manchester seminar, Peter Worsley and Norman Cohn, in order to delineate some of the sociological and anthropological dimensions of the problem of millenarian movements. The social science of the apocalypse. Where Hobsbawm's studies of pre-political millenarian movements are preoccupied with an archaic peasantry and its adaptations to the shock of capitalism, and Guha's criticisms bear on the negative political consciousness of non-nationalist peasant rebellions, Peter Worsley's Trumpet Shall Sound investigates a more drastic and asymmetrical encounter, the 20th century impact of full-blown commodity culture on the indigenous populations of Melanesia. Worsley's feat is to take what appears to be the most ludicrously irrational of religious responses to political and economic modernity, the cargo cults, with their simulated airplanes and landing strips, and their messianic conviction of the approach of a bountiful age in which new goods and commodities would no longer be prey to the whims of the white man, and reconstruct its political rationality. Point 27 The crises these cults respond to are profound enough to warrant the term, coined by the Italian anthropologist Ecobedo de Martino, of cultural apocalypses. Not just the life world and livelihoods, but the very cosmologies of the native populations are torn asunder by the arrival of an infinitely powerful and totally unfathomable social system. The emergence of these cults can be seen, as Vittorio Lanternari argues, as a twin demand for freedom and salvation, freedom from subjection and servitude to foreign powers as well as from adversity, and salvation from the possibility of having the traditional culture destroyed and native society wiped out as a historical entity. Point 28 Their valence is not just political, but epistemological. These new religions seek to bestow some kind of intelligibility on the otherwise wholly mysterious material culture of the whites, and especially on the incomprehensible admixture of seemingly limitless resources and sudden shifts in the value and availability of commodities. Cargo cults can also be sympathetically conceived as ways to map cognitively this alien social form called capitalism. It's not just that the social and technical dimensions of the market were invisible to the islanders, who claimed a right to the cargo in part because they could not conceive how the white man had produced any of it. Point 29 The real blockage of intelligibility that the cult responds to concerns the constant, unpredictable, and violent fluctuations that affect their world, the boom and slump, the closing of plantations, experimental stations, and other government and private enterprise which appears to be flourishing, the pressure on natives to produce cash crops which realize progressively less from year to year. Viewed as not only a response to the crisis born of imperialist impact but as a way of coping with the crisis-prone nature of capitalism itself, the cargo cults, for all their easily derided pageantry, can be accorded a rationality of their own. As Worsley comments, it is clear that the labeling of cults as irrational begs the question. Indeed, a Melanesian might make out a good case for flinging the label of madness which has often been applied to these cults back at us, and asking whether his people, given the knowledge they possessed, have not made quite logical criticisms and interpretations of our own unpredictable and irrational society. 30. The rituals and expectations of these cults cannot be reduced to defensive formations, thrown up to insulate the indigenous culture from the brutal jolts of a capricious economic system. Their almost parodic assimilation of the signs and symbols of commerce, as well as of elements of the white man's own crisis cult, Christianity, embodies the recognition that there is no going back. As the old rules are undone by a cultural apocalypse, the cults navigate the passage from no rules to new rules, they are forced to innovate. In Hobsbawm's sense they are revolutionary, not reformist. 31 Their encounter with capitalism as crisis forces them into negating their own life worlds in order to prepare a response which, however excessive, is also an adaptation to new circumstances. Much as capitalism was said by Marx to have emerged in the intermundia of economic communities, by way of trade, so fanaticism comes into view at the frontier of political groupings, as both product and agent of conflict. In this respect the cargo cults seem to cut across the two types of critical encounters proposed by Toynbee, who, taking the Jewish responses to Roman imperialism in Palestine as his model, distinguished between Herodianism, denoting compromise, accommodation and assimilation into the conquering culture, and Zelotism, which is marked by identitarian closure and militant nationalism. 32 The Melanesian movements studied by Worsley seem to combine a conspicuous assimilation with a form of opposition that is not founded on a pre-existing identity, and in fact breaks with many of the habits and loyalties of the social arrangement that preceded the arrival of the white man. Politically, these millenarian or messianic movements can be read as dismantling old boundaries between groups and established hierarchies within them, to create collectivities that are negatively bound by their shared experience of social cataclysm and by the hope for a reversal. This is what Worsley suggestively calls the integratory function of cults which, in his study, emerge in stateless societies where people exist in small, separate, narrow, and isolated social units, which are consequently easily overrun by colonial powers. The main effect of the millenarian cult is to overcome these divisions and to weld previously hostile and separate groups together into a new unity. The social necessity which produces this drive toward integration is the subjection of all the separate units to a common authority, the Europeans. Since the people have developed new common political interests where previously they had none, so they must create new political forms of organization to give expression to this newfound unity. It is precisely this integratory function which is served by the millenarian cult. 33. The cultural apocalypse visited upon the indigenous populations by the white man is thus countered by something like a political apocalypse, if we understand by the latter the upsurge into the social of the undifferentiated 34 of that which had been excluded by order and taboo, or if, with Sartre, we take apocalypse to be the dialectical other to alienation, the moment when all relations of alterity are dissolved for the sake of subjective unity. 35. Once we take into account the response to imposed cultural collapse and the political function of integration, the apocalyptic dimension of certain anti-colonial movements suddenly becomes more intelligible. Tracing the correlations between eco-political catastrophes induced by imperialism and the emergence of what Norman Cohn aptly termed militant social chiasm. 36 Mike Davis returns to the themes broached by Hobsbawm and Worsley, arguing for the political rationality of millenarian revolutions against imperialism and its devastations. Looking into the origins of the Boxer Rebellion in China, Davis sees not simply an outburst of fanatical xenophobia, but a response to the traumatizing entanglement of geopolitical calculations, capitalist exploitation, and ecological disaster. If we move past the stereotypes of fanaticism, it is possible to see how the esoteric doctrines of the Boxer movement were thus underlain by astute popular perceptions of imperialism. 37 Davis also puts the famous late 19th century Canudos uprising in the backlands of Brazil into the context of the ecological impact of capitalism. His interlocutor here is Euclides de Cunha, author of the classic 1902 chronicle of these events, Rebellion in the Backlands, often hailed as the foundational text of Brazilian literature. De Cunha, despite the arrogant liberalism for which Davis chides him, is also a precursor of sorts for his approach. Os Certos frames the account of the formation of the millenarian colony of Canudos and its brutal repression at the hands of the Brazilian army in terms of its ecological, not to say geological context. A first-hand witness of the atrocities, having served as a kind of embedded reporter in the campaign, de Cunha begins with a lyrical scientific account of the territory and its formation. Geological violence seems to presage and prepare the apocalyptic politics of the Canudos prophet Antonio Conselheiro and his ragtag community. Long before its habitation, the land is both barbarously sterile and marvelously exuberant, an antithesis that de Cunha explicitly connects to Hegel's philosophy of history, declaring that a place for the backlands is lacking in the German thinker's scheme. 38 But what might appear as a kind of Tellurian determinism is soon inflected by human presence. Since nature does not normally create deserts, the regressive evolution of the arid backlands demands that we take into account man as a geologic agent. Da Cunha is deeply sensitive to the catastrophic force of civilization. The truth is, he writes, man has not infrequently exerted a brutal reaction upon the earth and, especially among us, has assumed throughout the long course of our history, the role of a terrible maker of deserts, deserts that bear the suggestive appearance of enormous dead cities, crumbled in ruins. 39 Despite his avowed rationalism, and the attempt of Os Certos to steer Brazil towards progress between the regressions of millenarianism and the barbarism of its repression, Da Cunha can also be a visionary poet of the link between geological and social violence. His positivist geographical determinism morphs into a frightening vision of the interaction of land and man. The martyrdom of man is here reflective of a greater torture, more widespread, one embracing the general economy of life. It arises from the age-old martyrdom of the earth. 40 In a gesture that radicalizes the customary link between millenarian fanaticism and anachronism, Da Cunha links political and geological regression. 41. Joining geology and millenarianism is an anthropological reflection steeped in the sciences of the time. Though not entirely averse to racial stereotyping, Da Cunha presents Brazil as a land where thinking of political development in terms of racial breeding, separation, or purification is impossible. He mocks those who posit fanciful metachemistries about the three races, projecting either a final victory of the white man or a rise of the aboriginal base. For Da Cunha, who in this sense might be said to share some kind of subterranean connection with the apocalyptic anti-racism of the millenarians at Canudos, there is no unity of race in Brazil, meaning that, even though he remains within the parameters of racial positivism, biological evolution is premised on social evolution. In a kind of positivist prophecy, he declares, we are predestined to form a historic race in the future. 42. The future, not that of a fully civilized modern republic but that of a chiliastic egalitarian kingdom, was also in the mind of Conselheiro, the backlands prophet whom Da Cunha depicts as a striking example of atavism. Political anatomy is inscribed into racial geography. It was natural that the deep-lying layers of our ethnic stratification should have cast up so extraordinary an anticlinal as Antonio Conselheiro. 43 On this geobiological bedrock, Da Cunha erects a portrait of the racial messiah of the backlands, an exemplary instance of what we could call charismatic fanaticism. 44 As a symptom of a nation struggling for unity and cohesion, Conselheiro is for Da Cunha not just an individual, but a kind of synopsis of Brazil's social pathologies. In surveying the scene about him, this false apostle, whose excessive subjectivism predisposed him to a revolt against the natural order of things, was in a manner observing the formula of his own madness. He was not a misunderstood being. The multitude acclaimed him as the natural representative of their highest aspirations. That was as far as it went with them. They were not concerned with his madness. As he continued to traverse a curve which would have led to the complete obscuration of reason, the milieu in its turn reacted upon him. It afforded him protection and corrected his aberrations to a degree, compelling him to establish some sort of unassailable logic even in his wildest imaginings, a certain show of order in his hallucinations, and a perduring consistency in everything he did. He manifested always a rare spirit of discipline in the control of his passions, and, as a consequence, the impressionable backlands could behold in his every word and deed the tranquility, the moral elevation, and the sovereign resignation of an ancient apostle of faith. He was in reality a very sick man, to whom one could only apply Tanzi Riva's concept of paranoia. In his ideational hallucinations the ethnic note was always prominent. He was a rare case of atavism. His morbid constitution led him to give a whimsical interpretation of objective conditions, thereby altering his relation to the external world, and this appeared as basically a retrogression to the mental state of the ancestral types of the species. 45. Though such a figure may have been synchronous with a previous stage of social development, For instance that of early Christian monasticism, the logical intransigence and hallucinatory self-delusion of Cancel Hiro, albeit tempered by harmony with his sociological milieu, is for da Cunha an indicator of Brazil's incomplete civilization, signaled by the fact that it generates types that seem to belong to a phylogenetically and historically anterior moment. The prophet is a collective symptom. In the end, he is not really an agent. It is the desires of the rabble of the Sertão that push him onwards, allowing him to externalize his insanity. The multitude created him, refashioning him in its own image. It broadened his life immeasurably by impelling him into those errors which were common 2,000 years ago. The people needed someone to translate for them their own vague idealizations, someone to guide them in the mysterious paths of heaven. And so the evangelist arose, a monstrous being, but an automaton. This man who swayed the masses was but a puppet. Passive as a shade, he moved them. When all is said, he was doing no more than to condense the obscurantism of three separate races. And he grew in stature until he was projected into history. 46. Yet again, the idea of fanaticism as ahistorical serves as a warrant for trans-historical analogies. In da Cunha this familiar trope of anti-fanatical discourse is filtered by a positivist theory of progress and regression. At one point, he declares, history repeats itself. Antonio de Cancel Hiro was a crude Gnostic. Sameness through the ages is the cipher of fanaticism. Da Cunha is particularly adamant about the parallels with Montanism, the 2nd century Christian movement to which the theologian Tertullian belonged. 47 Like Montanism, Cancel Hiro's movement is an extravagant millenarianism convinced of the earth's epilogue. One could not desire a more complete reproduction of the same system of dogma, the same images, the same hyperbolical formulas, the very same words almost. In a positivist vein, da Cunha adds that it is a splendid example of evolutionary stages among peoples. The retrograde type of the backlands reproduces the aspect presented by mystics of the past. Viewing him, one has a marvelous impression of a perspective down the centuries. 48. Analogies and identities can be reversed. In the work of Norman Cohn, millenarianism is not only a socio-political type recognizable through different epochs. It also contains a remote foreshadowing of present conditions, of those totalitarian political movements which are alleged to have secularized the millennium. 49 I will return to this dimension of Cohn's work later, in the context of the debate over political religion. For the moment, I simply want to note the sociological aspect of his writing on North European millenarian movements of the Middle Ages. Distinguishing them from established forms of religious extremism or heresy, as well as from what we could call reformist peasant struggles, Cohn wants to set revolutionary fanaticisms apart, underscoring the manner in which they bind millenarian prophecies and expectations with the attempt to transform the world, bringing heaven to earth. 50 Crucially, these movements don't arise in areas where misery and oppression might be naturalized by social stability or attenuated by custom. Their geography matches the geography of technological and economic change, rising production, social upheaval, and the creation of new needs. If not capitalism proper, then at least commerce is what impels them into existence. Eschatology is no longer bound to conjunctures of political defeat, of future compensation for present affliction. 51 As it was in ancient Judaism. It is the bearer of dynamic claims born of the displacement and dispossession that invariably accompany the expanded horizons of a world whose customs and hierarchies have been unmoored by economic change. For Cohn, the medieval upsurge of subterranean revolutionary eschatology. 52 In these nexuses of transformation speaks not so much of defeat as of thwarted desire. Though many gained from commercial expansion, there were also many who merely acquired new wants without being able to satisfy them, and in them the spectacle of wealth undreamed of in earlier centuries provoked a bitter sense of frustration. 53 Who were these envious victims of progress? Deeming settled peasants to be revolutionary only in exceptional circumstances. 54 Cohn opts instead for a variant of the theory of the lumpenproletariat. Journeymen and unskilled workers, peasants without land or with too little to support them, beggars and vagabonds, the unemployed and those threatened with unemployment, the many who for one reason or another could find no assured and recognized place, such people, living in a state of chronic frustration and anxiety, formed the most impulsive and unstable elements in medieval society. Any disturbing, frightening, or exciting event, any kind of revolt or revolution, a summons to a crusade, an interregnum, a plague, or a famine, anything in fact which disrupted the normal routine of social life, acted on these people with peculiar sharpness and called forth reactions of peculiar violence. And the way in which they attempted to deal with their common plight was to form a Salvationist group under the leadership of some man whom they regarded as extraordinarily holy. 55. The affinities with de Cunha's account are substantial. Powerlessness, anxiety, and desire goad a motley multitude, set adrift by the collapse of social order and differentiation, towards the millenarian solution. What in Cohn's Marxian turn of phrase is a surplus population 56 in de Cunha's chronicle is a multifarious population, made up of the most disparate elements, from the fervent believer who had voluntarily given up all the conveniences of life elsewhere to the solitary bandit who arrived with his blunderbuss on his shoulder in search of a new field for his exploits. What for Worsley was understood as the integrative function of millenarianism is here its horrifying massification and undifferentiation. Under the spell of the place, all these elements were welded together into one uniform and homogeneous community, an unconscious brute mass, which, without organs and without specialized functions, continued to grow rather than evolve, through the mere mechanical juxtaposition of successive layers, in the manner of a human polyp. 57 The same motif is present in de Cunha's horrified description of the monstrous herbs or sinister civitas which the followers of Cancel Hiro established after their hijra. This is his account of millenarian urbanism. The settlement, accordingly, grew in dizzying fashion, sprawling out over the hills. The dwellings which were thrown up being extremely rude ones, the homeless multitude was able to erect as many as a dozen a day, and, as this colossal weed patch took shape, it appeared to reflect in its physical characteristics, as if by a stereographic process, the moral attributes of the social strata which had found refuge there. It was the objectivization of a tremendous insanity. A living document whose implications were not to be evaded, a piece of direct corpus delicti evidence on the aberrations of the populace. It was all done wholly at random, with the fervor of the mad. 58. The millenarian movement joins anomic difference with a horrifying homogeneity, and provides a doubly monstrous visage, binding the frenzied leader to his amorphous, fanatical retinue. In this respect de Cunha is following a template fashioned long before his time, in the foundational religious and polemical polemics triggered by the German Peasants' War, and focused on the figure of Thomas Müntzer, the itinerant preacher and political agitator whose short-lived, tumultuous ministry became a key testing ground for 20th-century conceptions of the relation between politics, religion, and historical change. The time of the Schwarmer. Thomas Müntzer in the light of revolution. Anno Domini 1525, at the beginning of the year, there was a great, unprecedented upheaval of the common man throughout the German lands. Thus wrote a contemporary of what is now known as the German Peasants' War. 59 More than 300 years later, Marx referred to it as the most radical episode in German history. 60 Fusing together theological radicalism with social conflicts stemming from profound economic transformations and the exact ions of the German princes, the Peasants' War was not only the most notable popular revolt in Europe prior to the French Revolution, it also became an important reference point for any meditation on the bonds between religious activism and social upheaval, theology, and politics. Despite the presence of other eloquent leaders within this widespread and heterogeneous revolt, it is Thomas Müntzer who has been singled out as the emblematic figure in the Peasants' War, or, as Ernst Bloch would have it, the theologian of the revolution. Attitudes to Müntzer have been divided, to say the least. In intellectual portraits and narratives almost invariably skewed by the politics of their authors, this servant of God against the godless, as he signed some of his letters, has featured either as a dangerous fanatic, or as a heroic revolutionary precursor. The idea of the Schwarmer or fanatic as the utmost threat to the orderly reproduction of society, bent on collapsing the city of God into the city of man in an apocalyptic conflagration, can indeed be traced back to the early responses to Munzer by the Protestant monks of Wittenberg, and in particular by his erstwhile interlocutors Luther and Melanchthon. After their break around 1523, prompted by Munzer's increasingly overt political agitation and his related repudiation of key tenets of Luther's preaching, above all the Pauline justification of obedience to earthly authorities, Luther, eager to demarcate his own project of reformation from Munzer's subversive activities and to quell an anti-authoritarian and iconoclastic surge that could be laid at his door, lambasts the Satan of Allstedt as fanatical, seditious, and demagogical. In the letter to the princes of Saxony concerning the rebellious spirit, the great reformer castigates Munzer's doctrine of the primacy of the spirit over the letter and what he perceives as its revolutionary implications, that it would lead the common people to overthrow civil authority and make themselves lords of the world, thereby besmirching a faith which fights against papal authority in order to purify itself from authority, not to overturn it. The villainous and bloodthirsty prophet, Munzer, aims at imposing faith by the sword and drawing from the scriptures a principle of violence. The Gospels cannot justify this mutinous meddling in worldly things. And yet the ban on political revolt as the greatest evil and impediment to salvation, joined with the legitimation of the authorities that rule over this fallen world, means that Luther, far from condemning violence as such, will extol it when it comes to the repression of the false prophet and his multitude of followers. In May 1525, in a screed written prior to, but published in the wake of, the rebel forces' bloody rout at Frankenhausen, against the robbing and murdering hordes of peasants, Luther applied the great power of his pen to singing the praises of the prince's swords. In a text that could serve as the template for the many justifications of untrammeled violence against fanatics in the centuries to come, he writes: "Stab, smite, slay, whoever can. If you die in doing it, well for you. A more blessed death can never be yours, for you die obeying the divine word and commandment in Romans 13, and in loving service of your neighbor, whom you are rescuing from the bonds of hell and of the devil. If anyone thinks this too hard, let him remember that rebellion is intolerable and that the destruction of the world is to be expected every hour." 61. Though none of Munzer's many detractors through the ages reached the pitch of Luther's anathemas, the idea of Munzer as a fanatic is widespread. Philip Melanchthon, who had befriended Munzer during the latter's early passage through Wittenberg, would later go on, in the anonymously published history of Thomas Munzer, the author of the Thuringian Revolt, very profitable reading, to justify the bloody repression meted out against the rabble and its devil-possessed false prophet. 62 In his commentary on Aristotle's Politics, he enshrined the notion of the fanatic in political theory, condemning as fanatical people those who, like Munzer and his comrades, would condemn private property on the basis of the Gospels and thus lay waste to the principles of civil society. 63. In opposition to the Augustinian separation of the two cities, and to the Lutheran distinction between political and spiritual authority, Munzer views the transformation of the inner or spiritual order of man, a mystical theme drawn from his reading of Christian mystics like Johannes Tauler, as inseparable from the transformation of the outer order. For Munzer, the issue really was one of a transformation of relationships, namely those binding individuals to God, to themselves and to the church and temporal authorities respectively, and these authorities to God and people. This is why the revolution in consciousness is a political and social revolution. 64 As is manifest in Munzer's crucial declaration of intent, the Sermon to the Princes, this revolution is inseparable in its very grammar from the thematic of apocalypse, of a full and final reformation. Throughout, Munzer rejects the very idea that any worldly authority, especially one implicated in the exploitation of the common people, should ever inspire fear or be immune from insurrection, if its rule is unjust. As Munzer retorts to the unspiritual soft-living flesh at Wittenberg in Vindication and Refutation, it is no idle desire for revolt that has spurred him to agitate among the miners of Mansfeld and other common men, but the belief that the power of the sword as well as the key to realize sins is in the hands of the whole community. He adds, anyone who wants to judge this matter fairly should neither love an insurrection nor, on the other hand, should he be averse to a justified uprising. 65 In a passage that exemplifies the scriptural vitriol and political energy of his writing, this critique of the Lutheran justification of authority is combined with an attack on the kind of economic oppression facilitated by the prince's sword. What is the evil brew from which all usury, theft, and robbery springs but the assumption of our lords and princes that all creatures are their property? The fish in the water, the birds in the air, the plants on the face of the earth, it all has to belong to them. To add insult to injury, they have God's commandment proclaimed to the poor, God has commanded that you should not steal. But it avails them nothing. For while they do violence to everyone, flay and fleece the poor farm worker, tradesman, and everything that breathes, yet should any of the latter commit the pettiest crime, he must hang. And Dr. Lyer responds, Amen. It is the lords themselves who make the poor man their enemy. If they refuse to do away with the causes of insurrection, how can trouble be avoided in the long run? If saying that makes me an inciter to insurrection, so be it. 66. Munzer's fame as a schwärmer is not just a product of his rabble-rousing. It also stems from his verve for unbridled vituperation, in rhetorical flights of arresting violence. As Engels noted, incessantly he fanned the flame of hatred against the ruling classes. He spurred the wildest passions, using forceful terms of expression the like of which religious and nationalist delirium had put into the mouths of the Old Testament prophets. 67 But the fury of his rhetoric refreshed the standard arsenal of apocalypticism. Take his letter to his arch-nemesis, Count Ernst von Mansfeld, just tell us, you miserable, wretched sack of worms, who made you a prince over the people whom God redeemed with his dear blood. 68 Or his warning to the common people that the priests will shit on you with a new logic, twisting the word of God. 69 His exhortations range from the allegorical, the living God is sharpening his scythe in me, so that later I can cut down the red poppies and the blue cornflowers. 70, to the frenzied. As in his letter to the people of Allstedt. Go to it, while the fire is hot. Don't let your sword grow cold, don't let it hang down limply. Hammer away ding-dong on the anvils of Nimrod, cast down their tower to the ground. As long as they live it is impossible for you to rid yourselves of the fear of men. One cannot say anything to you about God as long as they rule over you. Go to it, while it is day. 71. And his enemies, Luther, the godless, the priests and princes, find themselves the object of a rich panoply of insults, abandoned reprobates, thin-shitters, platelikers, clownish, testicled doctors, toadspawn, whore writers. 72 As if Munzer's authenticated writings were not enough, Melanchthon's history even puts the following declamation in his mouth, as if to seal the accusation of fanatical desecration and false prophecy, I shit on God if he does not do my bidding. In the image and the reality of Munzer, scatology and eschatology are never too far apart. The image of Munzer as the fanatic, transmitted in plays and chronicles as well as in his portraits, which, as Gortz's fine biography shows, were based not on observation but on a physiognomy of heresy, still exerted its fascination well into the 20th century. Thus the historian G.R. Elton memorably introduces Munzer as a youngish man full of violent hatred for all things other than they should have been, university-trained, an idealist of the kind familiar in all revolutions. Elton goes on to dub him the demonic genius of the early Reformation and concludes, in terms wholly congruent with the tradition initiated by Luther and Melanchthon, that he was not so much a constructive revolutionary as an unrestrained fanatic, and in his preaching of violence a dangerous lunatic. 73 But the most influential depiction of Munzer as a fanatic is to be found in Kohn's Pursuit of the Millennium, a text that proposes a short circuit between the distant past of the peasants' war and the political exigencies of the present, lending its weight to the vastly influential idea of political religion. For Kohn, Munzer was a prophet obsessed by eschatological fantasies which he attempted to translate into reality by exploiting social discontent. 74 His narrative of the theologian of the revolution, albeit driven by the need to condemn political fanaticism, often attains a quasi-cinematic effect, as when he writes, obsessed as always by the impending destruction of the ungodly, he had a red crucifix and a naked sword carried in front of him when, at the head of an armed band, he patrolled the streets of the town. 75. This verdict represents the deliberate reversal of a communist and Marxist tradition that had adopted Munzer as a heroic herald of egalitarian, revolutionary politics, precariously poised between a decaying medieval world of pre-capitalist communism, and the class struggle against the dispossessions and dislocations of an expanding capitalist economy. This tradition, which views Munzer as the fiery precursor of contemporary revolutions, has generally downplayed the apocalyptic and mystical thrust of Munzer's sermons and texts, as well as his theological and scriptural originality, focusing instead on his capacity to crystallize the discontent of the peasants and the common man and, eventually, to organize their revolt. The resurrections of Thomas Munzer have frequently coincided with upsurges of revolutionary struggle. Thus the first proper biography of Munzer, by Strobel, was written in the wake of the French Revolution, while Zimmermann, author of the influential General History of the Peasants' Revolt, was a young Hegelian who sought to read Munzer through the radical democratic struggles of 1840s Germany. In his seminal The Peasant War in Germany, arguably the first work of Marxist history, Engels turned to Munzer in order to think through the defeat of the 1848 revolutions and to revive a fitting, if anachronistic, revolutionary emblem. Munzer returned again with the defeated German Revolution of 1917-23, in Ernst Bloch's Thomas Munzer, Theologian of the Revolution, but also in more popular modes, such as Berta Lask's Agitprop play, staged in 1925 in Eisleben, for Red Munzer Day. 76 Mediated by Cohn's deeply unsympathetic work, even the situationists in and around May 68 found in Munzer and the heretical movements linked to his name a resource for the revolutionary present. All of these moments saw the revitalization of a fanatical communist principle that was famously extorted from Munzer under torture, shortly before his execution. All things are to be held in common and distribution should be to each according to his need, as occasion arises. Any prince, count, or gentleman who refused to do this should first be given a warning, but then one should cut off his head or hang him. 77. The matrix for the recovery of Munzer as a revolutionary icon, an icon of egalitarian iconoclasm, of the battle against what he called dead wooden things, was and remains Engels's potent text, written after the defeat of 1848, as a way of reflecting on the objective and subjective obstacles to social transformation and of affirming a specifically German revolutionary heritage. The importance of Munzer for Engels exceeds the simple evaluation of the Peasants' War, profoundly coloring the Marxist understanding of revolts that find their symbolism and legitimation in religious conceptions of the world. Engels's critical history rests on some key tenets. Munzer is the representative of a class and of its political direction. Apocalyptic theology is a historically necessary limitation of a political project ahead of its time. Contrary to the image of him as a delirious demagogue, Munzer is an astute revolutionary agitator and strategist. Engels presents a tripartite schema, in which three camps confront one another: the conservative Catholic camp of the defenders of the status quo, the camp of burgher-like moderate Lutheran reforms, and the revolutionary party of plebeians and peasants, of which Munzer is the most eloquent spokesperson. In a period when the dogmas of the Church were at the same time political axioms, 78 theology functioned as the arena in which socio-political conflicts were both defined and intensified. Despite what we might surmise from the name of the War of 1525, for Engels it is the plebeians, rather than the peasants, who represent the crucial class, the only class that stood outside the existing official society. In contrast to Cohn's later interpretation, which takes Engels as its polemical target, the sociology of the rebellion is not founded merely on the frustrated, heterogeneous and amorphous mass of the losers of economic expansion, but on the idea of the making of a proto-proletariat of sorts, whose negative exteriority to the status quo can also be translated into a sustained political unity, rather than a purely apocalyptic aggregation. Munzer's restless organizational activity, sermons, letters, constant peregrinations, flights, and agitation, as well as his later armed endeavors, is in Engels's view aimed at fomenting the unity of this class, which is to say at building alliances among its disparate members, as well as between it and the peasantry in the broader party of revolution. Political organizations, such as the League of the Elect in Allstedt, or the Eternal Council and Revolutionary Commune in Mulhausen, have this as their purpose. 79. When it comes to the theological dimension of Munzer's preaching and of the peasants' demands, Engels writes of screens, flags or masks for an underlying class conflict. 80. Though this theme is a mainstay of Marxist theories of religion and ideology, the reasons adduced for it are significant. Behind religious consciousness, there lies a sociological compulsion. It is because Munzer's own camp, the plebeians, were both the symptoms of a decaying feudalism and the first precursors of modern bourgeois society that they were compelled by this situation of transition into a forward flight towards an apocalyptic ideology. For Engels, the fact that they were both symptoms and precursors explains why the plebeian opposition of that time could not be satisfied with fighting feudalism and the privileged middle class alone, why, in fantasy, at least, it reached beyond modern bourgeois society then only in its inception, why, being an absolutely propertyless faction, it questioned institutions, views, and conceptions common to every society based on division of classes. The chiliastic dream visions of ancient Christianity offered in this respect a very serviceable starting point. On the other hand, this reaching out beyond not only the present but also the future, could not help being violently fantastic. At the first practical application, it naturally fell back into narrow limits set by prevailing conditions. 81. In Engels's account, which laid the groundwork for the debate on the politics of millenarian movements, the question of fanaticism is closely entangled with that of time. From the vantage point of a secularized capitalism in which social relations and ideology are in some sense aligned with one another, 16th-century Germany appears as a world in which the vocabulary of theology and religious heresy was out of sync with the momentous development of productive forces and social relations. The Peasants' War was an anachronistic revolt, but not in the simple sense of an attempt to retain customs and relations doomed to obsolescence by primitive accumulation. The historical and sociological ambivalence of its partisans, both remnants and precursors, as well as the conflicting uses of a Christian discourse split between the justification of authority and the call to revolt, means that while the plebeians' heroic uprising was materially bound to fail, this is because of its prematurity rather than its backwardness. For Engels, there is a short circuit between the primitive communist millenarianism of the Peasants' Rebellion, drawn from the ideational reservoir of early Christianity, and a realizable communist future. Contravening any rigid conception of the historical materialist method, Engels takes the prophetic character of Munzer seriously, seeing his preaching not just as the expression of the demands of the oppressed, or as a compilation of their grievances, but as a genius's anticipation of the conditions for the emancipation of the proletarian element that had just begun to develop among the plebeians. 82 Millenarianism is the form taken by this projection of a classless, stateless society, which could only become a real possibility many centuries later. But this non-synchronism also means that Munzer suffers the bitter fate of leaders who are set tasks that present conditions make unrealizable. He necessarily finds himself in a dilemma. What he can do is in contrast to all his actions as hitherto practiced, to all his principles and to the present interests of his party, what he ought to do cannot be achieved. 83 Either a disastrous foot en avant or a reformist retreat seem to be the only options for an untimely revolutionary. In this gap between religious fantasy and the real prospects of emancipation, the cunning of capitalist history meant that the anticipation of communism by fantasy became in reality an anticipation of modern bourgeois conditions, as vague Christian equality turned into equality before the law. 84 Writing of the short-lived experience of Munzer's government in Mulhausen, Engels comments that the social transformation that pictured in his fantasy was so little grounded in the then existing economic conditions that the latter were a preparation for a social system diametrically opposed to that of which he dreamt. Muntzer's institutional experiments in reality never went beyond a feeble and unconscious attempt prematurely to establish the bourgeois society of a later period. 85 Both a powerful heritage of unattained emancipation and a tragedy of inevitable failure, the Peasants' War, crystallized in the figure of Muntzer, can only be redeemed by the concrete actualization of what for the plebeian masses rooted at Frankenhausen could only be dream visions. The positive, anticipatory dimension of Muntzer's communist millenarian anachronism is at the heart of the most significant re-evaluation of the great Schwarmer, Bloch's Thomas Muntzer, Theologian of the Revolution, a book written in the midst of Germany's own thwarted revolution. In it, Bloch tries to do justice to the convergence of apocalyptic theology, mystical spirituality, and revolutionary politics in the life and writings of the militant preacher. Insisting on the positive dimension of revolutionary non-synchronism, Bloch does not see the theological impetus of the revolution of the common man of 1525 as the mere index of socio-economic immaturity. On the contrary, he depicts it as one of those situations that bear witness to the fact that a religious political superstructure can be in advance of an economic base which will only later attain maturity. Bloch wishes to stress the anticipatory character of Muntzer's anachronism, without immediately relegating it to the scrap heap of necessary failures. With its emphasis on the primacy of the spirit and the necessity of suffering, its injunction that the believer make himself empty and detach himself from the world, but also its strong emphasis on the coming deification of man in the millennium, Muntzer's theology is for Bloch a driving force of his political agitation, not a mask for historical necessity. Rather than accepting the disjunction between political content and religious form, Bloch finds in Muntzer the paradoxical union of theology and revolution, without the one serving as an instrument for the other. Whereas Luther employed the prospect of the apocalypse in his justification of worldly authorities, for Muntzer, as demonstrated by his gripping and hallucinatory interpretation of the apocalyptic book of Daniel in the Sermon to the Princes, it provides all the more reason to accelerate and intensify the struggle for a community of equals. In such a community, the fear of God would not be impeded by fear of the authorities. It would be possible for the poor and even the heathens to embrace a Christian life without suffering the depredations of the godless. 86. Bloch's heretical Marxism, with its generous stance towards the religious drive and its subversion of some classic tenets of historical materialism, could not but irk his political comrades. In his seminal 1923 essay Reification and the Consciousness of the Proletariat, which forms the theoretical core of history and class consciousness, George Lukács offered an incisive and intransigent critique of Bloch, centered on the place of pre-capitalist and religious forms of political subjectivity in the development of a proletarian politics. 87 In many respects, Lukács's critique of Bloch's anarcho-Bolshevik 88 utopianism remains emblematic of dialectical arguments against transcendent, religious or messianic radicalisms. It also indicates how the debate about fanaticism can be read in part as a debate over what an effective anti-capitalist politics might mean. Lukács's turn to Marxism had meant a drastic break with his earlier tragic and utopian leanings, and led him to make a claim for the proletariat's practical and epistemological uniqueness as a historical subject utterly unlike any previous class, however revolutionary. 89 For him, this necessitated a critique of any position that abided within the antinomies of bourgeois thought, those impasses that beset any thinking unable to critically grasp and practically terminate the pernicious effects of reification, understood as the transformation of social relations between people into calculable and abstract relations between things. The entirety of Lukács's essay can be regarded as an excavation of Marx's dictum from the 1843 introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, which serves as its epigraph, "To be radical is to go to the root of the matter." For man, however, the root is man himself. For Lukács, any political and philosophical radicalism which remained tied to a generic notion of humanity and failed to comprehend Marx's analysis of the commodity could only be counterproductive. 90. In this regard, Bloch's Thomas Müntzer is a natural target. Despite its fervent allegiance to the Bolshevik Revolution, Bloch's book strives to identify a suprahistorical, metapolitical, and meta-religious element, what he tellingly called an ubique, an everywhere. What Müntzer channels is a utopian impetus that cannot be exhausted or contained by socio-economic dialectic or political strategy. The critique of Bloch is situated in the midst of Lukács's treatment of the fate of humanism within Marxism, which is to say in the revolutionary theory that adopts and intensifies the political epistemological standpoint of the proletariat. Almost as if to correct what might have appeared as the prolongation of his own early romantic anti-capitalism, which protested against capitalism as an engine of dehumanization, Lukács tries to purge humanism of myth, which is to say of its debilitating compromise with reified bourgeois conceptuality. If humanism is really to dislocate the structures of reification, its non-dialectical immediacy must be overcome. Accordingly, if the attempt is made to attribute an immediate form of existence to class consciousness, it is not possible to avoid lapsing into mythology. The result will be a mysterious species consciousness, whose relation to and impact upon the individual consciousness is wholly incomprehensible. 91. The picture that emerges is that of a battle between two humanisms. The first bases itself on what Lukács calls classical philosophy, and identifies a transcendental and transhistorical kernel of humanity to be ethically and cognitively rescued from its capitalist dehumanization. The second, a proletarian, revolutionary humanism, reinvents Protagoras' adage in order to argue that man has become the measure of all things, insofar as fetishistic objects have been dissolved into processes that take place among men and are objectified in concrete relations between them. 92 The formulation of this revolutionary humanism constitutes Lukács's most unequivocal act of separation from his earlier ethical dualism, which posed an unbridgeable gap between the ought and the is. Between the doomed radicalism of a romantic subjectivity and the impersonal mechanisms of a capitalist object world. In history and class consciousness, capitalism can only be exploded from the inside, by an agent formed by the process of reification itself. Conversely, a revolutionary humanism can only emerge when social life is thoroughly subsumed under capitalist relations, when in this objectification, in this rationalization and reification of all social forms, we see clearly for the first time how society is constructed from the relations of men with each other. 93. The harshness of Lukács's judgment on Bloch's Müntzer is of a piece with his attempt to define a revolutionary Marxian humanism. Bloch is the foremost communist exemplar of that utopian strand which Lukács depicts as the historical counterpart of a Christian dualism that left the city of man unscathed, deporting human wishes to the city of God. For Lukács, Bloch is unable, as was Müntzer, to extricate himself from a theology that impotently juxtaposes a transcendent humanization to a dehumanized world, the utopian to the concrete. Within this utopian counterpart to a quietist and servile Christian ontology, Lukács isolates two strands: on the one hand, a view of empirical reality for which the latter can only be transformed by an apocalypse, on the other, a radical interiorization, whereby humanity can only be attained in the figure of the saint. In either case, change is but a semblance. Giving short shrift to the practical and strategic character of Müntzer's vision. 94 Lukács intensifies Engels's judgment on the role of theology in the German Peasants' War, not treating it merely as an anachronistic flag and mask for inarticulate social demands, but as an impediment and a diversion. Real actions then appear, precisely in their objective, revolutionary sense, wholly independent of the religious utopia. The latter can neither lead them in any real sense, nor can it offer concrete objectives or concrete proposals for their realization. Moreover, the duality between man's inner being and his empirical conditions, joined but not mediated by a theology of history, is viewed by Lukács, in a variation on Weber's thesis, as the basic ideological structure of capitalism. Thus it is no accident that it was the revolutionary religiosity of the sects that supplied the ideology for capitalism in its purest forms. In sum, whether we look at Bloch's attempt to supplement the merely economic dimension of historical materialism with a utopian spark, or at the way in which the religious and utopian premises of the theory concretely impinge upon Muntzer's actions. 95 We encounter the same symptom of the incapacity to overcome bourgeois thought, the same hiatus irrationalis between principle and practice, the spirit and the letter, the spiritual and the economic. For Lukács, only the proletariat, as the Archimedean point from which the whole of reality can be overthrown, is capable of suturing this hiatus and heralding a real social revolution capable of restructuring the real and concrete life of man, thus abolishing the reified duality between the utopian and the economic. 96. In relating the theology of revolution to the antinomies of bourgeois thought, through its paroxystic transcendence of the world, which is powerless to unhinge the latter's material constitution, Lukács's criticism papers over the specificity of Bloch's treatment of religious and utopian excess. Consider Bloch's reflections on Weber's sociology of religion. In a crucial passage of his Thomas Muntzer, which also relies on Marx's account of the historical masks of revolution in the 18th Brumaire, Bloch argues for the relative autonomy of moral and psychological complexes. Without these it is not only impossible to comprehend the appearance of phenomena such as the German Peasants' War, but also to capture the deepest contents of this tumultuous human history, this lucid dream of the anti-wolf, of a finally fraternal kingdom, which is an indispensable stimulus to collective revolutionary action. To quote Jameson's perspicacious commentary on Bloch, what distinguishes the force of religion from the less binding, more contemplative play of art proper is the conjunction of absolute belief and collective participation, which are united in the concept of the millenarian or the chiliastic. Through the second of these twin concepts, religion is distinguished from philosophy, where there can theoretically be such a thing as solitary truth. In Muntzer's theology, the very truth coefficient of a theological doctrine is measured by collective need, by the belief and recognition of the multitudes themselves. Hence a theological idea, in contrast to a philosophical one, already implies in its very structure a church or group of believers around it, and exists therefore on a proto-political, rather than a purely theoretical level. 97. Recalling, after a fashion, Marx's own treatment of Germany's potentially revolutionary anachronism in the introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. 98 Bloch, unlike Engels, Koskai, and of course Lukács, does not see the theological impetus of the revolution of the common man of 1525 as the index of socio-economic immaturity. This is also evidenced in Bloch's review of history and class consciousness, actuality and utopia, where, though praising Lukács's towering achievement, he chastises him for carrying out an almost exclusively sociological homogenization of the processes of revolution, transformation, and humanization, which ignores the polyrhythmic character of the totality and reproduces one of the products of reification, the rigid non-dialectical separation between domains. 99. Against the homogeneity of class and the synchronicity of revolution that he discerns in Lukács, for Bloch the Peasants' War bears witness to the fact that the superstructure is often in advance of an economy that will only later attain its maturity. 100 We see here how the nature of the relationship between social transformation and historical time is among the foremost sources of divergence in the understanding of millenarian movements and what heritage, if any, they bequeath to atheist anti-capitalism. The positive use of anachronism suggested by Marx, and given an extreme form by Bloch, as a recovery and repetition of Muntzer for a revolutionary present, is rejected by Lukács, for whom the revolutionary utopianism of the peasants' revolt was merely a byproduct of a situation wherein a real restructuring of life was objectively impossible. 101 As the tone of his references to the Russian Revolution suggests, Bloch saw the link between the theological utopian impulse and a certain, socially determinate, backward and peripheral place within capitalism as a potential revolutionary advantage. Some of the comments on the social base of the Peasants' War likewise echo the critique of a linear and developmental philosophy of history that transpires from one of the drafts of Marx's famous letter on the Russian Mir, in which he approvingly quotes the following line from the American anthropologist Lewis H. Morgan: "The new system to which the modern society is tending will be a revival in superior form of an archaic social type." 102. Bloch rejects the purging of all non- or antisocial contents from the historical dialectic, its homogenization. This carries over into his treatment of the dualities of inner and outer, heavenly and worldly, theological and political, utopian and empirical, the very dualities that Lukács perceived as antinomies that reduced pre-proletarian politics to impotence. Rather than a historically determined contradiction or an irrational gap between theological semblance and political weakness, Bloch sees in Munzer, the emblem of the tensions and potentialities of the peasants' revolt, the short circuit or disjunctive synthesis between the poles of these supposed disjunctions. Joining the absolute natural right of a millenarian Christianity 103 to a strategic grasp of social forces and political forms, Bloch's Munzer combines the most efficacious at the real level and the most efficacious at the surreal level and puts them both at the summit of the same revolution. 104 Perhaps more than any other, this formulation captures Bloch's ideal of a revolutionary inscription of utopian content into the course of history. It can also be illuminatingly contrasted to some of the more recent writing on the rebellions of 1524–26. For Peter Blickel, one of the foremost historians of those events and the proponent of the appellation revolution of the common man rather than peasants' war, theological and political efficacy certainly go hand in hand. Concrete economic and social demands are arranged within a vindicatory nexus with the Word of God and the Gospel, both of which were logograms of contemporary Reformation theology. 105 Claims for redress based on reference to certain passages of Scripture, for instance Acts 5:29, because we do owe more allegiance to God than to any mortal, were not just charged with legitimizing force, they managed to bring together the urban protests of guilds with the demands of peasant communities and assemblies into a collective form of positive protest. 106 Recalling Worsley's remarks about the integratory function of millenarianism, the efficacy of this radical use of Christian doctrine is also that of a platform for cross-group alliances. It provides the basis for urban and rural anti-clericalism, with its cutting edge against the monasteries and Orthodox clergy. It legitimizes the demand for communal autonomy, exemplified in the call for the right to decide issues of correct religious doctrine, to elect the minister and to allocate tithes, and it is ultimately made the yardstick of social and political order. 107 What's more, religious intransigence was a condition of political innovation. A few remarkable projects, those of Michael Geismayer, Balthasar Hubmaier, Thomas Munzer and Hans Hergo, escaped the limits posed by previous experience only by displaying an absolute certainty about the demands of the gospel and the content of the godly law, and a total refusal to accommodate revolutionary goals to any existing social and political institutions. 108. This twin efficacy, utopian and realist, also governs Bloch's reading of Marx. Rather than the undertaker of utopian illusions, Marx is for Bloch the real heir to a subterranean lineage of chileastic communism, whose pivotal contribution lies in providing a sober assessment of the imminent means for the realization of a suprahistorical drive to mystical democracy. His aim, writes Bloch, is to impose on the world through a hard-fought struggle, waged according to the wisdom of this very world, the Edenic order required by rational socialism, which is profoundly millenarian, but which had been conceived hitherto in a far too Arcadian manner, as a kind of beyond 109 or, as Bloch puts it in a remarkable image in Spirit of Utopia, Marx is only homogeneous with capitalism in the same sense that the detective must somehow mimic the criminal. Bloch's view of socialist revolution and planning, which Lukács dismisses in History and Class Consciousness as a misunderstanding of the economy that separates it from the political, also originates in this attempt to think through a kind of rational millenarianism. Sharing with Lukács an interest in the antinomic relationship between theological transcendence and political immanence, Bloch spends much of Thomas Munzer dissecting and castigating Luther's capitulation to earthly powers and denial of mystical interiority. Luther's ultimate Manichaeism remains static, it does not entail any demand to suppress the tension, to re-establish, at least in the heavenly kingdom, the very unity of this kingdom. 110 What Munzer stands for, then, is not an overcoming of the antinomy of the empirical and utopian, which is perhaps irreducible, but another way of articulating it, one that would do justice both to social needs and spiritual drives. More strikingly, Bloch's Munzer confronts the stringent demands and risks of collective revolutionary action in order to free the religious subject from the material burden and spiritual distraction imposed by an exploitative order. In a remarkable twist, rather than a humanist effort merely to alleviate suffering, Munzer's theologically driven revolt is aimed at relieving subjects from vulgar economic suffering, so that they may finally be free for Christian suffering. As Bloch writes, when Munzer straightens up the bent backs, it is in order to allow them to bear a real burden. If the people has fallen low enough so that, having itself become creature, it has more to fear from the creature than from God, it is entirely mistaken when it imagines that its masters are still established and commanded by God. 111. This vision of communism as a freeing up of radical and economically excessive utopian drives is also evident in Bloch's treatment of the state in the same period. In Spirit of Utopia he writes of the state as a great instrumental organization for the control of the inessential, armed with a purely administrative Esperanto, and whose only justification is the simplifying, frictionless functioning of its organizational method, placed in the middle of illogical life, its only, entirely instrumental logic, the logic of a state of emergency. 112 Thus, correcting Lukács's negative estimation, it is not the demarcation of politics from the economy that is at stake for Bloch, but the excess of the utopian over the empirical. Radical political struggle and violence, the categorical imperative with a revolver in hand, as Bloch has it, are necessary not for their own sake, but as stepping stones to an incommensurable and metapolitical goal. Or, to borrow Bloch's effective allegory, the Messiah can only come when all the guests have sat down at the table. 113 Contrary to what Lukács's objections might suggest, Bloch is not merely juxtaposing millenarian immediacy to economic mediation, but thinking of the utopian forms of immediate, non-alienated experience that could be produced by working through worldly relations. 114. The confrontation between Bloch and Lukács shows the richness and complexity of the political and historiographic problem that Engels posed under the name Thomas Munzer. Anachronism and historical necessity, realism and utopianism, theology and economics are all at stake in trying to answer whether a political action motivated by religious conviction can be considered revolutionary, and whether real social change needs to be aligned with the timing of capitalism, on pain of defeat or irrelevance. The questions raised by the Marxist treatment of millenarianism continue to have a bearing on the development of radical thought. Alain Badiou has recently sought to link his theory of the event-bound production of eternal truths to the idea or hypothesis of communism, understood as a trans-historical, regulative principle in accordance with which only a politics of uncompromising equality is compatible with genuine philosophical thought. For Badiou, communism as an idea rather than a set of specified historical movements, parties, or practices involves the notion that equality is a maxim of political action to be enacted immediately, not a distant social objective, the assertion that politics can exist without or beyond the state, the struggle against the immemorial distinction between intellectual and manual labor, and the production of a polyvalent worker. 115 Badiou's reassertion of the idea of communism ties back to a concept he first introduced in his co-authored book De l'Idéologie, that of communist invariance. Badiou's initial formulation of this concept is made in the context of a reinterpretation of Engels's Peasant War in Germany. Badiou and Bohms invoke this text, and its treatment of Munzer, in arguing against those who, in an elitist vein, would regard the Marxist notion of ideology as a warrant to condescend to masses supposedly mystified by capitalism into not realizing their own exploited status. On the contrary, the exploited have always known who exploits them and how. 116 Their problem rather is that their ideological struggles are forever taking place on the enemy's turf. As a demand for immediate, concrete equality, their revolt is therefore unrepresentable, a pure exception. 117 Just as in Guha's reflections on anti-imperial insurgencies, resistance has to be approached negatively, through the distorting mirror of the dominant ideology. When it can make its voice heard, it is forced to borrow from its nemesis's vocabulary, that of theology, in the case of Munzer. However, resistance has a positive autonomy that is not merely parasitic on the thinking and practice of exploiters. This autonomy is also a kind of spontaneous ideology of rebellion. All the successive great mass revolts of the exploited classes, write Badiou and Bombs, find their ideological expression in egalitarian, anti-property, and anti-state formulations, which constitute the outlines of a communist program. It is the elements of this general position-taking of insurgent producers which we call communist invariants. 118. What of the anachronism or non-synchronicity that constitute the legacy of Engels's vision of Munzer? Badiou and Bombs are also preoccupied with this problem, and they respond to it by analyzing the revolt in terms of its form, content, and history. In its doctrinal form, which remains tethered to the dominant ideology, a revolt can at best be a heresy, which, however extreme, is always internal to the ruling representations. In its immediate popular content, however, every genuine revolt instantiates the communist invariants. It is at the level of history, the site of the contrast between Lukács and Bloch, that the invariants come to be affected by the temporalities of economic development and political strategy. Here Badiou and Bombs propose a kind of law, stating that in its historical reality, its class efficacy, popular ideological resistance necessarily prepares the triumph and domination of the ideas of the revolutionary class of the moment. 119. A gloss on Engels's melancholy recognition that Munzer's millenarian egalitarianism paves the way for bourgeois legal equality. In affirming the autonomy and eternity of revolts under the banner of the communist invariants, Badiou and Bombs seem to resonate, albeit in a far less romantic mode, with Bloch's paeans to the ubique of plebeian utopia. But they ultimately underwrite the classical thesis, present in Engels and recast by Lukács, that only the proletariat can permit the alignment or synchronization of form and content in a finally revolutionary, and not merely rebellious history. Only the proletariat, which they elsewhere call a logical power, is capable of making history in its own name and thus of realizing those perennially thwarted, invariant ideas, turning the time of defeat into the time of victory. 120. Badiou jettisons the schema of realization in his later work, while retaining the idea of egalitarian invariance and the validity of what he calls the communist hypothesis, namely that a politics without and against domination is possible. In so doing, he seems to have abandoned the problems of ideology and synchronicity that he had earlier drawn from the predicament first outlined by Engels. One may wonder whether he has also abandoned a key dimension of the problem of millenarianism, and of fanaticism, the total opposition to existing society. It is to this question that I now turn. Millennial modernity. Testifying to the abiding fascination for social thought of Munzer's theology of revolution, Bloch's millenarian Marxism stimulated another important reflection, by the Hungarian sociologist Karl Mannheim. In Ideology and Utopia, his influential work on the sociology of knowledge, millenarian fanaticism, or chiliasm, specifically modeled on Bloch's portrait of Munzer, is presented as the paradigm or degree zero of utopia. Mannheim defines the latter as a state of mind incongruous with the state of reality within which it occurs, and, crucially, a state of mind which strives towards some kind of realization. For Mannheim, such utopias are situationally transcendent ideas that have a transforming effect upon the existing historical social order. 121. Mannheim presents four types of utopia: chiliastic, liberal, conservative and socialist communist. The first two are characterized by a kind of indeterminism or contingency, 122, the latter two by determinateness. Just as the question of the timeliness or synchronicity of political action and subjectivity was linked in the dispute between Bloch and Lukács to the necessity of capitalist development and the possibility of revolutionary change, with Lukács arguing for the inevitable defeat of Munzer's rebels, here the varieties of utopia are coded in terms of the modalities of politics. Chiliasm, akin in this respect to pragmatic liberalism, but opposed to the determinist dimensions of conservatism and stagist socialism, is a doctrine of contingency. Utopias, for Mannheim, are qualified by different ways of experiencing social time, and the temporality of chiliasm is that of the kairos, of the moment of time invaded by eternity, but also of eternity dependent on decision. 123 Chiliasm is marked by a particular emotional and cognitive state that Mannheim calls absolute presentness. 124 Where there is no inner articulation of time. For Chiliastic utopia, which Mannheim tellingly sees reincarnated in the figure of Bakunin, total revolution is the only creative principle of the immediate present. 125 Inasmuch as it is pitted against the old order in absolute and uncompromising fashion, Chiliasm is the purest form of utopia in Mannheim's schema. Its emergence and impact is nothing short of momentous. The decisive turning point in modern history was, from the point of view of our problem, the moment in which Chiliasm joined forces with the active demands of the oppressed strata of society. The very idea of the dawn of a millennial kingdom on earth always contained a revolutionizing tendency, and the Church made every effort to paralyze this situationally transcendent idea with all the means at its command. 126 This point of crystallization, in which Chiliasm and the social revolution were structurally integrated. 127 signals for Mannheim the very birth of modern politics, if we understand by politics a more or less conscious participation of all strata of society in the achievement of some mundane purpose, as contrasted with the fatalistic acceptance of events as they are. 128 The Chiliasm of Muntzer and his epigones is the first properly anti-systemic movement. One of the features of modern revolution, is that it is no ordinary uprising against a certain oppressor but a striving for an upheaval against the whole existing social order in a thoroughgoing and systematic way. 129 By allowing us to read Chiliasm as a utopia rather than an ideology, dislocating the status quo rather than aiding in its reproduction, Mannheim also helps us to begin to move away from the view of fanaticism as a mere anachronism, or a social pathology of development whose signification is purely negative. Utopias are not ideologies, i.e. they are not ideologies in the measure and insofar as they succeed through counteractivity in transforming the existing historical reality into one more in accord with their own conceptions. 130 Moreover, Chiliasm, with its determinate roots in a political movement of the oppressed, and with the particular temporality of decision, expectation, and political action that it introduces into society, can in no way be reduced, as the detractors of millenarian movements so often do, to a kind of anti-representational frenzy. By contrast with the pejorative tradition in the discussion of fanaticism. 131 We might welcome Mannheim's attention to the correlations between transformations in political mentalities and the social strata or groups that serve as their bearers, foreshadowing the interpretations of millenarianism by Hobsbawm and Worsley. In Ideology and Utopia, the object of sociological research is the correlation between different forms of utopia and the social strata aiming to transform the existing order. 132 For Mannheim, though, these are transformations that do not simply occur at the level of ideas. Rather, they engage energies, drives and effects which are non-representational without necessarily being anti-representational. That said, Mannheim, in a sense exacerbating a problem already present in Bloch and to a lesser degree earlier in Engels, tends to connect the sociological and the ideational dimensions of 16th-century Chiliasm, plebs, peasants, and the millennium, without really delving into the political and organizational forms of these movements. This shortcoming is in part explained by the preference for the iconoclastic figure of Muntzer over any other leader, for instance, the Swiss revolutionary Michael Geismayer, whose 1526 territorial constitution for the Tyrol showed that the rebels, while maintaining their rhetorical assault on the godless, were not incapable of formulating detailed blueprints for agrarian reform and economic planning based on common ownership. 133 Though this pitfall is mostly avoided by the likes of Engels and Bloch, for whom Muntzer is a crystallization and a catalyst of a social demand for emancipation, the fascination with Muntzer's persona can lead to the insistent disavowal of the political and theoretical problems thrown up by any more thorough investigation of the War of 1525 and of peasant revolts in general. This is especially true in terms of the question of time. As Mannheim writes, it is the utopian element, i.e. the nature of the dominant wish, which determines the sequence, order, and evaluation of single experiences. This wish is the organizing principle which even molds the way in which we experience time. The form in which events are ordered and the unconsciously emphatic rhythm, which the individual in his spontaneous observation of events imposes upon the flux of time, appears in the utopia as an immediately perceptible picture, or at least a directly intelligible set of meanings. 134. Political time, which social theories of millenarianism reveal to be a complex conjunction of regression and anticipation, riven by non-synchronism, is here subordinated to the static and visible time of utopia. Neglect of the specific organizations, prescriptions, and constituent processes undertaken by these putatively religious movements means that the link between ideas, religion and social protest becomes far too neatly aligned with the irreversible vector of a kind of historicism. In this vein, Mannheim argues that every age allows to arise those ideas and values in which are contained in condensed form the unrealized and the unfulfilled tendencies which represent the needs of each age. 135 There is something too neat about this idea of a correlation between latent demands and their social expression, which undermines and depoliticizes the link between millenarianism and contingency. The question of politics is nonetheless present in Mannheim's suggestion that the very distinction between the utopia and ideology is a product of conflict. It is always the dominant group which is in full accord with the existing order that determines what is to be regarded as utopian, while the ascendant group which is in conflict with things as they are is the one that determines what is regarded as ideological. 136. Opting for an effective interpretation of millenarian politics, against a narrower focus on its theological coordinates, Mannheim argues that not ideas but ecstatic orgiastic energies were at stake in the spiritualization of politics during the Peasants' War, and that there is a positive asymmetry between ideas and experiences in chiliasm, with the latter taking center stage. As he puts it, the essential feature of chiliasm is its tendency always to dissociate itself from its own images and symbols. 137 Millenarian movements are defined not by their theological form but by their effective content, by the transformative collective energies that drive the situated negation and transcendence of the social status quo. This negation and transcendence makes the most extreme of utopias, the one that seems to concentrate time into a molten instant and to pit itself against every feature of the reigning order, also the most modern. The paradoxes of fanaticism we encountered in the last chapter are here intensified. The theological negation of time by the instant heralds the political importance of time as revolution. Modernity arrives in the guise of atavism, the rebellion of the dispossessed signals towards a world remade. Though its wish to turn the world upside down appears as an index of irrationalism, in what detractors see as an explosion of defeated ressentiment, an upsurge of pathological behavior, for Mannheim there is a negative rationality in revolution, no ordinary uprising against a certain oppressor but a striving for an upheaval against the whole existing social order in a thoroughgoing and systematic way. 138 In all of this, chiliasm has a primary and more recognizably modern antagonist. Liberalism. It is also, as Bloch's work testifies, not easily disjoined from socialist and communist utopias which are never simply deterministic. A revolutionary utopia of uncompromising antagonism and transcendent conviction, borne by the dispossessed, faces off against the bourgeois utopia of gradual, calculable change. Both chiliasm and liberalism reject determinism. However, while for liberalism contingency is something pragmatically to be mastered, for chiliasm it is to be intensified as decision, and radical overturning, the kairos. But, as we survey a golden age of liberal political thought in the next chapter, we shall see that when it comes to fanaticism and its close cousin, enthusiasm, the Enlightenment will find it remarkably difficult entirely to demarcate itself from ideas of unconditional conviction and revealed truth, and will often find itself branded as fanatical. 3. Raving with reason. Fanaticism and Enlightenment. Immanuel Kant, the great destroyer in the realm of thought, far surpassed Maximilien Robespierre in terrorism. Heinrich Heine, on the history of religion and philosophy in Germany. Each of us is the mystagogue and the outclarer of another. Jacques Derrida. Of a newly arisen apocalyptic tone in philosophy. Contemporary calls to revitalize the Enlightenment against the political depredations of religious unreason, varied as they are in their ideological origins and suggested therapies, seem to converge on the identification of fanaticism as a global threat to rationality and social peace. A folk enlightenment, one rampant among pundits and politicians, demands that we consolidate the hard-won gains that make up Western values, reason, liberalism, humanitarianism, and so forth. Critical theorists concur that the need remains for an unrelenting assault on religious fanaticism. Point 2. But as many critics of this Enlightenment Reloaded have already indicated, there is much in these calls that is shallow, misdirected or hypocritical. The Enlightenment they invoke is a curious construction. Contrary to what much recent historical scholarship suggests, it is presented as unified and homogeneous, stripped of political tensions, geographical specificity and philosophical differences. Moreover, any disharmony between contemporary liberal democratic beliefs and certain Enlightenment positions, such as defenses of slavery and patriarchy, condemnations of atheism or apologies of natural hierarchy and authority, is papered over, or considered as merely extrinsic, a contingency of historical context which has been inexorably overtaken by the progress of mores and ideas. Disembedding Enlightenment. The character of this streamlined, ready-made Enlightenment is retroactively dictated by a set of parameters that already underlie the status quo, and which inner atavisms and external foes allegedly threaten. The peculiar tenor of current ideological campaigns against fanaticism derives from the smug conviction that we are indeed enlightened, and the concomitant notion that the Enlightenment is something to be preserved rather than enacted, furthered, or repeated. Especially prevalent is the idea that the Enlightenment is something like a cultural patrimony which defines our civilization. It would perhaps be otiose to point out the many ways in which emancipatory, rationalist visions originating in the French Lumières or German Aufklärung are systematically denied in the contemporary political panorama. If we can indeed speak of it as a project, much of the Enlightenment is not merely unfinished, it has been ignored, buried, or traduced. What is more pertinent perhaps is that in identifying the Enlightenment with our hegemonic political and economic dispensation, three contemporary commentators have engaged in two interrelated moves, both of which could be regarded as a betrayal of the radical or emancipatory potentials borne by various strands within what is viewed by many scholars today as a plural Enlightenment. Point 4. First, current invocations of the Enlightenment as a rhetorical gambit and an object of passionate attachment are complicit with the culturalization of rationality, that very identification of the emancipation of reason with the West which so much critical scholarship has rightly, if at times undiscerningly, decried. Second, by pleading for the preservation of the Enlightenment, many of its current paladins end up draining it of its critical valence. It is as if we already knew what reason and emancipation entailed and simply needed to rearm ourselves for the immemorial struggle against ignorance. The daring, discipline and risk which represent the radical legacies of Enlightenment critique are thus evacuated for the sake of a picture of the Enlightenment as a precious possession, to be secured and defended. Forgotten is the idea of a critical thought vigilant about its own prejudices and wary of colluding in the irrational perpetuation of authority. What we are left with is the ideological comfort of fighting on the side of the powerful while presenting oneself as a member of a beleaguered and courageous minority. In this dramaturgy, which pits the defenders of a more or less completed project against the specters and regurgitations of its ancient enemies, the link between Enlightenment and the interrogation of what Foucault termed the ontology of the present is obliterated. Where Foucault saw Kant's thinking on Aufklärung as inaugurating philosophy's own reflection on its problematic positioning in the present, with regard to a definite actuality, to certain specific authorities, to an us that must be constantly questioned. 5. The current vogue for a return to the Enlightenment that would act as a bulwark against the return of religion takes place from a position alien to critique in any of its Kantian and post-Kantian acceptations. Enlightenment as a taste for thought and imagination as exercises in insubordination, as a perilous adventure rather than a mission to combat enemies, vanishes when we are dealing with those rentiers of the Enlightenment who, empowered by the cheap heroism of simulated clashes between civilizations or belief systems, think that their role is simply to defend a well-delimited possession, the Enlightenment, without risk or research of their own. 6 In this ideological pantomime, where many have gained an audience through mere stridency and posturing, it is arguably the idea of fanaticism that has served to support the widespread belief that we are experiencing the repetition or continuation of that struggle between reason and unreason, freedom and subjection, knowledge and ignorance, which was first played out in the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe. Aside from obscuring the many vital legacies of those past movements for intellectual emancipation, this supposed ideological world war between the partisans of the Enlightenment and the fanatical forces of unreason creates a spurious form of political simplification, an ersatz intelligibility that leaves us none the wiser about religious politics and global conflicts. Defining fanaticism. I shall approach the Enlightenment through the prism of what can readily be seen as its nemesis of choice, its foil, or anti-self. As we are concerned with the polemical and conceptual vicissitudes of an idea, and not simply a term, I will be considering not just fanaticism but also enthusiasm, or exaltation, indicating as I proceed the linguistic and semantic context where the opposition between reason and its others is set in motion. Given the one-dimensional Enlightenment enlisted by much of today's political rhetoric, it is worth starting with what is regarded as an unequivocal emblem and monument of enlightened thought, Diderot and D'Alembert's Encyclopédie, au Dictionnaire raisonné des sciences, des arts et des métiers. At first glance, the Encyclopédie's entry on fanatisme, penned by a friend of Rousseau and future Girondin, Alexander Delors 7 is a compendium of views that our intellectual common sense would ascribe to the Enlightenment. Yet in its somewhat sprawling composition we also encounter a few surprises. From the very start of the entry, an intriguing resonance is evident between Delors' prose style and the nature of his object. What dominates is the seemingly interminable list, a kind of parataxis. Fanaticism's core is not to be grasped through analysis or intuition, but by way of the dramatization, amalgamating history, hearsay, and fiction, of its manifestations. Delors thus launches into the willfully delirious scenography of an immense pantheon in which a boundless number of zealots and devotees perform patently absurd and mutually contradictory rituals of subjection to their particular absolutes. As these fanatics come to be released into the wider world, Delors' narrative weaves together superstition and sectarianism, pseudo-religious ignorance, and political conflict. The Encyclopédie's project of toleration is conveyed by this narrative of monotony indifference, which also serves to forge the contrasting unity of reason, or of rational religion. Fanaticism is at once protean and univocal, engendering warring sects and driven by an essentially homogeneous logic, with its origins in that other crucial nemesis of enlightenment, superstition. Fanaticism is superstition in action. But the list, especially when it delights in exhibiting the many horrors and cruelties exercised by fanatics across the globe, also carries a plainly pedagogical function. The reader is edified by exhaustion and disgust, by the myriad ugly faces of unreason. The absurd and incompatible rituals in the pantheon of 1,000 altars are invoked to bring home the idea that the workings of fanaticism are everywhere the same. Though Delors is not immune from Eurocentrism, evident in the repetition of ethnological stereotypes and the plea for a rational kernel to the Christian religion, the baleful universality of fanaticism introduces a principle of symmetry and generalized comparison into his account that not only casts light on the brutalities of the Inquisition or the Crusades, but also introduces a vigorous critique of the fanaticism of imperialism, when the discovery of a new world hastened the ruin of our own under the terrible exterminatory motto, "Go and force." As though by a boomerang effect, the latter also leads, anticipating ideas that Arendt would popularize in the 20th century, to inter-imperial struggles. 8 This, writes Delors, is where the progress of fanaticism has led. In the end, the ubiquity of fanaticism signifies that all history is the history of fanaticism, a phrase that Voltaire will make his own. Delors' Encyclopedia entry is interestingly agnostic about causes. An anthropology of the passions underlies his narrative. Fear, as the first feeling of mankind, serves to inflame the fanatic, demonstrating that man is a monster composed of all the others. but the drift of his approach is descriptive and prescriptive, not explanatory. Diller notes a multitude of incompatible causes without deciding between them, concluding nevertheless that wherever the idea of satisfying the deity by the shedding of blood may come from, it is certain that once the blood starts flowing on the altars, it has not been possible to stop it. Having said that, though precise triggers are not identified, certain prevalent traits are. Fanaticism is a madness of the people linked to imitation, communication and demagogy, drawing the masses into a general vertigo. It has consecrated war, such that the most detestable scourge is regarded as an act of religion. It is the bearer of a literalist bent that would today be associated with fundamentalism. 9. It is a divinist injustice seeking to appease the heavens with massacres. When he does gesture towards a causal account, like many of his contemporaries, it is to a theory of the faculties that Diller turns. After a gruesome list of self-flagellations and senseless cruelties, he writes that their only cause can be the extravagance of imagination pushed out of the natural boundaries of reason and life, by an inconceivable malady. What then is fanaticism? Asks Diller. It is the effect of a false consciousness that abuses sacred things and enslaves religion to the whims of imagination and the unruliness of the passions. Melancholy, a term that we will also meet below in Kant's account of fanaticism, is one of the foremost psychological indices of this politico-religious illness. The first and most common is a dark melancholy caused by profound meditations. It is difficult to dream for a long time about certain principles, without drawing from them the most terrible consequences. 10. If the imaginative ethnologies of cruel and absurd cults with which the entry opens identify the external enemies of a tolerant and reasonable polity, Diller's entry also points towards an imminent treatment of fanaticism. Perhaps fanaticism is not simply the absence of rationality, unreason, but reason unbound and unnatural. This much is also suggested by Diller when he notes that it is fanaticism's proximity to justified conviction, like superstition's proximity to true religion, which makes it such a dangerous force. Note that fanaticism only reigns among those whose heart is righteous but whose mind is false, mistaken in their principles but right in their consequences. Fanaticism orbits around truth, mixes with it, infusing it with a power of persuasion that the simple absence of verisimilitude and rationality would lack. Whence Diller's suggestion that the mixture of false and true is more nefarious than an absolute ignorance. Indeed, though the initial grotesque pageant of fanaticism might suggest that it is a product of particularism and partisanship, Diller joins many commentators in seeing fanaticism as also an effect of an excess of universality, as legislators try to extend their laws to areas and peoples for which they were not designed. Though he initially defines it as superstition in practice, Diller, echoing Hume's distinction between superstition and enthusiasm, notes that superstition subjugates and degrades men, while its child fanaticism, for all its horrors, lifts them up. But the pragmatic bent of the encyclopedia means that Diller cannot restrict himself to narrative, description, and phenomenology. Fanaticism requires remedies. Given the references to maladies and madness, it is not surprising that a medical response is suggested for the more egregious specimens: cold baths, bloodletting and clinical imprisonment. Since like the proverbial hydra they regenerate with every attack, and mere banishment is futile, the worst fanatics simply need to be locked up where, as Diller puts it, they'll go out like burning embers. Ridicule, as in Shaftesbury's influential letter on enthusiasm, is also considered. But for Diller, possibly anticipating his later revolutionary participation, the real remedies are to be found in politics. In the shadow of the wars of religion, the enlightened project for a social homeopathy is primarily concerned with peace and order, which is why Diller is even willing to consider the possibility that an inquisitorial political order could stabilize the polity and prevent internecine violence. Ultimately, the authorities need to be gentle and pacific, since persecution engenders revolt, and revolt enhances persecution. States are to be improved by the philosophical spirit. But just as the entry is drawing to a close, after a long prayer to an anti-fanatical God, that he may excommunicate those who fatuously call on his authority to justify their depredations, Diller gives the link between politics and fanaticism a significant twist. Having described and diagnosed the cruel excesses of fanatical conviction, he pleads for a fanaticism of the patriot, a cult of the hearths that alone can lend energy and substance to a society or polity. In words that we'll see echoed by Kant, the French encyclopedist affirms that nothing great can be produced without this excessive zeal, this secular, and we might say nationalist, form of passionate belonging. Some of the rifts and strains in the encyclopedia project can be registered in this apparent inconsistency in the estimation of fanaticism's qualities. Though much of Deleuze's tack is reproduced by Voltaire, who simply summarizes the encyclopedia entry in the first section of the article on fanaticism in his own philosophical dictionary, the approbation of a form of political fanaticism, alien to the author of Candide, can be traced to Deleuze's sympathy for Rousseau's plea for a civic fanaticism, and the latter's ambiguous defense of this great passion in the profession of faith of a Savoyard vicar in Book 4 of his pedagogical Bildungsroman, Emile. Where something in fanaticism seems to be recuperable for both Deleuze and Rousseau, Voltaire will have none of it. For him, the very notion of a manageable political fanaticism is anathema, whence his harsh controversies with Rousseau. Indeed, to the extent that he perceives all passionate political conviction as noxious to peace and stability, his thinking can be characterized as broadly anti-political. Voltaire pins his hopes on the disappearance of l'effrayeuse politique, appalling politics. 11 The opposition between fanaticism and tolerance so crucial to Voltaire's entire oeuvre, from the early Ode sur le fanatisme to his play Fanaticism, or Muhammad the Prophet and the treatise on tolerance, is also structured as an opposition between pathological militancy and the virtues of indifference. Preventing the emergence of violent sects and the contagion of irrational convictions, while maintaining the social peace, this is Voltaire's aim when faced with fanaticism, whose history is defined by the way that it violates all divine and human conventions in the spirit of religion. Though not an enemy of religion per se, it is the volatility of religion that concerns Voltaire, the manner in which it can so easily abet destructive frenzies, or mutate into l'infâme, that contemptible mixture of superstition and fanaticism, the religious passion of crowds and partisan spirit, persecution and blind dogmatism. In La Henriade, he will write of fanaticism as the denatured child of religion, armed to defend it but intent on destroying it from within. In the play on Mohammed, the tragic protagonist Seed, awakening from his fanaticization by the prophet, will stress the closeness between religious and social duty, on the one hand, and the violence of fanaticism, on the other, the love of my duty and my nation, / my respect and my religion, / everything in humans most respectable / inspired in me deeds the most abominable. 12. Even worse in Voltaire's opinion, beneath the warring parties of zealots and sectarians there is only one shared element, their hatred for the tolerant philosophy. Hence his barbed vignette at the end of the fanaticism entry in the philosophical dictionary. A report is publicly spread abroad by some person, that there exists a giant 70 feet high. The learned soon after begin to discuss and dispute about the color of his hair, the thickness of his thumb, the measurement of his nails, they exclaim, cabal, and even fight upon the subject. Those who maintain that the little finger of the giant is only 15 lines in diameter burn those who assert that it is a foot thick. But, gentlemen, modestly observes a stranger passing by, does the giant you are disputing about really exist? What a horrible doubt, all the disputants cry out together. What blasphemy! What absurdity! A short truce is then brought about to give time for stoning the poor stranger, and, after having duly performed that murderous ceremony, they resume fighting upon the everlasting subject of the nails and little finger. 13. As in Deleuze, this is a supremely monotonous history, since all sects have the same bandage over their eyes. 14. It is also a viral history. Today we understand by fanaticism a religious madness, dark and cruel. It is a mental illness which is caught like the pox. Books communicated far less than assemblies and speeches. But Voltaire's view of remedies is ultimately more pessimistic. Laws and a fanaticized religion cannot prevent the plague of souls, especially when they are confronted with fanatics of cold blood. In despair, Voltaire exclaims, What can you answer to a man who says he would rather obey God than men, and who consequently is certain to deserve heaven by cutting your throat? Once fanaticism has gangrened a brain, it is pretty much incurable. And when even the likes of Newton are prone to believe in the apocalypse, humankind must appear as a poor species. 15 Only the gradual spread of philosophy might offset the epidemical effects of fanaticism. As the treatise on tolerance affirms, philosophy alone, this sister of religion, has disarmed the hands that superstition had for so long bloodied, and the human mind, as it awakens from its drunkenness, was shocked at the excesses to which it had been carried by fanaticism. 16 But the gradual illumination of minds does not preclude the possibility of properly political remedies, of the enforcement of tolerance and the suppression of fanaticism by means military and violent. If to deserve tolerance men must cease being fanatical. 17 What happens if they refuse? Writing to D'Alembert in 1767, Voltaire rejoices that Catherine II has sent 40,000 Russians to preach tolerance with bayonets at the ends of their rifles. 18. Such disabused lines point us in the direction of a more political reckoning with the 18th century philosophical discourse on fanaticism, which cannot be so easily reinterpreted as the struggle between emancipation and backwardness, equality and subjection. On Voltaire's side, it is evident that along with the horror at the cruel and idiotic character of religious persecution, there is an underlying concern with social peace, with order and stability, which sometimes, as in the lines on the Russian troops above, trumps other considerations of justice. This much is made clear not only by his support for enlightened despots, but in his sympathetic depiction of authoritarian arrangements in the Ottoman Caliphate and the Chinese Empire as models of toleration. The abhorrence of politics, of metaphysical abstraction, and indeed of atheism, the philosophy of powerful men operating in the circle of crimes that imbeciles call politics, coup d'état, art of governing. 19, is grounded on this same desire to suppress the causes of social scission and violence. It is in this light that we can also consider Voltaire's praise for pluralism, along the lines of his quip that in England a single religion would be despotism, to mean civil war, but 30 make for peace. This pluralism can also take the form of religious indifference, to be cultivated as the balm against internecine or sectarian violence. It is this indifference that repels Rousseau, who like Deleuze accommodates fanaticism to the extent that it might prove necessary to vitalize and unify a polity. 20 Indeed, the contrast between Rousseau and Voltaire on the issue of fanaticism demonstrates to what extent this is a problem best tackled in terms of the character of the social bond. Where Voltaire imagines a peaceable, philosophical disengagement from violent conflict over beliefs, Rousseau fears the emasculating and politically debilitating effects of a doctrine that dissipates the passions only in order the better to expand the reign of interests. But Rousseau's focus on the passions also means that he at times treats fanaticism as so intractable that it warrants only retaliation on its own violent terms. 21 Shifting the focus onto this political dimension of the debates around fanaticism allows for a complexity that the simple trope of fanaticism as anti-enlightenment, and of enlightenment as anti-fanaticism, does not permit. Furthermore, it makes it possible to reflect on why being common foes of fanaticism did not preclude violent disagreements between the likes of Rousseau and Voltaire on the remedies for aggressive religious ideologies, on the place of philosophy, on the role of the passions and, last but not least, on what kind of politics could put an end to the blight of religious warfare, ignorance, and superstition. Important differences can also be registered in their respective treatments of the figure of Mohammed as politician and fanatic. In Voltaire's 1741 play Fanaticism, or Muhammad the Prophet, he is portrayed principally in the guise of the manipulator, driven by the hunger for conquest and by plain lust. 22 To fanaticize his young, zealous followers. In the tragedy the fanatic is Seed, driven by Muhammad and his deputy Omar into inadvertently murdering his true father Zafir, Sheikh of Mecca, and into committing near incest with his real sister Palmyra, the object of the Prophet's attentions. Enlightenment demystification here takes the form of revealing the base motivations behind the psychic and political use of fanaticism, the disenchanted power behind murderous piety. But alongside this classic theme, Voltaire's political thought is also present. It is not another, better political order for which the tragedy pleads, rather, the victim of Mahomet's designs, the Sheikh Zafir, stands for the defense of a stable order built on custom and observance against the upheaval of a seditious innovator. As dramatized in Voltaire's play, the opposition to fanaticism is the opposition to an unsettling, inflammatory novelty that is in turn shown to be founded on the basest of motives. The alternative is not emancipation, however, but the calm of custom. Delert too repeats the trope of Mahomet as a figure of fanaticism, but he adjudicates between those who see him as a fanatic and those who, like Voltaire, see him as a hypocritical fanaticizer by answering that he is both, a fanatic in youth, when fanaticism naturally flourishes, and an impostor in his older age, when hypocrisy and colder, Machiavellian designs set in. Mahomet, in this view, was once the young seed. Rousseau's challenge to Voltaire is more severe. For Rousseau, anyone who misses the emotional basis of fanaticism is bound to underestimate its potential force and resistance to reason. 23 The likes of Voltaire are also incapable of grasping the role of passion in politics, including the kind of politics that may be linked to equality and emancipation. What's more, the political and religious conviction of Mohammed also shows him in a different light to Voltaire's schematic villain. While for Voltaire Mohammed is cast as a devious realist and hypocrite, a Machiavellian armed prophet who makes use of religion for his purely political purposes, 24 cynically enlisting pious cruelty and holy homicide for his earthly ends, Rousseau, dissenting from Voltaire more at the normative than the descriptive level, depicts him as a founder, giving strength and solidity to his political community through the establishment of a civic religion, while proud philosophy or the blind partisan spirit see in only lucky impostors. The true politician admires in their institutions this great and powerful genius which oversees lasting arrangements. 25 This contrast between Rousseau and Voltaire is thus not only an anthropological or methodological one, pitting civic passion against civilizing indifference, it also reveals, beneath divergent estimations of fanaticism, different understandings of politics and its relationship to religion. Fanaticism is here not simply a social and spiritual pathology, but something that affects the very nature of the social compact. Among the dilemmas that haunt the Enlightenment is whether fanaticism is to be fought as an external foe, or whether one should inoculate oneself against it by means of unconditional and passionate attachments, without which even the most rational polity would seem to rest on shaky effective foundations. The political and philosophical debate around enthusiasm, which we'll consider in the next section, revolves around this question. The ambivalence of enthusiasm. While fanaticism has met with almost universal opprobrium in philosophy and politics, the notion of enthusiasm, whose fortunes are profoundly entangled with those of fanaticism, has a far less univocal history. Witness the manner in which it now pervades the language of marketing, management, and everyday life. Where fanaticism harkened back to the bloody rituals around the goddess Bellona and her phantom, the Greek enthousiasmos denotes the inpouring or inbreathing of the divine, as performed by the inspired Pythoness at Delphi. 26 Plato's theory of poetic inspiration, expounded in the Phaedrus and the Ion, and revisited by the thinkers of the Renaissance, established a deep and wide-ranging tradition in which enthusiasm stands for a kind of creative derangement. In the 15th century, the Platonist commentator Marsilio Ficino forged a potent interpretation of Platonic enthusiasm, the soul, which tries to grasp through the senses as much as possible of divine beauty and harmony, is enraptured by divine frenzy. Plato calls celestial love the unutterable desire, which drives us to recognize divine beauty. To see a beautiful body arouses the burning desire after divine beauty and, therefore, those who are inspired are transported into a state of divine madness. 27 Even in those situations where it became a term of abuse, enthusiasm never seems entirely to lose the trace of a noble transcendence, of a transport, however irregular or dangerous, towards the good, the true, or the beautiful. As we shall see with regard to Kant, it will also become a term with an explicitly positive political valence. Enthusiasm, though, also has a history of censure. In the 17th and 18th centuries, especially in England, there developed a wide-ranging and heterogeneous critique of enthusiasm, one that has been expertly explored by a host of recent intellectual historians. 28 Especially in the early Enlightenment period of the 17th and early 18th centuries, which emerges from this literature as a complex force field comprising philosophical systematization, religious sectarianism, the questioning of theology, political struggle and scientific development. Enthusiasm is a protean and polemical term through which deep-seated and momentous ideological conflicts were played out. To survey this fascinating history would take us too far afield, but it is worth dwelling on some aspects of the critique of enthusiasm that resonate with our own inquiry into the shifting political significance of debates around fanaticism. One way to conceive of the development of Enlightenment polemics against enthusiasm in England is in terms of the passage from an intra-theological accusation, levied at those heretics who presume to speak directly to God, without the mediation of religious authorities and institutions, to a critique of the theology of revelation, and then to a fully secularized diagnosis of disruptive political forms, culminating in the backlash against the French Revolution. As our discussion of Munzer has intimated, a relatively linear narrative is offset by the already political nature of the religious upheavals that affected Germany and England in the 16th and 17th centuries. In effect, the fear of enthusiasts as foes of religious political order gave rise to much literature in which the Radical Reformation and the rebellious German Anabaptists served as the very emblem of dangerous convictions. So, for example, in the informatively named 1646 text England's Warning by Germany's Woe, or an historical narration, of the original, progress, tenets, names and several sects of the Anabaptists, in Germany and the Low Countries, by Friedrich Spanheim, we get the following rogues gallery of politicized religious groups, threatening to upset the stability of the Commonwealth and the uprightness of Christianity. T is not manifest by what names these sectaries are called, and for what cause they are given them, and they are either general or special. The general are Anabaptists, Catabaptists, enthusiasts, fanatics and libertines. It appears likewise that they are called enthusiasts, for the enthusiasms, raptures and other such like things, which they give out for secret and divine inspirations, and for which, they will not only have place given to their own dreams, either in exposition of the Scripture, or determining points of faith, or in direction of the especial actions of a man's life, but ascribe thereunto uncontrollable authority, for which cause also the name of fanatics was given them. 29. Anabaptists, enthusiasts, fanatics, all threaten order with their pretensions to access an uncontrollable authority that transcends established political and religious institutions. Following the path traced out in the 16th century by Luther and Melanchthon in their polemics against Munzer and the peasant Schwarmer, these intra-Protestant attacks against divisive and antinomian sects combine the repudiation of a heresy with the urgent warning against a political threat. Such attacks tended to give way from the mid-17th century onwards to accounts of enthusiasm as a delusion whose causes or unvarying essence may be sought in a malfunctioning physiology or an overexcited imagination, in texts such as Marek K. Saban's treatise concerning enthusiasm, Henry Moore's Enthusiasmus Triumphatus, and later in Shaftesbury's letter on enthusiasm. 30 But though the etiology changes with the passage from a theological denunciation to an enlightened diagnosis of enthusiasm, the concern over the impact on authority of claims to revelation remain. With the passage from a purely religious concern to an epistemological and political use of the category, we also witness an almost limitless extension of the term, to which many commentators have called attention. In Pocock's insightful formulation, enthusiasm begins its journey toward applicability to any system that presents the mind as of the same substance, spiritual or material, as the universe that it interprets, so that the mind becomes the universe thinking and obtains an authority derived from its identity with its subject matter, the mind's identification with the ideas in it, these in turn defined as correspondent or identical with the substance of reality. Hume spoke of this phenomenon as the self-deification of the auto-intoxicated mind. 31 The political usages of this expanded variant are patent. It is not just claims to revelation or personal inspiration that fall under the rubric of enthusiasm, but also philosophies founded on a fundamental identity between the thinker and the thought. The accusation could thus be levied not just at sects in the Anabaptist mold but at those forms of popular rationalism that suffused traditions of anti-authoritarian radical thought in the period of the English Civil War. 32 The theological condemnation of unregulated claims to personal revelation could be recast as a critique of any claim to a direct knowledge of reality, of the kind put forward by thinkers whose pantheist or natural right doctrines came into direct conflict with the religious, political, and epistemic monopolies of state authorities. Viewed from this angle, the critique of enthusiasm becomes far more complex than a narrative of Enlightenment reason against religious revelation might suggest. Interestingly, historians diverge precisely on this point. Frederick Beiser, for instance, regards the question of enthusiasm as primarily epistemological, and its critique as an intrinsic dimension of the advance of Enlightenment rationality. For him, it is a product of the via moderna and a consistent development of the nominalist critique of rationalist theology. 33 All the enthusiasts rejected a natural and discursive reason as a rule of faith. 34 While their opponents turned to criteria of natural causality and legitimate evidence. A paragon of such a critique of enthusiasm may be found in Locke's 1690 essay concerning human understanding, which contends that genuine lovers of truth do not entertain any proposition with greater assurance than the proofs it is built upon will warrant. 35 What lies beyond evidence is merely surplusage, originating in pathological interests and inclinations, not true philia. The claim to revelation is incapable of advancing any criteria to prove that divine inspiration has indeed taken place. Moreover, he that takes away reason, to make way for revelation, puts out the light of both, and does much what the same, as if he would persuade a man to put out his eyes, the better to receive the remote light of an invisible star by a telescope. 36 The combination of the force of inner inclination and its projection onto an exalted external source makes enthusiasm a potent motor in human affairs, but its structure is ultimately circular, we could even say narcissistic. Enthusiasm is an ignis fatuus that leads constantly round in the circle. It is a revelation, because they firmly believe it, and they believe it, because it is a revelation. 37 It is also a form of laziness, since it exempts us from the labor of seeking and presenting evidence for our supposed truths. 38 In Locke's treatment, enthusiasm attains a generic status and a malleable extension, capable of covering political and religious sectarianism, theology, rationalist metaphysics, and any form of thought that does not subject itself to stringent standards of sensory evidence. 39 This neat image of an empirically grounded reason against the illegitimate claims of enthusiasm becomes complicated once we consider it in its cultural and political context. Behind the myriad behaviors stigmatized as enthusiastic, we can make out the question of authority. It is this that brings together zealous sectarians, millenarians, prophesiers, and other radical groups and individuals who opposed the existing church order, but also Platonists, experimental philosophers, or even rationalists like Descartes, guilty of philosophical or contemplative enthusiasm. 40 For Michael Haid, rather than a simple battle between an emerging Enlightenment and regressive forms of religious inspiration and rationalist theology, the critique of enthusiasm needs to be understood as the product of the crisis of an order founded on scripture, humanistic learning, Aristotelian scholasticism, and Galenic medicine, the institutional and symbolic crisis of the transcendental legitimation of the political order. The new physiological, scientific, and philosophical idioms that were thrown up by this crisis and relied so widely on the disparagement of enthusiasm were all allied with defenses of the social and political order. 41 Inasmuch as they sought to preserve it against the excessive and unregulated claims of those who trumpeted an access to truth without mediation, be it religious or political, those who, to use a Weberian formulation, staked their standing on charisma rather than institutions. The critique of enthusiasm is also far more unified than its targets, so that it might be seen as a misguided historical exercise to search for a clear definition of enthusiasm, let alone to look for a well-defined movement. 42 Any retrospective view whereby the anti-enthusiasts are firmly on the side of an emancipated and emancipatory rationality, and their nemesis on that of a regressive reliance on revelation, is difficult to maintain. While we tend to think of claims to revelation as excuses for the illegitimate prerogatives of absolutist despots and theocratic clerics, and their critique as inherently anti-authoritarian, things are not so straightforward. As studies of 17th-century radical thought indicate, claims to revelation, or to a kind of plebeian and pantheist rationalism, could bolster potent challenges to political and religious authorities. Indeed, as the editors of an excellent collection on enlightenment and enthusiasm tell us, the critique of enthusiasm was launched in the name of multiple and divergent projects. It was considered a threat to authority and order, not only in various forms of religious excess, but also in more secular guises of hyper-rationality, isolated introspection, mass conformity, and so on. 43 If the process of enlightenment involved the shaping of a rule-following and law-abiding circumscribed self, autonomously giving itself the very laws it was externally compelled to respect, then its enthusiastic anti-self was a menace precisely to the extent that it was unbounded, self-devouring, heteronomic. 44 Over the 17th and 18th centuries, a certain idea of modernity and rationality constituted itself with immutable enthusiasm as its counterpart. But much as the repudiation of revealed truth may seem, in retrospect, one of the foremost conquests of secular reason, 45 its role in the intellectual and political crises of authority of that time is not at all univocal. The discourse of enthusiasm was repeatedly used to marginalize and thereby silence, according to class or gender or cognitive mode or religious affiliation. It was used to constitute authority against forms of power that were perceived as threatening. 46 The reliance on the supernatural, or on a rationalist pantheist cognition of the structure of nature, could be a potent boon to egalitarian and subversive movements, while the policing of truths through sensory evidence could work in the service of established authorities. Similarly, enthusiasm could drive processes of secularization, or reinstate the transcendent authority of religion. 47 Cartesian and Spinozist rationalism, and the mathematized sciences they promoted, could be derided as enthusiastic, while the opposition to enthusiasm might be based on Aristotelian psychologies or theories of the humors which we would be hard-pressed to link to enlightenment. As the earlier attacks on religious sectarianism and metaphysical rationalism morphed into the repudiation of egalitarian politics, 48 Enthusiasm in effect proved to be a foil that was difficult to control, since advocates of enlightenment could themselves be accused of claiming unmediated access to reality. This is why the modernity constituted in one way or another as the obverse of enthusiasm was neither stable nor unified. 49 Enlightenment thought entertained fraught and ambivalent relations with its apparent counterparts. It relied on the thought forms it tried to exorcise, and often found itself locating its very nemesis within reason itself. As Pocock has argued, the Enlightenments from their outset recognized the possibility of an intellectual fanaticism arising within as well as without the enterprises in which they were engaged. 50 It is this fanaticism of reason that Kant mined with relentless rigor. Kant the fanatic. If the Enlightenment may be characterized, from a certain vantage point, as the assertion of the this-worldly rights of immanence against the religious and political prerogatives of transcendent sources of authority, then Kant's philosophy, grasped in the complex unity of its epistemological, cosmological, moral, and political moments, is a delimiting of immanence, dominated by a critical vigilance against the transgression of those limits without which critique slips back into hubris or superstition. Kant inherits from the Enlightenment the preoccupation with fanaticism understood as a pathology of transcendence, the delusion that reason may legislate upon that about which it has no experience. For Kant too there is no knowledge of a realm beyond worldly experience. But his solution to the problems of supersensible cognition is profoundly ambivalent. On the one hand, he continues the struggle of the radical Enlightenment against superstition, dogmatism, and the socially divisive effects of religious allegiance. On the other, given the link between the limits of reason and Kant's practical defense of faith, he exercises great caution when it comes to the reductive aims of a materialist enlightenment that would seek to excise religion altogether. Furthermore, there is in Kant, certainly if viewed with Nietzschean lenses, something like a ruse of transcendence, the return, in the guise of practical reason, that is to say of universally binding abstract moral precepts, of authorities which in some sense lie beyond the domain of human and natural relations. The particular distribution of immanence and transcendence within Kantian thought, so rife with repercussions for European philosophy as a whole, can orient our inquiry into his approach to the question of fanaticism. In effect, contrary to the strand within the Enlightenment that took fanaticism to denote forms of action and belief which were extrinsic to reason, for Kant fanaticism is immanent to human rationality itself. Vigilance against unreason is no longer simply a matter of proper political arrangements or social therapies, of establishing secularism or policing madness. It is intrinsic to reason's own operations and capacities, requiring reason's immanent, legitimate uses to be separated from its transcendent or illegitimate ones. But this introjection of fanaticism, so to speak, also means that Kant is compelled to confront the ambivalence of fanaticism, its disturbing proximity, as an abstract passion, to those forms of action he deems to be politically and morally noble because they are universalizable. This is especially evident in his efforts to distinguish between enthusiasm and fanaticism 51, a conceptual pair that's particularly significant in terms of his own allegiance to the event which, more than any other, lies at the source of contemporary anti-fanatical discourse, the French Revolution. Fanaticism is in a sense at the heart of the genesis of Kant's critical philosophy, as he assumes and transforms the heritage of Enlightenment discourse through what we could call fanaticism's incorporation into reason, or reason's inoculation by and from fanaticism. But with the dramatic politicization of the Enlightenment heralded by the French Revolution, Kant's thought comes into contact with the disparaging of egalitarian and universalist politics as fanatical. 52 Whether implicitly, in the theory-practice debate of 1793, or explicitly, in Nietzsche's polemics almost a century later, Kantianism is branded as a moral fanaticism, a subjection of life to abstract and transcendent principles of right. Thus, though Kant's philosophy represents a sustained struggle against fanaticism, locating fanaticism where even its enlightened arch-enemies did not suspect its presence, it is also true, as Nietzsche himself acerbically noted, that Kant was the true son of his century, which before any other can be called the century of enthusiasm. 53. When the question of fanaticism, of Schwärmerei, emerges in Kant's thinking in the mid-1760s, it is not primarily in the politico-religious register that preoccupied the likes of Deleuze and Voltaire in France, or Moore and then Shaftesbury in England. It is with mediums, madness, and melancholia that Kant initially grapples. But a fundamental concern, which he later explicitly translates into moral and political arguments, is already present: how can an indispensable enthusiasm be separated from a pernicious fanaticism? And more broadly, how can affect be enlisted in a project of enlightenment? At the junction of a theory of humors and modern mental pathology, Kant's essay on the illnesses of the head poses this problem precisely in terms of the distinction between enthusiasmus and Schwärmerei, a constant through both his so-called pre-critical and critical periods, the two phases of Kant's work that have the 1781 Critique of Pure Reason as their watershed. As Kant writes, with reference to his much-admired Rousseau, this ambiguous appearance of fantasy in moral sentiments that are in themselves good is enthusiasm, and nothing great in the world has been done without it. Things are altogether different with the fanatic. The latter is actually a lunatic with a supposed immediate inspiration and great intimacy with the powers of heaven. Human nature knows no more dangerous delusion. In a note from Observations on the Feeling of the Beautiful and the Sublime, published in the same year as the essay, Kant declares that fanaticism must always be distinguished from enthusiasm. The former believes itself to feel an immediate and extraordinary communion with a higher nature, the latter means the state of the mind in which it has become inflamed by any principle above the proper degree, whether it might be by maxims of patriotic virtue, or of friendship, or of religion, without the illusion of a supernatural communion having anything to do with it. 54. Claims to revelation and inspiration had of course been the object of critical and polemical scrutiny from the first stirrings of the Enlightenment. In the English case, this was often in terms of enthusiasm, in the etymologically precise sense of being visited or inspired by God. Kant relies instead on a non-theological term, albeit one polemically adopted by Luther himself, Schwarmer, to designate those who delude themselves into thinking that they have a sensual experience of the transcendent, and who promise nothing but swarming confusion. However, although Kant will outline different ways of showing how the enthusiast, inflamed by principle, is altogether different from the fanatic, policing the border between these two positions proves to be extremely difficult. For Kant, both enthusiasm and fanaticism are propensities that impinge on human thought in its most admirable aesthetic, cognitive and practical activities, and his denunciation of their dangers is also a recognition of their perverted nobility. It is in this sense that we should consider Kant's preoccupation with melancholy as an ambiguous passion. As Monique David Menard has noted in her study of the madness in pure reason, because he depreciates reality, the melancholic who is enthused can become the champion of morality. 55. In exploring the aesthetic sublimity of a life lived according to principles, Kant writes in the Observations of how in the deterioration of the moral man's character, earnestness inclines towards dejection, devotion toward fanaticism, love of freedom to enthusiasm. 56. In these lines we already have an inkling of the link between fanaticism and a misplaced inwardness, as well as an intimation of the affinity between enthusiasm and politics. Kant's critical vigilance is thus largely turned inwards, in a bid to prevent sublime feelings from mutating imperceptibly into mental illnesses. Vigilance, however, does not translate into self-observation. As he notes in his courses on anthropology, compiling inner perceptions into a diary of an observer of oneself can easily lead to enthusiasm and madness. Such an eavesdropping on oneself is for Kant particularly dangerous, because it subordinates the principles of thought and the reflexivity of our faculty of representation to the unruly flux of inner sense, and neglects the only experiences which we can really rationally observe, external experiences. In sum, such fanatical self-observation is for Kant the most direct path to illuminism or even terrorism, by way of a confusion in the mind of supposed higher inspirations and powers flowing into us, without our help, who knows from where. 57. Such excessive attention lavished on oneself should be offset by the detour through experience and, most significantly, by the use of abstraction, which demonstrates a freedom of the faculty of thought and the authority of the mind, in having the object of one's representations under one's control. 58. This question of critical monitoring, and of the character of abstraction, is present in one of the most remarkable of Kant's writings, in which we see the question of fanaticism span the seemingly separate terrains of mental pathology, occult phenomena, and metaphysics. In the 1766 Dreams of a Spirit Seer elucidated by Dreams of Metaphysics, a text uncharacteristically replete with satire, confession, and anecdote, but whose philosophical significance should not be underestimated, Kant, allegedly at the instigation of friends and acquaintances, tackles the unsettling proximities between the claims of a rationalist, Leibnizian metaphysics and the speculative hucksterism of Emanuel Swedenborg, who had just published his 8-volume Arcana Coelestia. Though Kant mentions religious authorities at the outset, acerbically referring to Holy Rome's exploitation right to spirit realm, what is actually at stake is the undecidability between forms of reasoning which Kant had hitherto championed and the phenomenon of spiritualism, which he confesses to being tempted by, a temptation that will better allow him to vanquish it. The frontiers between folly and understanding, we read in Dreams, are so poorly marked that one can scarcely proceed for long in one region without occasionally making a little sally into the other. 59. The details of Kant's argument, combining linguistic analysis, physiology, and metaphysics, will not detain us here. What matters for our examination of Kant's conflicted critique of fanaticism are the reasons he adduces for taking such interest in Swedenborg's disreputable fancies. Of course, the Swedish seer is an exemplary Schwarmer, transgressing the very principles that order our experience of the external world. His is not just a delusion of reason but a systematic delusion of the senses in general. 60 Sensory delusion involves the mistaken projection of inner sense onto the outer world. Kant speaks here, in both a perceptual and a more broadly cognitive sense, of the point of convergence, the focus imaginarius of our representations, which is placed in the object when we're dealing with external experiences and in ourselves when we're dealing with the images of imagination. The victim of Wonsan is one who places mere objects of his own imagination outside himself, taking them to be things which are actually present before him. 61. But Swedenborg's sensory delusion is systematic and, despite Kant's claim that it is the famous medium's hallucinations rather than his speculations which interest him, it is evident that the 1766 text is preoccupied with Schwarmerei as the intellectual construction of a universe, not just with the fanatical intuition of a contact with spirits. The rationally undecidable character of the difference between metaphysical idealism and delirium will lead Kant to the critique of pure reason, in which the inquiry into the subjective constitution of experience, Kant's Copernican revolution, will place the struggle against the dogmatic fanatical will to knowledge on a new footing. But already in the dreams, the response to fanaticism is not simply physiological and diagnostic, a study of illnesses of the head. It is a question of the limits of human reason, of recognizing that we are not endowed with the wings which would enable to fly so high as to cleave clouds which veil from our eyes the mysteries of the other world. 62 This limitation of reason can only be understood in terms of an overarching interest that is both moral and cosmopolitical. Though his verdict is that we may hold opinions on, but never gain knowledge of, spirits, Kant detects in the attraction of Swedenborg's otherwise nonsensical system of spirits the index of a hope for the future. This hope is a defect, but it is also a rational inclination, and one that Kant refuses to relinquish. But the engagement with Swedenborg also has a more metapolitical dimension. What draws us to the very idea of a community of spirits is our dependency on the universal human understanding, on the will of others outside ourselves, which gives rise to a moral obligation. In explicitly Rousseauian terms, Kant writes that in our most secret motives, we are dependent on the general will. How could we not be charmed by the idea of an immediate community of spirits that would dispel the anomalies, which are normally so embarrassingly conspicuous in the contradiction between the moral and the physical circumstances of man here on earth? 63 The Schwarmer is not operating simply at the level of sensory delusions. The dreams of the spirit seer, like the dreams of the metaphysician, are predicated on our, moral and political, dreams. The turn to immaterial substances or principles as grounding our action in the world and our forecasts about the future is not merely the result of lazy philosophy. 64 It is an effect of our reason's need to communicate with others, living and dead, in one great republic. 65. The guiding themes of Kant's critical philosophy, the limits of human reason, the curtailment of speculation, the grounding of moral faith, emerge alongside the motif of fanaticism, understood as a sensory, cognitive, and moral political phenomenon. The three critiques will prolong this project, if anything dignifying the tendency to excessive speculation by treating it as an immanent disposition of reason, rather than a more or less accidental pathology, or illness of the head. With the study of transcendental illusions in the transcendental dialectic, we pass, to follow David Menard's useful characterization, from madness properly so called to the madness of reason. This madness is in a sense incurable, since it concerns reason's antinomic drive to cognize the totality, to think the unconditioned. Kant's strategy is to harness this drive for the sake of practical reason. Kant's engagement with the question of fanaticism plays out, in closely interrelated ways, in the philosophical, aesthetic, and political registers. In 1786, spurred by a heated debate over Spinoza's pantheism and its potentially irreligious consequences, 66 Kant wrote the essay What Does It Mean to Orient Oneself in Thinking? There, he sought to present his philosophy as one that rejected as fanatical the idea, associated with Spinoza, of a possible intuition of being and necessity. He also wished to demarcate himself from the anti-Spinozist position, identified with the philosopher Jacobi, which tried to drive a wedge between faith and reason. Instead, Kant argued that his masterwork, The Critique of Pure Reason, by determining the limits of our understanding, completely clips dogmatism's wings, that is, it fatally undermines Spinoza's brand of rationalism which, claiming an insight into being without any recourse to sensibility, leads directly to fanaticism. 67. For Kant, reason can immunize itself against the threat of dogmatic, ontological fanaticism. This is one of the chief purposes of critique as a method of inquiry. But the fight against reason's own propensity to fanaticism also has a political side, overtly if elliptically addressed by Kant. Indicating the context of censorship under which he himself labored, he portrays the self-legislation of reason as the only way to preempt state repression of the subversive or atheistic effects of the fanatical position. 68. Autonomy emerges as an antidote to authority and heteronomy. Freedom in thinking, writes Kant, signifies the subjection of reason to no laws except those which it gives itself, and its opposite is the maxim of a lawless use of reason. The natural consequence is that if reason will not subject itself to the laws it gives itself, it has to bow under the yoke of laws given by another, for without any law, nothing, not even nonsense, can play its game for long. 69. Unbelief is what characterizes a reason that refuses to legislate over itself, which seeks to be independent from its own need. This is ultimately an orienting need to presuppose the existence of an unlimited supreme being, for the sake of morality. Autonomy is thus as much self-rule as self-monitoring. The unbelief of reason ultimately leads to libertinism, i.e. the principle of recognizing no authority at all. And, as Kant writes, at this point the authorities get mixed up in the game. So, freedom in thinking finally destroys itself if it tries to proceed in independence of the laws of reason. Invocation of the laws of reason points us to the dialectical bond that Kant perceives between the dogmatic or ontological thinking of substance and an atheist or libertine attack on the compass of rational faith. Furthermore, those who wish to undermine Spinozism with a credoquia absurdum, an irrational belief in the face of ontological rationalism, are equally portrayed as harbingers of unruliness. 70. In the 1790s Kant returned to the question of Schwarmerei, recasting the difference between fanaticism and enthusiasm and singling out the affect of enthusiasm. Kant distinguishes affect from passion by its impetuous and unpremeditated character, whereas passion is persistent and deliberate, thus resentment is an affect, hatred a passion. 71. Though he favors a kind of righteous apathy, Kant defines affect as a pathological but purposeful supplement, providentially bestowed on us by nature until reason has achieved the necessary strength. Enthusiasm may be elicited by linking moral and political principles to examples that enliven the will. In other words, in order to avoid becoming pathological, affect must be referred to reason as its cause. 72. Affect must remain an effect, and not a cause. The distinction between fanaticism and enthusiasm also surfaces in the Critique of Judgment, where the transcendental inquiry into the feelings of the beautiful and the sublime also involves a treatment of unruly excitations that may nevertheless serve to further universal principles. Affect is like a sudden, unintentional transport which, though inimical to reason's self-mastery, can nevertheless betoken a sublime experience of moral principles that lie beyond the sensible, and which we negatively encounter in the painful failures of our cognition. Kant here defines enthusiasm as follows. If the idea of the good is accompanied by affect, this is called enthusiasm. This mental state seems to be sublime, so much so that it is commonly alleged that nothing great can be accomplished without it. But in fact any affect is blind. For an affect is an agitation of the mind that makes it unable to engage in free deliberation about principles with the aim of determining itself according to them. Hence there is no way it can deserve to be liked by reason. Yet enthusiasm is sublime aesthetically, because it is a straining of our forces by ideas that impart to the mind a momentum whose effects are mightier and more permanent than are those of an impulse produced by presentations of sense. 73. It is this aesthetic affective character of enthusiasm to which Kant will accord political significance in the conflict of the faculties. In that text, it is not the action that brings about the French Revolution, but the affect it elicits in remote and disinterested spectators, which acts as a sign that humanity may indeed be the agent of its own improvement, that there is such a thing as human progress in history. The public character and universality of the enthusiasm of the Revolution's sympathizers demonstrates a character of the human race at large and all at once, owing to its disinterestedness, a moral character of humanity, at least in its predisposition, a character which not only permits people to hope for progress toward the better, but is already itself progress insofar as its capacity is sufficient for the present. Point 74. The difference between enthusiasm and fanaticism is here figured in terms of distance and disinterest, whereas in the critique of judgment it is the character of sight or insight that is at stake. Famously, Kant considers enthusiasm in light of iconoclasm, which in banning graven images permits a negative exhibition of the infinite. This does not transgress into a sensible vision of the infinite, but is instead sublime precisely because its reference is to our way of thinking, to the supremacy of ideas over sensation. As in the earlier reflections on Swedenborg and the essay on orientation in thinking, for Kant fanaticism mistakes inner imagination for outer sense, or subjective conviction for objective knowledge. Not merely a physiological derangement, it involves the marriage of the needs of reason with the fantasy that these needs could be immediately satisfied in experience. Kant argues that enthusiasm as a pure, elevating, and merely negative exhibition of morality involves no danger of fanaticism, which is the delusion of wanting to see something beyond all bounds of sensibility, i.e. of dreaming according to principles. The exhibition avoids fanaticism precisely because it is merely negative. For the idea of freedom is inscrutable and thereby precludes all positive exhibition whatever. 75. It is precisely with regard to the idea of freedom that Kant again touches on the question of fanaticism in his 1793 text, on the common saying, this may be true in theory, but it does not apply in practice. Like the orientation essay, on the common saying emerges out of a polemic. It intervenes in the debate triggered by the translation into German by Friedrich von Gentz of Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France. 76. For our purposes what matters is not so much the detail of Kant's argument, as the very gesture that the essay embodies. Against the counter-revolutionary position, which views the subjection of politics and custom to abstract principle as the very essence of fanaticism, or even terrorism, Kant engages in a dogged if cautious defense of the rights of theory. Having fought off the sensory delusions and speculative superstitions of Schwarmerey, he now finds himself implicitly denounced as a fanatic. 77. Though it might appear shrouded in prudence, Kant's response is a powerful one. In the 1793 essay, to quote Domenico Losurdo, Kant unmasks the call to practice or happiness as the call to the maintenance of the status quo. The refusal of theory is the refusal of any project of radical transformation, a project which is either judged empty and abstract because of its transcendence vis-a-vis the existing social-political system, or is ruinous and appalling because of its pretense to realize concretely, even through harsh struggles, a new social-political order. 78. Seen in the context of the reaction to the epidemical and atheistical fanaticism of the French Revolution, and especially to the part played in it by abstraction and metaphysics, the image of Kant as a political moderate, so common today, becomes harder to sustain. To get a sense of how Kant could be viewed as a revolutionary and an extremist of sorts, it suffices to turn to Nietzsche's famous attacks on what he scornfully termed Königsbergian Chinadom. 79. Much of Nietzsche's genealogical war on the view of the true and the good as disincarnate principles immune from conflict and contest is in effect founded on a sui generis continuation of the Enlightenment's, and especially Voltaire's, condemnation of fanatisme. For Nietzsche, however, fanaticism is not primarily to be understood in terms of religious sectarianism or superstition, but as a fanaticism of reason, one that is already detectable in Socrates and Plato. 80. As he had noted in his lectures on Plato, speaking of philosophy's tyrannical bent, the conviction that one possesses the truth makes one fanatic. 81 Characteristically eliding moral, political, and epistemological certainties, all of which he regards as founded on the same nihilistic belief in a true world behind the illusory, apparent one. Nietzsche juxtaposes two forms of intellectual life, men of conviction versus vigorous, free-thinking skeptics. Convictions are prisons, he writes. Those who live in dutiful fidelity to an idea, who require some unconditional yes and no, abdicate their sovereignty to become mere instruments, weak slaves of a higher will. The man of conviction is prey to a performative contradiction. Conviction is the backbone of the man of conviction. Not to see many things, not to be impartial in anything, to be party through and through, to view all values from a strict and necessary perspective, this alone is the condition under which such a man exists at all. But he is thereby the antithesis, the antagonist of the truthful man, of truth. Recognizing such a contradiction would mean immediate destruction. For Nietzsche, truly great intellects are driven not by belief but by a grand passion that expresses itself as the freedom to posit and destroy values, unconstrained by allegiance to any one given truth. For them, conviction is merely a means. What we have here is a contrast between two articulations of affect and truth. While the Nietzschean free spirit takes pride in his capacity to adopt and discard truths at will, the passions of the man of conviction, who is also, as the above quote suggests, a partisan man, are inextricable from his beliefs. This is why he is for Nietzsche a fanatic. The historical exemplars he selects signal that for Nietzsche, too, fanaticism is a politico-religious phenomenon. The pathological conditionality of his perspective makes of the convinced man a fanatic. Savonarola, Luther, Rousseau, Robespierre, Saint Simon, the antithetical type of the strong, emancipated spirit. But the larger-than-life attitudes of these six spirits, these conceptual epileptics, impresses the great masses. Fanatics are picturesque, mankind would rather see gestures than listen to reasons. 82 Such polemical deployments of the idea of fanaticism are revealing of Nietzsche's tactical stance towards the Enlightenment, reiterating its criticisms of irrational convictions and otherworldly attachments while disputing any univocal claim to truth or universality. The political intent of Nietzsche's handling of fanaticism as a term of opprobrium is especially evident in his criticisms of Kant. Unlike many contemporary commentators, but like Marx, who saw in Kant's philosophy the German theory of the French Revolution 83, he regards Kant as an unalloyed supporter of the overturning of the Ancien regime. Nietzsche depicts the disembodied, life-denying moral doctrine of the transcendental philosopher as inseparable from the universalizing impetus of the French Revolution, the daughter and continuation of Christianity, with its leveling superstition of equal men, and the first act of the last great slave rebellion. 84 For Nietzsche, both Christianity and the revolution of the rights of man rest on notions of duty and virtue abstracted from the concrete differences between peoples, groups, and individuals, between different wills and affirmations. The raising of universal standards is mortally dangerous, since it cannot but ultimately lead to an exhaustion of life, a quashing of that very instinctual and natural joy which is the precondition for any affirmation. Though his ends and motivations differ markedly, Nietzsche here follows quite closely in the footsteps of the counter-revolutionary, anti-fanatical tradition that has its principal source in Burke's reflections. The target remains the role of abstraction in politics and morality, understood as the artificial denial of some kind of nature, where the latter is synonymous with hierarchy, difference, and domination. The differential affirmation of life, as an embodied activity of valuation, a struggle between wills to power, is neutralized, which is to say equalized, at the political level by the ascendancy of French fanaticism. 85 Likewise, the centerpiece of Kant's moral thought, the idea of a universalizable categorical imperative, constitutes a sacrifice to the Moloch of abstraction. 86 Allegiance to the French Revolution is proof of the dangers inhering in Kantian morality. Did Kant not see in the French Revolution the transition from the inorganic form of the state to the organic? Did he not ask himself whether there was an event which could be explained in no other way than by a moral predisposition on the part of mankind, so that with it the tendency of man to seek the good would be proved once and for all? Kant's answer: the revolution is that. The erring instinct in all and everything, anti-naturalness as instinct, German decadence as philosophy, that is Kant. 87. Elsewhere, Nietzsche sketches a criticism of the notion of enthusiasm, so central to the Kantian approach to the revolution, that gruesome farce, he writes, which, considered closely, was quite superfluous, though noble and enthusiastic spectators from all over Europe contemplated it from a distance and interpreted it according to their own indignations and enthusiasms for so long, and so passionately, that the text finally disappeared under the interpretation. A central Nietzschean category, interpretation, is enlisted to strip Kant's account of enthusiasm of its universality, questioning not just its fidelity to the text, to factual historical truth, but turning it into a pathologically perspectival phenomenon, as also signified by Nietzsche's avoidance of Kant's own term, enthusiasmus. To the extent that, like Robespierre, he was bitten by the moral tarantula Rousseau and harbored in the depths of his soul the idea of moral fanaticism, Kant's profound sympathy and affinity for the French Revolution comes as no surprise to Nietzsche, who also notes that Kant inevitably had to translate his revolutionary enthusiasm in a peculiarly German way, namely by projecting an undemonstrable world, a logical beyond. 88 The French fanatics of equality were thus greeted at a distance by a fanatic of the ought, of the thou shalt. 89 Though Nietzsche condescends to recognizing Kant's merit in making the epistemological scepticism of the English possible for Germans, his portrait is unforgiving. Kant, inferior in his psychology and knowledge of human nature, way off when it comes to great historical values, a moral fanatic à la Rousseau, a subterranean Christianity in his values, a dogmatist through and through but ponderously sick of this inclination, to such an extent that he wished to tyrannize it, but also weary right away of scepticism, not yet touched by the slightest breath of cosmopolitan taste and the beauty of antiquity. 90. The sworn enemy of fanaticism, Kant, has the epithet turned against him, a testament to the remarkable plasticity of fanaticism as a term of disparagement and diagnosis. Unlike in Kant's own formulation of fanaticism, it is not an unwarranted claim to divine inspiration or communion with spirits that Nietzsche charges Kant with, nor is Kant guilty of an undue extension of the claims of reason beyond its proper domain. Rather, Nietzsche attacks Kant on two fronts, both intimately connected with his broader response to political philosophies of egalitarianism, viewed as Christian in their origin and nihilist in their consequences. Kant's moral fanaticism stems from two operations of dissimulation. On the one hand, a particular valuation is hypostasized through abstraction as transcendent, thereby crushing the joyful and affirmative difference of life. On the other, Kant's commitment to truth is undermined when viewed as an episode in the psychology of conviction. In Nietzsche's eyes, the categorical imperative is merely the persuasion of a party man, which Kant mendaciously disavows by linking morality to supreme motives and ultimately to God. 91 Nietzsche employs against Kant a term, moral fanaticism, that the latter had introduced into the Critique of Practical Reason, where it denotes behavior undertaken not from duty alone but because of spontaneous inclination, in the self-conceit that deems certain actions to be commendable for their merit or nobility. 92 In a sense, Nietzsche is not wide of the mark. The vocabulary Kant uses to distinguish dutiful from fanatical action is one of partisanship. The moral state in which can be each time is virtue, i.e. the moral attitude in the struggle, and not holiness in the supposed possession of a complete purity of the will's attitudes. 93 Militant virtue, in the subjection to the abstract and universal law, and not ennobling sanctity or valor. This is Kant's Robespierrean recommendation, which, like the life of the French revolutionary, alerts us to the uneasy coincidence of democracy and fanaticism present at the birth of modern European politics. 94. Legacies of limitation. An examination of the backlash against Kant as a moral fanatic for the revolutionary politics of virtue can serve as a corrective of sorts to his current moderate image as a patron figure for an ethical liberal cosmopolitanism. Kant's own self-censorship and compromise, along with the neglect of the historical contexts that gave their urgency and radically to his interventions 95 mean that today we find it difficult to understand how in the 1830s Heine could write of Kant's destructive, world-crushing thought, or remind his French readers of the social importance of the critique of pure reason. 96. Readers of Kant tend to take on board his diagnosis of fanaticism, understood as the delusion of seeing the infinite, or acting directly on the supersensible. But they often fail to confront his fanatical defense of the ethico-political rights of abstraction, or his related account of revolutionary enthusiasm. This allows Kant to be enlisted in the elaboration of an ethics of finitude, aimed at neutralizing the Promethean hubris that stems from presuming that politics can proceed from theoretical knowledge of the ways of the world. The risk to be averted is that of a politics of abstraction, overly attached to an idea at the expense of a frontal denial of reality. 97. In this view, the Kantian revolution in philosophy is a lesson in limitation. 98. On one level, this is unexceptionable. As we have seen, Kant's philosophy is indeed aimed at clipping the wings of speculative reason. But this seeming curtailment of thought, which binds knowledge to the restrictive parameters of human sensory experience, is accompanied by claims for the universality of moral principle that are anything but limited or finite. The centrality of the human species as a subject of moral and historical development in Kant's political writings is a case in point. The enthusiasm which greets the French Revolution among its Prussian spectators is important for Kant precisely because of what it indicates about the progressive tendencies of humanity. The affect that accompanies the revolutionary good is itself a sign that warrants the formulation of what Kant, casting limitation to the wind, calls a prophetic history. Genuine enthusiasm, which is enthusiasm for an ideal, that is, an abstraction, does not produce knowledge. However, it makes it possible to grasp and to further a truth about humanity as a whole. The revolution is an unpredictable event, but one with a properly transcendental significance. As Kant writes in The Conflict of the Faculties, such a phenomenon in human history will not be forgotten, because it has revealed a tendency and faculty in human nature for improvement such that no politician, affecting wisdom, might have conjured out of the course of things hitherto existing, and one which nature and freedom alone, united in the human race in conformity with inner principles, could have promised. 99. The place of the idea of humanity in the semantic force field that encompasses fanaticism and enthusiasm is revealing. A clue is provided in one of Kant's handwritten annotations from the 1780s. Superstitious religion bases itself on a principle of subjecting reason to the delusion of perceptions. In fanaticism, human beings raise themselves above humanity 100 in claiming direct personal access to the supersensible, whether through spirit seeing or intellectual intuition. The Schwarmer effectively forsake the universality of the species, which can only ever be indirectly presented, for instance in revolutionary prophecies, but never simply known. In affirming access to the all, the human vanishes. The negative exhibition of humanity, which makes for the sublimity of enthusiasm, is thus predicated on the systematic critique of fanaticism. But, as we saw, this repudiation of the sensory delusion of knowledge of the immaterial is the prelude to the affirmation of the truth of the abstract and the defense of the rights of theory, precisely the gesture that led detractors of the French Revolution, from Jens to Nietzsche, to regard Kant as a moral fanatic. The fanatical humanist that emerges from Nietzsche's various excoriations of Kant sheds an interesting light on contemporary efforts to use the latter's idea of enthusiasm to renew political thought. Hannah Arendt's much praised posthumously published lectures on Kant's political philosophy have played a considerable role in this move. Arendt turned to Kant to hone her theory of public judgment as a cornerstone of politics, emphasizing the role of the spectator, and of a political aesthetics, in what she presented as Kant's unwritten political doctrine. Though fanaticism does not explicitly feature in her treatment, the juxtaposition between the disinterested, enthusiastic judgments of the distant onlookers engaging in a public use of reason and the possibly criminal upheavals that actually make up the messy reality of the overturning of an old regime and the foundation of a new one might suggest an alignment of fanaticism with revolution. Or perhaps, more in keeping with the overall tenor of Arendt's thinking, fanaticism would lie, in a manner not entirely alien from Nietzsche's statements on the matter, in the affirmation that there can be a politics of humanity per se 101. Arendt stresses that Kant's aesthetic and political doctrine of judgment is not one of universality, but rather, to the extent that it is based on cases, examples, and occasions that cannot be subsumed under pre-given criteria, one that links singularity to generality. Furthermore, she sees the notion of species in Kant as indicating that what is at stake is the plurality of men, not humanity, or man as such. The political question of judgment would thus be, why are there men rather than man? 102 Now, though it is clear that the notion of the species is not simply reducible to that of humanity, since in Kant it is meant to indicate the point of contact, in prophetic history, between the causality of nature and the principles of freedom, Arendt's turn to plurality occludes Kant's defense of abstraction in politics. That judgment in politics cannot be deduced from knowable and fixed criteria does not turn it into a matter of trial and error, or of personal sensibility. The impersonal dimension of judgment, which Arendt perspicuously grasps when she speaks of something non-subjective in what seems to be the most private and subjective sense 103, and the impersonality of the feeling that greets the sudden event of emancipation in a distant land, signal that the abstract dimension of humanity, over and above men in the plural, is indispensable for Kant. As opposed to the fanaticism and superstition that compel individual human beings to adopt a superior tone on the grounds of their privileged access to the supersensible, the enthusiasm that is humanity's sign to itself that it indeed exists, at least as a tendency or disposition, goes beyond plurality. Kant's species is not just a population, or even a multitude. Kant cannot so easily be enlisted for a project in which political plurality would be pitted against abstract universals in order to ground a politics of finitude and forestall the totalitarian transgressions of abstract politics. What of the trope of the spectator, which plays such a crucial role in Arendt's account? Leaving aside the specific political reasons that might have suggested to Kant, as an accommodation to Prussian political conditions, the institution of an insurmountable distance between revolution and anyone who merely contemplates it from a spectator's position 104 Can we see the spectator as a safeguard against political schwärmerei? Arendt, who defines politics as concerted and unpredictable action in a public space of appearance, notes in her lectures that Kant does not know either a faculty or a need for action. 105 This is true to a certain extent. The capacity for collective historical action, the experience of oneself as a member of a species with a disposition to progressive development, can only be experienced indirectly in Kant, not through the activity of a political militant, but only by way of what Arendt calls linking it to Kant's notion of a world citizen or cosmopolitan, a world spectator. 106 The limitations and contradictions of the spectator's stance, which externalizes and in a sense naturalizes the very event it is enthusiastic about, stripping it of its subjective dimension, are evident. Stathis Kavlakis has captured them well. A position à la Kant is illusory not because it presents itself as subjective but, in a certain sense, because it is not subjective enough, because it holds that an objective upheaval can take place in the world on a level that is indifferent and, as it were, external to the deliberations of a subject confined to his enthusiasms for the spectacle of a remote battle. This observing consciousness does not take into account the always already of a network of day-to-day decisions in which subjective activity is entangled. By dissociating the form of the event from its content, this consciousness condemns itself to oscillating between enthusiasm at a distance and aestheticized indifference to worldly affairs. 107. From another, related angle, what Arendt referred to as the clash between the spectator and the actor 108 appears as a fetishistic disavowal, which immunizes one's own immaculate and transcendental enthusiasm from contagion by the bloody empirical deeds on which it nevertheless relies. 109 Although there is considerable truth in these and other criticisms of Kant's politics of the spectator, many of them rely, as does Arendt, on the notion of the spectator as impartial. In her gloss on Kant's Politics of Judgment, via a parable by Pythagoras, she argues that only the spectator occupies a position that enables him to see the whole. The actor, because he is a part of the play, must enact his part, he is partial by definition. The spectator is impartial by definition, no part is assigned to him 110, but this distribution of the sensible, which puts partial actors on one side and impartial, that is to say universal, spectators on the other, overlooks an important element in Kant's argument. 111 For what allows these spectators effective participation in the good to serve as a sign of human progress is not their impartiality, but the very fact that, at the risk of persecution, they are taking sides for the revolution. 112 It is not impartiality but partisanship that defines the universal import of political judgment. The public risk and absence of any potential personal gains from the revolutionary events are indeed gauges of universality for Kant. These are not disincarnate, objective spectators, judging in terms of a dispassionate vision of the whole, instead they embody a passionate yet disinterested partisanship. To complicate matters further, the enthusiasm of the spectator is an enthusiasm at his own species' capacity to act. As the conflict of the faculties states, there must be some experience in the human race which, as an event, points to the disposition and capacity of the human race to be the cause of its own advance toward the better, and, toward the human race as being the author of this advance. 113 For reasons that likely derive from both political caution and philosophical principle, Kant, as Arendt notes, indeed lacks a theory of political action. As evinced by his wrestling with the right of resistance and his contortions to prove the legitimacy of the French Revolution, political action proper seems to vanish in the very gap between freedom and nature, when it is not relegated to states of exceptions and civil wars. But we can also say that the spectator acts through the risky choice of public partisanship, and that what his enthusiasm signals towards is the very capacity of the human being to be a collective historical political agent. There is some irony therefore in the fact that Kant's treatment of judgment and enthusiasm has been enlisted precisely to undermine the all too abstract grand narrative of human progress for which the French Revolution served as a sign. In the wake of the critique of totalitarianism and in the context of a crisis of Marxism, the attempt to formulate a finite politics for contemporary democracies, one shorn of the totalizing hubris of both socialism and capitalism, has adopted Kant as its tutelary figure. In the early 1980s, Jean-François Lyotard, in dialogue with Jean-Luc Nancy and Philippe Lacaille-Labart, who in 1980 had set up their Centre de Recherches Philosophiques sur les Politiques to forward a research program in which finitude played a crucial role, turned to the Kant of the third critique and the conflict of the faculties to rethink politics in a postmodern situation devoid of a unified, universal horizon, and especially of the historical directionality and moral political orientation sought by Kant. Explicitly returning to Kant in terms of what Foucault had called the sagittal relationship to the present, to our time, Lyotard tries to maintain the link between enthusiasm and the event while doing away with the abstract universality of humanity. Where the tension between registers of cognition and intelligibility was dramatized by Kant as the site of the negative exhibition of a moral and practical universality made all the purer by its demarcation from the delusions of fanaticism, Lyotard, who reads Kant through the Wittgensteinian lens of incommensurable phrases and language games, regards the link between affect and history in terms of a radical heterogeneity, of the failure, impossibility, or wrong of subsuming one regime of discourse of experience into another. Politics would instead concern the precarious transition between different regimes. Rather than bearers of a fragile and indirect universality, Lyotard's events are such because they thwart the total and the universal. Auschwitz destroys the subsuming of the real by the rational, Budapest 56, the subsuming of proletarian revolts by communism, May 68, that of liberation by liberalism, the crisis of 73, that of the market mechanism by post-Keynesian economics. While the spirit of some of Lyotard's manoeuvre, his attempt to think events as not being submerged by capital's phrase, is commendable, in light of our own exploration of fanaticism, it is difficult not to see the transmutation of Kant into a prologue of postmodernity as the attempt to strip him of the last vestiges of his own fanaticism, of those very humanist abstractions that led Nietzsche to see him as a Fanatiker. Is faithfulness to Kant's project to be found in the critical inheritance of his universalist enthusiasm for revolution, along a lineage that includes Hegel, Heine, and Marx 114, or are we instead enjoined to prolong his cognitive critique of Schwarmerei, to engender an anti-fanatical politics of finitude and heterogeneity, in which humanity as such is emphatically not a historical actor? Lyotard's painstaking reading of Kant's aesthetic thought is set on negating the universality inherent in enthusiasm as negative exhibition, stressing instead both its failure and its broadly physiological dimension, as when he writes of an agitation on the spot, in the blind alley of incommensurability. 115. Something similar can be said of his characterization of the Kantian spectator. Whereas for Arendt the spectator carried an impartial view of the whole, for Lyotard Kant's account of the response to the French Revolution reveals the paradox of feeling in common a formlessness for which there is no image or sensory intuition. 116. But, aside from an excessive stress on visuality and the question of presentation, what this account misses, in its accentuation of the heterogeneous and the formless, is the sameness that underlies the experience of enthusiasm as an experience of the historical capacities of the species. The partisan affect is itself a sign of humanity's capacity to be the cause of its own advance, it is the negative exhibition of collective freedom. The manner in which Lyotard strains the event's opposition to the universal, motivated by the attempt to dislocate Kant's moral destination into a postmodern heterogeneity of purposes, is too bound up with the anti-totalitarian commonplace that treating principles in terms of their universality, and history in terms of its totalization, is somehow causative of, or at best complicit with, horrific wrongs and oppressions. Enthusiasm after enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is a frequent term in the writings of Lenin, and remained an important signifier for the Russian Revolution. Witness Gigi Vertov's film Enthusiasm, an epic paean to Stalinist industrialization, in which the strictures of propaganda mingle with genuine exaltation. In most cases, enthusiasm is used in a conventional manner to designate the energy, passion, and motivation that should accompany the building of socialism. But there is a rather obscure and perhaps uncharacteristic text of Lenin from 1913, only published posthumously, which we cannot but read as a commentary on Kant's conflict of the faculties. Entitled Conversation, it consists of exchanges between two bystanders of revolution. In short, two spectators, a position that Lenin himself was forced to assume at different stages in his political career. The first bystander is scolding the revolutionaries for their factional fighting, and attacking political organization as ultimately harmful of the proletariat's interests. The second retorts with a striking update of Kant's reflections on enthusiasm. We are both outsiders, that is, neither of us is a direct participant in the struggle. But bystanders who are trying to understand what is happening before their eyes may react to the struggle in two ways. Looking on from the outside, one may see only what one might call the outward aspect of the struggle. Speaking figuratively, one may see only clenched fists, distorted faces and ugly scenes, one may condemn it all, one may weep and wail on account of it. But one can also, looking on from the outside, understand the meaning of the struggle that is going on, which is slightly, if you will excuse my saying so, more interesting and historically more significant than the scenes and pictures of the so-called excesses or extremes of the struggle. There can be no struggle without enthusiasm and no enthusiasm without extremes, and as far as I'm concerned I hate most of all people who focus their attention on extremes in the struggle of classes, parties, and factions. And this is about something big, historically big. A working class party is being built up. Workers' independence, the influence of the workers on their own parliamentary group, decisions by the workers themselves on questions of their own party, such is the great historical significance of what is going on, the mere wish is becoming fact before our very eyes. You are afraid of extremes and you regret them, but I watch in admiration a struggle that is actually making the working class of Russia more mature and adult, and I am mad about one thing only, that I am a bystander, that I cannot plunge into the midst of that struggle. 117. An empiricist spectator, who simply registers the violence, factionalism, and setbacks of the movement, is juxtaposed to one whose own enthusiasm or admiration knows how to accept the possibly excessive enthusiasm of the participants, because it can refer to the principles that underlie it, to the wish becoming fact. Lenin's spectator is also only a relative one, biding his time before he can participate. But this does not mean that he ignores the specificity of spectatorship. In effect, the second bystander's arguments for enthusiasm are based on an explicit defense of the principle of publicity. To the first bystander's argument that factional fighting will engender public falsehoods, the second replies that publicity is a sword that itself heals the wounds it makes, an expression that wouldn't be out of place in Kant's writing. Bound as it is to universality, enthusiasm cannot be dispersed in heterogeneity. Nor should it be accorded to spectators while stripped from the political agents. To traverse the critique of fanaticism in its multifarious guises can also allow us to hone a theory of political affect, of effective participation in the good, something not so easily pigeonholed by those sceptical or deflationary doctrines that see in unconditional political commitments and abstract passions only preludes to violence and disaster. 4. The Revolution of the East. Islam, Hegel, Psychoanalysis. What is it to cure a culture, to diagnose a religion? What kinds of explanation, identification, and prescription are involved in questions like what went wrong with Islam? Inquiries such as these are not innocent ones, and the ideological reasons for their pervasiveness in the recent period are not difficult to fathom. But what are the stakes when the person asking such a question is not an Orientalist historian, or an imperial consultant, but a psychoanalyst, or, at least, someone drawing analytical insight and speculative authority from Freud or Lacan? I want to explore what lies behind psychoanalytic diagnoses of the putative maladies, impasses, or discontents of Islam, and of religion in general. Though hardly a major force in the vast intellectual industry that has tried to present governments and publics in the capitalist core with serviceable images of Islamic politics, culture, and mentality, psychoanalysis is of particular interest here for the manner in which it inquires into the relation between the cultural and the psychic. To the extent that Islamic terrorism or fundamentalism is a privileged target of contemporary uses of the idea of fanaticism, attention to how it is handled in a psychoanalytic register can be instructive, especially in terms of one of the concerns of this book, the culturalization and psychologization of politics under the aegis of fanaticism, and the concomitant definition of a liberal political norm. Examining the encounter between psychoanalysis and Islam brings to the surface something like the political unconscious of psychoanalysis itself as a secular science and a secular clinic, as well as the broader reliance of some psychoanalytic thought on the equation of political conviction with fanaticism. I want to inquire how and why a certain normative political notion of the secular has found its way into psychoanalytically inspired treatments of Islam, the Arab world, or the Middle East. In other words, how a certain dislocated, maladaptive, voided subject, the subject of psychoanalysis, has been rendered normative and congruent with the institutions and ideals of the liberal democratic state. My starting point lies in the trope of psychic submission, of subjection to the one, which psychologically marks out the subject of Islam as a bellicose fanatic or a helpless fatalist. The most important formulation of this idea of a fanatical religion of absorption into unity, and a significant precursor for contemporary psychoanalytic reflections, is, as I will show, Hegel's account of Islam in his philosophies of history and religion. In both philosophy and psychoanalysis, it is by contrast to something like a fanatical submission to the one, an excessive monotheism, that a form of Judeo-Christian subjectivity might be regarded as normative. In this light, the Islamic subject is perceived as having failed in its secularization, failed to broach the attenuation of the one, effected by specifically doctrinal mediations which, once secularized, carry over a dissipated religious content into a disenchanted social sphere. It is worth asking how concepts of civilization, culture, and religion, so central to the formation of a discourse on fanaticism, are interrogated within psychoanalysis. This allows us to reflect on the anti-political timelessness that is ascribed to that which is marked out as non- or pre-secular. Finally, I want to consider under what terms psychoanalytic and philosophical discourses are capable of articulating the relation between politics, religion, and subjectivity without merely replicating or underwriting the very fantasies that perniciously structure our political and ideological space. A fanaticism of the one. Gil Anadjar has provocatively declared that, just as Montesquieu invented Oriental despotism, so Hegel invented the Muslims. 1 Whereas Kant's remarks on religious iconoclasm and the sublime in the Critique of Judgment had asymmetrically brought together the Jews and Islam, Hegel's conceptual placement of Mahometans in the philosophy of history and philosophy of religion can be seen to inaugurate the perception of Islam as a politicized religion characterized by a particular type of subjectivity, the subjectivity of fanaticism. But didn't the Lumieres, specifically Voltaire, author of the play Le Fanatisme, ou Muhammad le Prophet, give the modern figure of the fanatic its shape? If we take fanaticism as the antithesis of religious toleration, as the subject's habitation by a violent and monomaniacal theological unreason, this is true. But the concept of fanaticism forged by Voltaire is not religiously specified in anything like an unequivocal fashion. That is why Mohammed, who is not himself a fanatic in the play, but a sexualized impostor and lucid manipulator of the human proclivity to fanaticism and superstition, can serve as the avatar for Voltaire's Catholic enemies closer to home. 2 The claim that Hegel philosophically invented Muslims as the bearers of a distinct type of fanatical subjectivity can thus be articulated with the idea that Hegel's conception of fanatismus is in many respects discontinuous with Voltaire's fanatisme. And, we could add, Kant's Schwärmerei. It is possible to identify a significant shift in the idea of fanaticism, from its Enlightenment figure as violently intolerant religious consciousness to its Hegelian formulation. Though in this transition some key features are retained, for instance, the secular circumscription of the religious as a limited sphere, in Hegel fanaticism is articulated, not just as the irrational and arbitrary imposition of a particular set of beliefs and practices, but in terms of a mode, albeit a destructive one, of universality. Islamic religion and Muslim subjectivity appear in Hegel's writings as the carriers of a universal claim having important analogies with the forms of political subjectivity that characterize the historical and political phenomenology of European spirit. Tellingly, in the philosophy of history, Hegel refers to Islam as the revolution of the East. The content of this revolution is depicted in fiercely universalist terms. Destroyed all particularity and dependence, and perfectly cleared up and purified the soul and disposition, making the abstract one the absolute object of attention and devotion, and to the same extent, pure subjective consciousness, the knowledge of this one alone, the only aim of reality, making the unconditioned the condition of existence. 3. In such passages, which could of course also be regarded as apotheoses of the Orientalist treatment of Islam as a doctrinal and cultural monolith, Hegel is rare among European philosophers in according to Islam a spiritual and conceptual dignity. Instead of burying it in the lascivious ornamentation of Oriental despotism, Hegel, in what may be termed a meta-religious register, depicts it as a high point of abstract thought. The Oriental principle, as he calls it, commands the destruction of worldly particularity and its spiritual elevation to the one infinite power beyond all the multiplicity of the world, whence Hegel's characterization of Islam, in the wake of Kant's reflections on its iconoclasm, as the religion of sublimity. In terms of the philosophical typology of religions, a practice that, as we shall see, is significant for evaluating the psychoanalytic approach to Islam, it is of interest that the Hegel of the philosophy of history presents the move from Judaism to Islam as dialectical, even though, by promoting an abstract worship of the one, it ends up generating a sterile impasse. Why would spirit reach this dead end? The dislocation of God from being the exclusive possession of a people is depicted by Hegel as engendering a universalizing personality, freed from ethno-national particularity. Point 4. But for Hegel, Islam, if one may put it this way, takes universalism too far. In Islam, subjectivity has worship for the sole occupation of its activity, combined with the design to subjugate secular existence to the one. Subjectivity is here living and unlimited, an energy which enters into secular life with a purely negative purpose, and busies itself and interferes with the world, only in such a way as shall promote pure adoration of the one. 5. The one, juxtaposed to all particularity, absorbs a purely negative subjectivity. This God knows no limitations, and overtakes the whole of human experience and language. To use a Lacanian formulation, the unrepresentable real comes to colonize and to undermine the symbolic order. The subject of Islam, in this Hegelian image, is a subject without qualities or predicates. Rather than permitting a mediation of freedom within a differentiated social bond, Islam's politics of the one, its passion for the real, means that its only way to hold the faithful together is through the abstract tie of divine unity, which enjoins a constant expansion driven by a generic energy. 6. This depiction of Islam as a religion of the one permits Hegel to re-articulate, rather than to repeat, the standard tropes of European Orientalism. It is because of its purely abstract universality that Islam is basically expansionist, and it is the insubstantial, inorganic character of its social compact which so easily tips it over into stagnation or degeneration. In this way, Hegel labels Islam with the idea of fanaticism. Abstraction swayed the minds of the Mohammedans. Their object was to establish an abstract worship, and they struggled for its accomplishment with the greatest enthusiasm. This enthusiasm was fanaticism, that is, an enthusiasm for something abstract, for an abstract thought which sustains a negative position towards the established order of things. It is the essence of fanaticism to bear only a desolating destructive relation to the concrete. 7. Islam is depicted as an inherently fanatical religion because the singular or concrete form of subjectivity, understood as freedom, is absent. Such political and moral freedom is paradigmatically identified with the consummate religion of Christianity and its integration and overcoming in the modern state form. This might well be regarded as an insensitive schematization based on the idea of a uniform Islam, understood through the prism of an absolute and systematic difference with the Christian West. 8. As noted, the German idealist philosopher does indeed bear an interesting, if complex, affinity with these Orientalist themes. But Hegel's philosophical capture of Islam is not based simply on the idea of the opposition between the rational, humane, superior Christian West and the aberrant, undeveloped, inferior Islamic Orient. 9. Rather, the Oriental fanaticism of the Revolution of the East in many respects parallels the fanaticism of the Revolution in and of the West. If we turn to the 1824 lectures on the philosophy of religion, this view of Islam as the dead end of an excessive universality, as a fanatical religion of destruction for and by the one, is complicated by crossing over, in terms of the crucial notion of abstraction, from the dialectic of religions to the political field. In a significant passage, we are presented with the abstractive fanaticism of Islam as isomorphic to the abstract egalitarianism of the French Terror. In the Islamic doctrine there is merely the fear of God. God is to be venerated as the one, and one cannot advance beyond this abstraction. Islam is therefore the religion of formalism, a perfect formalism that allows nothing to take shape in opposition to it. Or again, in the French Revolution, liberty and equality were affirmed in such a way that all spirituality, all laws, all talents, all living relations had to disappear before this abstraction, and the public order and constitution had to come from elsewhere and be forcibly asserted against this abstraction. For those who hold fast to the abstraction cannot allow anything determinate to emerge, since this would be the emergence of something particular and distinct in contrast with this abstraction. 10. These lines could, of course, be taken as the matrix for the normatively liberal tradition of thought which, under the umbrella of the concept of political religion, casts a dark light on the seemingly differentiating universalism that affects all projects seeking to subject social mediations to the unity of an abstract principle. Unsurprisingly, Hegel cannot be so easily enlisted in defiance of the state. From the standpoint of Hegel's philosophy of history, his understanding of the French Revolution in particular, it is possible to speak of a necessary and legitimate fanaticism, whose destructive and abstractive powers may qualify it as a modernizing agent. 11 But what of fanaticism grasped synchronically, in the context of the modern state? In the philosophy of right, fanaticism no longer appears as a necessary if truculent moment in the historical adventures of spirit. Now, arguably much closer to the thematic of toleration which motivated Voltaire's handling of the concept, it features as the pathological retention of a right over absolute truth and rationality that would trump that of the state. Though religion and the state share the same content, and religion can accordingly serve as the factor that integrates citizens into the state, their form differs. Where the state provides knowledge founded on a determinate and differentiated form of rationality, embodying the absolute in a concrete universality that articulates rather than suppresses particularities in their freedom and autonomy, the content of religious consciousness appears in the form of feeling, representational thought, and faith. 12. It is when the inwardness of religious doctrine trespasses into the domain of objective law and the state's monopoly over it, when the communities whose doctrine remains at the level of representational thought assume a negative attitude towards the state. 13 And their polemical piety brings them into confrontation with the state, that the problem of fanaticism rears its head. Fanaticism here denotes the attempt by a religious community to impart objectivity to their doctrine in defiance of the state. 14 In holding fast to religious consciousness against the objectivity of the state, fanaticism repudiates all political institutions and legal order as restrictive limitations on the inner emotions and as incommensurate with the infinity of these. It is a hatred of law, of legally determined right. 15 Religion opposes law and the state to the extent that, in its fanatical form, it seeks to impose, that is, to lend objectivity to, the self-sufficiency of a merely representational thought. As Renzo Llorente notes, this kind of fanaticism necessarily wills abstract representations, all particularizations proving incompatible with the essential indeterminacy of representational thought. 16. Fanaticism here signals the repudiation of the state and its determinate articulation of society through the law, that is, through a rational cognition or knowledge of differences that does not subordinate individuality to an abstract absolute. In imposing the formalism of its unconditional subjectivity, it directly contravenes the precondition of the modern state, which declares the latter's superiority over particular religious doctrines and communities. In other words, it contravenes Hegel's unique understanding of secular modernity. What is unique about Hegel's juxtaposition of fanaticism and the secular foundation of the modern state is the fact that this is not simply a question of immunizing society against the strife created by religious particularisms. What is at stake is a philosophical conflict between universalities which enter into rivalry once religious consciousness refuses its proper, subordinate, place. A number of elements from Hegel's formulation of fanaticism are of broader interest. To begin with, fanaticism identifies a politics of the one as an undifferentiated principle of action, which makes it at once abstractive and destructive. Its subjective and affective dimension is that of an enthusiasm for the abstract. A certain dialectical dignity may be ascribed to fanaticism as a moment in the development of spirit. But in the modern state, where the objectivity of law and the differentiation of society surpass and subsume religious consciousness in a secular polity, fanaticism, in the guise of polemical piety, appears as a pathology, both of the fanatical subject and of the fanatical religious community. To the extent that this kind of fanaticism is a challenge to the state, religious fanaticism is necessarily political in nature, indeed, is by definition a kind of political fanaticism. 17 Mobilizing the notion of Islam as a thoroughly political, and consequently expansionist, religion. Hegel's discussion of fanaticism in the philosophies of history and religion suggests that a religion of the one cannot but be a politics of the one. Such fanaticism is a negation of the modern politics of a differentiated state based on the subsumption of religious doctrine and subjectivity to a law that allows for concrete unity in difference. The task of the state is thus also to educate religious subjects and communities into the rational cognition and recognition of the objectivity of the law and the limits of faith. Of terrorists, perverts, and psychotics. Though by no means deriving directly from Hegel's positioning of Islam and fanaticism in the context of the adventures of spirit and the apparatus of the state, contemporary attempts to delve into Islamic political subjectivities can be usefully related to the complex of ideas that Hegel delineates under the rubric of fanaticism. To take a particularly pertinent case, Bruno Etienne's writings on the suicidal and apocalyptic strains of Islamism focus on fanaticism as the key subjective determinant of new and aberrant figures of militant politics. Relying on previous explorations of the concept by Norman Cohn and Dominique Colas, Etienne too regards fanaticism as the transgression of the proper boundary between religion and politics, a slippage from the religious to the political field. 18 The fanatic, subject to a transcendent and otherworldly demand, is the chief antagonist of civil society. As a paranoiac, he repudiates all otherness, and can only affirm his own unconditional belief in a seemingly unattainable transcendence through profanation. 19 As Etienne writes, to exclude alterity by carrying out purifying murders nevertheless implies that one feels attacked from all sides. This paranoiac closure stems from the fact that every ideal of the ego is confused with an ideal imaginary Islamic we in absolute unity. The Tawhid, the oneness of God, induces the oneness of the Ummah, and thus the fusion into the 120. It is this fusional ideal which for Etienne characterizes contemporary political modalities of fanaticism in the Muslim world. As he argues, invoking an Arabic term with a serendipitous homophony with our topic. Fana means extinction in the one. Fanatics are thus all those who constitute the house, the temple of unicity. The fanatic is truth, and this truth is one, it animates, agitates, and arms him. He doesn't have to search for it in doubt, to construct it, to discover the true, to travel. He enjoys without delay or relay an immediate certainty, which inhabits and possesses him entirely, propelling him forward. Violently. Gathered together, fanatics believe that they are the only organized servants of the all-true, of the one whose instruments they are. They hate those who ignore this, and they want the world to bend to the law of the one who bends the universe to his necessity. 21. This abstract fury for the one seems to echo Hegel's phenomenology of the fanatic. But Etienne is not content with reproducing the classical image of fanaticism as the political religion of the one. He thinks that a psychoanalytic explanation is in order, and enlists to this end the concept of the death drive as the clinical translation and explanation of the theological concept of fana, but more specifically of the passage of fanaticism to the act. The death drive results from a surfeit of energies freed by the failure of the containing capacities of representations. The surfeit of excitations leads to a rupture, the actor or agent is emptied of his own desires. He is then the object of a movement of unbinding whose outlet is a war neurosis. 22 There are interesting affinities between the overall schema underlying this point and Fethi Ben Slama's view, in the context of a far richer and analytically more serious work, that psychoanalysis should perceive the emergence of radical Islamism in terms of the caesura of the subject of tradition and the unleashing of forces of destruction of civilization that directly follow from it. 23 Though Etienne's recruitment of the notion of death drive is too cursory to call for much scrutiny, it should be noted that he places it at the crossroads between a speculative energetics and an idea of representation that symptomatically oscillates between the imaginary and the symbolic. The theme that representations function as a form of civilizing containment that the fanatic undermines is a staple of those discourses that regard fanaticism as the simultaneously anti- and hyperpolitical counterpart of the modern subject. 24 It is worth recalling that the religious fanaticism diagnosed by Hegel in the philosophy of right was upbraided precisely for being a form of representational thought, or, we could hazard, an imaginary politics of devotion at odds with the integration of politics and religion within the objective rationality of the state. By juxtaposing energetic excess and representational containment, Etienne grounds the analysis of political religious insurgency, violence, and terrorism in the classic figure of the fanatic, a figure characterized by a destructive homogenizing passion, to be understood by its negations rather than by any sui generis relationship to a certain symbolic and imaginary repertoire. By way of contrast, Slavoj Žižek's treatment of religious politics in terms of perversion can serve as an antidote to the school of thought that regards political religious extremism simply in the mode of its destructive anti-representational drive. In his recent How to Read Lacan, Žižek offers a commentary on Lacan's remark in 4 fundamental concepts about the subject who determines himself as an object, in his encounter with the division of subjectivity, in light of the letter to Ayaan Hirsi Ali by Mohammed Bouyeri, killer of the polemical Dutch film director Theo van Gogh. Behind the ultra-fanatical declaration by Bouyeri, no discussions, no demonstrations, no petitions, only death will separate the truth from the lies, Žižek sees at work the pervert's tactic of displacing division upon the other. The pervert claims direct access to some figure of the big other, so that, dispelling all the ambiguity of language, he is able to act directly as the instrument of the big other's will. 25 This is to be taken in 2 asymmetrical senses. Bouyeri becomes an undivided subject by displacing division onto his nemesis Hirsi Ali, inconsistent with herself, lacking the courage of her own beliefs, and onto God, who sanctions the absolute separation between the true and the false. This is why Žižek can use this grim vignette to lend credence to the suggestion that the fundamentalist is on the side of knowledge, while the militant atheist stands on the side of belief. The virtue of Žižek's Lacanian suggestion is that it does not treat the violent repudiation of secular standards of justification as the result of a pure negation of limits and constraints, as a wish to be absorbed and annihilated by the one. Rather than the abyss of interiority, Bouyeri presents the unsettling case of an exteriorized zealotry. The division or splitting of the subject is not overcome by some kind of psychotic fusion, but through the stigmatization of a divided other and the submission to a divisive other. The pervert's presupposition that his acts directly implement the divine will also means that he need not be troubled by the kind of psychosis that is so often and so easily ascribed to the fanatic. That the denial of division is in its own way mediated by the other militates against the hypothesis of fusional fanaticism. The externalization of the pervert's knowledge also means that the common view of the fanatic as absorbed by their conviction, causing such perplexity when we learn of their everyday banality, is untenable. The Christian standard. Though the paradigm of fanaticism and of the psychic forms that allegedly accompany it is entangled with the history of the philosophical and Orientalist reception of Islam, let's not forget that Hegel christened Arabia das Reich des Fanatismus. It is also, despite its recent geopolitical fortunes, rather generic in its application. Indeed, in the philosophy's campaigns against fanaticism, the Islamic world served at times as the tolerant foil for a denunciation of Europe's internecine religious strife. More recently, however, Atlantic discourse on Islam has yoked a long-term concern with the Arab and Muslim mind to the constant reiteration of secularism as the key stake of the current religious and political crisis. It is this hard-won result of the history of Christendom which can allegedly explain both the civilizational subalternity of the Islamic world and its supposed collective rage. In Bernard Lewis's by now notorious terms, this is no less than a clash of civilizations, the perhaps irrational but surely historic reaction of an ancient rival against our Judeo-Christian heritage, our secular present, and the worldwide expansion of both 26. The projected continuity between our Judeo-Christian heritage and our secular present plays a significant part in the entanglement of historical civilizational narratives, disquisitions on theology and accounts of political subjectivation which pertain to the discussion of psychoanalysis and Islam. The question, to borrow the terms from a recent heated debate about the extension, depth, and coherence of the thesis of a Judeo-Christian secular heritage, could be posed as follows: is there a psychic Sonderweg which accompanies the secular Sonderweg of the Christian West, such that psychoanalysis would be compelled both to recognize its interiority to such a path and its differential relationship to the Islamic subject? 27 If so, psychoanalysis could find itself as a midwife of secularism. In other words, as an institution that takes the parameters of acculturation provided by Western Christendom and its secular inheritance as somehow normative. What are the pitfalls of secularizing the psychoanalytic subject, and of turning psychoanalysis into a secular clinic, a move whose political payoff would be to welcome recalcitrant cultures into a disenchanted West. Can we differentiate between Freud's original commitment to a profane atheism and this secular agenda? To answer such questions we need to reflect on how secularism, besides functioning as a political ideal, as well as an ontology and an epistemology 28 might also make certain claims on the psyche. Zizek's recent essay on Ben Slama's La Psychanalyse à l'épreuve de l'Islam, A Glance into the Archives of Islam, is a good place to start. Point 29 In his several forays into materialist theology and Pauline militancy, Zizek, far more than the likes of Badiou for instance, mounts a trenchant re-articulation and defense of what, following Bloch, we may call the atheism in Christianity and the Christianity in atheism. Point 30 In his polemical excavations of the non-perverse core of Christianity, as the cipher for an ethico-political subjectivity founded on the inexistence of the other, Zizek has strived to produce a theory of the political subject couched in terms of a singular universality. In a number of texts, above all The Puppet and the Dwarf, this has taken the form of investigating the intricate dialectic between Christianity and Judaism, love and law, and extracting of a materialist, a cosmic kernel from theology and subjectivation. But where, if anywhere, does Islam fit into all this? 31. As Zizek himself notes, Islam poses a problem for the teleologically inclined historian of religions due to its bothersome anachronism. It emerged after Christianity, the religion to end all religions, but also due to its misplaced character. As Levi Strauss wistfully noted, by occupying the geographical area between the Christian West and the Orient, Islam impedes the happy fusion of the two halves of human civilization. Zizek follows Ben Slama's excavation of the archive or the obscene secret mythical support of Islam, which locates it, rather predictably, in the symbolic and epistemological role allotted to the veiled Muslim woman. As yet, Zizek has been unable or unwilling to articulate the kind of philosophical encounter with Islam that he has repeatedly staged with Judaism and Christianity. As it stands, what we have here is not a dialectical confrontation between Islam and the acosmic, psychoanalytic materialism advocated by Zizek, but rather a mere antithesis that gives rise to formal comparisons, failing to affect our picture of universality in any lasting manner. Typically, where Islam is called upon, it is as a politicizing ethos or concrete form of antagonism, and not as a template for potentially emancipatory forms of subjectivation. This mere antithesis, whereby Islam is not the precursor of the matrix of universality, but another universality, stems from the anachronism that Zizek himself indicates in his essay on Ben Slama. As we already saw with Hegel, Islam is held to be out of sequence, an anomalous, excessive universalism which ignores the ability of Trinitarian Christianity and its state to integrate, i.e. to differentiate into appropriate spheres, the political and the religious, and thus closes off the path for the secularization of political authority and social power. In Hegel, as in Zizek, this absence of secularization is related to the suggestion that the singular or concrete form of subjectivity, that is, freedom, is absent from Islam. This vision of Islam as the abstract universalism of the one turns it into the non-dialectical counterpart of a Christian atheism of singular universality, whose features, duly inventoried by Zizek for the sake of an ethics and politics of the act and the exception, seem absent from the ideational repertoire of Islam. At this point, Zizek might indeed agree with the Italian judge who, faced with the protest of a Finnish mother wishing to have the crucifix removed from public classrooms, described it as a symbol of secularism. The legacy, in Zizek, of Hegel's treatment of Islam as the religion of fanatical universalism serves to confuse the methodological atheism of psychoanalysis with the normative narrative of secularization, which stipulates that without passing through a set of specifically Christian theological, historical, and psychic figures, the subject cannot attain modernity. For all of psychoanalysis's avowed atheist aims, not properly distinguishing a refusal of transcendent agency and cosmic holism from the historico-philosophical epic of a self-overcoming Christianity risks consigning psychoanalytic discourse on religion to a parochial, culturalist defense of our Western legacy, and eventually into obtuse demands that Muslims go through their own reformation or the like. The result of such a secular strategy and teleology is almost invariably to enclose the other in religion, all the better to expel him from politics. 32. Turning social struggles and geopolitical strategies into matters of a prejudicially defined culture, and even more vaguely defined mentalities, which no quantity of psychoanalytic sophistication can really sunder from the colonial tradition of inquiry into the native mind. The idea of transforming psychoanalysis into a secular clinic aimed at diagnosing the phantasmatic impasses that prevent Arabs or Muslims from becoming the properly pathological subjects of modernity. 33 leaves itself open to the accusation that psychoanalysis might constitute yet another stage in that cunning of Christianity which has often taken the name of secularism. As Anadjar has written, Christianity actively disenchanted its own world by dividing itself into private and public, politics and economics, indeed, religious and secular. And Christianity turned against itself in a complex and ambivalent series of parallel movements, continuous gestures and rituals, reformist and counter-reformist, or revolutionary and not so revolutionary upheavals and reversals, while slowly coming to name that to which it ultimately claimed to oppose itself, religion. Munchausen-like, it attempted to liberate itself, to extricate itself from its own conditions. It judged itself no longer Christian, no longer religious. Christianity judged and named itself, reincarnated itself, as secular. Christianity invented the distinction between religious and secular, and this it made religion. It made religion the problem, rather than itself. And it made it into an object of criticism that needed to be no less than transcended. 34. Back to Freud. Taking Christian secularism as both historically and psychically normative hampers psychoanalytic thinking about politics and culture in a number of ways. It ethnicizes and culturalizes the unconscious by presuming that one can gain insight into the psychic disturbances and political difficulties of individual Muslims by postulating fantasies that take place at the level of the religious text itself. This textualism, which supposes that something pertinent can be directly gleaned from religious scripture about social practices and individual troubles, is of course one of the principal operations of the Orientalism dissected by Edward Said. But it neglects the fact that, aside from being intensely variable for biographical, political, and conjunctural reasons, the relation between individual and group psychology is never a question of expression or emanation. As Mladen Dola has indicated, in Freud, the unconscious is neither individual nor collective. An individual unconscious depends on a social structure, whereas the collective unconscious would demand a defined collectivity, a community to which it would pertain, but no such pre-given community exists. The unconscious takes place precisely between the two, in the very establishment of the ties between an individual and a group to which he would belong. Strictly speaking, there is no individual or collective unconscious, it intervenes at the link between the two. 35. But neither Islam nor Christianity constitute monolithic social structures or vocabularies of motive, especially not in today's uneven and conflicted capitalist world. It would be spurious to fancy that one can draw political lessons from treating them as such. That they still provide copious phantasmatic material is not in doubt. The fact that militants and ideologues may present the religions on behalf of which they allegedly act as theologically unified, textually consistent entities should not lead critics and scholars to do the same. Treating political subjectivities as expressive of a cultural and religious essence can only add to the politically instrumental and analytically barren civilizational discourses whose resurgence has accompanied recent geopolitical conflicts. In this historical political context, it would be far more useful, rather than viewing theological narratives as immediately present in the personal political unconscious, to consider the power and impact of specifically political psychic forms. This is the great value of Alan Grosh-Richard's The Sultan's Court, a book which demonstrates that psychoanalysis, instead of prolonging the fallacies of civilizational or culturalist thought, can enact a profoundly dialectical and historically astute critique of the fantasies that structure our political thinking. In Grosh-Richard's work, The Relation Between Texts and Fantasy, as well as the inscription of cultural alterity within the unconscious, never takes a fallacious expressive form, of the kind that would justify turning to the Quran to grasp the fantasies of contemporary Muslims, or to speculate about the problems of authority in the contemporary Muslim world on the basis of ideas of paternity in Islamic theology. In Grow Richard, the object of a psychoanalytically informed critique of ideology is the manner in which the fantasy of the other's politics structures our own, in which the belief in their beliefs allows us to believe that we don't believe. Fantasies set cultural contradictions to work, rather than revealing the essential features of a religion or culture. As Dola has argued, fantasies tell us little about their objects but a lot about their producers and advocates. By projecting our own impotence and inconsistencies onto the distant other, we can pawn off our own disavowed belief in authority and subjugation to power onto third parties. The fantasy lets the European subject believe that somewhere, in some distant Asian land, there are some people naive enough to believe. This unburdens the secular, disenchanted subject of the psychic weight of his own less than limpid relations with political authority. The Orientalist fantasy of the seraglio thus allows the European subject to delegate belief in despotic power, and in the other's enjoyment, to subjects supposed to believe. His self-image as autonomous, sceptical, and free is thus reliant on a distant scene of superstition, fanaticism and absolute subjection. 36. When it attempts to delve into the tangled web of politics, culture, and religion, a psychoanalytic critique operating with the category of fantasy must work on the principle that a fantasy is always a fantasy of the other's beliefs, and indeed about the other's fantasies. What's more, as the adventures of Oriental despotism reveal, the very idea of the other's unified culture or religion is itself a fantasy that allows us to entertain the belief that our own position is consistent and unified, in the case explored by Grow Richard, the position of a liberal polity entirely purged of slavery and blind subjection. The study of political fantasies reveals the way that relations with others structure our own fragile identifications. It is the fantasy of the other's self-enclosed civilization that allows us the false security of feeling that we ourselves belong to a coherent, unified civilization, especially when this civilization is the one which regards itself, as in the recent fad for Judeo-Christian atheism or secularism, as having uniquely transcended the organicist constraints of traditional civilizations, cultures, or religions, as truly being the culture that one has rather than the culture whereby one is had. 37. A relational political approach to fantasy, of the kind proposed by Grow Richard and Dola, can serve a potent critical function, whereas an expressive civilizational model, which would entertain the delusion that we can have insight into the other's collective political unconscious through a study of theological texts or myths, does not. Indeed, it risks generating further myths which merely give succor to self-satisfied political fantasies of autonomy and liberality. It is such a relational political model that Said hints at in Freud and the Non-European, where he writes of Freud's profound exemplification of the insight that even for the most definable, the most identifiable, the most stubborn communal identity, for him, this was the Jewish identity, there are inherent limits that prevent it from being fully incorporated into one, and only one, identity. 38. Said proposed a defense of humanist secularism which did not leave it open to the possessive, secularizing philosophies of history which are so prone to pontificate about our legacy of atheism, toleration, liberalism and so on. Said referred to Vico's verum factum principle, the secular notion that the historical world is made by men and women, and not by God, and that it can be understood rationally according the principle formulated by Vico in New Science, that we can really know only what we make or, to put it differently, we can know things according to the way they were made. 39 Against Anna Jar's suggestion that secularism translates into the cunning of a Christian imperialism. 40 It is important to defend the idea, crucial to Freudian psychoanalysis, of secularism as a kind of methodological atheism, a praxis-centered, materialist and naturalist inquiry into trans-individual behavior and psychic structure which, to paraphrase Althusser, would strive not to tell itself stories. Against the comforts of culturalist discourse, which would more or less surreptitiously advocate the superiority of one set of fantasies or myths over another, Freud's depiction of the religious illusions that respond to human helplessness and constitute the process of human civilization takes a salutary distance from the Christian concept of religion attacked by Anna Jar, and from the apologetic narrative of Christian secularization that undergirds it. Unlike much of the discourse about secularism, which focuses on the appropriate distance or differentiation between the political and the religious, often raising liberalism to the status of an unalloyed truth and exalting its current territories as lands of freedom, Freud's radical and disenchanted Enlightenment perspective centers on the possibility of emancipating humanity from illusion. For him it is not a matter of giving religion its proper place within society, let alone of denouncing the illusions of others the better to justify our own. Whatever other problems it may raise, Freud's generic use of the category of religion has the great value of breaking with the parochialism of the culturalist discourse about religion, which always implies a choice about which religion is better, more emancipated, more civilized, or, to use Hegel's expression for Christianity, more consummate. 41 Freud's unreverent approach also manifests a salutary indifference to the specific forms that religion takes. When in 1907 he writes that one might venture to regard obsessional neurosis as a pathological counterpart of the formation of a religion, and to describe that neurosis as an individual religiosity and religion as a universal obsessional neurosis. 42 Freud, showing his fidelity to a radical and materialist enlightenment, is shifting the register to an anthropological discourse about the structures of belief. Such a methodological atheism is not devoid of a certain metapolitical discourse, embodied in Freud's sympathy for a dictatorship of reason, for the slow geological progress of the intellect as a social force. 43 But more importantly for our purposes, unlike a psychoanalytically inflected theory of secularism or Christian atheism, this methodological atheism is not generative of further political fantasies, illusions of autonomy or cultural superiority. The slow, patient struggle against universal obsessional neurosis is free of the dubious religious and cultural partisanship of those who believe that certain illusions have an emancipatory potential that makes them superior to others. When it comes to matters of religion, the turn to Kantianism and German idealism runs the risk of wedding psychoanalysis to a constricting narrative that turns every one of its concepts into merely a secularized variant of Christian theology. Freud's greater closeness to the intransigent reductivism of 18th-century materialism, his allegiance to the radical Enlightenment, makes him a far surer and less biased guide in tackling the relation between psychic and religious life without propping up myths and fantasies, or smuggling the consolation of religion under the guise of unbelief. If the methodology of psychoanalysis is atheistic and scientific, it cannot allow itself to serve as the vehicle for the interminable secularizing of Christianity, or for the depoliticizing study of cultural religious fantasies supposedly expressed by individuals in distant lands. Believing by proxy, believing in the other's belief, in his fanaticism, is no substitute for the laborious struggle against our illusions. 5. The clash of abstractions. Revisiting Marx on religion. The only service which may still be rendered to God today, is that of declaring atheism an article of faith to be enforced. Friedrich Engels. The truth of religion, what religion really is discovered in philosophy. The truth of philosophy, what philosophy really is discovered in politics. The truth of politics, and hence of the state, is to be found in society. Social relationships account for political forms. Henry Lefebvre, The Sociology of Marx. In a biography he later repudiated, the British historian E. H. Carr painted an unforgiving portrait of Karl Marx as an intellectual fanatic. For Carr, Marx believed in the correctness of his doctrine and the righteousness of his cause, as well as in its world-transforming future, with the faith of a fanatic in things not seen. His was an intellectual rather than an emotional fanaticism, in which the logic of the system led to a kind of madness. The outcome was a fanatical intolerance, so catholic in the choice of its victims that it is not altogether easy to discover the laws of its incidence. 1. Though virulent polemic and intellectual intransigence are mainstays of Marx's work, the portrait of Marx the fanatic does not stand up to scrutiny, neglectful as it is of the constant inquiry, political curiosity, and sceptical intelligence that mark the German thinker's approach. The disparaging view of Marxism as a fanatical dogma or political religion is, as we shall see, more resilient. Two dimensions of the idea of fanaticism are frequently employed in criticisms of Marx and Marxism. First, Marx's thought is reproached for its covert revitalization of a millenarian or prophetic vision of historical change, with communism as the secular counterpart of heaven and the revolution as the site of the Last Judgment. Second, both the Marxist theory of capitalism and the Marxist practice of politics are taxed with wishing violently to impose cold abstractions upon the plurality and complexity of the real world. Instead of looking in Marx for a theory or a use of fanaticism, I want to explore how in working through, and moving beyond, the critique of religion, he formulates a position which can, contrary to such charges, make a vital contribution to rethinking the contemporary relationship between politics and religion. With Marx, we can move beyond the poverty of contemporary debates and gain some traction on fanaticism as a phenomenon that is intimately caught up with the political and social dynamics of universality and abstraction. Marx and the re-enchantment of catastrophic modernity. In the contemporary study of religion as a factor of social change and political mobilization, Marx is treated at best as a marginal reference, at worst, as he himself noted of the perception of Hegel in his time, as a dead dog. To a number of trends seem to speak against Marx, the global impasse, or even reversal, of a secularization process that he appears to have taken for granted, the turbulent rise of explicitly religious forms of political subjectivity, the persistence or resurgence of religion, both as a principle of political authority and as a structuring presence in everyday life. Such trends seem to militate for relegating Marx to a historical moment, a political subject and a notion of temporality that, for better or worse, lie behind us. Whether we grasp the present scenario through the differential lens of post-colonial critiques, the hegemonic and homogeneous prism of neoliberalism, or the bellicose culturalism of the infamous clash of civilizations, Marx's relevance is in severe doubt. To compound this state of affairs, which could also be read in terms of a revenge of the sociology of religions against a Marxian master narrative, we cannot ignore the significance of the religious question within the so-called crisis of Marxism of the 1970s and onwards. When Michel Foucault, in his enduringly controversial reports on the Iranian Revolution, stressed the irrelevance of Marx's dictum on religion as the opium of the people in accounting for the role of Islamic politics in the overthrow of the Shah III, he was expressing a commonly held rejection of the supposed secular reductivism characteristic of Marxism. Alongside Iran, the complex entanglement of popular rebellion and religion in the Polish Solidarność movement and Latin American liberation theology wrong-footed a theory of revolutionary praxis which took the practical atheism of the proletariat as a sociological given. 5 The situation has been exacerbated today in a context where the ebb of projects of human emancipation is accompanied by the pauperization and brutalization of a surplus humanity inhabiting a planet of slums, the catalyst for a 21st century re-enchantment of a catastrophic modernity. 6 In which populist Islam and Pentecostal Christianity occupy a social space analogous to that of early 20th century socialism and anarchism. 7 Can Marx's thinking on religion survive the challenge posed by what appear to be the dramatic reversals in the secularizing tendencies and revolutionary opportunities that he identified in the European 19th century? And can a Marxian social theory withstand its expatriation into a political scenario in which explicitly Marxist actors, whether states or movements, are weak or non-existent? 8 The most economical response, though perhaps the most facile, would be to indicate the continuing vitality of historical materialism in the study of the socio-economic dynamics behind the current religious resurgence, whether in the context of rampant planetary urbanization, or through the analysis of the role of neo-liberalism and accumulation by dispossession in fostering the conditions for religious militancy. 9 However, rather than restating the virtues of Marxism for a systemic and systematic understanding of the conditions for today's refulgent religiosity, it is worth taking the aforementioned dismissals of Marx seriously and tackling what we might call the subjective element of religious political conviction, Its mobilizing force, alongside questions regarding the explanation of religious phenomena and the supposed secularization of capitalist societies. This might allow us to restore some of the richness of the problems raised by Marx, and even to treat his seeming anachronism as a resource in displacing some of the numerous commonplaces about religion, society, and politics that have come to dominate our public and academic discourse. While endowed with their own complex reality and efficacy, appearances, including that of the contemporary centrality of religion to political life, are rarely the whole story. As Marx puts it, in a mordant description of his method, the Philistines' and vulgar economists' way of looking at things stems from the fact that it is only the direct form of manifestation of relations that is reflected in their brains and not their inner connection. Incidentally, if the latter were the case, what need would there be of science? 10. We could add that it is this Philistine neglect of inner connections that has dominated much recent writing seeking to explain and to counter the political return to religion by reaffirming the philosophical legacies of naturalism and atheism. What is striking about invocations of a besieged Enlightenment project against the depredations of religious fanaticism is their blindness to the consequences of the transformation and radicalization of Enlightenment ideals in the political and intellectual turmoil of the 19th century. The impression given by much of the popular literature in defense of secularism and atheism is that at an intellectual level, to put it in a nutshell, the 1840s still lie ahead of us. It is indeed to the early 1840s, the only period of sustained writing on the link between politics and religion in Marx's work, that we now turn. Understanding Marx's intellectual intervention into this critical moment in German and European history provides a necessary orientation for examining the way in which the problem of religion, in its various guises, is both addressed and transformed in the further development of Marx's work. The criticism of earth. Glossing over the formidable flowering of radical theory and intellectual activism in the context of which Marx made his first interventions 11 and emphasizing what is living in it today, it is possible to summarize Marx's stance as a critique of religion. This might seem a very peculiar formulation to define a thinker who was both a combative atheist 12 armed with an awesome arsenal of anti-religious invective, and a theorist who unequivocally subscribed to the Enlightenment conviction that man makes religion. 13 But, as we shall see, everything hinges on how this makes is to be understood. Marx's intervention into the politics of religion initially takes place in the ambit of his philosophical journalism. 14 In his 1842 the leading article in number 179 of the Königszeitung, Marx, impelled by a Republican and Democratic elan, confronts the German newspapers have been drumming against, calumniating, distorting and bowdlerizing the religious trend in philosophy. 15 This trend, which comprises the works of Hegel and Schelling, Feuerbach and Bauer, is under attack in the press. For the way it rationally responds to the politicization of religion in the form of the Christian state. As Marx judiciously notes, it is the very attempt by agencies of the state to religiously legitimate politics in a non-theocratic vein which secularizes religion and opens it to philosophical disputation. When religion becomes a political factor, a subject matter of politics, it hardly needs to be said that the newspapers not only may, but must discuss political questions. If you make religion into a theory of constitutional law, then you are making religion itself into a kind of philosophy. 16. Marx confronts the anti-philosophical and conformist opinion of his day with the fact that the moment one begins to speak of a Christian state, it becomes impossible to forestall a logic of complete secularization. For either such a state is equivalent to the reasonable state, in which case its Christianity is redundant and philosophy is fully adequate to thinking through the state form, or rational freedom cannot be developed out of Christianity, and consequently religion is simply external to the state. You may solve this dilemma in whatever way you like, you will have to admit that the state must be built on the basis of free reason, and not on religion. 17 Though this radical democratic secularism can be registered, in a mutated form, in later pronouncements by Marx, it does not exhaust his position. Ludwig Feuerbach's materialist reappropriation for humankind of those fundamental sensuous and intellectual capacities that religion had projected or alienated into the Godhead, played a fundamental role in the inception of Marx's thought. Feuerbach had in fact connected this expropriation of the human by the divine to an unsparing criticism of religion's violent unreason, returning to themes broached in the Lumieres in terms of his own philosophical anthropology. As he wrote in The Essence of Christianity, where he also upbraided the Christian religion for its intolerant partisanship. Religion is the relation of man to his own nature, therein lies its truth and its power of moral amelioration, but to his nature not recognized as his own, but regarded as another nature, separate, nay, contradistinguished from his own. Herein lies its untruth, its limitation, its contradiction to reason and morality. Herein lies the noxious source of religious fanaticism, the chief metaphysical principle of human sacrifices, in a word, the prima materia of all the atrocities, all the horrible scenes, in the tragedy of religious history. 18. Marx also drew inspiration from Bruno Bauer's unsparing anti-theistic criticism of the baleful effect of religious belief on universality and self-consciousness. That said, Marx's early writings can be understood in terms of his progressive, rapid realization that the attack on religion, while a vital spur to undermining the Christian legitimation of state power, is always insufficient, or even a downright diversion, in attaining its own avowed ends, namely the emancipation of human reason. Atheistic criticism overestimates the centrality of Christianity to the state and treats the state's secularization as an end in itself. The slogan encapsulating Marx's intervention into the fraught 1840s debate over religion and politics is "From the criticism of heaven to the criticism of earth." The outcome of Marx's philosophical operation is to separate political and economic critique from the left Hegelians' absorbing concern with Christianity, giving critique autonomy as a secular discourse no longer parasitic on the religious ideology and authority it sought to criticize. 19 The clearest form of this redirection in the aims of irreligious criticism is to be found in the letter to Arnold Ruge of November 30, 1842, where Marx declares that religion should be criticized in the framework of political conditions, in the framework of religion, for religion in itself is without content, it owes its being not to heaven but to the earth, and with the abolition of distorted reality, of which it is the theory, it will collapse of itself. 20. This provocative and problematic declaration that religion is without content of its own in turn introduces Marx's belief in the withering away of religion as a corollary of social revolution. However, against the image of religion in a certain Enlightenment materialism as a mere delusion or conspiracy, Marx, while never reneging on his militant atheism, affirms what we might term the social necessity of religion as a form of consciousness and an ordering principle of collective life. When Marx writes of religion as a theory of the world, he is making a properly dialectical point. Religion provides an inverted picture of reality because reality itself is inverted. Though there's a case to be made for the idea that Marx draws this transformative method, 21 from Feuerbach, he also explicitly refers to the limits of a materialist humanism vis-a-vis religion in order to specify his own position. As he sets out in the fourth of the theses on Feuerbach. Feuerbach starts off from the fact of religious self-estrangement, of the duplication of the world into a religious, imaginary world, and a secular one. His work consists in resolving the religious world into its secular basis. He overlooks the fact that after completing this work, the chief thing still remains to be done. For the fact that the secular basis lifts off from itself and establishes itself in the clouds as an independent realm can only be explained by the inner strife and intrinsic contradictoriness of this secular basis. The latter must itself be understood in its contradiction and then, by the removal of the contradiction, revolutionized. Thus, for instance, once the earthly family is discovered to be the secret of the Holy Family, the former must itself be annihilated theoretically and practically. 22. To bring religious abstraction down to earth by revealing it to be a distorted projection of human essence is thus insufficient. For Marx, religion possesses a social logic of separation and autonomization. 23 whose basis in a really inverted world must be the object of theoretical and practical criticism. Marx's critique of the young Hegelians' critique of religion, and a fortiori his views on the insufficiency of the attack on religious delusion in French materialism and the Enlightenment, will persistently take this twofold form, an elaboration of the social logic of abstraction and an elucidation of the necessity for revolution if the real grounds of abstract domination are to be removed. Point 24. In order to tackle the endurance of religious abstractions, it is imperative to investigate the social dynamics into which they are inscribed, and the dependence of these abstractions on given modes of production and social intercourse. As Marx writes in the German Ideology against Max Stirner, in religion people make their empirical world into an entity that is only conceived, imagined, that confronts them as something foreign. This again is by no means to be explained from other concepts, from self-consciousness and similar nonsense, but from the entire hitherto existing mode of production and intercourse, which is just as independent of the pure concept as the invention of the self-acting mule and the use of railways are independent of Hegelian philosophy. If he wants to speak of an essence of religion, i.e., of a material basis of this inessentiality, then he should look for it neither in the essence of man, nor in the predicate of God, but in the material world which each stage of religious development finds in existence. Point 25. In the 1844 introduction to the contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Marx had noted that the abolition of religion as the illusory happiness of the people is the demand for their real happiness. To call on them to give up their illusions about their condition is to call on them to give up a condition that requires illusions. The criticism of religion is, therefore, in embryo, the criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. We might say that the early conviction whereby the struggle against religion is the embryo of true revolutionary transformation gives way, through Marx's deepening study of the system of exploitation and his own political engagement, to a belief that such an anti-religious struggle might even serve as a detour or a cloak for real political struggle. That is, Marx comes to the idea that the aims of atheism and enlightenment cannot be accomplished through a bald affirmation of godlessness and reason as matters of consciousness or mere pedagogy. His criticisms of Max Stirner and Bruno Bauer in the German Ideology and the Holy Family elaborate on this conviction that it is necessary to step outside an obsessive confrontation with religious representations, precisely in order to examine and transform the very conditions of possibility for these representations, for their seemingly autonomous, spectral existence. Thus, it is in the broadly Kantian sense of critique, not as mere criticism but as an excavation of the conditions of possibility of a form of thought, that Marx provides us with a potent critique of religion, pointing out the latter's mode of operation and its limitations. It would be difficult to underestimate the relevance of this gesture today, as we are confronted with anti-religious arguments which, whatever the sincerity or nobility of their motivations, often rely on the idealist, a social view that the sway of religious representations and ideologies over human affairs can be terminated by a mere change of consciousness. Marx indicates that consciousness always takes social forms, and that these forms are in turn marked by a certain necessity. His critique of the young Hegelians asks what the conditions of production of religious representations are, in order then to ask how these conditions themselves might be transformed. The antitheism of his contemporaries is an obstacle to a consequent political atheism, inasmuch as it remains within the ambit of theological reasoning. Stirner in particular shares the belief of all critical speculative philosophers of modern times that thoughts, which have become independent, objectified thoughts, ghosts, have ruled the world and continue to rule it, and that all history up to now was the history of theology. Nothing could be easier for him than to transform history into a history of ghosts. Point 26. The vision of the struggle against religious domination as a fight against thoughts and ideas of the ideologist, where hierarchy is reduced to the domination of thought and the political structure of rule in modern times, can be equated with a clericalism that even includes the likes of Robespierre and Saint-Just, is for Marx emblematic of the dead end of a supposedly radical thought which not only takes religion on its own terms, but succumbs to a generic fight against transcendence. Unable to grasp the real conditions for the production of abstraction. Point 27. Alongside this methodological prescription, which in one form or another will accompany Marx throughout his work, there is also something to be learned from Marx's attention to the importance of political conjuncture, as well as historical and geographical specificity, in the criticism of religion. Behind the attack on the young Hegelians' tendency to remain at the level of theology, to fight ghosts with ghosts, lies Marx's estimation that anti-religious mobilization was, despite the necessity of the demand for radical secularization, if not a rearguard action, at least an insufficient program. Confident of a secularizing trend which, spurred by revolutionary politics between 1793 and 1848, sufficiently announced the direction of the popular mind in Europe, Marx remarked, in an 1854 article for the New York Tribune tellingly entitled "The Decay of Religious Authority," "We are still witnesses of this epoch, which may be characterized as the era of democratic revolt against ecclesiastical authority." But he also indicated the tendency to an ever more opportunistic use of religious legitimation for state violence, in a period such as his own, when religion was no longer an actual casus belli. 28. Some years thereafter, in the 1867 preface to Capital, he had occasion to note, while making one of his characteristic jabs at craven clerical authorities, that atheism itself was no longer in the vanguard even in terms of its capacity to provoke the powers that be. The established church will more readily pardon an attack on 38 of its 39 articles than on 1/39 of its income. Now atheism itself is a culpa levis, as compared with the criticism of existing property relations. 29. Some might argue that new forms of reactionary or fundamentalist religious politics have reversed this verdict, that Marx remains rooted in a historical moment that is not transposable to our own. Here it is worth considering the place of reflection on religious phenomena within the wider sweep of his thought, including his mature critique of political economy. Three aspects of Marx's thought speak to contemporary debates on the politics and sociology of religion: the social explanation of religion, the nature of religious political subjectivity, the process of secularization, and the politics of secularism. I will treat these in order, before considering the somewhat unorthodox proposition that capitalism itself may constitute a kind of religion. The history of a thing without history. The error of anti-theistic critique, which remains within the ambit of theology, unable to grasp the real social processes that condition the necessity and objective illusion characteristic of religious phenomena, is part and parcel of what Marx regards as the shortcoming of the Enlightenment tradition of which he is, in many respects, a proud heir. Whether we are dealing with money or with religion, the crucial error is to treat real abstractions as mere arbitrary product of human reflection. This was the kind of explanation favored by the 18th century. In this way the Enlightenment endeavored, at least temporarily, to remove the appearance of strangeness from the mysterious shapes assumed by human relations whose origins they were unable to decipher. 30. The strangeness of religion cannot be dispelled by ascribing it to clerical conspiracies or psychological delusions, to be cured through mere pedagogy. But does Marx bend the stick too far the other way? After all, there is good reason to feel that the early Marx's position on religious phenomena takes the guise, to borrow a term from contemporary cognitive science, of a kind of eliminativist materialism, a denial of any autonomy or indeed reality to religion. Already in the leading article of 1842, Marx had stripped religion of any causal efficacy. It was not the downfall of the old religions that caused the downfall of the ancient states, but the downfall of the ancient states that caused the downfall of the old religions. 31. In the German ideology, religion, alongside morality, metaphysics and all the rest of ideology as well as the forms of consciousness corresponding to these, is stripped of any semblance of independence. 32. Marx even adumbrates a sketch of naturalist psychology whose echoes one could find today in the likes of Richard Dawkins and Daniel Dennett. The phantoms formed in the brains of men are also, necessarily, sublimates of the material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. 33. The notion of religion as a kind of non-being, an inessentiality, in the language of the 1844 introduction, is also in evidence in On the Jewish Question, his 1843 rejoinder to Bauer. Since the existence of religion is the existence of a defect, the source of this defect must be looked for in the nature of the state itself. We no longer see religion as the basis but simply as a phenomenon of secular narrowness. 34. But as Marx moves beyond this political reduction to the secular basis of the state, into the historical materialist accounting with real abstractions heralded by the fourth thesis on Feuerbach, a crucial factor is added to his understanding of religion, one that allows him to propose means of explaining, rather than merely explaining away, religious phenomena. It is not enough to derive the religious restriction on the free citizens from the secular restriction they experience, to turn theological questions into secular questions and resolve superstition into history, as Marx enjoins us to do in On the Jewish Question. 35. Rather, we are to look to the inner strife and intrinsic contradictoriness of a secular basis. 36. To be conceived not in terms of the state but rather in those of the entire hitherto existing mode of production and intercourse. 37. By the time of his mature work on the critique of political economy, we can say that Marx has moved beyond the eliminativist program, which he polemically counterposed to the theological foibles of the young Hegelians, to an incorporation of the religious phenomenon into a theory of the social emergence of different modes of real abstraction. Thus, in an important long footnote to Capital, Marx suggests, as a corollary to a discussion of a critical history of technology that would be mindful of the mode of formation of social relations, the possibility of a similarly critical history of religion. His methodological reflections are immensely suggestive for coming to grips with a historical materialist understanding of religion. It is, in reality, much easier to discover by analysis the earthly core of the misty creations of religion, than, conversely, it is to develop from the actual relations of life the corresponding celestialized forms of those relations. The latter method is the only materialistic, and therefore the only scientific one. The weak points in the abstract materialism of natural science, a materialism that excludes history and its process, are at once evident from the abstract and ideological conceptions of its spokesmen, whenever they venture beyond the bounds of their own speciality. 38. This passage demonstrates the vitality and endurance of Marx's critique of religion, his opposition to a complacent reduction of religious phenomena to their secular basis. His analysis opens up in a much more forthright manner the possibility of a study of religion as a real abstraction, developing from the actual relations of life the corresponding celestialized forms of those relations. 39. In the German ideology, Marx had made the following lapidary declaration. Christianity has no history whatever and, all the different forms in which it was visualized at various times were not self-determinations and further developments of the religious spirit, but were brought about by wholly empirical causes in no way dependent on any influence of the religious spirit. 40. Notwithstanding the continuity in the denial of independence to the religious phenomenon, Capital, which leaves behind the polemical targets of the German ideology, opens up the possibility of a materialist history of religion. While denying religion any causal autonomy, it allows us to think the conditions for its real apparent autonomization. In her fine study on the status of religion in Marx and Engels, Michelle Bertrand has elaborated on this methodological suggestion by distinguishing in their work between a path of demystification and one of constitution. Commenting on Marx and Engels' exchange on the historical materialist explanation of the implantation of Islam in the Middle East, she writes, instead of referring religious representations back to the real world that underlies them, it's a matter of understanding why the history of real mutations has taken a religious form. 41. Or, in the words of Capital, the Middle Ages could not live on Catholicism, nor could the ancient world on politics. On the contrary, it is the manner in which they gained their livelihood which explains why in the one case politics, in the other case Catholicism, played the chief part. 42. It is not simply a matter of referring the illusory autonomy and separation of religious representations to a material basis, but of showing the socio-historical necessity and rootedness of the phantoms and sublimates of a specific religious form. This point is ably captured by Jacques Derrida, who notes how in Marx, only the reference to the religious world allows one to explain the autonomy of the ideological, and thus its proper efficacy, its incorporation in apparatuses that are endowed not only with an apparent autonomy but a sort of automaticity. As soon as there is production, there is fetishism, idealization, autonomization and automatization, dematerialization and spectral incorporation. Point 43. But if the full development of a historical materialist critique of abstractions, moving beyond demystification to constitution, allows us to think of a critical history of religion that would surpass the eliminativist position asserted in the German ideology, we are still faced with the problem of the plurality of religions. Indeed, as Bertrand rightly notes, is it even possible to speak of religion in general? Considered as theory, religion might answer to a relatively invariant human need to render the world intelligible, and as practice, to master it, but this still does not tell us why this religion has found a receptive terrain, why men have been sensitive to its message. A religion only exists to the extent that a social group declares its adherence to it, drawing from it certain practices, and so on. How is a religion born? Why does it gain followers? How does its audience grow? 44. Needless to say, these are questions that the mature Marx, who viewed religion as a waning force, was not preoccupied with answering. However, we may find in Marx an embryonic theory of the correlation between certain religious forms and institutions, on the one hand, and certain social systems, on the other. The outlines of such a theory are drawn in the chapter on the commodity in Capital, where Marx writes, "For a society of commodity producers, whose general social relation of production consists in the fact that they treat their products as commodities, hence as values, and in this material form bring their individual, private labors into relation with each other as homogeneous human labor, Christianity with its religious cult of man in the abstract, more particularly in its bourgeois development, i.e. in Protestantism, deism, etc., is the most fitting form of religion." Point 45. This fit suggests that, rather than being the offspring of a clerical conspiracy, Christianity is regarded by Marx as bound to capitalism by a certain mode and intensity of abstraction. Christianity is the superstructural correlate of the autonomization of material production from the communal and the concrete to the extent that it presents itself as the religion of autonomy. In the German ideology, Christianity is indeed defined by the manner in which it fights against determination by heteronomy as opposed to autonomy of the spirit. Point 46. Hints in Marx's work suggest that the apparent autonomy and abstraction attained by the value form under commodity production is especially well suited by the Christian religion. Point 47. Indeed, inasmuch as religion is both a hypostasis of, and a manner of coping with, natural and social forces, we could say, paraphrasing Marx's 1844 Introduction to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, that Christianity is in this sense a theory of capitalism. In Marx, this insight regarding the affinity of Christianity and capitalism also takes on a more overtly historical and sociological tint. In the Grundriss, Marx forwards an argument which, as Michael Lowy notes, parallels Weber's thesis in the Protestant Ethic, to wit, that, the cult of money has its asceticism, its self-denial, its self-sacrifice, economy and frugality, contempt for mundane, temporal and fleeting pleasures, the chase after the eternal treasure. Hence the connection between English Puritanism or Dutch Protestantism and money-making. 48. But these brief sociological appearances must be thought of in the context of Marx's methodological revolution, his formulation of a historical materialist study of social, cultural, and intellectual abstractions on the basis of the real abstractions of the value form, money and abstract labor. Marx's critique can now return to the attack on the personalism, atomism, and false equality of the Christian state on a far firmer footing, while losing none of its dialectical bite. The development of capitalist production creates an average level of bourgeois society and therefore an average level of temperament and disposition amongst the most varied peoples. It is as truly cosmopolitan as Christianity. This is why Christianity is likewise the special religion of capital. In both it is only man in the abstract who counts. One man in the abstract is worth just as much or as little as the next man. In the one case, all depends on whether or not he has faith, in the other, on whether or not he has credit. In addition, however, in the one case, predestination has to be added, and in the other case, The accident of whether or not a man is born with a silver spoon in his mouth. 49. And if Christianity is the special religion of capital, it can never be just a fantasy or a conspiracy. 50. To the extent that the society of commodity producers it fits is stamped with a certain necessity, indeed, to the very extent that the forms of abstraction and alienation such a society implies prepare the communist socialization of the means of production, it is an integral, if contingent and transitory, component of world capitalism. Marx's early intuition that only human emancipation, rather than secularism or Enlightenment pedagogy alone, can snuff out the illusory sun of religion can thus be restated. The religious reflections of the real world can, in any case, vanish only when the practical relations of everyday life between man and nature, generally present themselves to him in a transparent and rational form. 51. Protest, suffering and the limits of the secular. Clearly then, Marx holds on to the perspective, evident at the very least since the German ideology and the theses on Feuerbach, whereby only revolutionary praxis can provide the real criticism of that veil of tears of which religion is the halo. In light of the recent theoretical preoccupation with religious matrices of militant political subjectivity, what can Marx tell us, beyond a historical materialist explanation of organized religions and institutions, about the political resources of religious subjectivity? More generally, how can we link a structural study of the material bases of religion 52 with issues of belief, passion, and agency? 53. These questions are of particular significance because, as already noted, criticism or repudiation of Marx's work has often involved depicting it as the source for a fundamentally religious subjectivity, if not an outright fanaticism. This political religion approach to Marxism relies on the idea that Marxism is somehow the secularization of fundamentally Christian visions of salvation. 54. Such an approach is preemptively and categorically repudiated by Marx and Engels themselves, when they condemn any attempt to fashion a new religion to motivate and crystallize social struggles. It is clear that with every great historical upheaval of social conditions the outlooks and ideas of men, and consequently their religious ideas, are revolutionized. The difference between the present upheaval and all earlier ones lies in the very fact that man has at last found out the secret of this process of historical upheaval, and hence, instead of once again exalting this practical, external, process in the rapturous form of a new religion, divests himself of all religion. 55. In his own lifetime as a political organizer, Marx was of course faced with various attempts to infuse religion into the socialist politics of the workers' movement. A view of religion as a politically ambivalent phenomenon can be gleaned from his work. Famously, he speaks of religion as both the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering, not just the religion of the state, but the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. This view is poetically summarized in the prescription according to which criticism should not merely aim at plucking the imaginary flowers on the chain of social domination, it should throw off the chain and pluck the living flower. 56. Marx's views on the progressive politicization of religion are bleak to say the least, and not based merely on his specific aversion for Christianity. 57. To begin with, he offers a sociological judgment about the practical atheism of the working class, to which must be added the desacralizing effects of the epic narrated in the Communist Manifesto, in which the bourgeoisie has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, in the icy waters of egotistical calculation, and stripped of its halo every occupation converted, the priest, into its paid wage laborer. 58. On the grounds of these facts and tendencies, the attempt by many of his political contemporaries at generating a Christian socialism is showered with scorn. Even when he had yet to sunder his philosophical allegiance to Feuerbach, Marx already rejected the possibility of translating Christian love into a love of humanity. 59. In his political interventions, the historical affinity between Christianity and capitalism is not accompanied by any faith in the affinity between Christianity and capitalism's transcendence. Though a fitting superstructural correlate of abstract value and the exchange of commodities between equals, Christianity is depicted as a feeble weapon against capitalism at best, and a fig leaf at worst. As Marx and Engels write in the Communist Manifesto, nothing is easier than to give Christian asceticism a socialist tinge. Has not Christianity declaimed against private property, against marriage, against the state? Has it not preached in the place of these, charity and poverty, celibacy and mortification of the flesh, monastic life and mother church? Christian socialism is but the holy water with which the priest consecrates the heart-burnings of the aristocrat. 60. In his scathing piece on the communism of the Reinascurbioboter, Marx produces the following tirade on the idea of social principles of Christianity as substitutes for communist revolution, again proving that, when the conjuncture demands it, and notwithstanding the subtlety of his critique of religion, he is a coruscating foe of religious hypocrisy. The social principles of Christianity preach the necessity of a ruling and an oppressed class, and for the latter all they have to offer is the pious wish that the former may be charitable. The social principles of Christianity preach cowardice, self-contempt, abasement, submissiveness and humbleness, in short, all the qualities of the rabble, and the proletariat, which will not permit itself to be treated as rabble, needs its courage, its self-confidence, its pride and its sense of independence even more than its bread. The social principles of Christianity are sneaking and hypocritical, and the proletariat is revolutionary. So much for the social principles of Christianity. 61. In passages such as this, Marx seems unequivocal in effecting a separation between politics and religion, developing his own communist political practice on stringently irreligious grounds. What does Marx have to say, then, about the question of the secular, understood both in terms of political secularism and a historical process of secularization, which so preoccupies contemporary thinkers? In his early writings as a radical Democrat, Marx strongly advocated a secular state of human nature, ingeniously arguing on the basis of Christianity's supposed pioneering of secularism itself. He asks rhetorically, was it not Christianity before anything else that separated church and state? And he proceeds to chastise Christians who appeal to a Christian state, thus thoroughly undermining the mission of the church. Does not every moment of your practical life brand your theory as a lie? Do you consider it wrong to appeal to the courts if you have been cheated? But the apostle writes that it is wrong. Marx goes on, in a manner relevant to contemporary invocations of how the spirit of religion should animate political laws, to dismantle the idea of a non-theocratic state that would somehow express the religious idea. Against the advocates of a Christian politics, he writes, it is the greatest irreligion, it is the arrogance of secular reason, to divorce the general spirit of religion from the actually existing religion. This separation of religion from its dogmas and institutions is tantamount to asserting that the general spirit of the law ought to prevail in the state irrespective of particular laws and positive legal institutions. 62. In Marx's later political career, however, the idea of a secular state voided of its religious character and not interfering in the religious lives of its subjects is no longer to be seen as the goal of criticism and emancipation, but merely as a necessary but insufficient transitional demand on the way to overcoming the political limits of capitalism, and a fortiori of liberalism. This much is evident in the 1875 critique of the Gotha program, where Marx upbraids the intellectuals of the Socialist Workers' Party of Germany for their timid remarks on freedom of conscience. If one should want, in this era of the Kulturkampf, to remind the liberals of their old catchwords, then surely it should only have been done in this form: everyone should be free to relieve himself religiously as well as physically without the police sticking their noses in. But at this point the Workers' Party ought to have expressed its awareness that bourgeois freedom of conscience only means the toleration of every possible kind of religious freedom of conscience, while its own goal is rather the liberation of the conscience from all religious spookery. But it chooses not to go further than the bourgeois level. 63. The theoretical bases of this political stance were laid more than 30 years before, in Marx's critique of Bauer. Bauer chastises those Jews who wish to be emancipated as Jews for remaining at the level of religious privilege and religious prejudice. But Bauer, in order to eliminate the religious opposition between Jew and Christian, predicates the political emancipation of the Jew on the emancipation from religion, on abolishing religion in the sense of radically privatizing all religious privileges. It is at this point that Marx intervenes. Bauer asks the Jews, "Do you from your standpoint have the right to demand political emancipation?" We pose the question the other way around. Does the standpoint of political emancipation have the right to demand from the Jews the abolition of Judaism and from man the abolition of religion? 64. Marx's negative response, and his unique understanding of secularism, involves turning to the example of the Free States of North America as the testing ground for investigating what happens when the Jewish question loses its theological significance and become a truly secular question. Where the state is no longer Christian and religious privilege is not inscribed in legislation, it becomes possible to confront Bauer's theses with a situation that supposedly presents their institutional realization. It is only with reference to the American situation that we can ask, as Marx does, what is the relationship between complete political emancipation and religion? The peculiar answer, still cause of much debate and investigation today, is that the politically emancipated North American free states are ones in which not only does religion exist but it exists in a fresh and vigorous form. Consistently with Marx's overall methodology, the American case allows us to see how the persistence of religion, far from being the basis of secular narrowness, is its phenomenon. We therefore explain religious restriction on the free citizens from the secular restriction they experience. 65. The persistence of religion is for Marx a symptom which, in order to be elucidated, requires his distinction between political and human emancipation, between the secularization of the state and social liberation. Thus, religious weaknesses are not to be criticized on their own ground but through a criticism of the political state. It is this step which, according to Marx, Bauer is unable to take, being bound, like his post-Hegelian contemporaries, to a fundamentally theological framework. In political emancipation, according to Marx's dialectical presentation, religion can persist, and indeed flourish, because it is ultimately the state which is emancipating itself from the state religion, and by the same token separating itself from the very civil society in which it tolerates, or indeed fosters, the continuation of private religion and private interests. Political emancipation from religion is not complete and consistent emancipation from religion, because political emancipation is not the complete and consistent form of human emancipation. A state can be a free state without man himself being a free man, not just because religion continues to be practiced in private but also because freedom through the state is itself religious in form. Religion is precisely that, the devious acknowledgement of man, through an intermediary. 66. This is the crux of Marx's argument against Bauer. The state, though it might transcend religious content by separating itself from any confessional determination, retains religious form by embodying the alienated freedom of man in something external to him. As he puts it, the perfected political state is by its nature the species life of man in opposition to his material life. Where the political state has attained its full degree of development, man leads a double life, a life in heaven and a life on earth, not only in his mind, in his consciousness, but in reality. 67. The private spirituality of atomized individuals in civil society is thus accompanied and compounded by the objective spirituality or transcendence of the secular state form itself. Political emancipation neither abolishes nor tries to abolish man's real religiosity, because it both perpetuates religion at the level of private law and spiritualizes human nature, estranging it into the transcendent domain of state sovereignty. Whence Marx's deeply counterintuitive dialectical affirmation that true secularization, meaning emancipation from alien abstractions, can only be achieved through an unsparing practical criticism and overcoming of the liberal secular state, which, through a cunning of reason, turns out to be the formal realization of religious content. Indeed, the perfected Christian state is not the so-called Christian state which recognizes Christianity as its foundation, as the state religion, and which therefore excludes other religions. The perfected Christian state is rather the atheist state, the democratic state, the state which relegates religion to the level of the other elements of civil society. The state which is still theological, which still officially professes the Christian faith, which still does not dare to declare itself a state, has not yet succeeded in expressing in secular, human form, in its reality as a state, the human basis of which Christianity is the exaggerated expression. 68. Marx, in quasi-Hegelian vein, recognizes the momentous importance of the emergence of the democratic secular state, while simultaneously taking the opportunity to advocate the shift from the criticism of political theologies to a political criticism of the state form itself. Is this to succumb to a dubious metaphoric identification of secular and theological phenomena? 69. To portray liberalism as the bearer of a fundamentally religious form of abstraction, whose apotheosis is to be found in the separation of state and civil society. The religion of everyday life. While the form of Marx's critique of the young Hegelian's critique of religion feeds into his mature critique of political economy, it is also true that the secular basis will increasingly come to signify the mode of production and social intercourse, and only secondarily the state form itself. Nonetheless, it is important to confront the charge that the link between the theological and the political economic in Marx is merely metaphorical. As I've suggested, the correlation between seemingly secular and theological phenomena understood as instances of abstraction is not just pertinent to the state form, it is in many respects determinant for Marx's overall understanding of capitalism. When Marx inquires into the elusive ontology of commodities, sensuous things which are at the same time supersensible or social, he is forced to say that in order to find an analogy we must take flight into the misty realm of religion. There the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations with each other and with the human race. 70. This autonomy, as Marx's analysis of commodity fetishism demonstrates, goes much deeper than the autonomy of the state that on the Jewish question had laid bare. Marx leaves behind the critique of the religious form taken by the modern state, in which man contemplates and is dominated by his own alienated species being, to tackle the more insidious and intangible religion of everyday life. 71. In this respect, and in spite of Marx's draining of real autonomy and real history from religion in the German ideology, there is considerable truth to Derrida's comment about the absolute privilege that Marx always grants to religion, to ideology as religion. Mysticism, or theology, in his analysis of ideology in general. 72, if by privilege we understand the necessity of the religious analogy for grasping the process of autonomization that characterizes a society, that of capitalism, in which men are dominated by abstractions. This domination needs to move beyond the state form and into the everyday realm of production, consumption, and circulation, where men have already acted, before thinking. 73. It is only thus, by tracking the emergence of real abstractions out of social relations, that the tradition of anti-theological criticism from which Marx emerged may be truly surpassed. This criticism was trapped by a fantasy of omnipotence. It thought that the mental critique of illusory ideas was sufficient to dispel them. As Marx wrote of Stirner, he forgets that he has only destroyed the fantastic and spectral form assumed by the idea of fatherland, etc., in the brain, but that he has still not touched these ideas, insofar as they express actual relations. 74. It is in terms of the domination of social life and its actual relations by seemingly autonomous abstractions that in capital Marx employs the idea of fanaticism, to denote the subjectivity of a capitalist possessed by a drive to accumulate which eludes ordinary psychological understanding. Insofar as he is capital personified, his motivating force is not the acquisition and enjoyment of use values, but the acquisition and augmentation of exchange values. He is fanatically intent on the valorization of value, consequently he ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake. Such fanaticism is for Marx respectable, to the extent that it creates the conditions for its own overcoming. But it is also a fundamentally systemic fanaticism, a fanaticism that results from the abstract but compelling imperative to accumulate. Capitalist fanaticism lies beyond the individual psyche, in the immanent laws of capitalist production. 75. To the extent that it is a matter of compulsive ritual rather than moral choice, it can be characterized as a quasi-religious fanaticism. 76. This is why the project of moving from the criticism of heaven to the criticism of earth requires overcoming the liberal juxtaposition between the secular life of civil society and the fanatical propensity of religious belief, in order to attend to the religion of everyday life. Is this to say that a process of historical secularization of abstractions has allowed capital to replace religion in its function, to transubstantiate religion into commodity relations? This is the perspective wonderfully conveyed in The Religion of Capital, the 1887 satirical dramatization by Paul Lafargue, Marx's son-in-law, of an imaginary London Congress where the ruling classes of Europe meet to debate which forms of belief can best pacify labor unrest. The emblematic declaration is voiced by the great English statistician, Giffen. Now, then, the only religion that answers the needs of the moment is the religion of capital. Capital is the true, only and omnipotent God. He manifests himself in all forms and guises. He is found in glittering gold and in stinking guano, in a herd of cattle and in a cargo of coffee, in brilliant stores that offer sacred literature for sale and bundles of pornographic etchings, in gigantic machines, made of hardest steel, and in elegant rubber goods. Capital is the God whom the whole world knows, sees, smells, tastes. He exists for all our senses. He is the only God that has yet to run into an atheist. 77. This very insight was the object of a brilliant and beguiling fragment by Walter Benjamin, entitled Capitalism as Religion. 78. In contemporary theory, the idea of capitalism as a religion of everyday life has been consistently advocated by Slavoj Žižek. He has revisited, through a psychoanalytic prism, Marx's theory of commodity fetishism, now conceived as the ground for a theory of the secular endurance of belief, for instance in the faith in money value of which Marx speaks in Volume 3 of Capital. Žižek reads the predicament of Western capitalist societies as follows. Commodity fetishism is not located in our mind, in the way we perceive reality, but in our social reality itself. If, once upon a time, we publicly pretended to believe, while deep inside us we were skeptics or even engaged in obscene mocking of our public beliefs, today we tend publicly to profess our skeptical/hedonist/relaxed attitude, while inside us we remain haunted by beliefs and severe prohibitions. 79. This position dovetails quite nicely with Benjamin's conviction that capitalism is a purely cultic religion. Combined with his treatment of fundamentalism as a kind of perversion based on the ascription of objective truth to texts, freeing the adept from the tragic burden of faith, and with Marx's vision of the capitalist fanatic, Žižek's account of belief under capitalism suggests a peculiarly dialectical inversion in the relationship between the secular and the spiritual. The capitalist subject is the personification of an impersonal drive whose unconditional character can readily be regarded as fanatical. Conversely, the fundamentalist subject demonstrates, in his most fanatical actions, a form of conviction whose reliance on objective truth is modeled more on the certainties of science than on the tribulations of faith. This suggests that far from being the last and most extreme remnant of ideology in a post-ideological and post-historical age, fanaticism also exists in a complex ideological force field within which the difference between the secular and the religious provides only limited, if at times significant, orientation. 6. The Cold War and the Messiah. On political religion. Meditating on the infinite may be a religious activity, so may writing a check, eating corpses, copulating, listening to a thumping sermon on hellfire, examining one's conscience, painting a picture, growing a beard, licking leprous sores, tying the body into knots, a dogged faith in human rationality. There is no human activity which cannot assume religious significance. Canelm Borage, New Heaven, New Earth. Paul is a fanatic. Paul is a zealot, a Jewish zealot, and for him this step is a tremendous one. The spiritual costs that he must bear he doesn't take upon himself for the sake of some blather in the spirit of this great nomos liberalism. He is totally illiberal, of that I am certain. Sure, Paul is also universal, but by virtue of the eye of the needle of the crucified one, which means, transvaluation of all the values of this world. Jacob Taubes, The political theology of Paul. The faith is not political and politics is not a religion. Benedict XVI. The secular critic will level the charge of fanaticism at any political behavior infused by the absolute unconditionality and unmediated abstraction which he ascribes to religious forms of behavior. The religious commentator will find the sources of fanaticism in the perilous secularization of the modern world, in a nihilism that unleashes hubristic claims allegedly alien from true faith. But what happens when these otherwise incompatible forms of anti-fanaticism come together, united by common enemies? A particularly instructive instance of both the cross-purposes and the strange alliances elicited by the problem of fanaticism is to be found in the tendency to treat 20th-century totalitarian movements as secular or political religions, an appellation designed, among other things, to identify the fanatical mindset of their adherents. Where Marx had enjoined us to think of religion within the broader purview of ideology, this trend demands that we consider extreme or illiberal political ideologies as types or perversions of religion. The Islam of the 20th century. From the 1920s, it became common for opponents of totalitarianism to account for its radical novelty in terms of the introduction, into an otherwise secularized, deliberative or liberal political realm, of forms of conviction and behavior of a religious sort. 1 Whether their absolute claims were deemed to trespass onto the spiritual territory of the churches, or to destroy the limits constitutive of liberal democracy, these new political religions seemed at once to advance lethal threats to established faiths, and to revoke a process of secularization that had shunted the totalizing claims of unconditional conviction beyond the pale of politics. The Machiavellian or Hobbesian breaks that had signaled the birth of the modern science of politics through the expulsion of faith and sacred authority were threatened with reversal. The religious element in these new movements could be understood in terms of the passions they elicited, their types of organization, or their ultimate aims. For Christian critics it was the trespass into spiritual interiority carried out by these ersatz political faiths that was most threatening. It nullified the separation between the spiritual and the temporal that made compromises with authoritarian but pro-religious regimes possible, and at times attractive. In addition to concrete anti-religious measures, politics as faith threatened to displace religion. Nikolai Berdyaev, expelled from the USSR in the famous philosophy steamer, wrote of the switching over of religious energies affected by Russian communism, whose spiritual taproots he located in the nihilist and apocalyptic strains of Russian spirituality. Like many advocates of the political religion thesis, Berdyaev relied on an anthropological presupposition, namely that man is a religious animal whose propensity to devotion can consequently be exploited for non-religious ends. 2 Focusing on the object of faith rather than its effective character, the Italian Christian Democrat priest and politician Don Luigi Sturzo spoke in this respect of statolatria, the idolatry of the state, reviving the traditional Catholic opposition to heathen cults and false prophets, while 1930s papal encyclicals castigated neo-paganism. 3. Such protestations were frequently based on the notion that behind the emergence of these totalizing anti-religious religions of politics lay the neglect of organized spirituality and the deification of man, as well as a kind of dialectic of enlightenment in which the undermining of Christian transcendence had opened the door to an unprecedented immanent irrationality. The total politicization of existence was, such critics felt, tantamount to soul death. Secular critiques of the total movements of the interwar period, not preoccupied with the defense of a proper domain of the spirit, were more likely to revive the traditional arsenal of the Enlightenment critique of fanaticism, in which religion stands in for a combination of iron discipline, intolerance, and unreason. In a different register than Christian critics, they focused on the fusion of two strands of human experience that the secular West was supposed to have kept separate. One of the more striking dimensions of this analysis and attack on the political religions was the recurrence of the figure of Islam as a cipher for the totalizing fusion of the political and the religious. In a variation on the parallel explored by Hegel and others, Bertrand Russell wrote of Bolshevism in 1920 that it combined, in a radically new admixture, the characteristics of the French Revolution with those of the rise of Islam. He linked these two political religions, contrasting them with the personal religions of Christianity and Buddhism, in the following manner: Mohammedanism and Bolshevism are practical, social, unspiritual, concerned to win the empire of this world, for the stress here is on religion as a worldly motivational, organizational, and martial force, along the lines of Elia Halavy's observation that the age of tyrannies was dominated by the elitization of thought and the organization of enthusiasm. Point 5, emphasizing manipulation over organization. Keynes would also regard Leninism as a new religion, marked by zeal and intolerance, and, reviving Voltaire's link between fanaticism and hypocrisy, conviction and suggestion, declared that Lenin is a Mohammed and not a Bismarck. Point 6, in his sprawling 1949 treatment of social and speculative sources of the Soviet secular religion, Sociologie du communisme, Jules Monnerat called communism the Islam of the 20th century, since, like its Oriental precursor, it too tried to join a universal state with a universal doctrine, while their shared overcoming of nationality meant that both were movements unchecked by borders, and thus globally threatening. Accordingly, the communist is a religious fanatic serving an expanding empire which tends toward world domination. The difference between totalitarianism and tyranny is the former's sacralization of the political. It presents itself as a secular and conquering religion of the Islamic type, lack of distinction between the political, religious, and economic, concentrated and, above all, undefined power. Point 7, this peculiarly anti-historical analogy, which had the advantage of presenting the Russian Revolution as a more Oriental than European phenomenon, was sufficiently plastic to be applied to Nazi Germany as well as to Asiatic communism. Thus, the Protestant theologian Karl Barth declared that it was impossible to understand National Socialism unless we see it in fact as a new Islam, its myth as a new Allah, and Hitler as this new Allah's prophet. Point 8, Carl Jung echoed him: we do not know whether Hitler is going to found a new Islam. He is already on the way, he is like Mohammed. The emotion in Germany is Islamic, warlike, and Islamic. They are all drunk with a wild man. 9, in today's popular discourse, the resurgence of the political religion thesis, alongside disarmingly sterile debates on God and atheism, seems difficult to disentangle from a historical moment that has led anxious right-wing commentators to invert Monnerat's line and speak of Islam as the communism of the 21st century. Point 10. Whatever the cogency and limitations of the political religion thesis, its resilience testifies to our continued preoccupation with the menace of fanaticism, understood as a form of political conviction that is radically incompatible with reasonable norms of action and deliberation. Though atheists and Christians, liberals and conservatives can all be found pejoratively referring to secular or political religion, the basic features of this concept resonate with the long tradition of anti-fanatical discourse. Like fanaticism broadly construed, political religions are marked by an enthusiasm for abstraction, by some drive to unfettered totality, and by forms of radical organizational unity that make them into ecclesiae militans, militant churches. Point 11, like theories of totalitarianism, the political religion approach latches onto these formal dimensions while neglecting actual content, social composition, and explicit doctrine, and at the expense of detailed causal and conjunctural analysis. Point 12, formal likenesses are privileged over political trajectories and contexts. Theorists of political religion tend to assume a vision of human nature which includes some kind of disposition to the religious as a basic feature of being human. They also rely to varying degrees on philosophies of history in which the idea of secularization plays a prominent role, though some advocates of this approach view psychological attunement to the sacred as pathological, others as a blessing, while secularization is perceived by some as a baleful dynamic, by others as a conquest to be defended. I want to explore this entanglement of anthropology and history by looking at different perspectives on the religions of the political, and specifically at the manner in which, in continuity with previous discourses on fanaticism, the very idea of political religion serves to disqualify any kind of politics of conviction as the ersatz effect of fanatical religiosity. Returning to these questions today is warranted by the resurgence of those views of politics as religion that emerged in Europe during the interwar period and then established themselves, with more or less exclusive focus on communism and the Soviet Union, with the full ideological flowering of the Cold War shortly after the end of World War II. John Gray begins his Black Mass, instructively subtitled Apocalyptic Religion and the Death of Utopia, a book that brackets together as political religions neoliberalism and Bolshevism, Islamist terrorism and neoconservative democratic warmongering, with the following statement: modern politics is a chapter in the history of religion. His is a history in which the utopian projects whose debris we observe today, though they were framed in secular terms that denied the truth of religion, were in fact vehicles for religious myths. Point 13. This theory of secular form as a vehicle for religious content derives from Cohn's pursuit of the millennium. Point 14. Writing in the midst of the Cold War, and in contrast to the sympathetic treatment of millenarianism by the likes of Hobsbawm, Cohn sought to unearth the atavism at the core of modern totalitarian movements, identifying the medieval marriage of surplus populations and apocalyptic prophets as the dark precursor of both Soviet communism and National Socialism. The result was a trans-historical concept of revolutionary fanaticism, covering violent mass movements that sought a salvation both terrestrial and collective, movements whose politics were boundless and beyond reform. Point 15. For Cohn, this apocalyptic politics is marked by a refusal of representation and mediation. It aims at a total, unanimous community, devoid of internal strife. Point 16. Key to this bold short circuit across the ages, with its symptomatic use of analogies impervious to massive historical discrepancies, is the idea of a basic continuity in the structure of feeling of apocalyptic militancy, whether in explicitly religious or deceptively modern and technocratic guise. A subterranean current links all these movements which strive to purify the world by destroying the agents of corruption. In organizational terms, the modern specificity of party and bureaucratic organization is ignored in order to seize and reveal the fanatical kernel, turning the likes of Munzer's League of the Elect into the secret prologue of the SS or the NKVD. For Cohn, regardless of historical context or institutional structure, the pattern is the same. Prophetic visions lead to the formation a group of adepts, a true prototype of a modern totalitarian party, a restlessly dynamic and utterly ruthless group which, obsessed by the apocalyptic fantasy and filled with the conviction of its own infallibility, set itself infinitely above the rest of humanity and recognized no claim save that of its own supposed mission. A millennial promise uttered by a prophet to a marginalized and heterogeneous mass, this remains the source of the giant fanaticisms which in our day have convulsed the world. Point 17. Though Gray reproduces Cohn's link between medieval and modern millenarianism, he ratchets up the claims for the continuity between the absolutist and apocalyptic claims of religion and the utopian designs of politics. In order for his narrative to include everyone from Trotsky to Dick Cheney, Hitler to bin Laden, Gray must generate an unstable amalgam between the religious critique of political religion, which depicts Enlightenment rationalism as a hubristic attempt to supplant true faith, and the secular critique of political religion, for which the mere fact of belonging to the category of religion is already a mark of irrationality. Scepticism, fallibilism, and realism are here the opponents of both apocalyptic religion and any kind of secular utopianism that presumes to transform human nature or remake society. The claim that the historical break signaled by the Enlightenment is already infused with Christian messianism makes it possible to conclude that the whole revolutionary tradition, from Jacobinism to the Bolsheviks and onwards, is merely a secular reincarnation of early Christian beliefs. When Gray writes that modern revolutionary movements are a continuation of religion by other means, his grounding assumption is clear. There exists a basic affective and anthropological drive or function known as religion, characterized by absolute certainty, invariant across wildly different, genealogically distant, and geographically unconnected phenomena of militancy. In this respect, an argument like Gray's harkens back to the generic definition of religiosity that underlay Gustav L. E. Bohn's theory of crowds. There, L. E. Bohn discussed religion in the following terms. A person is not religious solely when he worships a divinity, but when he puts all the resources of his mind, the complete submission of his will, and the whole-souled ardor of fanaticism at the service of a cause or an individual who becomes the goal and guide of his thoughts and actions. Intolerance and fanaticism are the necessary accompaniments of the religious sentiment. They are inevitably displayed by those who believe themselves in the possession of the secret of earthly or eternal happiness. These two characteristics are to be found in all men grouped together when they are inspired by a conviction of any kind. The Jacobins of the Reign of Terror were at bottom as religious as the Catholics of the Inquisition, and their cruel ardor proceeded from the same source. 18. This univocity of fanaticism in secular utopias and apocalyptic religions allows Gray, who views philosophies of history as theodicies in disguise, to depict the irreligious political extremism of the 20th century and the recent rise of religious fundamentalism as two modalities of what is basically the same pathology, the millenarian conviction that human nature may be transformed and the good brought down to earth. More than with Cohn, whose account did not impugn the Enlightenment, Gray resonates with another influential purveyor of a variant of the political religion thesis, J. L. Tolman. Tolman, for whom Rousseau rather than Muntzer is the villain, traces the origins of what he calls modern totalitarian democracy to the political mechanism of 18th-century philosophy, and its belief in the worldly realization of an egalitarian society founded on the idea of a rationally accessible natural order. The continuous arc that he traces is shorter than Gray's, having its intellectual origins in the lead-up to the French Revolution. 19. The ideological urgency of the book, like Cohn's both a scholarly study and a Cold War screed, is explicit. Not visionary hallucinations or divine intoxication, but confidence in the intelligibility and feasibility of a rational society, is what for Tolman marks out a democratic and totalitarian mechanism. Tapping into the tradition of conservative condemnation of the French Revolution, which he shares with Gray, Tolman juxtaposes the two strands of 18th-century thought, an empirical liberalism founded on notions of trial and error, open to the wisdom of custom and habit, and respectful of durable institutions, versus the totalitarianism implicit in any politics of human emancipation that neglects concrete differences and disdains pragmatic obstacles. Accordingly, if empiricism is the ally of freedom and the doctrinaire spirit is the friend of totalitarianism, the idea of man as an abstraction, independent of the historic groups to which he belongs, is likely to become a powerful vehicle of totalitarianism. 20. In Tolman's case, however, the continuity is not quite total. The persistence of a transcendent dimension in properly religious messianic movements means that they don't attain the extremes of violence proper to secular messianic monism, whose vocation is to scorn every boundary, transgress every limit. What's more, the social conditions of modernity mean that political mechanism does not just attract volatile and heterogeneous groups of followers, it is animated by popular enthusiasm. Revolutionary and totalitarian democracy carry a threat that medieval millenarianism did not. But the lesson drawn remains the same as Gray's, and more importantly, the same as that of their forebear Burke, that the study of political religion as the modern incarnation of fanaticism teaches us the importance of limits in politics. Whether apocalyptic or rationalist in origin, the very idea that the world can be changed through human action, and that abstractions such as equality can be forced into social being, is a recipe for disaster. As Gray summarizes, the use of inhumane methods to achieve impossible ends is the essence of revolutionary utopianism. 21. Against neoconservative exhortations to export American freedom, Gray prefers the counsel of the old right, to affirm human frailty, political conventions and customs, and to abjure any apocalyptic, unrealistic attempt to realize the good and enforce progress in the face of inevitably finite and fallible circumstances. The latter represents, in his words, Enlightenment fundamentalism. On this reading, political religion, understood as the reciprocal corruption of belief by political instrumentality and of political realism by apocalyptic expectations, is anchored by what has been rightly termed an implausibly abstract understanding of history, inexorably linked to a version of intellectual cause and political effect whereby the unyielding abstractions of Enlightenment rationalism become the ideological cause of revolutionary violence and terror. 22. Accounts such as Cohn's, Tolman's and Gray's offer meta-historical narratives, broadly linked to theories of secularization, which ultimately evacuate history and politics of specificity, while analogies and metaphors are passed off as explanations. Point 23. Their object of criticism is a political enthusiasm, both abstract and absolute. Ironically, for all of their suspicion towards the radical Enlightenment, the terminology of religion, millennium, apocalypse, messianism, is used to disqualify, rather than to explore the structures of belief and ritual that may underlie political practice. Such positions, which often accuse the Enlightenment of a perverse sacralization of politics, symptomatically oscillate between finding the source of 20th century evils in excesses of faith or in excesses of reason, and mostly come to rest in that familiar Burkean motif whereby it is faith in reason, or rational fanaticism, which is the principal culprit. Whether we seek its origins in political disorientation, ideological immaturity, or the anxiety generated by contemporary forms of violence and conflict, there is something quite remarkable about the return of Cold War nostrums, essentially unchanged, into the contemporary public arena, at a time when, whatever one's views of the original critiques of totalitarianism, rigid blinkers are required to treat the present as a mere repetition of the struggle of the free world against totalitarianism, or, more grandiosely, of scepticism versus absolute conviction, or reasonable faith versus idolatrous fanaticism. Point 24. Much of the recent resurgence of the notion of political religion has been dismayingly derivative, especially when it comes to popularizing treatments aiming to draw lessons for present predicaments from the interwar and Cold War literature on totalitarian movements. This is all the more reason to revisit the original polemical context of the political religion debate and to consider the uses of fanaticism within it. Arendt's retort. Given the close relation between the idea of totalitarianism and theories of political religion, with their shared tendency to emphasize formal, ideal typical analogies over specific historical and material trajectories, one might superficially expect Hannah Arendt, the most respected philosophical advocate of the idea of totalitarianism, and herself a critic of the zealous drift of the French Revolution, to have had some sympathy for the political religion thesis. On the contrary, her opposition to the idea of political religion was vehement, never more so than in her lecture Religion and Politics. Point 25. Testifying to the ideological force field into which Arendt was stepping, it was originally delivered at a Harvard University conference entitled Is the Struggle Between the Free World and Communism Basically Religious?, held in 1953, at the very end of the Korean War. The call for papers had originated from the French liberal philosopher Raymond Aron, whose emphasis ever since the late 1930s on communism as a secular religion, displacing transcendent faiths and promising earthly salvation, had done much to shape the debate. The essay was then published in the journal Confluence, edited at that time by none other than Henry Kissinger. The political motivation of Arendt's repudiation of the political religion approach is clear. Prolonging a critical line that she had employed in numerous texts, chiding other Cold Warriors for their ideological attachment to anti-Stalinism and not sparing those ex-communists who, armed with the dubious authority of conversion, now sought to defend the free world with the same zeal that they had previously reserved for championing Stalin, Arendt stressed the need to maintain a fundamental asymmetry in the Cold War. To congeal freedom into an entity to be defended, like a kind of civic if Christianized counter-religion opposed to the secular religion of communism, was for her a recipe for disaster. Confronted with a full-fledged ideology, she admonished, our greatest danger is to counter it with an ideology of our own. If we try to inspire public political life once more with religious passion or to use religion as a means of political distinctions, the result may very well be the transformation and perversion of religion into an ideology and the corruption of our fight against totalitarianism by a fanaticism which is utterly alien to the very essence of freedom. 26. For Arendt, who was understandably if problematically attached to the idea that the American political tradition was innocent of fanaticism. 27. The notion of political freedom, which she deemed alien to religious thought, was closely bound up with a world devoid of religious sanction and dogmatic certainty, the creation of an ideology of freedom, and, even worse, a religious ideology of freedom, could not but trouble her. Her ambivalence in this regard is instructive, for in many ways her attempt to identify a radical core within the American constitutional and revolutionary tradition, especially when it operated with threadbare anti-Jacobin stereotypes, lent succor to this same ideology. Despite Arendt's intriguing turn to the lost tradition of revolutionary and workers' councils, her fidelity to American republicanism and her polemic against the French Revolution led to philosophical apologetics for a free world whose actual practice was, for many of those on the receiving end, synonymous with cruelty and dispossession. 28. The targets of Arendt's criticism were anti-communist comrades in arms. Her friend Waldemar Gurian had long been an advocate of the notion of communism as a social and political secular religion. He had even coined the term idiocracy to designate the manner in which doctrinal laws of historical change, monopolized by the party, took the place of the Christian God. 29 For Arendt, who emphasized the need to take ideologies at their word, such claims ignored the fact that communism never tries to answer religious questions specifically, and that, unlike the tragic atheism explored by Kierkegaard and Dostoevsky, it had left behind the secular condition of doubt which lent modern faith its specific tonality. 30 Her two main targets were the German émigré and conservative political philosopher Eric Voegelin and the French social theorist Jules Monnerat. They represented for Arendt the two main strands of the political religion debate. The first explained the emergence of ersatz religions through a conservative narrative of secularization. The second relied on a social anthropology of the sacred to present totalitarian movements as usurpers of deep-rooted religious functions. 31. Voegelin had been a pioneer in this debate, with his 1938 essay The Political Religions. Citing the example of the Egyptian pharaohs, he had brought attention to the religious, even mystical, dimension of the state prior to the unstable Christian separation between the city of God and the city of man, Christ and Caesar, the holy and the temporal. Religion consisted in ascribing to an entity the status of realissimum, an uncontestable core around which all beings and behaviors pivoted. 32 The inner-worldly religions decapitated the system of transcendence and displaced this eminently real status onto earthly entities, sacralizing them, to use an expression from Emilio Gentile. What remained was the political structure already inhering in the religious symbolism of emanation, hierarchy, unity, evil, apocalypse and domination, as well as in notions such as corpus mysticum and sacrum imperium. As the Western ecclesia dissolves into political subentities, religiosity is at one and the same time censored and displaced, re-emerging, most clearly, in the mystical body of the Volk and the sacred empire of the Reich. In Voegelin's early work, as Arendt summarized, all political authority has a religious origin, and politics itself is necessarily religious. 33. In his later series of lectures, The New Science of Politics, Voegelin returned to this theme but inscribed it within a much bolder theory of history. Now, the struggle against the totalitarian political religions was coded as the millennial battle between an order based on faith and transcendence and a Gnosticism which sought to immanentize the Eschaton, that is, to politicize the idea of revelation and apocalypse, a theme we've already encountered in the likes of Cohn and Gray. This is not a simple tale of secularization understood as the fading of religious belief from the social and political world. With the end of political theology in Orthodox Christianity, in other words, the theological retreat from the idea that spirituality could be directly represented by political powers, fusing church and empire, the temporal sphere was for Voegelin divinized, in a kind of intra-Christian secularism. It was not until the social turmoil of the 12th century, in the apocalyptic narratives of Joachim of Fiore, that, Voegelin argues, the social and political world was again infused with religious meaning, drawing on the millenarian resources of Christian heresy, which, by way of shorthand, he calls Gnosticism. 34 Political religion is thus placed within a historical narrative that sees the resurgence of the eschatology of the realm. 35, with its proto-political symbols of the three ages, its leader or prophet, and its brotherhood, as a crucial element in a fundamentally malevolent modernity. Voegelin, for whom the liberal opponents of the political religions of Nazism and communism are merely suffering from a milder strain of Gnosticism, thinks that the very structure of modern politics is inseparable from this new eschatology. We must, he writes, recognize the essence of modernity as the growth of Gnosticism. 36 Even more peremptory is his link between liberalism and totalitarianism under the aegis of progress. Totalitarianism, defined as the existential rule of Gnostic activists, is the end form of progressive civilization, journey's end of the Gnostic search for a civil theology. 37 Vaugelin's epical polemic repeats many of the enduring themes of the critique of fanaticism. Above all, it targets the idea that history itself is intelligible, and therefore an object of calculated, progressive action, along with the related idea that human nature can be changed. Echoing Burke, resistance to redivinization is understood as both a defense of transcendent faith and a call for political realism, under which human history cannot be the object of novelty or truth. When the fulfillment that Christianity relegated to the end time becomes inner-worldly, in an imminent hypostasis of the Eschaton, we are confronted by a theoretical fallacy: things are not things, nor do they have essences, by arbitrary declaration. The course of history as a whole is not an object of experience. History has no eidos because the course of history extends into the unknown future. The meaning of history, thus, is an illusion, and this illusionary eidos is created by treating a symbol of faith as if it were a proposition concerning an object of imminent experience. 38 In one sense, this is a classic, even somewhat Kantian, epistemological critique of fanaticism as the mistaking of the empirical for the transcendental. And yet it is precisely pitted against the dialectic of political action, social causality, and historical teleology that Kant tried to defend, and which he bequeathed to Hegel and then Marx. We can also note the paradoxical predicament of enemies of historical understandings of emancipation like Vaugelin, who must themselves create philosophies of history against the philosophy of history. In Arendt's view, any such account is itself based on a mistaken understanding of secularization, and specifically on the illegitimate passage from the recognition that authority was historically bound up with religion to the idea that the concept of authority is itself of a religious nature. Though Arendt doesn't explore Vaugelin's anti-liberal and anti-totalitarian theory of Gnosticism, it is clear that she is not willing to draw any epical or civilizational lessons from the bare fact, as she puts it, that religious creeds and institutions have no publicly binding authority and that, conversely, political life has no religious sanction. To suppose that this absence of sanction must turn into a disastrous hubris, into the divinization of history and man, is a presumption she can't accept, precisely because, and this is where metahistorical and anthropological theories of political religion converge, it would imply that political life must in some sense or another be subordinated to a religious function. It is this idea which is Arendt's main target. With a characteristic suspicion of the social sciences, she takes to task an understanding of communism that would ignore its historical and political substance, its specific conditions of emergence, in order to view it in functional terms, as an instance of, or substitute for, the generic category of religion. The confusion, she writes, arises partly from the particular viewpoint of sociologists who, methodically ignoring chronological order, location of facts, impact and uniqueness of events, substantial content of sources, and historical reality in general, concentrate on functional roles in and by themselves. 39. This list of accusations could very well be applied to much of the literature on political religion and fanaticism. It could also be levied at much writing on totalitarianism, something that Arendt herself became aware of in the 1950s, as her Origins of Totalitarianism was enlisted in a Cold War vision of social science, to which, despite her commitment to the free world, she could not subscribe. In Arendt's reply to Vaugelin's review of her book, she stressed that what she had offered was a historical account of the elements which crystallized into totalitarianism. 40 The key, if slippery term here is elements, which signals Arendt's attempt to combine a theoretical grasp of the structure of totalitarianism with the historical contingency of its emergence. In Religion and Politics, the main representative of the functionalist approach criticized by Arendt is Jules Monnerot. Though Arendt doesn't quote it, his claim that communism was the Islam of the 20th century is emblematic of the evacuation of history she so strenuously objected to. Monnerat had been a founding member, alongside Georges Boutely and Roger Cale-Lewis, of the Collège de Sociologie, a short-lived but deeply influential intellectual venture whose objective, in the wake of Durkheim and Mauss, and in response to the cultic and zealous dimensions of fascism and Hitlerism, had been the reinvention of sociology as a discipline capable of grasping the political force of the sacred, considered as a dimension heterologous to rational calculation but uneliminable. From the social point 41. Shortly before the exoteric, para-academic experience of the college, Boutely had participated in an esoteric attempt to found a sacred and sacrificial community, Acephal. Violently opposed to the dictatorship of utility, self-interest, and work which it regarded as the bane of contemporary life, Acephal sought to break through politics as normally understood into a dimension of community, expenditure, and loss of self that Boutely termed the sacred, a dimension liberated by the death of God and the erosion of institutional religion. The programmatic text for Acephal, written in 1936, is tellingly prefaced by an epigraph from Kierkegaard which reads, "What looks like politics, and imagines itself to be political, will one day unmask itself as a religious movement." Pleading for ecstasy against conformity, for abandonment against conservation, Boutely will declare that, existence is not only an agitated void, it is a dance that forces one to dance with fanaticism. 42. The basic thesis of Monnerat's Sociologie du Communisme, translated into English as the sociology and psychology of communism, probably to preempt confusion in the United States about Monnerat's sui generis idea of sociology, is that Marxist communism is at one and the same time the censorship of the religious and its disavowed projection onto the political. In this sense, Monnerat regards communism as the continuation of the failed exorcism and displacement of the sacred by the Enlightenment. 43 The critique of myth, belief, and religion would thus be guilty of opening a breach for new, and more dangerous, mythologies. The key concept in Monnerat's account is affectivity, placing him in the camp of those thinkers of political religion who, like Tolman and Vogelen, stress its experiential dimension. However, Monnerat goes further in this regard, to the extent of positing something like a hydraulic model where there would be a given quantum of effective energy of a sacred type, a kind of religious intensity, which would then have to discharge itself through one formal conduit or another. He also stresses the role of the lower psychological drives. Behind the rationalist illusion of the disappearance of religion, an age-old collective passion play would be at work, with novel political forms functioning as the bearers for effective responses in an essentially invariant repertoire of emotions and dispositions. The energies and fervors once attached to explicitly religious rituals and symbolisms would be available for other libidinal investments. Whence the notion that new myths celebrating the nation, the race, the individual, come to fulfill the functions hitherto accorded to the divine. The new political religions are thus the purveyors of substitutory satisfactions. 44 And perhaps the greatest satisfaction of all is the one provided by communism, which harnesses base effective forces into the deification of man, and the thanatological prospect of the dedifferentiated, homogeneous, inert paradise that for Monnerat is the classless society. In terms familiar from sundry anti-fanatical polemics, especially those against the French Revolution, Monnerat sees the sacred as displaced into a mechanism of the human species. 45 But the roots of his analysis in sacred sociology, the anthropology of totemism and a psychoanalytic energetics means that this displacement is not thought in merely formal terms, by way of analogies between party and church, devotion and militancy, but rather as the repetition of an archaic, cultic practice. Writing of the role of the species in communism, Monnerat declares, by hypostasising this abstraction, one creates a transcendent and voracious entity, and when one declares that present individuals are to be sacrificed for future ones, or to the species, one nourishes this entity with human sacrifices. 46 In a reactionary variation of a theme dear to the Collège de Sociologie, Monnerat's attack on communism as a secular religion is based on the idea that it is precisely the expulsion of the sacred from the social, what he calls nihilism, which prepares the dominion of a degraded form of the sacred in the guise of communism. Monarot's idea of nihilism, like Vaugelin's account of Gnosticism, with its reliance on a grounding notion of religious experience, shows how the two strands of political religion that Arendt distinguishes as the historical and the functional are almost invariably entwined. An anthropological understanding of sacred functions is joined to the meta-historical narrative of Christianity's displacement by the secular religion of communism. The power of these negative philosophies of history is such that even Arendt, who wants to liberate politics and freedom from the embrace of a religiously inflected history, partly succumbs to their dubious charm when she treats the reduction of political ideologies to religious functions, the desubstantializing functionalization of our categories, as the symptom of a broader process, the growing functionalization of society. In a markedly deductivist 47 approach which seems to ignore her own doctrine of historical elements, she links this to her condemnation of Marx's dangerous socialization of man. An even stronger statement can be found in her reply to Vaugelin, where she declares that the introduction of semi-theological arguments in the discussion of totalitarianism is the symptom of a functionalization that she views as in many respects the last and perhaps the most dangerous stage of atheism. In his own reply to Arendt's Religion and Politics, Monarot chided her for the suggestion that the secular religion thesis is blasphemous in its dependence on a notion of religion without God. To Monarot's assertion of the scientific validity of this stance in the anthropology of religion, and of the presence of sundry religions which do indeed dispense with God, Arendt has no particularly convincing reply. Her characteristically Eurocentric reference to the worshipper of the kangaroo, whom I could easily take into account, does not improve matters. 48. Contemporary approaches to the question of politics and religion continue to rely, perhaps inevitably, on philosophies of history articulated in some sense around notions of secularization, whether they're analyzing a supposed return of a religiosity that history had doomed to obsolescence, or viewing unconditional political commitments or fanaticisms as atavistic resurgences, in secular garb, of effective structures of a fundamentally religious kind. Even when the object is not the condemnation of religious political subjectivities, but rather a broader reflection on theological elements in the forms of modern power, the reliance on narratives of secularization is strong, occluding the more complex temporalities that emerge, for example, in the analyses of millenarian politics we encountered earlier. It is to a recent instance of these narratives that I now turn, in order to explore the broader effects of the idea of political religion on our thinking of historical time and political action. Economies of domination and salvation. Modernity, having removed God from the world, not only has not exited theology, but it has only, in a certain sense, brought to completion the project of providential oikonomia. 49. With these lines, Giorgio Agamben closes his latest, and longest, addition to the Homo Sacer project begun in 1995, The Kingdom and the Glory. This declaration synthesizes two key tenets of Agamben's study. First, the claim that the Church Fathers, in developing Trinitarian theology, Christology, and angelology, lay the groundwork for an economic theology of government that remains operative in the current dispensation of Western modernity. Second, the idea that the atheism or secularism which nominally characterize contemporary political philosophy, be it liberal, conservative, or Marxist, are surface effects beneath which lie the compulsions of a theological matrix, a governmental machine with its roots sunk deep in the Christian past. In other words, the limits and impasses of today's political thought are to be understood in terms of a cunning of secularization. The apparent disappearance of Christian theology from the commanding heights of politics is simply the determinate form taken by the ultimate origination of contemporary political action in the twin apparatus composed of a political theology of sovereignty and an economic theology of governmental administration. What's more, in a line of questioning that takes him, via a long Heideggerian detour, to views about the sacralization of politics that resonate with the recent resurgence of the political religion approach, Agamben sees the contemporary dominion of the spectacle in matters political and economic as a prolongation of the theology of glory, the alienated celebration of man's potentiality in the image, first of God, today of capital. Though in this book Agamben is not primarily preoccupied with the vicissitudes of religious and political subjectivity that have given rise to the problem of fanaticism, his claim to have produced a genealogy linking modern structures of power to a theological matrix makes him a significant interlocutor for a reflection on contemporary fanaticism, especially in terms of the connection between the idea of secularization and the analysis of the radical politics of conviction. In particular, it is striking that an author overtly hostile to facile historicism should be so drawn to arguments for continuity that end up belittling the contingency and specificity of politics and its contexts of emergence. Rather than a precarious force field catalyzed and constrained by social and economic compulsions, modern politics is seen as merely bringing to completion the Christian economy of providence. Critical theory also succumbs to the affirmation of a continuity between the theological and the political. Marx's notion of praxis basically is only the secularization of the theological conception of the being of creatures as divine operation. 50 lines such as these echo one of the more influential attempts to think the theological undercurrents in the philosophy of history, Karl Loewen's 1949 Meaning in History. This study, referred to repeatedly in Voegelin's own account of the Gnostic deification of history, popularized the idea of Marxism as a secularized providential narrative seeking a unified principle of historical meaning in the dialectic of modes of production and the redemptive horizon of the classless society. Loewen's interpretation of Marx is rather one-dimensional, insensitive to the anticipations and non-synchronicities which draw the historical materialist account of the temporalities of accumulation and political action away from the holism and linearity of a philosophy of history. Also, prefiguring the millenarian verdict put forward by the likes of Kohn, Loewen produces a starkly reductive account of historical materialism as essentially, though secretly, a history of fulfillment and salvation in terms of social economy. 51, a secret which is difficult to countenance if we consider the critical engagement of both Marx and Engels with the question of religion in general, and of millenarianism in particular. Loewen even opts for an ethno-religious pseudo-explanation to account for the persistence of a horizon of redemption in Marx. He was a Jew of Old Testament stature, though an emancipated Jew of the 19th century who felt strongly anti-religious and even anti-Semitic. It is the old Jewish messianism and prophetism, unaltered by 2,000 years of economic history from handicraft to large-scale industry, and Jewish insistence on absolute righteousness which explain the idealistic basis of Marx's materialism. Though perverted into secular prognostication, the Communist Manifesto still retains the basic features of a messianic faith, the assurance of things to be hoped for. 52. Though he would probably balk at such a philologically and methodologically blunt narrative, Agamben's own statements on Marx's secularization of Christian themes suggest a certain affinity with Loewen. In particular, it is difficult to see how the invocation of genealogy really exempts Agamben from the dehistoricizing and depoliticizing effects of asserting a fundamental political theological continuity behind the explicit categories and self-understanding of more or less all forms of contemporary social and political thought, which would find themselves the unwitting vehicles of the mortifying structures of theological authority. His attempt to generate a theological genealogy of the economy is driven by the wish to prolong Foucauldian insights into biopolitics, according to which the primacy of sovereign power is both supplanted by, and recombined with, a government of life, wherein power is not primarily aimed at sheer violent domination, but at a productive management of individuals and populations. Significantly, in a characteristic methodological short-circuit which he pioneered in Homo Sacer's treatment of bare life and sovereignty, Agamben turns for help to a debate between Carl Schmitt and the theologian Erik Peterson. He takes his distance from Schmitt's allegiance to the idea of political theology, and shows that Peterson himself steps back from admitting the significance to the early Christian theologians of the notion of oikonomia. Defined by Aristotle as the administration of the house, in contradistinction with the form of collective or public power exercised in the polis, in Xenophon oikonomia is presented as a functional organization, an activity of management which is not bound to rules other than that of the orderly functioning of the house. It is this managerial paradigm that defines the semantic sphere of the term oikonomia and determines its progressive analogical broadening outside of its original limits. 53. As Agamben details, The oikonomia is modeled by Xenophon on the organization that reigns over an army or within a seafaring vessel. But if the semantic core of the idea of economy is already implanted in ancient Greek philosophy, why engage in a theological genealogy? Where Foucault had located, beginning in the mid-18th century, the emergence of governmental reason in the early discourse of political economy and the concurrent practice of administering the health and productivity of populations, Agamben turns the clock back 2 millennia, to the writings of Aristotle and Xenophon on the economy, then to the fate of this notion within the theology of the Church Fathers, beginning with Paul. In the process he abandons Foucault's commitment to discontinuity, as well as his related nominalist disdain for the assumption that substances, essences, or universals can be registered across different historical domains. Where Agamben decodes a hidden theological machine behind the operations of the secular world, for Foucault the secret that have no essence or that their essence was fabricated in a piecemeal fashion from alien forms. 54. The stakes become clearer when Agamben comes to the discussion of the place of oikonomia in what he calls the providential paradigm and the ontology of acts of government that underlies it. As he writes, providence is that through which theology and philosophy try to deal with the splitting of classical ontology into two separate realities, being and praxis, transcendent good and immanent good, theology and oikonomia. It presents itself as a machine aimed at re-articulating together the two fragments in the Gubernatio Dei, in the divine government of the world. 55. A theorem from a Heideggerian history of being, the sundering of being and praxis, is adduced to account for the determining significance of Christian theology in shaping the political and metaphysical horizon of the West up to our very own modernity. In this regard, it is the specifically Christian fate of oikonomia, as the anarchic immanence of a divine government tenuously articulated, via providence, with a transcendent God who reigns but does not govern, which justifies the theological character of this genealogical investigation. For Agamben, the providential dispositif harbors something like the epistemological paradigm of modern government. In the guise of separation between legislative or sovereign power and executive or governmental power, the modern state inherits the theological machine of the government of the world. 56. Where Vaugelin's new science of politics perceived modernity as the surfacing of a virulent Gnosticism, in a conservative apology of Christianity's de-divinization of politics, Agamben instead paints political modernity as trapped in mechanisms fabricated by Christian theology. But by what right does Agamben pass from the insistence on certain conceptual constellations and semantic kernels, across different epochs and discursive formations, to the overarching conviction that such an archaeological inquiry is of urgent political significance? In what way is the religious framework still at work in a putatively godless politics? Unlike a historian of ideas or concepts who might wish to track the secret endurance and operative impact of certain thought patterns across periods and conjunctures, Agamben, in this respect the kin of Vaugelin, is unconcerned with forms of transmission beyond textual ones. When, for instance, he states that Malebranchian occasionalism is still present within Rousseau's conceptions of political economy and popular sovereignty, or that a theological notion of order subtends Smith's invisible hand, he does not attend to the possibility that ideas may be generated outside the closed history of Western metaphysics, that political and economic concepts may exceed or escape a pernicious theological inheritance. Nor does Agamben consider that the resilience of certain thought forms, such as the idea of providence, might be less relevant than their redeployment to radically different ends, within incommensurable contexts. Nor, finally, is there a serious consideration given to the possibility, supported, for instance, by the derivation, which Agamben himself shows, of the theological dispositif of bureaucracy from the empirical history of empires, that it is not so much the continuity of the theological, but the persistence of certain social relations and their imaginaries which explains the endurance of certain concepts of government and forms of organization across such a long durée. It is symptomatic in this respect that Agamben dismisses the theoretical significance of the secularization debate that pitted the likes of Hans Blumenberg, Carl Schmitt, and Karl Loewit against one another in the 1960s. For Agamben, secularization is a strategic gambit, not a strictly historiographic thesis. As a discursive strategy, secularization involves the polemical reference of political terms to their theological origin. 57 Secularization is a strategic operator, which marks political concepts to refer them back to their theological origin. 58 Rather than a philosophy of history per se, Agamben bases this strategy on the idea of indices or signatures that allow us to pass from a supposedly desacralized phenomenon to its sacralized precursor. Hence the rather mystical postulation that only some may possess the capacity to perceive signatures and to follow the dislocations and displacements that they operate in the tradition of ideas. 59 There is no need to actually gauge the mechanisms that allow for the transition from one discursive field to another, since the very presence of the signature imminently refers us back to an origin in the theological field, which accordingly, in a move critically dissected in Blumenberg's work, delegitimates the political concepts themselves. Political economy, for example, is reduced to a social rationalization of providential oikonomia. 60 The theory of signatures, like so many attempts to link the religious to the political, thus seems to engage in what we could call a reductivist idealism, a mirror image of sorts of the much maligned Marxian reduction of ideal structures to social relations. The historical materialist reduction is in fact one that certain passages of Agamben's book would make rather more plausible than the search for theo-economic signatures. For instance, in referring to the pseudo-Aristotelian treatise De Mundus, Agamben shows how the perception of the governmental apparatus of the Persian king would influence the later image of divine hierarchies, as the administrative apparatus through which the sovereigns of the other can serve their kingdom becomes the paradigm of the divine government of the world. 61. But something more problematic is at stake than Agamben's reference to a mode of research, the search for signatures, which so heavily depends on putative personal insight and analogical thinking. This has to do with the idea of a theological origin. Behind this reference lies not only Agamben's sympathy towards the Schmittian variety of secularization, but the conviction of a historical ontological continuity that allows one to assert that our political horizon is still determined, and worse, unconsciously determined, by semantic and ideational structures forged within a Christian theological discourse. It is also this idea of origin, so alien to Foucault's Nietzschean genealogy, which permits Agamben to claim that his archaeological endeavor to unearth the theological matrix of modern domination is also an ethical and political gesture. Since all the categories of radical politics are de jure steeped in the same metaphysical mire as the apparatuses of the administration and the taking of life, since all of our politics is religion, only a root and branch transformation, a messianic change, is adequate to our predicament. This is why it is senseless to oppose secularism and the general will to theology and its providential paradigm, only an archaeological operation, which goes back before the split that produced them as rival, but inseparable brethren, can dismantle and render inoperative the whole economic theological apparatus. 62. Thus, though Agamben does not subscribe to the apologetic Christian purposes that Hans Blumenberg, in his Legitimacy of the Modern Age, registered in the discourse on secularization, the idea that the conceptual patrimony of the Church had been expropriated and misused, he does manifest one of the key aspects of that discourse, the idea of a substantial continuity. As Blumenberg writes, only where the category of substance dominates the understanding of history are there repetitions, superimpositions, and dissociations, and also, for that matter, disguises and unmaskings. Despite his inevitable Heideggerian protestations to the contrary, it is only the idea of an underlying continuity, that of a historical ontological destiny, that can allow Agamben, to cite Blumenberg, to identify the substance in its metamorphoses. Against the idea of a history that is veiled to itself, of secularization as a kind of spell, which only the man of signatures could dispel by way of an archaeology of suspicion, it is worth reflecting on the suggestion that there exists a high degree of indifference between a concept and its history. 63, that the persistence of ideas of authority, or justice, or salvation, which might have once been articulated in cultic or theological contexts, does not mark them with the sin of their origins. Schmidt's own attempt to reply to Blumenberg's charges is instructive in this regard. The Legitimacy of the Modern Age, together with the broader debates on secularization and on the role of the Church after the Second Vatican Council, led Schmidt to produce Political Theology II as a sequel to the famous Decisionist tract of 1922, where he had first put forward his own theory of secularization. All significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts not only because of their historical development, in which they were transferred from theology to the theory of the state, whereby, for example, the omnipotent God became the omnipotent lawgiver, but also because of their systematic structure, the recognition of which is necessary for a sociological consideration of these concepts. The exception in jurisprudence is analogous to the miracle in theology. Only by being aware of this analogy can we appreciate the manner in which the philosophical idea of the state developed in the last centuries. 64. Counterposing his sociology of juridical concepts to any causal analysis, especially of a Marxist type, Schmidt employs a methodology which also plays a large role in the political religion literature, that of analogy, sometimes taken to the point of isomorphy, as when he writes, "The metaphysical image that a definite epoch forges of the world has the same structure as what the world immediately understands to be appropriate as a form of its political organization." 65. This approach, however, as Schmidt is at pains to show in his sequel half a century later, does not depend on the kind of functional identities or historical continuities posited by the narratives of secularization which underpin theories of political religion. Secularization is circumscribed to the relation between theology and the state, not founded on an anthropology of affect or a civilizational philosophy of history of the kind proposed by Vogelin. Rather than adopting a linear narrative of the dissipation of religion by the expansion of the secular, or of the contraband presence of religious aspirations in political vehicles, Schmidt, whose conservative focus was always on the institutions and metaphysics of authority, on church and state, portrays a highly unstable situation which evades the grasp of any philosophy of history. More precisely, from his openly reactionary vantage point, he sees the emergence of revolutionary politics and of its subject, the working class, as breaking the bounds that determine the relationship between the temporal and the spiritual, the state and the church. From that point on, the spiritual temporal, this world and the hereafter, transcendence immanence, idea and interests, superstructure and substructure, can only be determined according to the struggle between subjects. 66. What's more, given the changing friend-enemy constellations throughout history, theology can become a political tool of the revolution as well as the counter-revolution. This is a natural part of the ongoing change within political polemical tensions and the formation of battle lines. It is just a question of intensity. 67. Though this last martial vitalistic note raises far more questions than it answers, Schmidt's suggestion that the relationships between the political and the religious should be considered in terms of the contingencies and exigencies of political struggles which cannot be subsumed by a philosophy of history is worthy of note. His further argument, that the 20th century ushered in a period where the anchoring of ideas of spiritual and secular authority in definite institutions is no longer secure, also deserves attention. If we can no longer define the political from the state 68 as Schmidt suggests, then our concepts of the articulation between religion and politics will also be transformed, as the walls collapse and the spaces which were once distinct intermingle and penetrate each other, as in a labyrinthine architecture of light. 69. In this disorienting situation, is it only the intensity of friendship and enmity, association and dissociation that can guide us? 70. Even if we accept that politics and partisanship can't be disjoined, are polemic and conflict the only horizon for action? 71. If politics cannot be contained by the state, or overseen by spiritual authorities, what kind of universality can it attain? Schmidt, who closely allies himself with the counter-revolutionary critique of the fanaticism of reason and equality put forward by the likes of de Maistre, Bonald, and Donoso Cortés, is of course profoundly opposed to the communist assertion of a universalism beyond state and religion. Treating it, along with liberalism, as a pathologically abstract perception of politics, Schmidt too, despite the distance taken from the philosophy of history that underlies the political religion thesis, views communism as a messianism. Hinting at a critique of the Blochian theology of revolution, Schmidt writes of emancipatory tendencies in the contemporary world with the disdain of the wizened reactionary. I think that such a progressive, plurivalent, homogeneizing society permits only that kind of eschatology which is immanent to the system and therefore also progressive and plurivalent. This kind of eschatology can therefore only be a homo homini homo eschatology. At most this eschatology is an utopia on the principle of hope, the content of which is an homo absconditus who produces himself and, moreover, produces the conditions for his own possibility. 72 Unmoored from the transcendence of church and state, modern messianism moves from a hidden God to a hidden man. In the end, humanism for Schmidt is a fanaticism, speculating on the intangible abstraction of humanity and displacing antagonism from the realm of concrete conflicts to the struggle between mankind and its enemies, in either liberal or communist guises. Universal revolutions. An index of hubristic humanism, of leveling abstraction, and above all of fanatical faith, the identification of Marxism and communism with religion is most often employed as a form of disqualification, by some for its perversion of religion's transcendence, by others on account of its iteration of religion's irrationality. But such analogies and isomorphism may elicit problems for the prosecutors themselves. As has been underscored with great acuity by Frederick Jameson, the depiction of Marxism by its detractors as a shamefaced religion, a religion that does not want to know its own name, is double-edged. Identifying Marxism with religion can also serve to reduce all religions to the standing of secular ideologies. Under the rubric of ideology, in effect, the very distinction between immanence and transcendence, secular and spiritual, becomes far harder to maintain, and the uniqueness of religion difficult to defend. Jameson also points to the dangers for the non-believing critic of ascribing to religious belief some unique and specialized, intrinsically other type of psychological or spiritual experience which secularism or scientific atheism might immunize us against. This, he argues, amounts to a kind of superstition. 73. The blurring of the line between religion and ideology was in effect the blasphemous dimension of the political religion thesis that Arendt, concerned to defend if nothing else the cultural elevation of Christianity, registered in Monnerat's work. It also lies at the source of the Marxist exploration of the religion of everyday life. Jameson's warning against a psychologistic interpretation of atheism or enlightenment is also particularly apposite. Accusations of fanaticism leveled at excesses of rationality and claims of empirical realism made by defenders of religious faith suggest that the attempt to demarcate forms of legitimate subjective experience from pathological instances of conviction is scuppered by its reliance on categories that are not psychological, but cultural or political. Jameson's alternative suggestion, that we both historicize the comparison between Marxism and the Church and refer it to its material dimensions, opens up a more fertile avenue of research. Rather than invoke structures of experience or conceptual analogies, Jameson points out that both Marxism and Christianity emerged as material cultures that tried to propagate universalist projects in the context of supranational social settings already marked by high degrees of universality in their own right. What Marxism shares with Christianity is primarily a historical situation, for it now projects that claim to universality and that attempt to establish a universal culture which characterized Christianity in the declining years of the Roman Empire and at the height of the Middle Ages. It is therefore not at all surprising that its intellectual instruments should bear a structural similarity to those techniques, with which Christianity assimilated populations of differing and wholly unrelated cultural backgrounds. 74. This insight has interesting affinities with one of the more influential analyses of the parallels between modern politics and religion, Tocqueville's discussion of the French Revolution as a religious revolution in the Ancien Regime and the Revolution. Tocqueville, whose narrative links the revolution's eruption to the social processes of leveling and democratization that preceded, that is, to a kind of material universality that anticipates the universal ideals of rights and citizenship, finds the only ideological comparator for it in those world-transforming religious movements that, like Jacobinism, transgressed borders and particularisms, forging a project for humanity itself. While acknowledging the revolution's fanatical excesses, its murderous maxims and armed opinions. 75 Tocqueville nevertheless does not make use of the religious analogy simply to treat the revolution as a surrogate or usurper of legitimate faith. Rather, he identifies the radical novelty of the revolution in its capacity for unlimited universalization, in its ability, unprecedented in political revolutions, to create a common intellectual homeland where men of all nations could become citizens. Though Tocqueville enumerates familiar analogies between religion and revolution, the role of preaching and propaganda, the importance of conversions and so on, it is universality which is foremost. Unlike previous political rebellions, where rights and freedoms were indexed to particular claims, to the fate of a specific nation, class, or territory, the French Revolution, to the extent that it is addressed to human nature itself, is much closer to religious upheavals. This is indicated, for example, by the fact that the revolution preaches as ardently to foreigners as it acts passionately at home. Think what a new sight this is. For Tocqueville, among all the unheard of things that the French Revolution presented to the world, this was certainly the newest. Despite stressing the many hidden continuities between the Ancien regime and the Revolution, claiming that it innovated much less than is generally supposed. 76 Tocqueville is forced to recognize this absolute break with previous instances of political change. The foreigner can be welcomed by the Revolution precisely on account of that feature, shared with religion, which for many of its detractors made it the very fount of fanaticism, abstraction. The more a religion has abstract and general character, notes Tocqueville, the more it spreads, despite differences of laws, climate, and men. Likewise, the French Revolution considered the citizen in an abstract manner, outside of any particular society, the same way that religion considers man in general, independently of time and place. 77 Its concern was human nature and the general laws of human society. 78 The very things for which it was pilloried by the likes of Burke. The expansive universality of revolution, and not the subjective quality of belief, is what grounds Tocqueville's own understanding of political religion. The analogy with Islam once again imposes itself. The revolution took on that appearance of a religious revolution which so astonished its contemporaries. Or rather, it itself became a new kind of religion, an incomplete religion, it is true, without God, without ritual, and without a life after death, but one which nevertheless, like Islam, flooded the earth with its soldiers, apostles and martyrs. 79 Like Hegel before him, Tocqueville finds an anticipation of the abstract enthusiasm and planetary ambition of revolutionary egalitarianism in the politics of Islam, worth musing on at a time when for many veteran or belated Cold Warriors, the menace posed to liberal capitalism by the Islam of the 20th century has been relayed by the communism of the 21st. These analogies, however, suggest something more important, namely, that the crucial political dimension of fanaticism is not so much the psychological character of unyielding conviction, not a determinately political feature, and in any case one that too easily slips into invidious discussions of mental pathology, but its relationship to abstraction and universality. From Burke to Monnerat, and including their 21st century epigones, critics of revolution have fulminated against the rootless, geometrical character of ideas of universal emancipation, which ride roughshod over national differences, natural hierarchies, and the limits of human possibility. Opponents of revolution with more liberal and cosmopolitan leanings have depicted the leveling abstractions of egalitarian fanaticisms as violent denials of the empirical complexities that only the joint work of representative institutions and market transactions is capable of coordinating. Whether refusing the conditioning of custom, or that of markets, the fanatic always seems to be marked out by a refusal of mediation, a religious wish to bypass concrete differences. The abiding character of this problem for a contemporary politics that desires to affirm universality while not exposing itself to anti-fanatical opprobrium, is perhaps most evident in the recent recourse to messianic and eschatological figures by a number of prominent radical thinkers such as Jacques Derrida, Giorgio Agamben, and Alain Badiou. The ironies of this turn should be obvious by now. Although much Marxist, communist or emancipatory thought has recoiled from the religious hermeneutics of suspicion which paints social revolution as a mere secularization of apocalyptic aspirations, it would appear that the recent trend has been to reverse that traditional defense and to embrace the religious dimension of revolutionary politics. My contention here is twofold. First, that political and philosophical invocations of religious ideas of redemption are at least in part to be understood as responses to the accusation of fanaticism. Second, that they are symptomatic of the complex predicament of a thinking that wants to preserve the assertion of a politics of radical transformation while navigating between the Scylla and Charybdis of an untenable philosophy of history, on the one hand, and a resignation to the present, on the other. The ends of knowledge. These themes play a pivotal role in Jacques Derrida's Spectres of Marx. Derrida's intervention becomes especially interesting in light of the overall problem of political religion, and specifically of Marxism as the foremost specimen of political messianism. Writing in the context of a return of the religious to the geopolitical arena, Derrida stages the problem of critically inheriting Marx in terms of two temporally coded narratives that bind the religious to the political. The declaration of the tele-eschatological good news 80 of market democracy's triumph over Marxism, embodied by Fukuyama's The End of History and the Last Man, with its neoliberal neo-evangelism, is shown to rely on a link between termination and truth which, despite its nonchalant secularism, is nothing short of apocalyptic 81, in that it ties the sense of an ending to the revelation of a truth, the truth of liberal democracy's apotheosis as the only political system adequate to the post-historical human animal. In bringing attention to the gap between liberalism standing as an ideal and its empirical crises, which Fukuyama papers over with a makeshift Hegelianism reliant on Kojiev's influential interpretation of the phenomenology of spirit, Derrida repeats one of the key gestures of the Kantian critique of fanaticism. He demonstrates how a particular philosophical position relies on treating what is purely regulative as determinate, how a moral truth is smuggled in as worldly knowledge. The counterpart, and perhaps the antidote, to this apocalyptic, and fanatical, fusion of ideals and facts, truth and knowledge, is the other temporal and experiential mode that brings religious terminology to bear on political hopes, the messianic. This term will prove pivotal to Derrida's attempt to revive the spirit of Marx. On one level, despite the sophistication of much of his reading of Marx, Derrida seems to subscribe to a variant of Loida's thesis according to which Marx's Weltgeschichte, his historical materialist account of the emergence and fatal contradictions of capitalism, is but a contraband Heilsgeschichte, a history of salvation. In Derrida's estimation, if analysis of the Marxist type remains, then, indispensable, it appears to be radically insufficient there where the Marxist ontology grounding the project of Marxist science or critique also itself carries with it and must carry with it, necessarily, despite so many modern or postmodern denials, a messianic eschatology 82 ontology is Derrida's bugbear. It denotes the idea that Marxism could have knowledge of the real. Again, the Kantian legacy of an epistemological critique of Schwarmere is in evidence. 83 The verdict here is really not so distant from the widespread view that Marxism was a pseudoscience that needed a religious supplement. But, instead of recommending that Marxist ontology be supplanted by a liberal empiricism, for Derrida this is all the more reason to affirm the messianic. In what could also be seen as a warding off of fanaticism, of the conviction that there could be a positive knowledge or immediate experience of truth, Derrida, faithful to his calls for a new enlightenment, separates the messianic, understood as a non-religious structure of experience involving the wait without expectation for an event of justice, from messianism as a determinate set of beliefs and practices. 84 Though anything but pejorative, this move, abstracting and purifying Marx of both scientific and religious contents, is uncomfortably reminiscent of the separation of religious form from specific historical content that made the anti-Marxist discourse of political religion possible. Derrida's operation is twofold. He wants to bracket the content of Marxism and religion to reveal the formal structure of promising which defines them both, and he wants to see in this form something that lies beyond critique, an undeconstructible hope for emancipation. Derrida advocates neither a scientific Marxism nor a transcendent religion, but a messianism without religion. 85. What opponents of Marxism as a secular religion had identified as its original sin, its disavowed redemptive promise, is here transmuted into its saving grace. More, Derrida gleans from Marxism a purely formal concern with a future irreducible to the iterations of the present, with an otherness that no knowledge could anticipate, turning it into the very ethical motivation behind deconstruction. It is worth noting the very close bond between the move to a formal extraction of the messianic in general and the idea of a politics of the event, and the related disparaging by Derrida of any political content as ontology. Derrida will even speak of the quasi-atheistic dryness of the messianic, making much of its desert-like qualities. 86. But, notwithstanding Derrida's protestations, the critique of Marxist knowledge in order to make room for a Marxian faith, understood as an opening to the promise of an impossible event, risks stripping out any political substance from critique. The legitimate desire to undo the securities of a teleology, to repeal the warrant the latter might give for instrumental violence justified by historical necessity and eventual victory, jettisons Marx's crucial insight that the politics of revolution, however precarious, must find its foothold in real social and economic tendencies. If communism is to be understood as a determinate negation of capitalism and its concrete forms of abstract domination, as concerned with what Engels called conditions of liberation, then some knowledge of the real is indispensable. After all, the Marxist notion of revolution, regardless of its particular historical embodiment, lies at the intersection between, on the one hand, the presence of a political capacity or force and, on the other, the idea that from the partisan perspective of that organized capacity, it is possible to know and practically to anticipate the real tendencies in the world that communism seeks, determinately and determinately, to negate. For better or for worse, without some such articulation of power and knowledge, what Derrida might perceive as rush headlong toward an ontological content. 87, there is no spirit of Marx, not even a spectre, only a simulacrum. In other words, though Derrida's opposition to dialectical and historical materialism repeats the Kantian proscription against a positive knowledge or intellectual intuition of unexperienceable essences. 88, he seems to abrogate that link between emancipation and teleology which, orbiting around the event of the French Revolution, Kant bequeathed to dialectical thought. Derrida's contention that if one could count on what is coming, hope would be but the calculation of a program. 89 places us before a false antinomy between instrumental certainty and pure otherness, the program and the event, which is devoid of meaning for any politics working with both real constraints and real contingencies, whether these be catastrophic setbacks or fortunate opportunities. It is beyond dispute that the often disastrous shortcomings of certain experiences of emancipatory politics have led many to look with distrust on historical materialisms of any stripe, regardless of the fact that, as we have seen, nonlinear and non-deterministic visions of politics are not alien to the Marxist canon. Stinging defeats and bleak prospects have also played their part, as Jameson soberly reminds us. You would not evoke the messianic in a genuinely revolutionary period, a period in which changes can be sensed at work all around you. The messianic does not mean immediate hope in that sense, perhaps not even hope against hope. It is a unique variety of the species hope that scarcely bears any of the latter's normal characteristics and that flourishes only in a time of absolute hopelessness, a period like the Second Empire, or the years between the wars, or the 1980s and 90s, when radical change seems unthinkable, its very idea dispelled by visible wealth and power, along with palpable powerlessness. 90. Though few philosophical positions are ever readily reducible to the status of symptoms, it would also be naive to disregard the link between the recent period of capitalist restoration and the emergence of concern with the messianic and the event. At times it appears as if that which the situation painfully imposes, for instance, the seeming disappearance of movements bearing what Marx called the positive possibility of change, is defensively valorized, as the impossible turns from a grim recognition to a value that demands to be affirmed. Or, in a related gesture, the principal features of the attack on communism as a political religion, as a form of fanaticism, against its notions of totality, historical change, all-round revolution, and so on, are incorporated into contemporary attempts to think radical change. Radical thought seems to inoculate itself with conservative critique. The turn to the figure of Paul, by philosophers such as Agamben, Badiou, and Zizek, is particularly instructive here. The emphasis on faith over knowledge follows the trend, already evident in Derrida, to free the thinking of emancipation from a fallacious insight into the order of things, which would guide action like a program. This is a profoundly ambivalent move. In seeking to make itself immune from the charge of what the 17th century termed enthusiasm, it also puts the whole weight of political transformation on a wager, that is, on a resolute conviction and a radical separation from the status quo, which, at least if we follow Taubes's view quoted in the epigraph to this chapter, can very well appear fanatical in its turn. But there is a more significant dimension of the debate on fanaticism that haunts these texts, and it is the one that I introduced, with Tocqueville and Jameson, in terms of the universality of religious revolutions. If political universality is not a matter of knowledge, can it still be sustained as universality? This is the challenge that drives Badiou's book on St. Paul, subtitled The Foundation of Universalism, a book replete with overt and implicit parallels between the Roman Empire of Paul's time and the American Empire of today, but which also sees the question of political weakness as one that spans these otherwise distant moments. As Badiou writes, commenting on Paul's epistles, we can escape powerlessness. 91 To attend to the nature of this foundation is to try to evade the critiques of universalism as fanaticism while not giving up an iota of the radically demanded by a transformative, oppositional and emancipatory political thought. Thus, though Badiou strenuously defends a conception of political truth that could easily be tagged as fanatical, with its emphasis on sameness and unconditionality, the model of universalism he seeks to draw from Paul is one that attempts to circumvent the arsenal of accusations with which we are by now familiar. Like Derrida, Badiou, whose intellectual and political trajectory has of course been much more closely tied to the idea of communism, resorts to the concept of the event to signal that universalizable truths or the advent of justice are not directly accessible by knowledge. 92 Nor do they conform to a program. A certain passivity functions here as an antidote to the censures that inevitably greet a Promethean subjectivity that seeks to change the world on the basis of a truth it claims to possess. Neither calculable nor knowable, the event as a political category is a mark of the distance taken from action that wants to draw its strength and legitimacy from historical tendencies, but also of the broader suspicion that has fallen on knowledge within the arena of politics. The resources for transforming the world, though not as such otherworldly, are also not to be found in any knowable processes. If action is to find a foothold, it is in the lacunae and inconsistencies of the world, not in some present force or base. Only what is in imminent exception is universal. 93. Universality is not only radically contingent on an unexpected rending of the fabric of conformity, it is also configured in such a way that it cannot be achieved by the simple subsumption of difference. Conscious of Hegel's warnings about an enthusiasm of the abstract that would crush concrete difference for the sake of a consuming unity, Badiou, without wishing to relent on the absoluteness of truth, reclaims the category of tolerance. Since universality can only be attested and engendered by an egalitarian and collective dimension, by being addressed to all, and not only by its being individually experienced, it must make its way through the world as it is, which is to say through difference. 94 Reflecting on Paul's tactical relation to the particularities he encounters, Badiou sees universality as an indifference that tolerates differences, and its maxim as that of combining the appropriation of particularities with the immutability of principles. 95. The proposition that any militant production of truth is obliged to subject itself to the ordeal of conformity can also be read as a precaution against universalism's fanatical drift, much like Badiou's considerations on terror in ethics, or his related self-criticisms concerning the notion of destruction in the century. 96 What is worth stressing here is Badiou's strategic focus on the universalizability of a truth, on the process of its collective organization. In an interesting echo of Jameson's reflections on the analogies between Christian and Marxist militancy, Badiou declares that the materiality of universalism is the militant dimension of every truth. 97 The singular absoluteness of the messianic event, its standing, to borrow a formulation from Scolum, as an intrusion in which history itself perishes, is tempered by the historical labors of its universalization. 98 Conclusion. The idea of fanaticism has proven to be a remarkably resilient and adaptable weapon in a wide array of political and philosophical confrontations. Its constitutive ambivalence, which in many ways renders it an unreliable concept, turns into a strength when it comes to disqualifying or demonizing adversaries. Many of the pairings that structure our political thinking can easily be mapped onto fanaticism. The fanatic may be pathologically passive or manically active. Fanaticism may be a matter of individual delusion or crowd madness. More importantly, the accusation of fanaticism may be leveled at excesses of abstraction and universality, but also directed towards the irredeemably sensuous and particular. This is particularly evident in Hegel. In his philosophy of history, fanaticism associated with the advent of Islam and the French Revolution, with Robespierre and Mohammed, is depicted as an enthusiasm for the abstract. But fanaticism is also, in his infamous account of Africa as unhistorical, undeveloped spirit, the dehumanizing lack of universality, the absence of all distinction, transcendence, and individuality, not even religion, but simple fetishism. This is a physical rather than a spiritual enthusiasm, the absence of ideas, rather than their unlimited sway. 1 At both extremes, though, fanaticism is culturalized and contrasted with a proper measure of universality and mediation, whether as the abstract immediacy of the Islamic politics of the one or as the sensuous immediacy of the land of childhood. This book has been concerned above all with fanaticism as a politics of abstraction, universality, and partisanship. This choice was informed by the belief that we have yet to shake off the effects of philosophy's long Cold War, that is to say of an anti-totalitarian discourse, liberally borrowed from the arsenal of Burkean counter-revolutionary rhetoric, which views unconditional conviction and principled egalitarianism with horror or contempt. Many today still perceive claims for radical emancipation as a mere displacement and corruption of religious desires, and those who make such claims as incorrigible abstractionists. For them, as for Émile Cioran, when one refuses to admit the interchangeable character of ideas, blood is spilled. 2 Hence the widespread tendency to celebrate a reasonable, liberal enlightenment, while ignoring the latter's revolutionary potential, the fanaticism of reason for which his enemies castigated Kant. Abstract passion and unconditional demands are an enduring dimension of politics, especially when the space for negotiation is absent, as in the case of abolitionism. Uncompromising partisanship is certainly a feature of the fanaticism that has often been associated with revolutionary thought. We can hear it in Saint Just's plea for exaltation, in the stubborn resolution to defend the rights of the people, in Paul Nizen's call that none of our actions be free from rage. 3 But such partisanship need not preclude universality. The struggle to forge practices of antagonism that do not substantialize friendship and enmity is indeed one of the foremost challenges for a politics of emancipation. 4 If fanaticism is loyalty carried to a convulsive extreme, under what conditions is it to be an expansive rather than an exclusionary force? 5 If the nexus between partisanship and abstraction is not to result in the phobic separation from one's adversary, it will be necessary to revisit the idea of solidarity, which combines the reference to an abstract principle, collective action, and a widening circle of allegiances. 6 An assertion of the rights of the abstract in politics must nonetheless be accompanied by an effort to account for the emergence, autonomization, and power of real abstractions. This is what Marx provides in his critical analyses of religion, the state, and capital as forms of abstract domination. Though Marx's views on the obsolescence of religion as a structuring principle of social life may have proved premature, the catastrophic re-enchantments of our modernity, as well as attempts to assert some abstractions against others, require that we find ways of connecting a politics founded on the refusal of compromise with the openings or closures provided by contemporary capitalism. If one reason had to be identified as to why the question of fanaticism has gained such practical and theoretical significance, it is the contemporary difficulty in discerning concrete tendencies on which to base a project of liberation. The primacy of abstraction, conviction, and partisanship, together with a certain messianism in the domain of radical theory, can also be regarded as the effect of a sense of historical closure. Half a century ago, the American sociologist Daniel Bell declared the end of ideology, and of its principal advocate, the radical intellectual. He did so in terms familiar from our survey of the polemical uses to which the idea of fanaticism has been put, as an end to chiliastic hopes, to millenarianism, to apocalyptic thinking. 7 A disenchanted diagnosis of our own time might perceive the reverse predicament, rather than the anachronism of fanatical thought in an age pacified by affluence and technology. We are faced with a critical, and for some potentially catastrophic, conjuncture which appears to exceed the resources of a common sense forged in a supposedly post-utopian age. Fanaticism, understood as a politics of passionate and unconditional conviction, is in many ways a child of crisis, of moments when the political compass is broken and militancy is more a matter of will and faith than the outgrowth of organic interests and clear prospects. This accounts both for its seemingly inexorable recurrence and for its ultimate weakness. Writing of the emergence of Christianity in the Roman Empire, a period he portrays as one of social unraveling and political despotism, as well as of growing commerce and internationalism, Karl Koski remarked that only organizations founded on revolutionary idealism, rather than practical motives, stood a chance of surviving. Moralistic mysticism allowed the individual to look beyond the grind of the day-to-day and aim at higher, collective goals. At such moments of disorientation and in conditions of immature development, a certain fanatical intolerance, the energetic rejection and criticism of every other view and energetic defense of one's own, could even be considered progressive. 8 Echoing his teacher Engels, however, Koski saw this as a historical, specific necessity, not to be replicated. Our own investigation of the role of crises and of anachronism in the debate over millenarian movements suggests that it might not be so easy to assign fanaticism its proper moment and function in a linear history. One of the paradoxes of fanaticism is precisely this: its anti-historical rupture with historical time can be viewed as conditioning a modern understanding of history, and indeed of progress itself. In this regard, the end of ideology and the end of history also spell the end of ends, the abandonment of any overarching political project of emancipation, and the derision of every vision of the millennium or intimation of catastrophe. In the introduction, I quoted Ruge's remark according to which as long as there are battles to be fought, there will be no history without fanaticism. Much the same could be said for crises, whether political, economic or otherwise. But it is precisely here that the limits of a politics of abstract, uncompromising, and passionate conviction can be felt. Fanaticism is born of urgency and shock. This was how, in one of his notes on Machiavelli and the Modern Prince, Gramsci depicted the regressive role of myth and individual charisma in modern politics. The heating up of passions and of fanaticism, which annihilated the critical sense and the corrosiveness of irony, followed from the perception of a great and imminent danger. But for Gramsci such fanaticism could never lead to a coherent and effective project of reshaping society. It could at most reorganize or restore, but never found a new polity. He juxtaposed this to the view whereby a collective will is to be founded ex novo, originally, and to be oriented towards concrete and rational goals, but of a concreteness and rationality which has yet to be verified and criticized by an actual and universally understood historical experience. 9. This is in a sense where we find ourselves today. Political disorientation and crisis mean that responses relying on passionate conviction alone, whether of a charismatic, religious, or secular nature, are bound to proliferate. Cognizant of the long history of fanaticism as a term of abuse for emancipatory efforts, we should be wary of simply dismissing or pathologizing them. The refusal of compromise, the affirmation of principle and passionate partisanship are moments of any politics that seeks the radical transformation of the status quo. But politics is not reducible to the cry, the clash, or the axiom. Urgency and intransigence must be coupled with patience and strategy, if there is ever to be a history without fanaticism. Note on the 2017 edition. For this second edition of Fanaticism, I have supplemented the original text with 3 pieces that variously seek to extend, as well as rectify, some of the interpretive directions mapped out in the original book. They broach dimensions of the discourse on fanaticism and its objects that were absent or marginal to my original conception, but which in retrospect seem vital to a critical history of how we have come to imagine the politics of abstraction and intransigence. Accordingly, the 3 essays included here consider the link between the refusal of compromise and the crises of social reproduction, the dialectic of purity and impurity in the political anthropology of religions, brotherhood as a nexus between the divisiveness of civil war and the collective fusion usually associated with the politics of fanaticism. Convinced that the book was also the record of a particular cultural and political moment, some of whose features have faded while others have been exacerbated, I have made only minor revisions to the body of the original text, leaving any attempt to register the changing uses and resonances of fanaticism to these afterthoughts, especially the essay on fraternity. I take this opportunity to thank the editors and translators who have rendered this book in other languages for their labor, generosity, and commitment: Nicholas Violescazes, Felix Bajo Wanyepe, Stella Maliani Belka CM, Eric Hazen, Baris Uzkal, Luzigzu, Alejandro Sanchez and Chris Nielsen, Hyungjun Moon. My comradely gratitude also goes to Rosie Warren, Sebastian Budgeon, and Alice Bamford at Verso for their support and suggestions. This new edition is dedicated to the memory of 2 friends, Joel Olson and Mark Fisher, whose work and lives testified to the union, as rare as it is indispensable, of intransigence and solidarity. Fanaticism and the Politics of Crisis. Against Indifference. In writing Fanaticism, I set myself 2 peculiar and paradoxical challenges. Point 1: First, to write a history of a thing without history. The discourse about fanaticism is not only almost invariably condemnatory, it also depicts it as a fundamentally ahistorical pathology of religious and political life. Whence the ease with which it launches into analogies torn from historical or geographical context. The radical reformation of Thomas Müntzer is twinned with the political regimes of Nazi Germany and Bolshevik Russia. Khomeini rubs shoulders with the Florentine heretic Girolamo Savonarola. Ancient Roman goddess cults prefigure anti-colonial rebellions. Point 2: Our ruling ideologues' arcs of extremism and axes of evil sit comfortably within this tradition. Second, I tried to explore one of the most polemical and obfuscatory terms in our political vocabulary to gain some orientation into the political challenges and possibilities of our contemporary condition. Admittedly, there was a certain amount of hopeful perversity in the attempt to take the clash of fundamentalisms or barbarisms that define the geopolitical spectacle of the 2000s as an opportunity to rethink the structures of feeling that innervate a politics of emancipation, as well as the reactions against it. But even a cursory acquaintance with the uses of this idea of fanaticism will suggest that this was not, after all, such a peculiar endeavor. From the millenarian protest against princely power of the 16th century to the risings of the sans-culottes in the 18th, from the radical movement to abolish slavery to 20th century communism, efforts to realize radical equality have been stigmatized as fanatical. This is not, I argue, just a matter of the ease with which a language of denunciation can be transferred from one enemy to the next. Rather, the antinomic character of fanaticism's uses, the manner in which it is enlisted to diagnose intractable particularism and denounce excessive universalism, to attack piety and atheism, archaism and innovation, shows us how we are not, at least after Kant, dealing with an other of reason, as much as with a political and subjective potential internal to our very images of rationality and modernity. When Frantz Fanon polemically assumed fanaticism as an anti-colonial passion, he was in a sense simply bringing together the 2 principal registers through which the conservative Enlightenment and an imperial liberalism dealt with fanaticism, as the religious revolt of colonized subjects and as the violence of egalitarian abstraction. Point 3. In what follows, I want to sketch the prolongation of a line of thinking gestured at in the very last paragraphs of the conclusion of Fanaticism. There, I enlisted a reflection from Antonio Gramsci's notes on Machiavelli in the prison notebooks to identify how fanaticism, conceived as a politics of principle that refuses compromise, could also be regarded as a child of crisis. This theme was also at the core of Chapter 2, where I interpreted political millenarianism, following Bloch, Hobsbawm, and a heterodox Marxist anthropological tradition, as an offspring of the uneven temporalities that traverse capitalist development, of what the Italian philosopher Massimiliano Tomba, writing about the worldwide movement of squares, has called a clash of temporalities. Point 4. When I mentioned Gramsci in the conclusion, I should have noted a few matters of further interest. The first is that Gramsci formulated one of the great professions of secular fanatical faith in his 1917 article The Indifferent, in which true life itself is identified with partisanship and the passive, middling mass is castigated with disciplined fury. As the famous first lines of the article recite, I hate the indifferent. I believe, as Friedrich Hebel did, that living means being partisan. There can't be men who are men alone and exist outside of the city. To really live means to be a citizen and to take part. Indifference is abulia, is parasitism, is cowardice. Indifference isn't life. This is why I hate the indifferent. Point 5. Though the problematic of hegemony clearly mutates this estimation of the uncommitted, such partisanship remains an abiding feature of Gramsci's thought. The second element of note is that in the passage from which I quote in the conclusion, where I take Gramsci to argue that fanaticism characterizes movements thrown up by crisis, generally led by a charismatic figure, and which fail to enact a true refoundation of politics, only restoring, reacting or conserving, Gramsci is also trying to secularize, so to speak, the Sorlean notion of political myth. The image of the prince culminates in a political passion that amounts to a fanaticism of action. Third, and last, the juxtaposition of the prince as a creation ex novo, which is nonetheless prepared by action among the people before and during the crisis, is caught up in a revaluation of Jacobinism. Point 6. This is a term that in Gramsci's work, and especially in his references to fanaticism, has a mutable meaning. He celebrates the absence of Jacobinism, understood as factional dictatorship in his early response to the Russian Revolution, but here views it as an exemplar of that foundational capacity, that effort to forge a collective will, which is Machiavelli's bequest to the communist movement. The aim of this Gramscian preamble is not just to correct a possible misunderstanding introduced by the book's conclusion, but to signal that the knot between the temporality of crisis, the question of organization and the passion for intransigence remains for me the aspect of the book which most calls for development and criticism, more so than what constituted its occasioning cause, namely the discourse of the millennium's first decade around politics and religion, secularism and fundamentalism. Let me begin, then, by considering a theme which, again, the book broaches but does not properly articulate, which is that of the relationship between fanaticism and strategy. Fanaticism would appear to be a singularly anti-strategic, intransitive, non-dialectical structure of political feeling. Is this so? I want to explore this question by looking at the arguments of an intellectual comrade whose unfinished work is the only approach to the political history of fanaticism with which I feel a real affinity. Democracy as Division, on Joel Alson's Theory of Fanaticism. American Zealot, Joel Alson's unfinished manuscript, builds on a crucial tenet of his book The Abolition of White Democracy, that liberalism is not the untranscendable horizon of our political theory and practice, and that our social predicament may call for a politics that is both tactically and strategically inimical to compromise, balance, pluralism or dialogue. American Zealot, while in no way abandoning the commitments driving Alson's previous work, expands its historical and thematic scope to consider whether it is possible to undo a pejorative tradition that tars uncompromising politics with the brush of condemnation or condescension, and to explore whether we can identify a fanatical approach across the spectrum of American political thought and practice which may help to galvanize a political theory of resistance in an age of extremism. Point 7. Olson ties this imperative to inquire into the political resources of extremism, what he calls the extraordinary political mobilization of the refusal to compromise, to our moment of political and economic crisis, in the long tail of the depoliticizing restoration that followed the radical upsurges of the 60s and 70s. 9 Extremism is in many ways a stance born of crisis, of economic slumps, colonial violence, class struggles, and what the Italian anthropologist Ecobedo de Martino once termed cultural apocalypsis. It is also a position that seeks to exacerbate crisis, to bring it to fruition. If anything, what is remarkable about our moment is that the left does not have a theory and practice of crisis, and finds itself unable to articulate an extremism for our times. Olson's aim is to depathologize and repoliticize extremism. In subtly different ways, but with remarkable historical continuities and anachronistic short circuits, the dominant political ideologies of the modern capitalist state have stigmatized the uncompromising attitude of rebellious groups, be they class movements, race rebels, indigenous insurgents against settler colonialism, or women dismantling patriarchy. By treating fanaticism as an aberration, the pejorative tradition that Olson identifies and which I try to explore in Fanaticism presents extremism as in some regard unpolitical, while often backhandedly recognizing that it is also, in fact, intensely political. This oscillation is symptomatic of the ways in which liberalism in particular seeks to monitor the boundaries of proper politics, to adjust political conviction and action within a tolerable bandwidth. Commendably, Olson's exploration of the peculiarly American strain of such a fanatical approach does not comfort us with an apologia for progressive extremism that would disavow the relevance of reactionary intransigence. Olson works through a crucial methodological principle: precisely to the extent that one's own theory is indelibly partisan, it must also open itself to a sober study of its rivals and enemies. Discussing his cases, he starts from their commonalities, rather than from their evident political incompatibilities. This allows Olson to draw important questions and lessons from a political conjuncture, our own, dominated by reactionary forms of extremism. One of the intuitions that drives the arguments of Olson's earlier book, namely that the apparently anti-strategic rejection of compromise in the radical or immediatist strain of abolitionism, is itself a strategy, and at times a vital one, an argument he draws from Aileen Creditor's work, is foregrounded in American Zealot. 11 By providing a detailed political phenomenology of the fanatical approach, Olson convincingly explodes the common-sense equation between strategy, realism and compromise, and in so doing resonates with a tradition of radical democratic thought grounded in a critique of the idea of consensus. That tradition rejects the ideological blackmail that identifies intransigence with violence. This contributes to a double-pronged revision of our theoretical common sense, recasting political theory beyond its stiflingly hegemonic liberal mold at the same time that it revises historical materialism to account for the irreducible potentials of radical action. 12 What is at stake is a rethinking of the temporality and subjectivity of political action in order to break with the way in which gradualism determines the confines of our political imaginary. 13 This rejection of the political theory and philosophy of history of gradualism, or of a certain progressivism, also challenges us to attend to the specificity of fanatical thought, as what Olson terms an anti-deliberative discourse. One of the foremost uses of the idea of fanaticism has been to cement and lubricate domination, inequality, and privilege by holding up the threat of extremist upheaval against any movement for greater equality and popular control. Inasmuch as it relies on a language of legitimation that, under normal circumstances, tends to make reference to discourses and symbols related to moments of radical popular action, this ideology and practice of a managed, passive democracy maintains an ambivalent relationship to insurgent, expansive conceptions of democracy. The democratic fear of the masses is an anxious, unstable construct. As we have witnessed over the past few years in Egypt, Tunisia, and elsewhere, ruling powers strive to neutralize the moment of revolutionary democracy, to turn it into a vanishing mediator. This permits the reproduction of the status quo under adjusted circumstances, perhaps with a different balance of power but without a root and branch transformation of the social and economic basis of the polity. Both practically and ideologically, all democracies have engaged in forms of this neutralization, even when they trumpet their revolutionary legitimacy. To defend a divisive vision of democracy, the disruptive power of politics, a desire not to quell but to increase conflict, this perhaps is the greatest challenge of a political theory of extremism that does not reduce it to irrational conviction, mob psychology, or social symptom. It is a challenge that requires that we revise some of our key categories of political understanding, among them those of power, interest, representation, and collectivity. In American Zealot, Olson has a striking way of formulating the problem of extremism. It is not just an attempt to achieve power, it is a struggle to change the very means by which power is exercised. This opens up the question of how extremism would move from the dimension of mobilization, conflict, and crisis to that of transition and reproduction. Would this mean that, as in Hume's backhanded praise of political enthusiasm, fanaticism would settle into a virtuous mode of civic politics? Or is extremism in the domain of everyday life necessarily a politics of what a commentator on the Korean Gwangju Uprising and Commune of 1980 called an absolute community? 14 We could see this as the question of the social dimensions of the political theory of fanaticism, as well as of its political forms, which Olson also addresses when he observes that the essential contradiction of American zealotry is tension between its democratic aspirations and its fundamentalist temptations. I think we could reconsider this essential contradiction also as the question of whether an anti-representational politics, innervat by an absolutizing position of antagonism and unity, can really transcend the classical problem of the representation of a plurality of interests, without conjuring up a spurious utopia or myth of unity. Is fanaticism, and its strategy of intransigence, necessarily momentary? What is its relation to a return or reflux of representation, and can the latter be forestalled? Is its tendency towards simplification, for the drawing of the line, generalizable? I am sympathetic to Olson's suggestion that we circumscribe the space and perhaps the time of the fanatical approach. A democratic fanaticism absolutizes conviction and antagonism. It has an axiomatic or principled character that is strictly not negotiable, but it does not totalize its politics. It does not posit that all dimensions of collective life are to be determined by its founding conviction. This is also what makes abolition in the idea of abolition democracy something wholly other than extermination. There is an interesting resonance here with the remark about antagonism in Alain Badiou's The Century, where the French philosopher juxtaposes formalization and destruction as modalities of antagonism, while broaching the pivotal question of how extremism can generate a collective subject, a we. Now, in every demonstration of fraternity there is an essential two, that of the we and of the not we. The Century arranges the confrontation between two manners of conceiving the not we. Either one sees it as a polymorphous formlessness, a disordered reality, or else one sees it as an other we, an external and consequently antagonistic subject. The conflict between these two conceptions is fundamental, setting out the dialectics of the anti-dialectical. If in effect the we relates externally to the formless, its task is that of formalising it. Fraternity becomes the subjective moment of the information of its formless exterior. According to this model of antagonism, one will declare things like, the apathetic must be rallied to the party, the left must unite with the center to isolate the right, the artistic avant-garde must find forms of address perceivable by everyone. But then the Century sees itself as a formalist century, in the sense that any we subject is a production of forms. If, on the contrary, the not we is necessarily always already formalist as antagonistic subjectivity, the first task of any fraternity is combat, the object of which is the destruction of the other. 15. Despite the fact that Badiou's schema does not allow for the critical difference between abolition and destruction, I think there is some resonance with the problem that Olson sets out in American Zealot. How are we to assume the anti-systemic legacy of the 19th and 20th centuries against the strategies of depoliticization and neutralization that define liberal democracy? How do we separate fanaticism's strategy of intransigence from fundamentalism's own forms of absolutist depoliticization? Let me also append Alson's own questions here. Can the zealot combine a commitment to plurality, receptivity, and democratic political participation alongside a refusal to compromise? Can she allow or even encourage debate among various factions and ideas within its camp, or does she seek to pound them into a unified whole that brooks no dissent? Can she respect her enemies even as she tries to defeat them, or does she demonize them? Can the zealot, who like iron is of a piece and entirely consistent, nevertheless allow for tension, disagreement, and contest? Critical to Alson's inquiry is the relationship between fanaticism and democracy, through which his work makes a critical intervention into a debate on democratic politics still hamstrung by its imminence to the liberal tradition. The American zealot, unlike many of those I studied in my own work, is always the enemy of another democrat. American zealot is an indispensable contribution to rethinking oppositional politics in a time of crisis, whose manifestations of extremism are often only avatars of depoliticization in a new guise. I like to think of it as the heir of a little noted journalistic text by Marx, Abolitionist Demonstrations in America, from 1862.16. In that text, Marx, having chastised Lincoln for his legally cautious, constitutionally conciliatory approach, proceeds, as he had done with his conspectus of Spinoza's theologico-political treatise 20 years earlier, to allow himself to be ventriloquized by the radical abolitionist Wendell Phillips, a crucial figure for Olson. 17 Phillips's speech on the anniversary of the emancipation of West Indian slaves, which Marx proceeds to paraphrase for almost the totality of this piece in Die Presse, is lauded by him for its divisive power, for being a prelude to the conflict against the slave party in the North, and, in a sentence that gives the lie to the customary image of Marx's supposedly reductive treatment of political ideas, for being of greater importance than a battle bulletin. The voice of abolitionism speaking through the body of historical materialism, I think this may be a fitting image through which to crystallize American zealots' momentous contribution to thinking in and against our present. The uncompromising classes. As Alson's work teaches us, fanaticism, in both its pejorative and affirmative modalities, emerges in the heat of conflicts characterized by exceptional antagonism, organic crises, ideological battles, colonial clashes, projects of systematic exploitation and subjugation. On one level, the language of class politics, of class struggle, class consciousness, and indeed class hatred, seems to share much with the political grammar of extremism. Yet through the 19th and 20th centuries, especially in various iterations of social democracy, the politics of class have at times echoed the anti-politics of commerce famously explored in Hirschman's study of capitalist ideology before the triumph of capitalism, the passions and the interests. The frame of class conflict and class compromise has been viewed through a social democratic lens as taming and integrating political passions that would propel society towards unconditional conflict by way of a play of interests which, however antagonistic, could not, on pain of illegitimate reification, be treated as absolutely irreconcilable. The relation between fanaticism and class can shade into antinomy, class, and its vocabulary of interest, as well as the historical arc of formation and emancipation it traces, can be regarded both as civilizing social violence and as the key modern operator of its exacerbation. Is class struggle absolute? If absolute, is it essential, totalizing, leaving no dimension of life untouched? Or, in Alson's pertinent formulation, can the zealot combine a commitment to plurality, receptivity, and democratic political participation alongside a refusal to compromise? 18 Does class politics make possible a passionate interest, an enthusiasm, that can break or universalize the reified attachments of identity? Alson's work, both in the abolition of white democracy and American zealot, allows us to further problematize any comforting separation between the politics of class and the politics of identity, between universalizing antagonisms and fanatical ones. The pervasive racialization of class politics undoes any easy distinction between conflicts of identity and those of class, and between the ontological, epistemological, and historical claims that can be attached to them. While recognizing the importance of Alson's contribution to an abolitionist political theory of race, 19, I want to approach the question of race, class, and the mobilization of the refusal of compromise here from a different if hopefully complementary angle, one inspired by Marx's theory of surplus populations and the way in which its contemporary interpretations can serve to undo false antinomies between anti-racism and class struggle politics, which is also to say, between what we could improperly call fanaticisms of identity and fanaticisms of antagonism. Point 20. It is precisely in the entirely social relation between capital's breeding of a necessary laboring population and its simultaneous generation of a differentiated, stratified relative surplus population that Marx encapsulates the most massive and momentous contradictory effects of capital accumulation. Projecting the dynamic of the working day onto a dialectical demography, Marx argues, in the Grundriss, that capital is compelled to create as much labor as possible, while, in the inverse direction, making the part taken by necessary labor diminish. There is thus a tendency of capital to increase the laboring population, as well as constantly to posit a part of it as surplus population, population which is useless until such time as capital can utilize it. It is equally a tendency of capital to make human labor superfluous, so as to drive it, as human labor, towards infinity. Point 21. Or, in more markedly Hegelian language, capital, as the positing of surplus labor, is equally and in the same moment the positing and the not positing of necessary labor. It exists only insofar as necessary labor both exists and does not exist. 22. The importance of a theory of populations to an understanding of contemporary power is of course at the center of the theoretical fortunes of Foucault's notion of biopolitics, and of its various iterations by Giorgio Agamben and others. Despite Foucault's deliberate occlusion in the order of things of Marx's radical break not just with Malthus but with Ricardo precisely over the question of populations, a more fruitful connection between Foucault and the critique of political economy can be found in the idea that to stratify and discipline this surplus, to commodify labor power and maintain the contingency of the sale of labor, a whole set of apparatuses and institutions are required. Point 23. In Foucault's own Marxian formulation in Discipline and Punish, the two processes, the accumulation of men and the accumulation of capital, cannot be separated. It would not have been possible to solve the problem of the accumulation of men without the growth of an apparatus of production capable of both sustaining them and using them. Conversely, the techniques that made the cumulative multiplicity of men useful accelerated the accumulation of capital. Point 24. Or, to use the even more evocative formulation from a 1973 lecture course delivered in Brazil, there is no surplus value without sub-power. I'm referring not to a state apparatus, or to the class in power, but to the whole set of little powers, of little institutions situated at the lowest level. What I meant to do was analyze the subpower as a condition of possibility of surplus value. Point 25. This formulation allows us to think, following Kawashima's suggestion in The Proletarian Gamble, how the fashionable theme of biopolitics can be wrested from the bad abstraction of populations, to think the fraught dialectic of the centrifugal and centripetal pressures on the living labor power of surplus populations. It also permits us to envisage a different articulation between the disciplinary anatomopolitics of fixing and adapting the laborer to dead labor, on the one hand, and managing the productivity of populations, on the other. The formalist distinction between biopolitics and anatomopolitics, proposed by Foucault, is undermined by the manner in which differential processes of proletarianization, of the generation of what Denning has recently referred to as wageless life, condemns workers to the capital-labor relation, especially when this relation is experienced as a temporary or permanent exclusion. Yet just as the idea that capital inadvertently organizes a politicized working class through the spatial discipline of the factory often led to a teleology of organization that downplayed the difficulties and ambivalences of politicization, so a contemporary focus on surplus population risks thinking, even less plausibly, that marginalization or expulsion from the capital-labor relation is itself a more or less linear factor of politicization. It is here that some of the analytical and political uses to which the notion of surplus populations was put in the 1970s can be of important use in confronting how the differential structures of superfluity can play a role in political subjectivation and in an uneven and combined process of proletarianization, and how these both can shed light on the meanings of extremism. The strategic difficulties of organizing a class politics capable of responding both to the centrifugal and centripetal dynamics of surplus populations, and more significantly to the extreme segmentations and hierarchies imposed on the waged and the wageless, are legion. They were especially present in the thematization of the question of the lumpenproletariat and its forms of organization, from metropolitan dual power to sabotage, and from communes to cells focused on decolonizing violence, in anti-colonial black movements of the 60s and 70s, from Fanon and Malcolm X to the Black Panthers and the flourishing of a radical black left in the UK in the late 1970s. The irony was that Fanon and the Panthers felt obliged to resurrect and reaffirm the category of the lumpenproletariat as a way of continuing an anti-capitalist politics from a standpoint which was not that of the constituted working class at the point of production but of the racialized reserve army itself. What had originally been portrayed as the residual debris of class formation, the disparate group most likely to be co-opted into the battalions of reaction, is here conceived, through the crucial mediation of racial conflict, as the uncompromising class par excellence. In this transfiguration of the lumpen, suspicion and hostility towards the nostrums of official communism and the official labor movement also played a signal role. In the programmatic text on the ideology of the Black Panther Party, authored by Eldridge Cleaver, which transposes Fanon's political provocation into the North American metropolis, we can thus read the following declaration. We are lumpen. The lumpenproletariat are all those who have no secure relationship or vested interest in the means of production and the institutions of capitalist society. That part of the industrial reserve army held perpetually in reserve, who have never worked and never will, who can't find a job, who are unskilled or unfit, who have been displaced by machines, automation, and cybernation, and were never retained or invested with new skills, all those on welfare or receiving state aid. Also the so-called criminal element, those who live by their wits, those who don't even want a job, in short all those who simply have been locked out of the economy and robbed of their rightful social heritage. 26. This lumpen politics was a way to retain a heterodox fidelity to Marxian categories while recognizing a situation in which the capital-labor relation was experienced, to quote Marx, as the not positing of necessary labor. It was also a way of responding to the fact that racial oppression was the specific mediation through which this class experienced its material and cultural conditions of life, and hence race formed the central mode through which the self-consciousness of the class stratum could be constructed. 27 Capitalism, in keeping with this revitalization of Marx's categories, requires the exploitation not only of productive workers, but also of those who are expelled from production, pauperized out of work, or assigned to a position of more or less permanent marginality, or who, when recruited back into capital's fitful productive cycle, are taken up through the operation of its secondary labor markets. 28. If the accumulation of capital requires the accumulation of men and women, this is a forcefully differential accumulation, which is enforced and reproduced through violent segmentations among workers, of which racism is a primary ideological and practical form. In conclusion, taking Marx's discussion of surplus populations as a political framework permits us, perhaps, to redraw the dubious distinction between working class and proletariat, often expressed in a rather transcendental vein, in a much more complex and dynamic fashion. Rather than an anachronistically exclusive focus on the industrial working class, it allows us to begin with Marx's proposition that all free laborers are virtual paupers, since according to their economic conditions are merely living labor capacity, hence equipped with the necessaries of life. Necessity on all sides, without the objectivities necessary to realize as labor capacity. 29. we should be wary of the kind of philosophies of history that treat this critical virtual status into a tendentially unified reality, be it in the form of propositions of universal wagelessness, precariety, or surplus humanity. This is clear in Stuart Hall, et.al.'s Policing the Crisis, which emphasizes the need for political strategies able to confront the discrepancies, the divergences, the non-correspondences between the different levels of the social formation in relation to the black working class, between the economic, political, and ideological levels. 30 If anything, an analysis of surplus populations attunes us to the potent ways in which capital exerts segmented, highly mediated, spatially differentiated, and temporally syncopated forms of proletarianization, suggesting that it is far more effective in the constant unmaking and decomposition of working classes than in unifying, structuring, and organizing its own grave diggers. That said, I am also convinced that the entanglement of class, race, and surplus populations remains a critical terrain for testing out whether a fanatical approach can have a purchase on opposing the repressive management of capital's crises, which are always, albeit in different modalities, crises of surplus labor and surplus capital. Glancing across its motley history, we can see fanaticism as both antagonistic and integrative, purifying and hybridizing, depending on the angle and the moment. To politicize the fragmentations and stratifications of class in the crises of surplus will no doubt require the kind of uncompromising partisanship that can turn the mechanisms of class and community decomposition into resources for recomposition, perhaps in the process transvaluing, once again, Marxism's own judgments about that singularly impure name for social and political surplus, the lumpen. The ambiguity of fanaticism. 1. The impurity of counter-revolution. 20th and 21st century attacks on political fanaticisms have insistently borrowed from the arsenal of counter-revolutionary thought, for which the revolution's frenzied attempt to abstract and equalize society, to purify it of its stratifications, hierarchies, and customs for the sake of the monstrous fiction of equality and human rights, was doomed to tyrannical catastrophe. 2 If we want to reflect on the ideological genealogy of contemporary attempts to identify a modernist fanaticism of purity as the principal obstacle to a technical culture of impurity, infinite difference, and inexhaustible mediations, a culture of empowering pacification. 3 It is interesting to keep in mind that earlier critiques of fanaticism have their own technological dimensions. In his 1790 Reflections on the Revolution in France, a watershed in the history of anti-fanatical polemic, Edmund Burke persistently links the dangerous metaphysical abstractions of the rogue lawyers and agitators behind the revolution to the destructive projection of a Cartesian geometry onto the finely grained physical and social geography of France. He also relates it to the fictional devices of a financial speculation that volatilizes all value into mere paper. Against those who wish to destroy and found, who consider country as nothing but carte blanche, upon which may scribble whatever please, Burke celebrates the need to preserve and to reform. 4 Radical novelty, a child of pure abstraction and disregard for the wisdom of instituted customs, is the enemy of civility. The very idea of the fabrication of a new government is enough to fill us with disgust and horror. 5 Government is matter of negotiating complexity, of a comprehensive and connected view of various complicated external and internal interests which go to the formation of that multifarious thing called a state. 6 That is why the science of constructing a commonwealth, or renovating it, or reforming it, is, like every other experimental science, not to be taught a priori. 7 Proper government also requires the toleration, or even cultivation, of prejudice and illusion, the very dimensions of social intercourse that the fanatical rationalism propelling the revolution hopes to obliterate. All the pleasing illusions, which made power gentle, and obedience liberal, which harmonized the different shades of life, and which, by a bland assimilation, incorporated into politics the sentiments which beautify and soften private society, are to be dissolved by this new conquering empire of light and reason. On this scheme of things, a king is but a man, a queen is but a woman is but an animal, and an animal not of the highest order. 8. In a later letter to a noble lord, The abstract drive to reduce, purify, and equalize is identified by Burke with a material and scientific practice of destruction. Writing in 1796, he notes that the geometric eons of the Republic have somewhat exhausted their practice of despotically partitioning the land into an abstract grid, and have now been relayed by the chemists, who consider mortar as a very anti-revolutionary invention in its present state, but properly employed, an admirable material for overturning all establishments. They have found that the gunpowder of ruins is far the fittest for making other ruins, and so ad infinitum. They have calculated what quantity of matter convertible into niter is to be found in Bedford House, in Woburn Abbey, and in what his Grace and his trustees have still suffered to stand of that foolish royalist Inigo Jones, in Covent Garden. Churches, playhouses, coffee houses, all alike are destined to be mingled and equalized and blended into one common rubbish, and well sifted, and lixiviated, to crystallize into true democratic explosive insurrectionary niter. Their academy, computed that the brave sansculottes may make war on all the aristocracy of Europe for a 12-month, out of the rubbish of the Duke of Bedford's buildings. 9. To mingle and to equalize, on the basis of abstract principles and an unbridled will to experiment, this is the strange work of revolutionary chemists and engineers. It cannot but horrify Burke in its violent disregard for the fragile mediations of property, religion, and custom that hold a polity together, complicating the view whereby the counter-revolutionary critique of fanaticism can be treated as a critique of the purism of reason. Fanatics may be driven by a wish to purity, to purge their party of waverers, to incarnate the pure principles of justice in a commonwealth, to fight the corruption of their convictions, to storm heaven, but fanaticism also appears in the rhetoric of its detractors as a blurring of the very distinctions that make an ordered and peaceable social life possible. A fanatic is both one possessed by the purity of an idea and one whose antagonistic disrespect of the status quo incites a destabilizing of established demarcations, divisions, and differences, between the religious and the political, the sacred and the profane, the city of man and the city of God, but also between the political and the economic, the social and the political, and so on. Like the God who often inspires him, the fanatic, in a statement from the Gospel that the fanatic par excellence, Thomas Muntzer, was fond of quoting, is no respecter of persons, that is, of classes and roles. Whence too the difficulty of knowing whether fanaticism is to be understood as a refusal of politics, or as an excess thereof. The very same movements that can be taxed for their intransigent and anti-political will to purity are often attacked, sometimes by the same critics, for bringing impurity into the social order. Thus with the peasant insurrections of the German and Swiss radical Reformation, at once impatiently anticipating the last judgment in their worldly actions, against any compromise with secular powers, and bringing together elements of society across social divisions to deny the very legitimacy of order and hierarchy. 10 Thus too with the immediatist wing of the 19th century American abolitionist movement, derided for its impractical purity of principle and abhorred for its challenge to a social order founded on racial purity and supremacy. 11 In these and other cases, it is possible to see the accusation of fanaticism as a partial index of the eruption of forms of collective action that question a dominant definition and demarcation of the political, and a constitutive assumption about who has the right to deliberate and decide over the public good. Time and again, the history of fanaticism, that is, the history of the rhetorical resort to fanaticism as a term of political ascription and abuse, throws up this dialectic between the purity of principles, on the one hand, and political impurity, on the other. I take this last notion from Jacques Rancière, who stresses the significance of political impurity, that is, the fact that there is no specific sphere and specific competency of the political. 12 The dialectic of fanaticism, or, from another vantage, its ambiguity and oscillation, stems from the way in which instances of politics that are deemed fanatical can be seen both to purify politics from its mediations and to impurify it, in the sense of refusing the very existence of a separate sphere of the political, along with the regulative efforts to enforce and reproduce this separation. Radical, egalitarian emancipation, the frequent target of allegations of fanaticism, is paradigmatic in this respect since, as Burke's own asseverations demonstrate, equality can be perceived as the imposition of an abstract geometrical design onto inherited social complexity but also as an abhorrent mingling of bodies, trades and sexes that would have otherwise remained in their place. The apocalypse of difference. In this respect, the ambiguity of fanaticism carries over into the political register some of the cognitive discomfort caused by ambiguity. 13 That the anthropology of religions attaches to the sacred, conceived as the ritualized point of reversal or indistinction between the pure and the impure, divine transcendence and worldly pollution. 14 Here too it is difficult simply to pit the impure against the pure. It was precisely against their modern common-sense separation that Roger Cale Lewis advanced the notion that, since they formed a religious polarity whose ontology was one of forces and energies rather than substances and things, the notions of pure and impure were eminently mobile, interchangeable, equivocal. 15 For Cale Lewis, this resulted from the fact that force was latently or virtually ambiguous, harboring incompatible potentials, but became univocal in its actualization or realization. Though the idea of purity is born from a seemingly transcultural and transhistorical incoequable repugnance in the face of mixtures, and is associated with saintliness or eminence in hierarchies of caste, the sacred partakes of a practical system of ambivalence, in which the prohibition caused by the respect of sainthood and the one inspired by the fear of pollution can't be held apart. Rather, they are caught up in a dialectic of the sacred, where every force that embodies the sacred tends to dissociate itself. Its initial ambiguity is resolved into antagonistic and complementary elements which respectively attract the feelings of respect and aversion, desire and fear which were inspired by its profoundly equivocal nature. 16. On the basis of this founding ambiguity, religious rituals are driven by an effort to purify, which is constantly beset by the intimacy between damnable filth and immaculate godliness, both of which remain aloof from the world of the profane. Cale Lewis and the College de Sociology's own discourse around the rediscovery of a kind of mystical pollution was a way of accessing those dimensions of heterologous experience that the secular normalization of a hygienic, antiseptic everyday life had foreclosed. The political and historical context for this operation was a moment when the development of bourgeois individualism, as Bertoli, Cale Lewis and Leary's wrote in response to the Munich Pact of 1938, turned men devoid of destiny into conscious sheep, resigned to the slaughterhouse. 17 In the midst of fascism's rise, the call to dance with fanaticism, as Bertoli put it, could be heard as unconscionable irrationalism. Yet it was also intended to explore those forces of social cohesion and dissolution, pollution and expiation, which were being manipulated by the right and ignored by the left. From the standpoint of the college's sacred sociology, pure and impure were both disavowed by a rationalized modernity, which turned them into either moral notions or functional biopolitical ones, thereby expunging the dialectic and ambiguity of the sacred from the social field. The contemporary trend to separate a politics of the impure from an infra or anti-political fanaticism is further problematized if we move from the sacred to the apocalyptic, conceived as a modality of the illiberal religious politics of abstract conviction and the refusal of compromise. On the face of it, little seems more refractory to the complex impurity of mediation than the desire for a total reversal of worldly life and a conflagration of all of its vanities, illusions, and privileges. The millenarian wish to have done with the inertias of social difference and hierarchy for the sake of a pure revolution, of total social transparency, was of course a resilient trope in the arsenal of anti-communist and more broadly anti-utopian arguments. 18 But closer attention to the genre of the apocalyptic suggests that here too the metapolitical alternative between purity and impurity is not particularly persuasive. Deftly connecting anthropological inquiries into taboos and scapegoating to the temporal and ontological imaginary of apocalypticism, Malcolm Bull has underscored the way in which the desire for the end times has to be linked to a previous, and constitutive social suppression of undifferentiation, which can also mean contradiction, indeterminacy, and indeed impurity. 19 This suppression can take the form of exclusion or hierarchical subordination. 20 What anthropologists have witnessed, instead, in modern millenarian movements, is a flaunting of these ritualized grounds for social unity and the mobilization of otherwise separated and demarcated groups. The mingling together of opposites that typifies the apocalyptic period can thus also be understood, following Peter Worsley's pioneering study of Melanesian millenarianism, as a mechanism of political integration, dissolving internal differences in antagonism against colonial powers. 21 Whence the revolutionary character of apocalypticism, which can be conceived of both as the ultra-political dissolution of the social and as its possible refoundation. As Bull writes, apocalyptic not only described the re-inclusion of the undifferentiated into a pre-existing binary system, it may also go on to reveal a new system, a new millennium that operates on principles different from those of the old. Apocalyptic texts often describe a process in which undifferentiated chaos is the prelude to a new order, but where sacrifice is cyclical and conservative, the original binary oppositions can be repeatedly restored by the reenacted exclusion of the undifferentiated element. Apocalyptic is dialectical and revolutionary. It is not the oppositions dissolved in the period of undifferentiation that are re-established, but a new set. The undifferentiated returns, that which was excluded is reincluded, and a new order is created, less exclusive than that which previously existed. 22. Accordingly, if the apocalyptic prophet is the fanatic par excellence, then fanaticism cannot simply be understood as a purification of politics and religion from mediation and complexity. Rather, a denial or transgression of worldly scales, spheres, and values for the sake of a situationally transcendent ideal, to borrow from Karl Mannheim, goes hand in hand with the affirmation of a kind of political impurity. This may be registered in the millenarian mingling of otherwise demarcated groups in the Melanesian cargo cults, the coalition of miners, peasants, and common men under Munzer's banner Omnia Sunt Communia in the German Peasants' War, 23, or the emergence of parts of no part, like the associations of sans-culottes in the French Revolution or the lumpen provocatively celebrated by the Black Panthers. 24 Purity of principle, aim, or belief, and impurity of practice, organization, and composition are often conjoined in the political phenomenology of fanaticism. They certainly are in the rhetoric of anti-fanaticism, where the purest repudiation of the social order and its mediations is paradoxically combined with dread at an upsurge in unmasterable and impure social admixtures. The undifferentiated can thus also be perceived as a kind of swarming confusion. 25 A pollution of social order by unruly agents, repugnant identities, and anomalous connections. Burke's populist warning against the emergence of a base oligarchy in the French Revolution is in keeping with this dialectic between the politics of pure abstraction and the upsurge of a contagious political impurity. As the great conservative declared, if this monster of a constitution can continue, France will be wholly governed by the agitators in corporations, by societies in the towns formed of directors of assignats, and trustees for the sale of church lands, attorneys, agents, money jobbers, speculators, and adventurers, composing an ignoble oligarchy founded on the destruction of the crown, the church, the nobility, and the people. Here end all the deceitful dreams and visions of the equality and rights of men. 26. The fetish of complexity. The critique of extremist reason which accompanied diagnoses of fanaticism from the Radical Reformation to the Cold War and after, a critique that Peter Sloterdijk proposes we undertake once again after the ravages of the 20th century, cannot be so easily reduced to a duel between the logics of complexity and of polemical simplification, between the proliferating differentiations of a technologically advanced and intricately stratified liberal capitalism and the reductionist extremist faith in violent worldviews monolithically founded on a single factor or idea. 27 The anti-fanatical discourses that Sloterdijk is so closely replicating, notwithstanding a certain aggiornamento via a dubious meta-history of religion and an ahistorically materialist demography. 28, already revealed that the simplifying drives of certain kinds of political antagonism caused consternation and fear not just because of their purest refusal of mediations, but also because of the impurity that they would bring into the functional differentiation of roles, the demarcation of levels and the asymmetries of power that constitute a complex social order. Pace and anti-fanatical common sense all too widespread today, an intransigent purity of principle may increase complexity, by undermining the stable compartmentalization of politics in terms of who is permitted to partake in it, how political action and speech unfold, or what politics ultimately signifies. Bruno Latour has proposed an anti-fetishistic and post-iconoclastic archaeology of hatred and fanaticism 29 designed to suspend the critical desire to disqualify and reduce, instead tracing and celebrating the fragile associations and mediations that constitute civilization. This position too seems to rely on the unpersuasive idea that radical egalitarianism and critical theories of emancipation are straightforwardly staked on a refusal of mediation and complexity. No doubt, the politics of radical equality can always be faulted for its abstraction and purism, refusing arguments for complexity, gradual change, and the fragility of social custom in favor of stark imperatives. But this tendency should be understood in the context of the political refusal of a certain kind of complexity, the one that can be used to justify the preciousness, fragility, or value of institutions that exclude, devalue, brutalize and oppress. The problem with postulating a politics of the impure, of the complex, or of the Latourian fetish as the antidote to a putatively extremist reason is that it engages in the all too common contemporary fallacy of mistaking ontology for politics. As the confrontation between the relentless simplicity of radical abolitionism and the sociological and historical sophistication of some advocates of slavery in the 19th century United States demonstrates, it is fatuous to politically or ethically valorize complexity, mediation, attachment, and difference as such. Defining fanaticism in his caustic exegesis of commonplaces, Leon Bloy wrote, "Fanaticism is to pronounce yes or no about anything. There is no other definition. Let your speech be, yes, yes, no, no, anything more comes from the devil." This is the formula of fanaticism in the Sermon on the Mount. See how simple it is. You just need to know. When you are asked, "Are you a Christian?" If you reply yes, without periphrasis, you are a fanatic. If you reply no, you are still a fanatic. If you don't reply at all, you will be suspected of the most dangerous fanaticism. And the same will happen when what is at stake has nothing to do with religion. In general, peremptoriness, conciseness, and consequently any kind of precision can be suspected of fanaticism, and the pyres end up lighting themselves. A sectarian capable of vociferating without restraint, a talkative lawyer, a loquacious and even ventriloquizing parliamentarian, a ranter on his soapbox, will never be fanatics. 30. Peremptory affirmation and negation are ineradicable from the domain of politics. Yet it could be argued that just as binary code is not incompatible with but rather constitutive of digital complexity, so there is no a priori reason to juxtapose the purity of decision and disconnection from the impurity of mediations. I have tried to show that attention to the ambiguity of fanaticism, especially as evidenced by the rhetoric of anti-fanaticism, can complicate the widespread notion that fanaticism is to be understood as a politics of purity, to be undermined by calls to the complex, the impure, and the mediated. Though recent revivals in the genealogy and archaeology of fanaticism have been generally hostile to the method of the dialectic, in certain respects it provides a more effective reflection on the political stakes of purity and impurity, without merely transferring these terms to an ontological or technological register. 31. The dirty hands of the dialectic. Since of all dialecticians he was the one most accused of the sin of purity, most famously in Merleau-Ponty's attack on his ultra-Bolshevism 32, it is interesting in this context to consider the case of Sartre, and more specifically of his play Les Mains Sales. In the final stages of World War II, in a fictional Eastern European country named Illyria, Communist Party militants are readying themselves for the imminent Soviet victory and the country's passage into the socialist camp. Isolated from the USSR, their leader, Hoderer, gauging the forces of the working class and the communists, decides on a policy of compromise and alliances with bourgeois and conservative forces, convinced that anticipating a proletarian revolution would simply stifle it at birth. Instead, he hopes that his bourgeois allies will bear the brunt of the inevitable post-war problems, allowing the communists to recoup their forces and eventually prevail. A young, purist militant, Hugo, abhors this apparent capitulation, and is enlisted to kill Hodor by a left leader, Louis, becoming Hodor's right-hand man as a cover, coming under his wing and gaining his trust. Eventually, he kills him, not really as a realization of his mission, but in jealousy at a fleeting encounter between his companion Jessica and Hodor. After a period in jail, Hugo comes to learn that once Moscow succeeds in holding sway over Illyria, precisely the same kind of policy as Hodor calls for is enacted, and his memory is officially held in high esteem. In order for the sordid history to be whitewashed, Hugo is obliged to disown his act. It is at this juncture that Hugo holds fast to his responsibility for the murder, however ambiguous in its enactment, against the party's capacity to dialecticize it away, so to speak. Tellingly, this moment plays an exemplary role in an important dimension of Alain Badiou's recent attempt to forge a materialist dialectic, combining the purity of decision with the differentiation of appearance. Badiou considers the scene where Olga tries to blur the definiteness and gravity of Hugo's act, laying out a raft of ratiocinations whose ultimate aim is to evade the clarity of the either, or. For Hugo, this either, or takes the form of the question, referred to himself and to his act, salvageable or unsalvageable. Badiou comments. On the side of the salvageable, which would be represented by Hugo's acceptance of Olga's proposal, we find the first block of these elements, the turnabouts of politics, Hodor's cynicism, a love's disastrous failure, mechanical disciplines, the complexities of the situation, the perpetual becoming of circumstances, the will to survive. All of this speaks in favor of historical impurity, of the choice of realism, continuing with the party. On the other side, we have the absoluteness of commitment, the necessary continuity of choices, a paradoxical fidelity to Hodor, the decision to have done with what is already corrupted, etc. The labyrinth of appearing is thus rectified, reactivated by its projection onto an implacable duality. All of this pushes the decision onto the side of solitary rebellion. On this basis, a simple choice of maximal intensity is obtained through the simple designation of one of the terms, the second. This is Hugo's final cry, unsalvageable. Doubtless this imperious too is, in the case at hand, that of pure subjectivity, of transparency opposed to the disgusting density of the world. It nonetheless tells us what the form of a point is. 33. Hugo's refusal of the party's infinitely malleable rationality, which makes compossible the justification of Hodor's murder, the later adoption of his policy and even his official hero worship, the denial of his murder and the salvaging of his murderer, would thus constitute a binary filter capable of sorting the slippery compromises and complexities of political calculation into the two of pure choice. Admittedly, Les Mainsails is indeed a very effective and elegant exemplification of Badiou's theory of points. But what about its political resonances? What are we to make of this juxtaposition between the atonic, or pointless, world of the party's machinations, its attempts to lie its way to the truth, to cite Lukács quoting Dostoevsky, and Hugo's decisionist epiphany? Though there is a hint of provocation in the use of a starkly existentialist refusal of dialectics to illustrate what is supposed to be a crucial moment in a renewed materialist dialectic, I think that such a theory, for all of its salutary emphasis on the reduction of often obfuscatory complexity, risks simply returning us to a version, albeit an immensely sophisticated and formalized one, of ethical rigorism and dualism. It is important in this regard that Badiou's exemplification necessarily reduces, or filters out, if not the complexity at least the rich political tension that Les Mainsails explores. Badiou presents the crux of the play as follows: in Dirty Hands, will Hugo, after having murdered its well-loved leader, Hodor, slip into the existential way out that the cynicism of the party allows him to glimpse? Will he affirm, in solitude, his pure freedom? But what if pure freedom is not Sartre's only concern? What if these plays really stage the far less Manichean, and far more political, perspective that will pervade Sartre's later work, including his writings on communism, Stalinism, and the critique of dialectical reason itself. In this respect, I think Pierre Verstraeten's suggestion, in Violence et Éthique, a book Badiou himself praises in the notes to Logics of Worlds, that Sartre's plays contain what we might call a dialectical didactics, provides a way of escaping the false confrontation between complex impurity and pure decision which so pervades our ideological landscape. Verstraeten suggests that both L'Engrenage, Sartre's earlier cinema script on the political dilemmas of a revolutionary group in a dependent but oil-rich nation, and Les Mains Sales dramatize the confrontation between an ethical vision and a dialectical vision. Writing of Jean, the political leader in L'Engrenage who precedes Hodder as the dirty-handed dialectician, Verstraeten writes the following. If, as Hegel says, in dialectical experience, concept and object, measure and the matter to be examined are present in consciousness itself, then it is clear that Jean is a dialectician, since in him are present both the concrete reality of the country, with its precise determinations, the revolutionary measure in the name of which the revolution is carried out, and the passage from the one to the other. 34. What's more, the figure of the ethical purist, as Lukács noted in his more lucid self-criticisms, runs the risk not just of absenting himself from the very possibility of guilt, but, in negating the evil of tactics, of remaining within the evaluative criteria of the very world that was to be overthrown, that is, having its points overdetermined by pre-existing ideological signposts. In order to equate the private ordinary world and the party as worlds without points, without principles, absolutely impure, Badiou quotes Hodder's notorious speech. How you cling to your purity, young man. How afraid you are to soil your hands. All right, stay pure. What good will it do? Why did you join us? Purity is an idea for a yogi or a monk. You intellectuals and bourgeois anarchists use it as a pretext for doing nothing. To do nothing, to remain motionless, arms at your sides, wearing kid gloves. Well, I have dirty hands. Right up to the elbows, I plunged them in filth and blood. But what do you hope? Do you think you can govern innocently? But Verstraeten's suggestion, which I think is worth reflecting on, is that in the ethical point there might lie other and deeper dangers than in the seeming duplicities and ambiguities of the dialectic, which involves the lucid assumption of the violence that is repressed in the ethical vision, an assumption that only makes sense within a certain temporal frame, the one provided by a kind of knowledge of the tendency, and the objective possibility of doing away with the ethical disavowal of violence, by accepting the need to embody pure principles in impure practices. Verstraeten makes much of another exchange from Les Mains Sales, where the dirty hands appear as kind of humanist principle. Hodder, you don't love men, Hugo. You love only principles. Hugo, men. Why should I love them? Do they love me? I join the party because its cause is just, and I shall leave it when that cause ceases to be just. As for men, it's not what they are that interests me, but what they can become. Hodder, and I love them for what they are. With all their filth and all their vices. I love their voices and their warm grasping hands, and their skin, the nudist skin of all, and their uneasy glances, and the desperate struggle each has to pursue against anguish and against death. For me, one man more or less in the world is something that counts. The revolution you dream of is not ours. How to love humankind and principles, conviction and filth, that is perhaps the enigma of a dialectical understanding of politics and strategy that would refuse the false alternative between infinitely ramified, impure complexity, on the one hand, and the urgency and intransigence of the yes and no, on the other. Fanaticism, Fraternity, and Global Civil War 1. Fraternity must be at the origin of political action. Jean-Paul Sartre, Interview with M. Tempo, 1978. Fanaticism as integrated spectacle. In writing a critical history of the pejorative discourse on fanaticism, I could not anticipate the sheer extent to which its targets would fully appropriate it, albeit in inverted form. Reading texts like The Extinction of the Gray Zone, the now notorious programmatic essay in the 7th issue of ISIS's glossy magazine Dabak, alongside the group's pedantic fulminations against advocates of a moderate Islam, is a queasy experience, notwithstanding the apparent absoluteness in the conflict between Daesh and the West. There is a baleful symmetry in the postures of the antagonists. Each faces their ideal enemy, accepting the terms of demonization as a badge of honor. In this regard, the language of the Caliphate echoes the language of the Third Reich, anatomized by Victor Klemperer in its assumption of fanaticism as a value point. To such perfect enmity, such toxic symbiosis, presupposes a remarkable homogeneity. It is only the acceptance of platforms of communication, visual styles, and linguistic gestures perfectly transparent to one another that allows this phantasmagoria of a final struggle to circulate with such ease, saturating our psychic and political space. This devastating commensurability of seemingly incommensurable figures of the political makes the present moment both claustrophobic and grotesque, as though we were forced to endure as anxiety-ridden extras in the infinite replay of a 1980s Hollywood action film, where the white knights of the U.S. Empire faced off against ghoulish Muslim villains. It also gives the lie to the notion that jihad versus capitalism is the first real antagonism of the post-Cold War era. Point 3. The discourse on the fanatic and the discourse of the fanatic, so to speak, are locked in a closed loop as perhaps never before. As spectacle, fanaticism appears fully integrated. Point 4. The technological overdetermination of the state of affairs, religious and civilizational warfare waged in 140 characters or fewer, is among this book's blind spots. While never fully absorbing the conflicts that occasion them, these pathologies of the superstructure inevitably affect the uses of the idea of fanaticism. Among other things, they seem to further sideline, if not expunge, the anti-egalitarian animus that played such a key part in the constitution of what Joel Olson called the pejorative tradition of discourse on fanaticism. Surges of radical political energy are stifled largely without needing to invoke the scarecrow of the intransigent, abstract subject, not least due to the notable moderation, by historical standards, of most contemporary movements for social justice, whether in deed or word. Yet, to the extent that the discourse on fanaticism bears the birthmarks of the reaction to emancipatory intransigence, it is still possible, or at least such remains my wager, to think it against the grain, thereby gleaning some insights into the figure of an anti-systemic political praxis that would be truly asymmetrical to the fake asymmetry that dominates our present. The contemporary obsession with the schema of radicalization presents such an opportunity to generate urgent problems out of dubious solutions. The discourse of radicalization, whose crucial role in the operations of a profoundly racialized and repressive national security state have been amply anatomized elsewhere. 6. Is ultimately synonymous with that of the genesis of the fanatical subject. In that regard, it can be seen to exacerbate the antinomies imminent to the uses of fanaticism traced in these pages, not least by seeking to account in time, which is to say dynamically, for forms of conviction and action that it simultaneously takes to be static, abstract, without history. The confused disquisitions of terrorism experts about self-radicalization or fast radicalization, with their flimsy spontaneous theories of the subject are, alas, daily testament to this predicament. The effort to give philosophical or psychoanalytic standing to a profiling tool can only result in compounding the analytical poverty of the figure of the fanatic. The threadbare psychological model of enthusiasm for abstraction is thus joined to the instrumental formalism that necessarily infects a notion, radicalization, whose express purpose is to anticipate a social danger by tracing it back to a dangerous individual. The immobility of the fanatic is thus segmented across a schematism of stages, which can be easily color-coded and offered up in PowerPoints to sundry stakeholders in the war on terror. That said, a somewhat dissident position in the mainstream debate on radicalization can perhaps provide us with an opening briefly to delineate a dimension of the problem of fanaticism, of the fanatical subject, which was insufficiently explored in the first edition of this book, namely, that of the relationship between the refusal of compromise and group formation, including the affective and gendered dimensions of the latter. The heading under which this discussion takes place, fraternity, underscores the discordant resonance between, on the one hand, the classical discourse of revolution, the one targeted by the modern, counter-revolutionary discourse on fanaticism, and, on the other, the contemporary problem of political religious violence. Developing some of the political philosophical dimensions of this problem of fraternity, without any immediate reference to the atrocities of the day, will allow us to revisit one of the crucial contexts of emergence of the discourse on fanaticism, namely, that of civil war, now articulated in its global figure. Responding to the grim internationalization of the Islamic State/Daesh phenomenon, several commentators have foregrounded the primacy of collective, and primarily masculine, forms of solidarity over theological discourses as engines of so-called radicalization, resonating in part with the thesis of an Islamization of radicalism ventilated by Gilles Capel, and disputed by Olivier Roy. 7 I am thinking in particular of the anthropologist Scott Atran, who had already, on disputable evolutionary socio-biological grounds, argued, in his book Talking to the Enemy, that the model of an ideologically determined terrorist central had to be replaced by a fine-grained ethnographic, biographic and psychological grasp of the significance of bonds of friendship and family in the most recent wave of Islamist mass terrorism. 8. In a 2015 editorial on ISIS in The Guardian, Atran referred to a 2014 French poll, which indicated that more than 1 in 4 French youth between the ages of 18 and 24 have a favorable or very favorable opinion of ISIS, although only 7 to 8% of France is Muslim. It's communal. More than 3 of every 4 who join ISIS from abroad do so with friends and family. Most are young, in transitional stages in life, immigrants, students, between jobs and mates, having just left their native family. They join a band of brothers ready to sacrifice for significance. 9. Trying to shake the reader out of her ideological slumber, he provocatively writes, Jihad is an egalitarian, equal opportunity employer, fraternal, fast-breaking, glorious, cool, and persuasive. While unable to follow Atran into the field, I think it is worth pausing on that adjective fraternal, and treating it as a prism through which to revisit the refusal of compromise in a more philosophical register. Prolonging the interpretive decision which framed fanaticism, to think the discourse on fanaticism in a manner transversal to the distinction between secular and religious forms of politics, I wish to reflect on the place of fraternity in our political imaginary, and on how it intersects with our understanding of excessive or violent political commitments. The limits of brotherhood. The problem of fraternity has been envisioned, from ancient Greek political philosophy to French revolutionary discourse and beyond, as a problem concerning both the unity of the political body and the threat of civil war, with the latter conceived of as the worst modality of violence imaginable. I want to sound out here whether we can look in the archives of political philosophy for some of the tools through which to think the collective subjectivity of political and religious violence in a context that some commentators have identified as one of global civil war. A proviso or warning is called for. This conceptual sketch, which seeks to supplement the discussion of fanaticism by inquiring into the political affects of group formations, is confined to trajectory within Western philosophy, and would itself require supplement, or indeed surpassing, by a critical consideration of other understandings and practical traditions of fraternity, or indeed forms of collective intransigence which break with the gendered political metaphysics of blood and kinship. The reference to global civil war is drawn, most proximately, from Giorgio Agamben's recent volume on the figures of civil war in the Western political tradition. Agamben tries to recover the resources of that unstable and polysemic Greek concept, stasis, to intervene intellectually in a situation where the very distinction between the internecine conflict it designates and war between states seems effectively to have imploded. This is a predicament in which, notwithstanding the more or less contemporaneous coining of the formula global civil war by Hannah Arendt and Carl Schmitt, what Agamben calls a stasiology is still lacking. This is in spite of the fact that, from Plato through Hobbes and into modern political philosophy, the preemption of civil war is constitutive of the European political imaginary. As Agamben observes, Heidegger. One wishes to trace this end back to, it is certain that today the state of war in the traditional sense has virtually disappeared. Point 10 Intellectual response to this predicament has by and large been oriented toward varieties of crisis management, and not to confronting the crisis of political practice and rationality that such a collapse of the normative framework of war triggers. Point 11 We might be reminded here of Pope Francis's jarring insight that perhaps one can speak of a third war, one fought piecemeal, with crimes, massacres, destruction. 12. A planetary dealing of death on the installment plan whose true scope necessarily goes unrecognized. Now, in order to elaborate his hypothesis that civil war can be understood as a threshold of politicization in what he calls the political paradigm of the West, Agamben turns to the protean and incisive work of the historian of ancient Greek politics Nicole Laurence. Commenting on Plato's dialogue Menexus, Laurence had sought to elucidate the fundamental ambivalence haunting the relationship between the oikos and the polis. In Agamben's gloss, civil war is the stasis emphilos, it is the conflict particular to the phylon, to blood kinship. It is to such an extent inherent to the family that the phrase ta emphilia simply means civil wars. 13 And yet, it is the family that serves as the antidote to the malady it itself incubates. Among the ways it does so is through the creation of a civic, symbolic, and invented kinship, and more specifically, by fashioning a form of political brotherhood. Laurence narrates a case, occurring in Greek colonized ancient Sicily, of a reconciliation following a stasis. It depended on the act, the oath of Adelphothesia. The horizon of the ancient Greek thinking of conflict, which also organizes a constant disavowal or repression of stasis, thus crystallizes into a generalist civic kinship. Point 14 This stems from what Laurence regards as the Greek tendency to transform blood kinship categories into merely classificatory categories. Point 15 The ultimate ideal is that of the phratria, whose collectivity, a solidarity of definition, is free from all tensions. According to Agamben, Laurence's thesis can be summarized in 3 steps. 1. Attention to stasis deconstructs the idea that Greek politics is marked by an overcoming of the oikos in the polis. 2. Stasis essentially originates in the oikos, and reveals its ineluctable presence. 3. The oikos is an ambivalent formation, source of discord and consensus alike. Point 16 Against the grain of these theses, and arguing on the basis of his interpretation of the biopolitical foundations of Western thought in the separation between bios and zoe, Agamben suggests that stasis should instead be considered as a threshold. Commenting on a passage in Plato's Laws, he notes, "What follows from the text of the law that the Athenian of the Platonic dialogue proposes is less the connection between stasis and oikos than the fact that the civil war assimilates and makes undecidable brother and enemy, inside and outside, household and city. In the stasis, the killing of what is most intimate is indistinguishable from the killing of what is most foreign. This means, however, that the stasis does not have its place within the household, but constitutes a threshold of indifference between the oikos and the polis, between blood kinship and citizenship. Point 17. This is a threshold of de and refamiliarization. Notwithstanding Agamben's critical observations, I think some of Laurence's other writings, namely her magisterial The Divided City, suggest she is a very attentive explorer of this dimension of the threshold, not least around the question of brotherhood. There, while noting a kind of ideology of fraternal kinship in Greece, in which no real kinship bond must interfere with the bond instituted by the city, enacting a logic beyond and against the family that reveals the contradiction endlessly opposing the family to itself, eternally suspected of bringing both too much cohesion and too much division. 18. She also places brotherhood itself, so to speak, on the threshold of politics. Caught between the vertical axis of filiation and the horizontal axis of companionship, the brother oscillates from one to the other, without ever filling in the gap between blood kinship and the reciprocity of fellow men. Point 19. In that sense, we can also approach this kind of fraternal volatility or trouble in terms of what Laurence pointedly identified as the denial of conflict as the law of politics and life in the city, whose most famous philosophical figure is perhaps the utopian, communist fraternity and sorority of the Republic, the generation of a stock of citizens who were only children, brothers, and sisters in and of and for the city. 20 Leaving blood kinship behind, as we know, can be, and has been, an extremely violent process, implicating our very conception of citizenship. When Laurence asks why there is such consensus to make consensus the bond of politics, the question of political brotherhood is surely in the foreground. So is the question as to whether fanatical and fraternal factionalism is not ultimately a point of indifference or infinite oscillation between politicization and depoliticization. Might one need, then, to follow Jacques Derrida in wagering on the possibility of thinking politics, beyond the principle of fraternity? Does an effort to move beyond the baleful spell of our present require such a disactivation? The context for Derrida's questioning is what he calls a harrowing tremor in the structure of the experience of belonging. Therefore of property. Of communal belonging and sharing, religion, family, ethnic groups, nations, homeland, country, state, even humanity. 21 Derrida poses a complex and disquieting interrogation: can politics be thought of outside of a schematic of filiation, which would link the production and reproduction of human life to a fundamentally paternal, patriarchal recognition? And can political life exist outside of the possibility of a fraternization, a possibility which he thinks as inextricable from Christianization? 22 In trying to extricate the political valences of friendship, as instantiated in Plato, Aristotle, Montaigne, Michelet, and many more, from autochthony, eugenics and bonds both filial and fraternal, Derrida might be seen as repeating and intensifying, or even exaggerating, that effort to overcome the oikos in the polis that both Laurence and Agamben directed our attention towards, revealing the Western imaginary of the political as overdetermined by the effort to avoid civil war, and the latter in turn by the question of kinship. But this separation from the oikos always appears to take the form of its symbolic sublimation, which never leaves the articulation of the political and the biological, or of belonging and blood, behind. There is a kind of natural law based on the bond between the political and autochthonous consanguinity, and we should be alert to the place of fraternization as the symbolic bond alleging the repetition of a genetic tie. Nature persists in commanding law, in treating equality as an attribute of birth. This nature is doubled by memory, by a testamentary tie, which is also an originary patrimony. As Derrida puts it, the obligatory necessity of this bond of memory forms the condition of political freedom. Truth, freedom, necessity, and equality come together in the politics of fraternity. What would be required in order to no longer base political appearance or community on the vertical axis of filiation and / or the horizontal one of fraternal solidarity? How could one evade the fate of an aristodemocracy of brothers according to virtue, the right of the best, starting from equality at birth, from national, homophilial, autochthonous equality? 23. It is worth pausing to reflect on the way that the question of fraternity intersects what Derrida calls the question of number, namely, the tragic tension between what he argues are the two laws of the other. There is no democracy without respect for irreducible singularity or alterity, but there is no democracy without the community of friends, without the calculation of majorities, without identifiable, stabilizable, representable subjects, all equal. These two laws are irreducible to one another. 24 What is at stake for Derrida, in his polemic against Carl Schmitt, is the very possibility of thinking a politics, a friendship, a justice which begin by breaking with their naturalness or their homogeneity, with their alleged place of origin. Such a break would, perhaps, above all, mean breaking with the androcentric or phallogocentric character of our conception of the political, in which the sister will never provide a docile example for the concept of fraternity. 25 Going against the grain of Schmitt's theory of the partisan, Derrida will then ask, what if the woman were the absolute partisan? And what if she were the absolute enemy of this theory of the absolute enemy, the specter of hostility to be conjured up for the sake of the sworn brothers? 26 Is it possible for our politics to move beyond the brother? Should we heed the call to denaturalize fraternity as a way out of the present impasse of politics? Yet, As Laura's and Agamben's reflections on ancient Greece suggest, the political idea and practice of fraternity as symbolic kinship is always already not natural, or rather, it is a kind of second nature that insists on giving the political subject a substance, that of an assumed kinship, which neither ideology critique nor deconstruction may easily dislodge. If the mobilization of the refusal to compromise is also the invention of a passionate identity that agglutinates the mobilized, then greater insight into fanatical groups may be drawn from a theory of their genesis, one that attends to the often explicitly denaturalizing character of political brotherhood, with its enthusiastic negation of empirical kin for the sake of their political counterparts. Fear and fusion. It is this latter dimension that is at the heart of what is arguably the richest philosophical effort to think the centrality of fraternity to the formation of political groups and the generation of political intensity as well as collective violence. Jean-Paul Sartre's theory of fraternity terror, as elaborated in his 1960 Critique of Dialectical Reason, Volume 1.27. Might Sartre provide some clues to the predicament with which I began, namely the prominence of fraternization as a source of so-called radicalization? Halfway through that wonderful monster of a book that is the Critique, the French philosopher tries to grapple with the passage from the atomized multiplicity of human groups, what he calls seriality, to the unity of groups that totalize themselves and strive to act in unison. Reflecting on revolutionary conjunctures in particular, Sartre calls our attention to an experience which, borrowing from André Malraux's account of the Spanish Civil War, he calls the apocalypse, the dissolution of an atomized and segmented or serial collective into a group in fusion. 28. Crucially, this group is not some kind of hyper-organism, it is, above all, for Sartre, a passion, a constantly renewed and at times tortured struggle against practical inertia, against all the social and psychic forces which, were they to go unresisted, would spell the group's demise. I don't know whether Derrida had the Critique somewhere at the back of his mind in writing Politics of Friendship, but his repeated references to the oath as a crucial operator in political fraternities echo its pride of place in Sartre's theory of group formation. In the Critique, it is only the free decision to fuse into the group, which also means to treat oneself from the standpoint of a third internal to that group, which invents treason, and institutes the violence of the group against itself, a violence inextricable from its unity. The fear in fraternity is ultimately twofold. On the one hand, it is the fear of scarcity, a fear or, better, an anxiety directed at the other as a material danger to our, survival. On the other, it is a fear of time as what will disperse our unity, it is a fear of the absence of the very fear that serves as the motor of our solidarity, and it is this absence of fear that the oath or pledge negates. Fraternity is fraternity terror inasmuch as, to maintain cohesion and homogeneity, the group must reinvent fear. Fear is thus what Sartre calls a free product of the group aimed at preempting its serial dispersion, grounded in the absolute, self-willed violence over the group over its members. In his terminology, the oath reactualizes violence as the intelligible negation of individual freedom by common praxis, making it so that hope is inextricable from terror, freedom from violence. This oath or pledge 29 in which I swear that I will not be the conduit for serial alterity and multiplicity into the group, that I will keep its collective flame alive against the menace of reification, is, somewhat like Laura's family, an intrinsically ambivalent, or, better, dialectical function. It serves to unify the group in reciprocity, but, as a kind of immanent law of suspects, it is also the source of separation and differentiation. The meaning of fraternity in Sartre is nicely foregrounded in R.D. Lang's synopsis of the theory of groups. In the pledge group, there is liable to exist also a mortal concern for my co-member, my brother, he who is linked to me in an indissoluble bond, an eternity of presence without future. We have come out of the mud together, and now the brother, whose existence is not other than mine, depends on me as I depend on him. Let there be no mystification about having a common nature. We are brothers because we are our own sons, our fraternity is our common invention. This fraternity is an ensemble of reciprocal and singular rights and obligations. The badge for group membership might be the color of skin. 30. Lang, who follows Sartre rather closely, including and especially in the mention of race and skin color, articulates, willy-nilly, one of the immense challenges of such a praxis-centered conception of fraternity, especially in light of the critique of political fraternization, of politics as fraternization, which we've encountered in Derrida. How can fraternity extricate itself from the empirical badges of its pledge, the material anchors for its common invention, which it is so often elided with? In other words, does the violent if abstract unity heralded by the fraternal group require postulating a substantial identity, the fiction of a nature underlying the group's eruption into history and politics? Underscoring the porous borders between the somatic and the symbolic, such badges are also accompanied in Sartre by myths. Fraternity terror, in particular, is based on the myth of a new birth or rebirth. The myth that we are our own sons is inextricable from a loudly broadcast parricide and an often silent if sometimes far deeper matricide. 31 In this sense too, the brother is a brother of violence, and fraternity, a violence friendship. 32 The unity must be mythical, since, though the group is a constant process and project of totalization, it is inexistent as a stable totality. To reprise the language of being and nothingness, the group too is a for itself that must fantasize or refi itself as an in itself, a causa sui, be it as a past essence or a future plenitude. It is particularly striking, in terms of our concern with the question of religious political enthusiasm, that for Sartre we can derive the crowning effect and substance of religion, the sacred, as well as law itself, from a reflection on the travails of fraternity terror, from its effort to invent a permanence for the group. In other words, and by way of indicating a possible direction in which to develop some of the arguments advanced in fanaticism, we could reverse the present tendency to explain the formation of groups perpetrating religious political violence in terms of their possession by fanatical ideas, and think instead of the phenomena polemically reified under the sign of fanaticism from the standpoint of forms of group subjectivation. This may require avoiding the comforting demarcation of the religious and the political, and instead thinking the collective genesis of forms of sacred terror that the rigid demarcation between spheres of thought and action occludes. In Lang's summary of Sartre, the sacred constitutes the fundamental structure of terror as legalist power, without the law as the new synthetic product issuing from the pledged group. Freedom in human relations does not intimidate. 33 Sacred power is thus a kind of inert freedom. Or, as Sartre himself puts it, the sacred constitutes the fundamental structure of terror as juridical power. It is freedom returning to man as a superhuman, petrified power. 34 From the intense violent reciprocity of the group infusion, where love and terror are inextricable, there emerge, as seemingly necessary alienations or ruses of permanence, the sacred, law and myth. But for Sartre, who reminds us once again of the link between collective violence and egalitarian abstractions explored throughout fanaticism, what fraternity terror evokes is above all the concept of humanity. The pledged group produces its objectification as a particular material product in it. But this interior objectivity is not the objectification of the group as being, it is the eternal, frozen preservation of its rising. It is the origin of humanity. 35. By Sartre's own lights it could also be argued that political fraternity is the origin of inhumanity. Man is violent, throughout history right up to the present, say, to the anti-human and to his brother insofar as he has the permanent possibility of becoming anti-human himself. 36. But how can we separate this dialectic of the group from what Derrida tries to deconstruct, namely a fraternizing humanization that would ultimately find its sources in autochthony, eugenics, birth, race? Or how, in Sartre's terms, can we live the fact that our common being is not a nature, but a freedom, an invention? These questions are no doubt more a matter of practical experimentation than speculative solution. Yet it is not insignificant for our purposes that Sartre positions the notion of fanaticism as a key blockage to properly traversing the dialectic of collective freedom that haunts the fraternal group. The idea of fanaticism emerges, Sartre suggests, when we are unable to experience the group as a group, treating it instead, serially, in terms of individual psychology. As he writes, what people call fanaticism, blindness, etc., is really fraternity terror as experienced in another group, and insofar as we, as individuals, treat it as an emotional occurrence in individuals. 37 To undo this habit would require breaking through the magic circle of a liberal ontology incapable of thinking of groups except as aggregates of individuals, of collective passions as anything but the perversion of personal interests. In this light, a critique of the uses of the idea of fanaticism may also be envisaged as an anatomy of the ways in which our dominant if enfeebled political imaginary, not to mention what passes for public discourse about contemporary violence, has so often failed to think the praxis of groups in its specificity. To that extent, it may hope to make a modest contribution to the emancipation of political practice from both liberal democracy's diminishing returns and fanaticism's integrated spectacle.